Hello friends. How are you all? I hope you're doing great. So we are back with an interesting series on what if Naruto was God of Chaos. Naruto dies at the Valley of the End, but then the God of Chaos appears and decides to mess with Naruto life, making him his champion. Mass crossover and multiple pairing. But before we start, we always provide the best and interesting what if videos. So be sure to subscribe to our channel and also like this video. Also share this with your friends. Now let's back to the video. Two screams were heard over the sound of a titanic battle. Chidori. Rasengan. As both attacks met, there was a huge explosion, and as both figures fell to the ground, one figure was dead with pain, while the other from exhaustion. The one who was tired from exhaustion laughed insanely as he looked at the dead body before turning and running away. After he was gone, a figure appeared over the body of the dead one and said, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the spiraling maelstrom of wave and wind. The controlled chaos, I think you will make a grand champion," as he picked up Naruto's body and disappeared into a black void. Just then a man with grey hair and one normal eye appeared looking over the valley. He saw the blood on the ground and thought, "Oh god, I'm too late," as he tried to find either of his students. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes and looked around. He found himself in some kind of ancient-looking temple. There were flame torches on the wall and stone pillars all over the place. He looked around and thought, "Where am I?" The voice said, "You are in my temple," drawing Naruto's attention. Naruto looked around and saw a man sitting on a throne at the top of a set of stairs. Naruto asked, "Who are you? And how did I get here?" The man said, "I am the god of chaos. As for how you got here, I brought you here, young Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto asked, "How do you know me? And why did you bring me here?" As he looked around. Chaos said, "Relax boy, the only two people here are you and me. As for how I know who you are, I have watched you for some time and you have impressed me. You have impressed me so much that I am going to make you my champion." Naruto said, "Huh?" as he rubbed his head confused. Chaos said, "Relax and I will explain. Have you ever looked at the night sky and noticed how the stars make the shape of something like a scorpion or an archer or something like that?" Naruto scratched his head. "He did, didn't he?" "Yeah, I have." "What about them?" he asked, puzzled. Chaos said, "You see, those stars are called constellations. They are designed like that because a god like myself chose a champion who went after receiving a gift or two from the gods and then went out and became so legendary the king of the gods made the constellation to remember the champion for all of time. I have decided I want to have a champion, so I am going to choose you." Naruto said, "Me? Champion?" He saw a look on Chaos's face that screamed yes. Chaos said, "Do not worry about why and what. Here is all you need to know. I am going to give you a couple of gifts similar to bloodlines. Then I am going to send you to a few places to learn how to use your gifts. Then you will be returned to your home of Konoha at the age of 4 after you have learned how to use your new gifts, and then you are going to do whatever the hell you want to. That's it." Naruto said, "Wait, you mean you're going to give me a bloodline, train me to use it, and then leave me alone?" Chaos nodded and Naruto's brows furrowed. "What's the catch?" Chaos said, "The catch is this, if you become famous like the other champions of other gods, then the king of the gods will make a constellation in memory of you, and then I get to brag to the other gods that there is my champion, the one I chose to be the best. That's all I ask of you, to become the best. After you're done learning how to use your gifts, then you go back to Konoha the day you get your apartment for the first time and do whatever you want. Except." Naruto looked at him and said, "Except what? What's the catch?" as he eyed Chaos. Chaos said, "You can't tell anyone that you know the future when you return to Konoha at the age of 4, and if people ask where did you get your gifts, say you don't know. That's it. That way nobody thinks you're crazy or something like that. Does that make sense?" Before Naruto had a chance to say anything, he found himself falling out of the sky and landing in the middle of a lot of water. Naruto screamed and quickly got to the surface before he drowned, and he saw he was in the ocean near an island. Naruto began to swim toward the island when a man appeared in front of him, grabbed his arm, and then he was standing on the beach. Naruto blinked and looked at the man and then at the ocean and then at the man again and asked, "How did you do that?" The man looked at him for several seconds and said, "The same way you got here. I jumped." "Where are your clothes?" Naruto looked down. To see that his clothes were gone and he saw on his chest the scar from the Chidori, and he quickly covered himself and said, I don't know. I had them on a few moments ago." The man asked, "So, how did you jump here, kid? I thought nobody knew about my island." Naruto said, "I don't know, one minute this guy was talking something crazy about gods, and then the next moment I was falling into the ocean. Where am I anyways?" The man sighed and said, "Must have been a paladin, you're lucky to be alive, kid, then. As for where you are, we're on a private island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean where no one but me and my wife ever comes to. Somehow you must have accessed one of my jump spots to come here. Name's David." Naruto said, "Naruto," as he tried to cover himself. David said come on kid, I think I might have some cloths at my house you can have. As he began leading Naruto away from the beach. Naruto followed and soon found a nice 2-story house in a clearing in the woods and David said hey Millie, we got company, can you go into the kitchen so I can get this kid some cloths. He jumped here and I think it's his first. As he walked up on the porch. Naruto followed him inside and then down a hall till they came to a bedroom and David looked through a closet a few minutes and said here. As he tossed some clothes over his shoulder. Naruto grabbed them and said thanks. As he saw they were a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. He sighed and slipped them on. David turned around and said so kid, where are you from? Naruto as he pulls the shirt on said Konoha. David blinked and said never heard of it, what country? Naruto said fire country. David blinked again and said I thought I have been to every country before. What nation is that in? Naruto looked at him and said the elemental nations, why? As if David was stupid or something. David sighed and said well I never heard of any of those places, so I guess you're going to have to figure out how to get back there yourself. Naruto asked how do I do that? David sighed and Naruto's stomach growled at that moment and David began to laugh as Naruto looked sheepish and said come on kid, let's get you something to eat. So how old are you? Naruto said 15. David nods and said I made my first jump when I was 5, but then I didn't do it again until I was 15. I did it on accident both times. If you want I can teach you how to use it. Give you a fighting chance against the paladins if they come after you again. Naruto asked who exactly are the paladins and what do you mean jumping? This is all new to me. David said don't worry kid. I will explain after we eat. Hey Millie, the kid's decent. Naruto watched as a brown-haired woman in her early 30s walked out of the kitchen and she looked like she was pregnant and she said hello there, I'm Millie. Naruto said nice to meet you. I'm Naruto. Naruto's stomach growled again and Millie laughed and said just sit down and I will bring some sandwiches I made out. As she walked back into the kitchen and then returned a few seconds later with a tray of sandwiches. Naruto sat down at the table with both of them and they each started to eat the sandwiches and Naruto said hey, these are pretty good. Millie said it's just bologna and ham sandwiches. Naruto said well they're still pretty good. Back home all I can eat is ramen. As he eats a second sandwich half. David looked at him and asked why. Don't your parent cook for you? Naruto looked down and said I don't have any. David said oh, I'm sorry, my mother left me and my dad when I was 5. I know how it feels. Naruto said I never knew my parents. I was told they both died the day I was born when Kyuubi attacked. Millie asked Kyuubi. What's that? Naruto's eyes got wide and he looked at her shocked and said, you mean you don't know about Kyuubi? I thought everyone knew about him. David said sorry kid, most of the stuff you talk about is something we've never even heard of before like Konoha, fire country, elemental nations. Naruto blinked and asked, where the heck did I come to? Fire country's the largest country in the world. Millie looked at Naruto and said I will be right back Naruto. As she got up and a few minutes later she came back with a globe and she set it down and said, can you show us where you're from here? Naruto looked at the globe and asked what are these places? As he looked trying to find something that looked familiar. David said that's a globe of the world kid, it has every country on it. Naruto looked at him shocked and said, but, where's my home then? I don't understand, none of this looks like my home. Millie said David, I don't know why, but I don't think he jumped from here. David said I think you might be right. I know it's crazy, but I remember hearing about a guy who wanted to jump to the moon once. Perhaps this kid might have jumped from another planet or something on accident or perhaps he's from an island that is so small that nobody has ever found it like this place. I guess the only thing we can do is help him learn about jumping and then see if he can jump back home. Naruto who was looking confused and saddened before suddenly got misty-eyed and said oh thank you. I don't know what I can do to thank you. As he hugged David to death. David said in gasping breath need air. Naruto looked sheepish as he let go and David gasped for breath and asked what the hell are you kid? Naruto said I'm a ninja. David blinked and said a ninja, really? Naruto said yeah, I'm a genin right now. I would have made Chunin if that Hebe team hadn't attacked Konoha. David sighed and said forget it kid. I am not going to ask. Let's just go outside and I will teach you how to use your powers and then tell you about paladins. Naruto said okay as he got up and followed David outside. David said alright kid. Now you see that tree over there? Naruto looked where he was pointing and then David was standing next to the tree and Naruto got wide-eyed and looked back and forward and said cool. David said to use your power picture yourself standing where you want to be. If you have been there before or can see it then you can jump there. Naruto looked at the tree and then the next moment his nose was smacked against the tree with an audible crack. David winced and said sorry kid, forgot that you have to learn to stop moving. Here let me help. As he went to help as best as he could. Naruto said don't worry about it. As he popped it back in place and it healed quickly. David's eyes got wide and asked, how did you do that? Naruto looked confused and asked, do what? David said, fix your nose like that. Naruto thought a second and said, oh that. I heal real quick for some reason. David could only nod and ask, so do you want to try it again? Naruto said yeah. David said okay, try jumping to places around the field here. Naruto looked and then a few seconds later he was across the clearing. David said good. Let's see how good you are. Let's play a game of tag. I will jump and then you have to tag me by jumping trying to catch me. Okay? Naruto said yes. David nods and then jumps and Naruto looks and sees him and jumps, but when he appears again David had already moved. Naruto then tried again and again as David slowly picked up speed. After about 30 minutes David was panting, as was Naruto. He said okay, that's enough for now. Naruto nods and David said okay, you seem to understand basic jumping. The only restriction with jumping is that you either have to be able to see where you want to jump or been there before. That should be how you get home, but rest for now. I need to tell you about paladins. Naruto nods and they both sit down and David said okay, paladins hunt jumpers like us. They were created because of religious belief that only God has the right to go anywhere they want. They have weapons that are specifically made to kill us. They hit us with electricity which makes it nearly impossible to jump, so be sure to avoid electric wires in any of their weapons. If you can't jump you're as good as dead. Naruto said, so avoid electric attacks. Guess that's how Sasuke was able to hurt me. As he rubbed his chest where the Chidori hit. David said yeah, it's best to just avoid them. The best policy when fighting a paladin is if there is just one of them and several jumpers tag team him and take him out. If you are one-on-one or outnumbered get out of there using multiple jumps to different areas. They have been hunting our kind for hundreds of years and are really good at it. Naruto nods and said thanks for telling me all this. David said hey, we have to look after our own kind. Besides, I may not be there when my son needs help, so maybe by helping you someday you or someone you helped will help my son. Naruto said deal. If I can I will help your son if he needs it. David smiles and said well let's go get some sleep and tomorrow you can try to jump back home, but try not to come back here again. Paladins can track us through our jump sites and I don't want them to find this place and my wife. Naruto said okay. I won't come back again, if that's what you want. David gave him a sad smile and said it's not you kid. I just want to protect my family. Naruto smiled and said I understand. A friend of mine told me once that when you have something precious to protect, only then would you find true strength. David said your friend's right and I only ask you not to come back so I can protect my precious wife and unborn son. Naruto said you have my word, I won't come back, but if you ever need me find me and I will come. David nodded and Naruto started to go inside when the next moment he fell and hit a wooden floor hard. He raised his head and said ow. As he fell forward passed out. David looked at where Naruto was moments ago and sighed and said, you didn't have to leave already though. Sadly. But Naruto. The woman with black hair tied in a ponytail and a pair of short blue shorts and a black shirt with two gun holsters on her hip walked over and said well, what do we have here? As she gently kicked Naruto in the side and he did not move. The short brown hair man walked up and asked who is this Lara? Lara said I don't know Noah, he appeared out of thin air just like that. He's got a nice ass, though. Noah snorted and said want me to call the police for our little streaker here. Lara looked at Naruto a moment and said nah, we haven't had any excitement in a while. This kid could be just what we need. She then looked at Noah and then at Naruto and said, you think you could find him some clothes? I don't mind having a guest for a little while, but unless I'm screwing I try to stay with clothed men, especially jailbait. Noah laughed and said only you would joke about that. I shall check for you Lady Croft. As he bowed and left mockingly. Lara glared at him and Naruto groaned and he started to stir and Lara put her foot on his back and said hold it. As she pulled out her pistol. Naruto turned and looked at her and he asked who are you and where am I? Lara said I am Lady Lara Croft and this is my home. Now answer me, who are you and what are you doing here? Naruto looked at her hand and asked is that a weapon? Lara blinked and asked you don't know what a gun is? Naruto said no. Why? Lara fired a shot in the ground next to Naruto's head and he heard the noise and saw the cracked wood it caused with wide-eyed and he said quickly, don't hurt me. I will talk. Lara said good. Now tell me, who are you and what are you doing here? Naruto said I'm Naruto Uzumaki, genin of Konoha, and, I guess I jumped here. Before Lara could say anything Noah came running back in with a set of cloths in his hand and said Lara, is everything okay? Lara turned her head and Naruto took that moment to jump across the room behind a desk. Lara blinked as Naruto's body disappeared and her foot fell to the floor and she looked around and saw Naruto's foot sticking out from behind the desk and she said I know you're behind the desk, come out or I will shoot. Naruto gulped and said don't shoot. I'm not armed. As he stood up slowly. Lara had both her pistols out and pointed at him, and Naruto asked what now. Lara said after glaring at him for several moments, get dressed and we're going to talk. Naruto nodded and groaned as he looked at his naked body again, and Noah tossed the clothes to him, and Naruto asked, are you a paladin? Lara narrowed her eyes and said no. The paladins died out years ago during the Great Crusades. Naruto said, that's not possible. They hunt and kill those like me, or at least that's what I was told. Lara asked what do you mean those like you, as Naruto slipped on a pair of sweatpants. Naruto pulled on a shirt and then looked at Lara and then appeared beside her, grabbing her arm and pinning it behind her, and said jumpers. Lara turned her head, and before Naruto knew it, she had put her foot between his and tripped him, freeing her arm, and held the gun at his head as he fell on the floor, and she said I was right. I think having you here is going to be fun. Naruto groaned as Lara tied his hands behind his back and then pulled him up and threw him into a chair and said now, tell me your story. Naruto sighed and said like I said, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, genin of Konoha. I was on a mission tracking down my teammate who defected from our village when we fought, and he stabbed me in the chest with a chidori. I woke up to this guy who called himself a god of chaos, and he said he was going to give me a gift and send me to learn to use it. Before I knew it, I was on an island, and this guy who could jump like I did a few minutes ago taught me how to jump and then told me about paladins. The next thing I know I hit your floor and then woke up here. Lara asked, and your clothes? Naruto said don't know. When I first appeared in front of the guy who taught me how to jump I was naked as well. He gave me clothes also. Maybe it has something to do with me not actually doing the jumping. I don't know. Before I met that guy I never even knew of jumping. Lara asked Noah. Noah said voice readout shows Hess telling the truth. Naruto blinked and asked what? Lara asked how old are you kid? Naruto said 15. Lara said you're short for your age kid. Naruto sighed and said it's probably cause I don't eat right, or at least that's what everyone tells me back home, stupid villagers. Mumbled Naruto, but not quite enough not to be unheard. Lara asked what do you mean? Naruto looked up and said oh nothing. Don't worry about it. As he tried to act chipper. Noah said he's lying. Naruto tried to turn his head and Lara pointed her pistols and said talk. Naruto gulped and said do you know who Kyuubi is? Lara said maybe, what about it? Naruto said do you know what a Jinchuriki is? Lara said Noah. Noah said I have both. Lara, Kyuubi no Kitsune is said to have the ability to see and hear anything in the world. Said to be wise and powerful, it's connected with the legends of Inari. As for the word Jinchuriki, it means the power of human sacrifice or host. Naruto gulped and said yeah, the Kyuubi's powerful, but as for wise I think he's a big fucking idiot. I'm a Jinchuriki. The day I was born the Yondaime Hokage of my village sealed Kyuubi inside of me at the cost of his own life. That's why I have these whiskers on my face. Most of the people in my village think I am actually the demon Kyuubi or Kyuubi reborn in human form and have tried to kill me or weaken me by not selling me food. The only clothes I could buy were bright orange. They were trying to limit my knowledge. Until I graduated from the academy, after failing 3 times did I learn why I was hated. One of the teachers told me if I stole a special scroll then I would graduate, but after I stole it and learned one jutsu from it, he showed up and tried to kill me, and another teacher who actually tried to help. I wound up beating him, and that's how I became a ninja. Lara said, you said Kyuubi is sealed in you. Besides the whiskers you have any proof? Naruto said if you cut me you will see I heal real quick, and also I have a seal on my stomach that appears when I channel chakra. Lara asked chakra, that's an Indian belief. Naruto asked Indian. What's India? Lara said where exactly are you from? I mean where is this Konoha you talked about? Naruto sighed and said Konoha is in the fire country which is in the elemental nations. I was already showed something called a world globe and I couldn't find my home or any of our neighboring countries. Naruto heard a typing noise behind him and Noah said strange. Lara asked what? Noah said when I ran the search on that all a little earlier I didn't find anything, but after I cross-referenced it by linking up to the national database, I found some archive from the late 1800s that talked about a Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha who was at one time the apprentice of, believe it or not, William H. Bonney. Naruto said who? Lara said what, are you sure? As she looked at Noah and then Naruto. Noah said, that's not all. I am getting hits from all over the history of the world on him. I got him apprenticing under the legendary assassin named Rurouni Kenshin, the Manslayer. I got hits from the dark ages of him apprenticing in Camelot. I got hits of him in ancient Indian tribes in North America. I got hits also of him in half a dozen other random places in time going all the way back to ancient Egypt and also as close as the Vietnam War. Either this kid's has hacked the history archives which would be damn near impossible, his family set up one hell of a hoax all through history, or this kid's here a time traveler. As he looked at Naruto. Naruto said time, travel. But I never even heard or been to any of those places. I swear. As he looked scared. Lara said, so basically this kid's been learning under the best of the best all through time if you were to guess. Noah said yeah. That seems the only thing I can think of which would also explain why he's here. To learn from you. The best Tomb Raider. Whoever this god of chaos guy he met might be the one who's actually pulling the strings though. Naruto sighed as Lara put her guns away and said so, what exactly is the deal with this chaos guy kid? Naruto said all I know is he said something about the star constellations being created by the king of the gods in patterns like the champions of the other gods to remember their champion. Noah said sounds sort of like the Greek legends about Orion, scorpions and all the others. Lara said so what does he want to do with them? Naruto said all I know is he said he wanted me to become famous enough where they will make a constellation about me so he could brag to the other gods. I don't know anything else. Lara frowned and Noah said he's telling the truth. Lara sighed and said well pull up the file on where you say he's been or will be. See if we can figure out this little puzzle. Noah snorted and said and the great lady Lara Croft has found another tomb to raid. Naruto asked what's going to happen to me? Lara said we're going to see if we can't figure you out. As she smiles and walks over to Noah. Naruto asked can I get up? Lara said yeah, come over here and let's see if you recognize any of this stuff. As she sat down and put her legs on the computer desk as she grabbed a cup of tea to sip. Noah was typing on the computer and Naruto walked over and Lara said start with Bonnie. Naruto asked who is William H. Bonnie? Noah pulled up a file on the computer and said William H. Bonnie also known as Henry McCarty and Billy the Kid was an outlaw during the 1870s, give or take 10 years. Naruto was looking at the screen listening to Noah and then when he looked at the picture of Bonnie he disappeared shocking both Lara and Noah. Lara said well that's different. Pull up the room video camera for me and show me everything that's happened since he arrived. Lara watched as the video played and she said do it again but slower. Lara watched and Noah asked what are you looking for? Lara said it's not what I was looking for, it's what he was looking for. Noah said what? Lara said look at the video again and watch as he jumps both times in the rooms. Look at where his eyes go. Noah played it again and said so he jumps where he can see. Lara said and now look at the last jump. Noah did and said I see, he jumped when he laid eyes on the picture. Lara nods and said well, inform me if he comes back and keep running historical references to him. I want to know what this kid's learning. As she left. Noah sighed and began to research. Naruto blinked as he fell to the ground and coughed as his face was in sand. He heard a click behind him and a familiar feeling behind his head. He groaned and said what now? The voice said hello kid, you want me to make you famous. Naruto turned and saw a guy with big teeth in the front and strange clothes and said you're Bonnie, aren't you? The guy who held a pistol against the back of Naruto's head said most call me Billy the Kid. Naruto then said you mind if I stand up? The ground's burning my back, if you know what I mean. Billy said first, who are you? Naruto said Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. Billy said never heard of you. What are you doing here? Naruto said truthfully, I don't know. One moment I was talking to this nice looking lady and the next I'm laying face down here without any clothes on. Billy looked around and said someone must have thrown you out of one of the windows of the saloon. Since you're not armed go ahead and get up. As he steps back and puts his pistol away. Naruto got up and said thanks, you wouldn't happen to know where I can get some cloths do you? Billy said you got any money? Naruto's sweat dropped and said I left my wallet in my other pants. As he raised his arms like an idiot. Billy snickered and said you're alright kid, so tell me, what are you doing all the way out here in New Mexico? Naruto said I don't know. I got in a fight, woke up in a strange place, next thing I know people are appearing everywhere with guns at my head. Billy said sounds familiar, you got a place to stay. Naruto sighed and said no, just jumping from place to place mostly. Billy said well, you got any skills? Naruto said not really, at least not anything I could do here. As he looked around. Billy looked at Naruto and said tell you what kid, I'm getting ready to round up some friends to get some revenge against a guy who had a friend of mine murdered so he could take his home. You want to help me? Naruto thought a moment and the memory of Gato appeared and said sure, I hate assholes who hurt people like that. Billy said then come with me and we will get you some supplies. Naruto followed and Billy asked as they walked out of the alley you know how to use a gun? Naruto said no, but I can learn. Billy said good answer. As he walked into a store with Naruto following ignoring the people staring at them. A woman in her early 20s came out of the back with brown hair and brown eyes and went wide at Naruto as she looked him up and down as he tried to cover himself and said hello sweets, you need something? Billy smirked as he snuck out the door and Naruto who was trying to be modest said I kind of need some clothes. The woman said really, so you have any money? Naruto groaned and looked behind him for Billy and sweat dropped and thought as he saw he was gone what now as he turned back and said no. My money was in my cloths before I woke up naked. The woman sighed and said someone bushwhacked you huh? So how do you plan to pay for the cloths? I don't do credit. Naruto said can I work them off somehow? I can help around here until they're paid for or something. The woman said what's your name? I'm Season. Naruto said Naruto Uzumaki. As he went to rub the back of his head only to catch himself and quickly covered himself again. Season said, you seem kind of bashful, you never been with a woman have you? Naruto's sweat dropped and said no. Outside both Naruto and Season could have sworn they heard someone fall against the wood pile and Season looked at the window at the top of the wall and said so, you got a girl. Naruto started to open his mouth and then a flashback hit him of Sakura crying asking him to bring Sasuke back and he said no, I thought I did, but she never returned my feelings. Season said I see. Tell you what, go on to the back with me and let's see what we can find for you. As she motioned for the door behind her and she walked over and closed the front door to the store. Naruto quickly walked to the back while her back was turned. He found himself in a stockroom and Season walked back to the back and closed the door and said, don't want to be disturbed while we try to find you some clothes. So tell me, how old are you Naruto? Naruto said 15. Season stopped and looked at him and he said I'm short for my age. Season turned back and pulled out a few pairs of pants and said try these on. As she handed them to Naruto. Naruto grabbed them and tried them on and after the third pair found some that worked and Season handed him a shirt and he buttoned it up and she said nice, real nice. Naruto said thanks. How can I pay for these? Season walked over and she put her arms around his shoulder and said I think I can find a way for you to pay me. Naruto was uncomfortable and asked how as she pressed her lips to his. He went wide-eyed a moment as she deepened the kiss and he saw her eyes were closed and he slowly closed his eyes and returned the kiss. He felt Sealin's hand on his crotch and he moaned as she rubbed him and he broke the kiss and she smiled and said relax. I haven't had anyone make me feel like a woman since my husband died 2 years ago during a robbery. Naruto said but I never, she pressed her finger to his lips and said I know, relax and I will help you okay. Naruto after she pulled her finger away said, but we don't know each other. Season said listen, I'm 22 and a widow in a town where your life is worth less than the price of a bullet. I could die later today or live to be an old woman. I want to feel like a beautiful woman at least once more before I die. Naruto said, but you are beautiful. Season smiled and said thank you, so do we have a deal? You make me feel loved again, even for a little while and you can have the clothes. Naruto saw the sadness in her eyes and he slowly leaned forward and kissed her. She smiled as she then returned the kiss and began to rub his crotch again. She broke the kiss and stepped back a little and Naruto watched as she slid out of her dress and his eyes got wide and whispered wow and she blushed a little and she walked over and took off his shirt as she kissed him again as she rubbed him with her leg. Naruto felt her loosen his pants as they fell to the floor and he gulped and asked what now? Season laughed as she laid a blanket she pulled from a shelf on the floor and said now, you lie down on the blanket here and I will show you what to do. Naruto did and she slowly walked over to him and leaned down to kiss him and Naruto felt her slide on top of his chest and she grabbed his hand and put them on her breast and moved his hand showing him what to do. Naruto continued to kiss her as he followed her lead and she began to use her knee to rub his crotch, earning him a moan with her. Naruto broke the kiss and looked at her as he slowly began to kiss her neck and then trailed down to her breast and she gasped as he licked her nipples while playing with the other. Season began to grind her hips against his leg she was straddling and he began using his knee to rub her as well. It wasn't long before he felt her shudder and gasp and he stopped and she said don't stop, please. As she panted. Naruto continued to rub her breast and crotch while licking the other. Season finally had enough and she pressed her lips to his again and he felt her body move and then he felt a warm sensation go through his body as she broke the kiss and leaned back. Naruto looked down where she was sitting and she smiled as she began to move slowly and then faster. Naruto closed his eyes and began to realize what to do as he began to get into it. As she climaxed Naruto leaned up and kissed her before flipping her on her back and she was wide-eyed as he began going again much faster and she wrapped her legs around him and she soon found herself in heaven as she climaxed again. As she felt a third on coming on she saw Naruto was getting a worried look on her face and she thought he's worried about if he gets me pregnant. I guess he really was innocent. And said it's okay, go ahead. In gasped breaths. Naruto looked at her and she said I know, I wanted. She panted out. Naruto thought how did she know as he got faster and then he went rigid as both him and her climaxed together before he felt all his energy leave him. She leaned up and kissed him and held him close and they laid there for a little while and he asked how did you know what I was thinking? Season said you had the same look my late husband had the first time we done it. As she rubbed his hair away from his face. Naruto said but, Season said, but what will happen if I get pregnant or if I never see you again? I realized before this ever happened I may never see you again. I told you already it's okay, I could die later today and it would not matter, all that matters is right now you made me feel alive for the first time in a long time. Thank you. As she kissed him. Naruto sighed as he held her and they just held each other for what seemed like forever. The bell rang over the door out front and Season laid her head into the crook of Naruto's neck and said, I guess it was too good to go on. As she slowly sat up and said loudly, be out in a minute. As she began to get back dressed. Naruto, when she was dressed, got up and quickly pulled her into a kiss and a hug and she let a tear fall as she left. As Naruto began to get dressed he heard the sound of a gun go off. Naruto's eyes got wide as he quickly ran out of the back with fear and he ran into the other room and he saw Season bleeding on the floor and a man standing over her and Naruto's eyes began to go red as the man turned the gun he had in his hands at Naruto and he flashed behind the man, grabbing his arm and pulling it back, breaking the arm as he grabbed the gun from the man's hand, put it in his back and before he realized it, he had fired a shot right into the man. Naruto was shocked by this as he saw the man slowly fall to the ground, but he thought Season. As he dropped the gun and ran over to her. Naruto picked her up and said in a worried voice, Season, can you hear me? Season slowly opened her eyes and she coughed up some blood and she smiled sadly at Naruto as she rubbed his face slowly and said, thank you for making me feel alive one last time. As she reached toward her neck and grabbed a necklace as she pulled it off and she grabbed Naruto's hand and she said, promise me you will live life to the fullest, like there's no tomorrow. Please. Naruto watched as her eyes began to gloss over as her hand that was in his slowly fell away, leaving a golden cross and he held her close as tears fell from his eyes and whispered, I promise. Naruto heard a voice say, hold it. As he heard the click of a gun. Naruto froze with Season still in his arm and he slowly stood up and turned with his hand above his head and he saw a man with a star on his chest and another man beside him and the shorter man said, that's him, Sheriff, that's the guy who was with Billy the Kid. The sheriff said, looks like you're following in his footsteps, kid, murdering 2 of my townsfolk. Naruto said, I didn't kill her, I killed the guy who killed her though. I wouldn't kill her, we cared for each other. The sheriff said, nice try, kid, but she has vowed never to be with anyone after her husband was killed. I think I will save us a trial and kill you here. Naruto looked over at the gun on the floor and then at the sheriff and he watched as the sheriff began to move his finger and Naruto flashed to the gun he dropped earlier and began to turn on the sheriff with it, but then he felt himself fall to the ground again. Naruto looked around worried and he heard a familiar voice said, I see you're back. Naruto turned and before he had a chance to say anything he was hit over the back of the head, knocked out. Naruto awoke to find himself inside his mind and he groaned and thought, what now, as he began to walk toward where Kyuubi was. When Naruto got to Kyuubi's cage he went wide-eyed as he found it was different. He looked around and saw the cloths he had been getting along with the gun and the cross, his orange jumpsuit and a mirror with a face on it and the mirror spoke, hello Naruto. Naruto went wide-eyed and asked, who are you? The mirror said, I am an oracle of time. I was given to you to allow you to use your jump to anywhere in time. I have been the one who has been taking you to different places to learn things. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, so you're the reason Season died. The oracle said no, she would have died no matter what. The only difference between what did happen and what was supposed to happen was that instead of her killer being killed by the sheriff you killed him and the sheriff put you down as a wanted man for killing both. Naruto said, but why did you send me there? I didn't learn anything. The oracle said, you learned what love was and you also learned what loss and how it feels to kill. You have never killed before and you have never truly loved before, so that is why I sent you there. Naruto asked, where is Kyuubi? The oracle said, Kyuubi power is still here, but the fox was taken care of. Chaos didn't want the fox to ruin your chance to become famous, so he left you his power, but not the fox itself. I control it now for you, so don't worry about it. Naruto looked around and he walked over to the cross and the oracle said, anything you have on or are holding when you jump in time will be pulled inside your mind here to be used later by you. That's why you always wind up naked when you jump times. Naruto asked, so how do I get them out of me? The oracle said, simple boy, all you have to do is picture the object as it is in here and hold out your hand and they will come out if it's an object, and picture the cloths on you and they will come out. It's all a combination of your jump ability. Normally you could jump anywhere you have been. Thanks to Chaos and me you can jump anywhen also. I'm just taking to places to learn first before you return to start your own journey. Naruto asked, wait a minute, you said I changed time when I was with Season, can I do that anywhere? The oracle said no. There are things that will happen no matter what, Season dying that day by that man, the Kyuubi being sealed in you, the Yondaime dying, all those things happen for a reason, because the gods of fate and destiny have made them that way. You, however, Naruto, are an exception to the rule. All Jinchuriki are automatically assumed to be lost in the fabric of fate and destiny because their lives are too unpredictable for even gods to guess. That is why your own life you will be able to change greatly, but those of the past you can only change a little. Before Naruto had a chance to say anything else, he found himself waking up with a jar, and he blinked and he heard a voice say, "I see you're awake." Naruto looked over and saw Lara and he asked what's happening. As he felt they were moving, but all he could see were metal walls and seats. Lara said, "Well, it's been about 2 days since you first got here. You left for about 3 hours and popped back yesterday, and I knocked you out and kept you sedated until now, but it looked like you had a little excitement in New Mexico. A wanted poster said you killed 2 people." Naruto looked down and saw he was dressed in a pair of black pants and a black shirt, and he held out his hand and concentrated, and the cross appeared in his hand, and he said, "No, just one." As he looked sadly at the cross. Lara said, "Tell me what happened." As she eyed him and the cross. Naruto sighed and said, "I appeared in this little town in the desert. I was naked again, and before I had a chance to move I heard a gun click and heard a voice ask me if I wanted him to make me famous. It turned out it was Bonnie. After he asked me a few questions about how I got there, he said something about me falling out of a saloon window. He then asked me if I wanted a chance to help him get revenge for his friend who was killed so this other guy could steal his friend's land. It reminded me of a recent mission I had and I agreed since I hate seeing others get hurt like that. He then led me to this store still naked and people were looking at us, and when we were inside this woman, as Naruto's eyes began to water as he swallowed. Lara asked what happened. Naruto closed his eyes and said, we had something." Lara said, "So you got close to her?" Naruto sighed and said, I don't know how to explain it. She made me feel special and we only knew each other just a little bit. Bonnie had left right after we got there and she got me some clothes, and then she." Lara leaned forward and asked, "She what?" Naruto closed his eyes and said, "She told me how she was a widow, her husband had been killed 2 years ago. She told me she wanted to feel alive, like a beautiful woman again. She said her life was worth less than the price of a bullet in that town. She understood me more than anyone ever has, she knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling. It was amazing. I never felt anything like that before." Lara eyed him and said, "So, you loved her?" Naruto looked down and said, "I guess you could call it that. She was beautiful and to her, our age didn't matter. For the first time in my life I actually felt like I was somebody and I never wanted to leave that moment." Then the store bell rang and she started getting ready to go out front. I don't know why, but I knew that something was going to happen, so I pulled her close to me again before she left. As I was getting dressed I heard a shot and I quickly ran to the front. I saw her laying on the floor bleeding and a man standing over her with a gun. He started to turn it on me, but then I jumped behind him and Lara said, "You killed him." Naruto nods and said, "I was shocked when I did it, I took his gun and shot him with it. I then dropped it and ran to Season. She was still alive but barely, and she asked me to promise her that I would live my life to the fullest, like there's no tomorrow. She then gave me this and she died in my arms, then someone told me to hold it and when accused me of killing her and the guy I did. He called himself a sheriff, and when I told him I only killed the guy and I wouldn't ever hurt her, he called me a liar and said he wasn't even going to waste time with a trial. I saw him getting ready to shoot and I flashed to the gun I dropped and then the next moment I was back in your place." Lara asked, "And how did you get the cross here?" Naruto sighed and said, "When you knocked me out I entered my mind. I thought it was Kyuubi calling me again so I went to where he usually is, but everything was different. All the cloths I had on when I jumped times were there in like a storage and Kyuubi was gone, but there was this talking mirror that called itself an oracle of time. It explained that my mind is like a storage room now where anything I am wearing or holding when I jump time is pulled to. It then explained how it was the one jumping me through time right now showing me places and told me how to get my stuff out. Then I woke up here and that's all I know." Lara said, "Well, did the truth serum work, Noah?" Noah's voice came from a speaker and said, "Yeah, we're about 2 hours out." Naruto asked, "What's going on?" Lara said, "I figured out how you're jumping time and from place to place, and I also think I figured out why. You're getting training for later from the best of the best in each of our fields. I think your visit to the New Mexico was to help you emotionally more than anything since it affected you so much. You had an emotional mask on before you left, but now it's gone. Whatever happened between you and her destroyed it completely. That's your business. I am the best at what I do. I am a Tomb Raider. I search for ancient artifacts that could result in the destruction of the world along with other things and ensure they don't destroy our world. I am going to teach you to be one as well, but first I need to know you're not going to die in a tomb." Naruto was listening to her and asked, "What do you mean die in a tomb?" Lara laughed and said, "Most of the tombs I go in are set up with traps that are so amazing and complex they would kill you before you know it. Also most of them have people who would kill to get the item as well. So we are on our way to a place where I train sometimes to keep in shape and I called in a few favors to make it where you can too. For the next year you are going to be stuck here learning from me. If you notice that little watch on your arm right now you will find a little electricity is running through you. Naruto's eyes got wide and he went to open his mouth and Lara said I had no research your paladins. Turns out that there was information on jumpers and paladins in an ancient text archive that was in the Holy City. It was only telling how during the Great Crusades they would hunt jumpers during lightning storms because you were vulnerable. I had no attest how your body handled electric when you were passed out and the skin sample tried to phase out of danger but couldn't. Don't worry about me using that to hunt you. It's just where we are going is a very special place and I don't want you using any special abilities or that chakra you claim to use while we're there. You are going to be trained by my home country's version of special forces. They think you are my new apprentice. Naruto asked why are you doing this? Lara opened up a folder that was beside her and threw a picture on the ground in front of Naruto and asked what do you see there? Naruto said as he looked at the picture funny pictures, why? Lara said that writing is from an ancient tomb in Egypt. Most of it has been worn down by time, so we can't figure out what it is talking about, but what we do know is something happened during the construction of that tomb and that you're involved in it. What we know about it is the pharaoh who was building this temple suddenly had his entire slave population disappear in a single day. The legend tells of a great weapon of shadow. I figured if you're involved you can help me figure out what happened, so if there really is a great weapon of shadows that can kill all those people in a single day, then I can make sure it doesn't fall in the wrong hands. Naruto gulps and said alright. If I find out what happened, then if I am able to come back here I will tell you. Lara said deal. Now just remember that while you're here you do not use any chakra or try to jump. I do this as a living and I don't have your powers. You're going to have to learn not to rely on your powers and you will become stronger. Naruto thought a moment and said you're right. I got a friend named Rock Lee, he can't use chakra or jump, but he's probably the actual strongest genin I know. He carries 2,000 pounds of weights on each of his legs. Lara's eyes got wide a moment and said I see, is he the only one who does that? Naruto said no, his sensei has 3,000 pounds on each leg. Both are considered Taijutsu masters. Lara said so tell me, what year are you from? Naruto said 494 AC. Lara blinked and asked AC. What's that? Naruto said after chakra. That's when they claimed chakra was officially discovered and its method of usage. Lara asked what was before AC. Naruto said I don't know. I do know that before that was basically called the Demon Wars. They say these great demons battled and destroyed most of our world and that most of our history was lost. We have things like TV and radio but not very many. They say a barrier was put up around the elemental nations that made it where none of the demons could ever come there again, but the Bijous still are there so I don't know if that's true or not. We mostly only focused on our village history and even then I was kicked out of class or ignored so I didn't really get to know much and I wasn't allowed in the library. Lara's eyes narrowed and she said I see. Well why don't you rest until we get there? Naruto asked what is this thing we're in? How are we moving? Lara said this is a private jet airplane. We're flying in the air right now about 30,000 feet in the air. It's faster this way to travel great distances. Naruto's eyes were wide and he nods and asked a question that has been bothering him for a while, do you have a bathroom? Lara blinked and said yeah, just go down the hallway and it's marked on the door. Naruto nods and gets up and walks down the hall and a little bit later he comes back and Lara is laying on her seat asleep and Naruto quietly sits down looking at her. Lara, whose eyes are still closed, asked tell me about your adventures, kid. Naruto said well, and he then told her about the wave mission, Chunin exams, Snow Country, Tea Country, getting Tsunade, and then Sasuke's defection. Naruto said after that last attack I woke up in front of chaos, and you know the rest. Lara smiled and said sounds like you had a lot of great adventures. Naruto said thanks though most of the time I felt like I really didn't do much. The people I wanted to save still all died, Jiji, Haku, Zabuza, Season. As he looked down. Lara's eyes softened and said you can't save everyone. Naruto asked as he looked at the floor, does everyone who make me happy have to die? Am I supposed to live all my life in pain? Lara said our lives are unpredictable. Season told you to live your life to the fullest, like there's no tomorrow. She's right. If you let the loss in your life take away from what you have in front of you then you will never find true happiness. People die, objects fade away in time and forgotten. The world still goes on, if you really want to find happiness do what you did in Wave, in Tea, and in Snow. Do what you did for Tsunade. If you do those things then people will remember you, people will look up to you, people will want to be with you. If you want to find happiness, fight for it. Don't think about what you don't have and find what you do have. You have friends you made, you have people who look up to you, you are a hero to those people. If you ask them 20 years from now who was the biggest hero in their life they will say you were. Naruto was looking at her in shock and a smile slowly formed on his lips and he said thank you. Lara said no problem. We should be getting ready to land soon so buckle up like I am. As she showed him what to do. Naruto nodded and did it, and Noah's voice came over the radio. We're preparing to land Lara. Lara said thanks Noah. With a smirk. Naruto smiled also. When they landed, Naruto followed Noah, who came out of the front of the plane, and Lara down a small ladder, and he saw a group of 3 men in camo all standing there with a jeep, and one stepped forward and said, "It's good to see you again, Croft." Lara said, "And you, Rift?" "You know Noah and the boys, Naruto." Rift looked at Naruto and said, "He doesn't appear to be much." Lara smirked and said, "I think you will find Hess full of surprises." Rift nodded and said, "This is Tagger and Butch, both joined up recently." Lara nodded and said, "Right, well let's get going." Rift said, "You have any bags?" Lara said, "Just nose. I still have my gear here, and Naruto's going to begin like a new recruit." Rift smirked and said, "A greenhorn huh. This is going to be fun. Tagger, Butch, both of you begin his training. Run him back to base." Both men said, "Sir, yes sir." As they walked over toward Naruto, and Butch screamed, "You heard him, maggot, start running down the road, move it, move it, move it." Naruto looked at Lara and received a punch in the face from Tagger, who screamed, "Don't look at her, maggot, you follow orders or you get shipped out." Naruto, who fell from the punch, rubbed his busted lip and smirked as he used what speed he had and sent a kick to Tagger mouth from a springboard, and he jumped in the air to start a barrage on him when a knife hit him in the leg, and he saw it came from Lara, and she said, "Follow orders, kid. You're here to train." As she climbed in the jeep with Noah and drove away with Rift. Naruto had landed, as did Tagger, and he pulled out the knife, and Tagger rubbed his jaw and said as he tossed a first aid kit to Naruto, "Good kick, kid, but don't get cocky. I could have killed you before that ever hit." Naruto caught the kit and threw it back and said, "It's already healed, let's go." As he began running. Both men looked at each other and then shrugged and began to run. Both were surprised Naruto was setting pace with them. A little over an hour later they arrived at a set of gates with a couple of guards who nods as they run past. Naruto began looking around, and Tagger said, "Not bad, kid, you have any kind of training?" Naruto said, "Basic academy back home." Butch asked, "Where's that?" Naruto said, "Konoha." Both men looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders, showing they never heard of it, and they slowed down as they approached a set of buildings, and Naruto said, "So what's next?" Tagger said, "Now we get you a haircut and then get you some gear." Naruto frowned and follows them as they walk into a building. They first stop at a barber who shaved Naruto's head, making him wide-eyed and thought, "My hair." As a tear appeared in his eyes. They then lead him to a supply room where another soldier quickly issued him some gear. Tagger said, "Good, now we will get you to your barracks and show you the mess hall, and then we will meet up with the general and find out what he wants done with you." As they took him to the general barracks, where he changed into a pair of camo pants and a green t-shirt, and then the mess hall where they ate lunch. After that they went toward an administrative-looking building where they saw the jeep from earlier parked, and Rift and Lara both were standing outside, and Rift said, "So, how's he stand up to our standards?" Butch said, "He's got good stamina and was able to keep pace with us the entire way. He said he had some training from an academy back in his home." Rift nods and said, "Good. Give him basic warm-ups for the rest of the day and begin training at 0400 hours tomorrow morning. Give him the full works. Lady Croft wants him up to speed fast, so don't give him any time to relax. If he can stand, he can train." Both men said, "Sir, yes sir." With a salute. Naruto watched as Lara and Rift left, and Butch said, "You heard them, get down and give me 100 push-ups." Naruto sighed as he dropped and began doing them. Tagger said, "I think this kid is making fun of us doing them that quick. Run back to barracks and grab your full gear, kid, and run back here. If you're not back 10 minutes you will be doing push-ups till dark. Move it, move it." Naruto quickly began running back to the barracks and thought, "Why can't I just kick their asses?" As he got his gear and ran back to them. Butch had a watch and said, "You took 14 minutes, kid, put your gear on your back and begin your push-up." Naruto glared as he put the pack on his back and he dropped and began doing push-ups. Tagger blinked and said, "Still too easy for you, kid, let's see how you handle a little more weight." As he grabbed the spare tire off the back of the jeep and put it on Naruto's back, and Naruto kept his pace going, the same shocking both men. Butch said, "You've done weight training before, haven't you, kid?" Naruto said, "Bite me, baldy." As he kept pace. Butch glared and said, "Really, let's see how you handle this." As he sat down on the tire. Naruto glared at him but kept going, shocking both men without missing a beat. Up in an office window 2 people were looking down, and one said, "Well, there's something you don't see every day." Lara said, "I told you the kid's impressive. I want you guys to max him out. Give him the gauntlet if you have to, but I want you to find his limits and then teach him to break them." Rift said, "Besides body conditioning, what do you want him to learn?" Lara said, "Marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat." Rift nods and said, "You owe me for this." Lara said, "The check is in the mail. I want him ready in 3 months." Rift said, "You told me a year." Lara said, "I want him up to a year's standard in 3 months." Rift blinked and looked at her and said, "You sure he can stand that, Lara? I mean, that could kill him." Lara said, "Yes. it needs to be done. As she glanced at the wall. Rift asked who is he, really? I mean you're not telling me everything. Lara said, that's because it's not me you should be asking. Ask your brother. As she turned and walked away. Rift watched her leave glaring at her, and he sighed as he glanced at the wall where his last picture of his brother was, and he asked, so what do you know about this kid? As he closed his eyes and looked out the window before walking back toward his desk. Lara, as she was walking down a hall, thought I wonder what you were doing there in Vietnam, Naruto. Naruto by the end of the day, was sweating when Butch got off and took the tire off of him and said you can quit now. Naruto falls flat on his face and thought thank God for chakra. It has been 3 months since Lara left Naruto at the military base. She walks toward a sparring circle where nearly everyone at the base was and she asks so what's going on? The private turned to her and said, who are you? His answer was a slap on the back of the head from someone who said idiot, that's Lady Croft. Let her through. Everyone seemed to move out of her way and Lara walked through the crowd and blinked as she saw Naruto panting on top of a pile of 40 men and he said in panting breath, who's next? She then looked around the crowd and then at the men on the ground and thought damn, those are most of the vets he's taken out. The rest of the grunts here haven't seen any true combat. If Hess able to take them out he's progressed faster than I thought and said I am. Naruto glanced at her and blinked a moment and said you crazy bitch, do you have any idea what these assholes have put me through? Lara said, not as much as I am about to put you through. As she quickly shed her jacket and took a stance. Naruto leaps off of the men he had beat and he said I don't want to hurt you. Lara said then let's kiss and make up. As she sent a kick at his head. Naruto ducked and went to punch her exposed ribs when she backflipped. He blocked the flip shoving her forward making her lose her balance as he charged at her. She dodged his punch and molded her body around his arm as she sent an elbow for his head. He ducked his head and tripped her foot out from under her. Lara rolled away and then mule kicked him in the chest as he turned to attack her. Naruto flew back a few feet and he rolled out of a knee driver she tried to give him. As he stood up he smirked and Lara narrowed her eyes and he sent a feint to her face while she went to duck under it only to receive a knee in the chest but she rolled with it and tripped his leg but he grabbed her arm rolling her over and pinning her to the ground with his arm across her throat and said still want to kiss and make up. Lara smirked and Naruto stiffened and looked down and found her pistol against his crotch and she said do you? Naruto said I should have known you would use those. Lara said it was all out. You should, he dove his lips on hers shocking her and he used that moment to snap her pistol from her hand and pressed it against her neck and said it was all out after all. As he jumped back. Lara glared at him and he slipped her clip out and tossed her gun back and then the clip and she reloaded it and slipped it back on her hip and said so how good is he Rift? Rift said he's on par with my elites but only because he has a speed advantage. His body adapts to weight training and allows him to increase his speed at 2-to-1 versus anyone else. In one-on-one hand-to-hand he will usually come out on top but when he get 3-on-1 he loses his advantage if he doesn't use weapons. If he uses weapons then it's around 5-to-1 odds before he gets into trouble and that's not counting marksmanship. Heavy weapons he sucks at but light firearms, he's as good as you. Lara looked at the men still on the ground and asked, how did he beat them, as she moved her head toward the pile of men. Rift said oh that. Lara said yes. Rift said as he looked sheepish well you see Naruto said give it. As he held out his hand toward Rift. Rift looked at Naruto and Lara and Naruto said, you remember the bet, give it here. Rift sighed as he reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope and handed it to Naruto. Lara asked what's that about? Naruto smirked and said just some negatives of your 21st birthday. Rift paled and Lara turned her head to Rift and said you told me those were destroyed. Rift said well you see. Lara began shooting the ground at his feet and he began to run away as she chased after him. Noah who had followed Lara there asked so what's the big deal about a picture of her on her birthday? Naruto pulled out a photo out of his back pocket and said enjoy. As he walked away. Noah looked at it and went wide-eyed and thought happy birthday indeed. I didn't know that was even possible. This will be blackmail for years. As he looked at a photo of Lara passed out drunk with a birthday hat shaped like a cone on her head with her ass sitting on her head with the cone looking like it was going in her ass and both her feet touching the ground in front of her with wearing a pair of speedos that just barely covered her. And a sports bra with a party blower in her mouth. When Lara came back she held out her hand and Naruto smirked and said as he held the envelope on one condition. Lara glared and said, and that is? Naruto said you show me that those photos have not been doctored and that you can really bend like that. Lara asked why do you want to know? Naruto said I got a bet with the cook here. He says that you really are that flexible while I think they've been doctored. If I lose I have to drink his potato whiskey. Lara smirked and said deal but not here. Naruto pocketed the envelope and said you name when and where. Lara said follow me and we will go back to my room. Naruto nods and followed her, and when they got back to her room, she sighed and felt like she was going to do a push-up and then arched her back and rolled until she matched the position she was shown to be in the photo. Naruto said okay, I believe it. As he tossed the envelope and she stood back up and said now let's go see that cook. When they got to the mess hall Ara said he lost Remy, so he's here to drink your whiskey. The man behind the counter smirked and pulled out a bottle and said remember kid, the entire bottle. Naruto sighed as he walked over and took the bottle and opened it and began to drink. As he finished it he asked what now? Both looked at him shocked and Lara said, that should have knocked you on your ass. Naruto said, one of my old senseis taught me how to go from piss drunk to sober in less than a minute. With a smirk and said not bad taste though, got any more? Remy shook his head and said damn, here I was hoping to make the hotshot captain here make a fool of himself. Lara blinked and said captain. As she looked at Naruto. Naruto scratched the back of his head and said you see, there was a sort of rivalry from another unit who stopped by the base here and this one. When they saw me sparring and didn't show any sign that I was enlisted, they sort of threatened the entire base, so I sort of challenged the captain to a one-on-one match, and he bragged and said if a civilian can kick his ass, he give me his rank and retire. Needless to say he's a civilian now. I thought he was just joking, but a couple of generals took his word to heart for some reason and overlooked me being a civilian when they heard I was here under request from you. Lara shook her head and said so you're an unlisted captain. Why am I not surprised? Naruto shrugged and Lara said so you're ready to leave. Naruto said are you going to start training me yourself? Lara said yes. Naruto said can I get my gear or does it have to stay here? Lara said no, I already paid for it so bring it along. You're going to need it. Naruto said right, I will meet you at the gate in an hour then. Lara said sounds good. Naruto turned and left and after he was gone she asked so what's really going on Remy? Remy said the base is being put on alert. There's been a couple of bombings at some of our other bases around the world. Nothing severe but a motor pool and radar site were both destroyed. Favor or not the kid still has to go. Lara nods and said okay. So how good is he really? Remy said from what I can tell he's actually gotten as good as he appears. I can't tell you how many of the guys have had to go see doc to get treated for injuries. He up at 4 every day and crashes about 11 and takes Sunday off to rest. Lara nods and said it's good to see you again Remy, I still can't believe you handed in your stars for an chef's hat. Remy said I'm an old warhorse Lara, I've been in the military since I was 18 and I'm 50 now. Military was cutting back so I either had to retire or change ranks. The fact I like to cook gave me an excuse to still be around. Lara said well take care of yourself. I got to head out. Remy nods and said see you Lara. As she turned and walked away. When Naruto met back up with her she said you ready? Naruto said yeah, just left a few surprises for the guys back at the barracks. Lara asked do I even want to know? Naruto said nope. As they left the base. Back in the barracks a poster of Naruto and the rest of the squad in a group picture all at the victory dinner after Naruto beat the shit out of the captain in the other squad and Naruto was standing on a jeep he drove through the wall when he tried to learn to drive, was plastered to the floor. When they boarded the airplane Naruto sat down in a seat and asked so what's going to happen now? Lara said I am taking you to a jungle country to an area where a tomb is I raided about 6 years ago. I have placed a picture of my room in it along with a remote that will shut off that little watch that is keeping you from jumping. I want you to find your way through the ruins and find the picture and remote. We will land about 5 miles away from the actual temple and I won't be going with you. You will have to find the temple by heading north of where we land and find the items. If you can make it back to my home through the temple then I will show you some pictures of places you appeared in history to see if you can jump to them. Either live completing your next journey or die in the temple. As a tomb raider you have to rely on yourself, your equipment and your skills. Anything and everything can be a deadly trap. You will carry only what gear you have with you. Do you understand? Naruto nods and Lara said good, get you some rest. I will wake you when we land. Naruto sighs as he tried to get comfortable and Lara looked at him and thought Hess grown a lot over the last few months. Hess almost seems like a different person, but I can tell in his eyes Hess the same. A few hours later Naruto was awoke by Lara who said this is where we part ways for now. If you can survive then I will see you soon. Good luck. Naruto said thanks. As he walked out of the plane and watched as it slowly left and he thought head north As he started to walk away from the dirt road they had landed on and thought I don't think this road was originally made to be an airstrip. As he looked around and saw jungle. He then began to trek north. As he was walking he was looking around and thought this is not like the woods back home. Snakes, spiders, what the hell is that animal? As he saw a gray-looking bear. Naruto soon found what appeared to be moss-covered stones and he began to look around and as he walked he heard the sound of creaking wood before he felt himself falling. When Naruto landed he was in a dark room and he thought great, just great. As he pulled out his flashlight and thought snakes. I hate fucking snakes. As he saw around 40 snakes all around the room he was in. He began to look and he noticed a set of stairs leading up and he slowly began walking around the snakes to make it to the steps, avoiding the snakes when they reacted to him. Soon he made it up the stairs and he saw a room with stone faces on both sides of the room and dirt-covered squares all over the room. He frowned and thought, why do I not like this? As he slowly began to step, but he felt the stone moved and jumped back and he saw something fly by and he looked and saw a little piece of wood sticking out of the wall and thought mini senbons. As he looked at the step he stepped on and then looked around the room and he put his hand together and said Kajibunshin no jutsu. And another him appeared and the clone walked over and stepped on the stone and a few seconds later it went up in smoke and Naruto blinked and thought that hit about hip level, wait, how did I know where it hit? As he created another and sent it back down to the snakes and a few moments later his eyes went wide and thought at least he killed 5 of them, but it seems like I learn whatever they do after they're destroyed. As he began to slowly walk across the room, avoiding the stones he saw that were covered with dirt to avoid being hit with the senbons. When he made it to the next room he saw a large pool in the room and he looked around and thought what now? As he tried to find a way out, but didn't see anything. He frowned and he looked at the water and thought maybe the water is rolling a little, so there must be an inlet for it and perhaps a way out. As he created another Kajibunshin and frowned and thought I need to stop using those because when I make just one I feel a lot weaker. Then the clone leapt into the water and began to swim down. A few moments later Naruto sighed as he jumped in the water and began swimming for the hole the clone found. As he made his way down he saw it looked like a man-made tunnel, so he sent chakra to his hand and began pulling himself along by grabbing the wall moving quickly. He felt his lunges burning and he soon saw he could swim up and began going as quickly as he could. He finally burst through the surface gasping for breath and he looked around and saw he was in a room like before, except he saw where someone had made a fire once and thought might have been Lara. As he climbed out and nearly fell over as he felt the extra weight from his gear on his back being wet and he sat down to rest and dry off when he heard a growl. He just barely had time to move as a wolf jumped out of the shadows at him. Naruto quickly dodged again as it tried to attack again. Naruto pulled out his knife and as the wolf tried to attack again Naruto sliced down its side. The wolf yelped as it landed and Naruto threw the knife killing it by hitting it in the head. Naruto sighed as he looked at the wolf and he got his knife and he began walking out of the room and over the next several hours, Naruto found many more traps and a few more animals that tried to attack him. He soon came to the last room he could find and he saw water was going through the room and he thought might as well. As he jumped in. He soon found himself being carried by a lot more water being pulled into an underground river hitting the walls and he had the wind knocked out of him and he tried to hold onto his breath as long as he could and right when he was seeing spots in his vision, he suddenly found himself in mid-air and he gasped air as he fell into a pool below. As he surfaced he looked around and saw a room with a modern table with some standard MRE and he got out of the water walking over and he saw the picture and a small device and he glared at them and opened the MRE and began to eat before he picked up the device and the note under it which read place on top of watch and after he did he looked at the picture and felt himself jump and he found himself in Lara house again and he heard the sound of a lock being unlocked and he turned and saw Lara and Noah walk in and Lara blinked and said, "You're getting water all over my floors." Naruto glared at her and said, "Well I did almost drown twice." Lara said, "Get over it. I don't know how you made it through there that fast but good job. Noah, get him some dry cloths and a warm meal and tomorrow we will see about sending him to the past." Noah said, "Right Lara, follow me Naruto." Naruto glared at her one last time and followed Noah. The next morning Naruto woke up and soon found his way to the main living room waiting as he looked around and saw several pictures and objects and he began to think about his life. About an hour later he heard footsteps and he saw Lara and Noah both coming into the room and Lara said, "So are you ready to start?" Naruto nods and Lara said, "Well, let's begin with the one I am most interested in." As she showed him the picture of the ancient writings and like before he disappeared. About a week later Naruto reappeared and Lara who was hanging upside down by 2 ropes landed on the ground softly and said, "Well, what happened?" Naruto was naked again and Lara eyed him and she winced when she saw his back and asked how did that happen. Naruto sighed and said the pharaoh's an asshole. He had all these people enslaved and he used whips to make them work and if they did not reach their goal for the day they were refused food and water. I refused to listen to his crap, so he decided to make an example of me and had 30 men take turns using whips on my back in front of all the slaves and said if I swore to listen to his every command that he would stop. When I was ready to break he told me to kill a slave woman who was pregnant. I told him to piss off and I jumped behind him and kicked his ass. When his guards came to save him I jumped away out of sight and they took him away to be treated. That night I went back to where the slaves were and I used jump to take them to a river about 10 miles away and I used my Kajibunshin to make it appear they were still there. The slaves then left the river getting the hell out of there, and I had all the clones stay inside the slave shelter, and when the guards came to get them I attacked the guards and kept forcing them to get more reinforcements. Finally when the pharaoh showed up I used Kyuubi chakra and told him I was his death and then I waved my hand and had each of my Kagebunshians go up in smoke and told him to retreat or I would do the same to him and his men. They fled and when I went back to the river all the slaves were gone. Lara said question, what's a Kagebunshin, what's a henge, and what does Kyuubi chakra look like? Naruto closed his eyes a moment and red chakra slowly covered his body and then he put his hand together and said Kagebunshin no jutsu. And Lara's entire mansion was filled with Naruto and then Naruto said henge. And they all changed into his harem jutsu. Lara blinked and Noah said my god, his own personal harem. Naruto released them and after everyone cawed from the smoke Lara said so that was the weapon that they talked about. So tell me, why did when you Kagebunshin changed into women, did they feel real? Naruto frowned and said I don't know. As he changed into his sexy jutsu, and he grabbed his chest and said weird, when I invented this henge I never noticed that these became real, at least I think they are real, hey Lara, are your breasts sensitive? Noah snickered and burst out laughing, and Lara eye twitched and said I don't know, perhaps you would like to find out as she walked over and grabbed Naruto nipple and twisted it, making him scream out. Lara let go and said don't you have any tact and manners? Naruto said no, not really. Nobody ever taught me any. Lara slapped her head and said Kami, why must you make blonde so dumb? Naruto had a yen appear in his head and he changed into Lara and said Kami, why am I such a stuck-up bitch, I swear, I think I need laid. In Lara voice. Lara glared at Naruto and Noah sat down and said now this is something the world would pay to see. The famous Lara Croft kicking her own ass. Lara said I don't need laid and I am not a bitch. Naruto said please, I heard all about you. You only go with the bad boys who only can stay for a one-night stand. What's wrong afraid of commitment? Lara pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Naruto and Naruto still hinged into Lara said what's wrong, did I hit a vein, I can see it in your eyes. Lara said see what, there is nothing you can see in my eyes. Naruto said as he slowly started to walk forward bullshit, you're afraid. You don't let anyone get close because you're afraid to get hurt. Riff talked about you a lot. Told me how you would volunteer for every one of the dangerous missions where odds are you wouldn't come back. He told me how you would come back and work yourself to exhaustion so you wouldn't dream. That's why you became a Tomb Raider, isn't it? You're afraid to live for the future, so you're stuck in the past. Lara's hand was trembling, and Noah started to say something when Naruto shot him a glare that promised pain, and Naruto said tell me Lara, who are you really? Are you Lara Croft, the world-famous Tomb Raider, Lara Croft, the suicidal special forces specialist, Lara Croft, knighted lady of the queen or are you Lara Croft, the woman who's so scared of losing things close to her that's just dying inside every day? As he stood right in front of her an inch from her face. Lara put her gun to Naruto temple and said get out. Naruto said who's telling me to leave, which Lara Croft is it? Noah said you heard her, get out. Naruto turned back to normal and said you're just like I was, that's why we both can't see the pain in each other's eyes. We both are scared because of our past we let it control us. Unlike you, someone showed me what I've been truly missing in my life before she died. If you took your head out of your ass you would see what's in front of you the entire time, the one who's beside you even now. I agree with you that I was sent here to learn, but I don't think it was skills I was supposed to learn from you. I think it was what I would become if I didn't change. As he grabbed his gear that Lara bought him and he was gone like he never had been there. Lara glared at where he was and said, who does he think he is? Noah sighed as he placed his hand on her shoulder. Naruto appeared in the middle of the woods and he thought great, where am I no? As he was naked again and he went into his mind and grabbed his gear and slipped it on. He then heard gunfire and a chopper overhead and he blinked as he went toward where he was hearing the gunfire and soon he saw a camp in the middle of the woods with barbed wire around it and sandbag walls. He looked around and he saw someone coming out of the woods and Naruto said hey. Drawing the person attention. The person looked at him pointing a machine gun at Naruto and said, who are you and what are you doing here? Naruto said I got lost on the road of life. As he scratched the back of his head. The person sweat dropped and said who are you and what company are you? Naruto said Captain Naruto Uzumaki, Special Forces of Her Majesty Royal Forces. The person asked what are you doing here Brit? Naruto thought quickly and said my squad and I were to be deployed I got separated or jump when I was blown of course from our LZ. First time here, so I just heard the sound of gunfire and came to check it out so I could hopefully hook back up with my unit. The person said you look a little young to be here kid or captain. Naruto said screwed the co-wife and got promoted and then sent here after he found out. The guy snickered and said you know, that actually sound a lot like me, except it was the general daughter. The name's Private First Class Eddie Total, but you're going to have to see the colonel about what to do with you Brit. Don't try any funny business and I will take you to see him, but if you try anything friendly or not you're going home in a bag." As he motioned with his gun. Naruto nods and walks toward the camp as he felt the guy behind him still had his gun on him. Naruto was watching as they walked and saw some men putting bamboo spikes out of the ground, and Eddie said punji sticks, but we don't dip them in the same stuff Charlie does. Move. Naruto nods and soon walked up a small hill where he could see an American flag and soon saw a strong-built blackish-brown hair, and Eddie said, "Colonel Kirby, I got a guy here to see you." Kirby turned and said as he eyed Naruto, "Yeah, what you want?" Naruto sighed and said, "Name's Naruto Uzumaki, Captain, Special Forces of Her Majesty Royal Forces. Got blowed of course from the rest of my unit and by the time I made it to the LZ it appeared they had already moved out. Been in the woods a couple of days and heard the activity from the camp here. Private here was coming out of the woods when I called to him to alert him of my presence, and now here I am." Kirby glanced at Eddie and said, "So what's your unit doing out here? Communications haven't been that great lately, so we hadn't heard anything about any of you boys being here in our area, and with Charlie around your unit's most likely on radio silence." Naruto thought they both referred to Charlie, and Noah said, "I was in Vietnam so perhaps that's where I am. I hope so, or I am as good as dead with the shit I'm saying," and said we were suspects to be a recon and deployment into a possible gathering of VC heads. "That's all I can say." Kirby frowned and said, "I see, total. Get this guy squared away in the barracks but stay with him. Until I can get info from HQ, I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt for now, since our outpost here is short supplied and could use another set of hands. Stow your gear and then help with setting up the northern wall. We're still trying to repair from our last encounter with a local VC." Naruto said, "Thank you Colonel," with a salute. Kirby punched Naruto in the face and said, "What the hell you doing boy, you a damn greenhorn, don't you know not to salute in wartime in enemy territory?" Naruto rubbed his jaw and said, "Sorry sir, I just recently been deployed sir, so I haven't actually seen any combat." Kirby said, "Then how the hell did you make it here and survive a couple of days out there?" Naruto said, "Real lucky I guess, I'm good at aviating detection, when I want to be." Kirby said, "Well don't do it again, we got VC everywhere." Naruto said, "Sir, yes sir." As he stood up. Kirby said, "Get him out of here before I decided to put a bullet in him private." Eddie said, "You heard him, let's go." Naruto nods and follows Eddie, and Eddie said, "You know that was pretty stupid." Naruto said, "It's a talent." Eddie sighed and said, "You're just like my brother Rick." Naruto stopped and thought, "No way, Hess the general brother." And said, "Your brother in the forces?" Eddie said, "Yeah, Hess in Her Majesty forces like you. Got set up by his girl to take the fall for some robbery after he moved there and became legal resident, and he either had to join up or go to jail so he enlisted. Hadn't seen him since I got drafted though." Naruto said, "Don't worry, I'm sure Hess doing great." Eddie smiled and said after they stowed Naruto's stuff, "Come on, let's go work on the wall." Naruto and Eddie began working on the wall, and he talked to the others as he learned how they set up traps, and at the end of the day when the wall was finished, a guy said, "Hey, let's take a picture and show we actually had a wall here before Charlie comes back and breaks it down." Naruto snickered at that along with the other guys, and they lined up on top of the wall with Eddie and Naruto side by side, and the picture was taken, and Naruto went back after getting something to eat and fell asleep shortly after that. A few hours later Naruto heard the alarms go off and gunfire echoing as he jumped out of bed and grabbed his stuff and was heading out of the door when an explosion rocked the barracks and he jumped again as the building collapsed. When Naruto awoke he found himself in the middle of a camp with a bunch of people in animal skin cloths and feathers, and he thought, "Oh boy." As he sighed. Naruto soon found himself being led before an elderly-looking man which reminded him a lot of the Hokage, and even though Naruto could tell they were speaking a different language, he also could understand every word, and after the man asked who he was, pale one Naruto said, "I am Naruto Uzumaki and I am the traveler learning the ways of the world." Having studied a little about American history trying to remember Season, he recognized the people as Native Americans and knew a little about their ways. The chief then asked how he got there and why his men found him in the woods asleep. And Naruto said, "I came across Great Sea and have been traveling looking for food and shelter." The chief asked, "Are you a warrior?" Naruto said, "I have been to protect my people, but that's been long ago." The chief eyed Naruto and asked, "What do you plan, Pale One?" Naruto said, "May I learn the ways of your people? I wish to learn all things I can." The chief thought several moments before agreeing, and Naruto over the next 4 years was taught the ways of their people about hunting, traveling, trapping, fishing, weapon making. Naruto enjoyed his time there, but then Naruto awoke after feeling himself jump again, and he blinked and saw himself staring down a very familiar looking set of pistols. Naruto said, "Hello Lara." Lara said, "Hello Naruto, been a while." Naruto said, "Yeah it has. So what do I owe the pleasure of the usual friendly greeting?" Lara said, "You scared my daughter when you jumped here." Naruto said, "Really, who's the lucky guy?" Lara smirked as she put the gun away and said, "Noah." Naruto blinked and smiled as Lara sat down and said, so have you been? Naruto said good, spent a day in Nam, and then 4 years with a tribe of Indians in North America. Lara said I see, so why are you here? Naruto said don't know, I went to bed in my tipi and then I woke up here. Lara sighed and said, it's been nearly 8 years since you were last here. Naruto said I see, time's strange I guess. I feel like I am losing myself every now and then. Lara asked found happiness. Naruto said friends yeah, loves no. Lara said look, I want to say something. I am glad you jumped back here because now I can tell you thank you. Naruto blinked and asked what? Lara said after you left I lost it, you had blew my emotions completely away, I shot Noah. Naruto blinked and asked is he okay? Lara said yeah, Hess taking Naruka to her piano lesson. Naruto said Naruka, I'm honored. Lara smiled and said thanks, I wanted to say thanks, because if you wouldn't have done what you did, I never would have shot Noah, and then never would have seen what I was really missing. You were right, he was right beside me the whole time, and I ignored him. As he laid in the hospital bed I realized his feelings for me, and I tried to hide from him, but the bastard put a homing chip under my skin, so he could always find me. I went down a tomb in South America and thought for sure I was going to die when it caved in on me. The little bugger contacted a few associates and tracked me down and saved my ass. I gave up raiding and we got married and had Naruka. Noah named her while I was still out from labor. Showed me if it wasn't for you we wouldn't have had her so thanks. Naruto smiled and said I'm glad you finally found happiness and opened your eyes. I don't know why I did it, but I just couldn't stand seeing the pain in your eyes, and I remembered when I kissed you, Noah wanted to strangle me afterwards but kept his calm, but I could see the hate in his eyes. Lara said be right back. As she left the room. Naruto looked down and saw he was in a pair of silk pajama pants and thought that's new. As Lara came back with a bag and said keep this with you so when you jump again you can have it. Inside are the directions on how to make bullets and gunpowder, my guns, holsters, and also a few other things I think you might like. I figure if I don't need them any longer then you might make use of them. As she handed the bag to Naruto. Naruto grabbed it and said thanks as he was gone again. Lara sighed and said goodbye. As she looked down. A few moments later she heard the door open and a scream of mommy, so she smiled and walked to the living room where Noah and her daughter was, and Noah asked so where is he? Lara said gone again, but I got to talk to him and tell him thanks. Noah said think he might be back again. Lara said I doubt it. I think the Oracle decided to give him closure and us as well. Hess lost in time. Naruka asked who was he mommy. Lara smiled and said a very old friend. Noah said a young depending on him. Naruto found himself jumping all over time, learning skills, meeting people, soon he found himself having nearly forgotten about Konoha, and then when he jumped he found himself in a hospital bed and standing in front of him was another man who looked like himself and said well, this is different. The other him said who are you, and how did you get in my office, and why were you naked? Naruto as he eyed the other man in the room soon saw one thing different and said you're the Yondaime, aren't you? The Yondaime said yes I am, now answer my question. Naruto sighed and asked what day and year is it? The Yondaime said June 1 of 479 AC, why? Naruto said do you know anyone by the name of Uzumaki? The Yondaime narrowed his eyes and said why? Naruto said my name is Naruto Uzumaki. The Yondaime asked tell me Naruto, where are you from and how did you get here? Naruto sighed and said believe it or not, but I am not even born yet. The Yondaime said so what, you want me to believe you're a time traveler or something? Naruto said a water balloon, a rubber ball and an air balloon. Those are the 3 steps to learning the Rasengan. Arasanin taught it to me when we were looking for Tsunade to be the Godame Hokage after the Sandaime's death. The Yondaime asked and where am I in your so-called history? Naruto said channel chakra to my stomach and you should be able to tell your own seal to know the answer. As he looked at the wrist binder holding him down. The Yondaime walked over and channeled chakra to Naruto's stomach and gasped as he looked at Naruto's face and said, why don't you start telling me from the beginning what's going on? Naruto sighed and told him about Kyuubi, the villager, his life, Sasuke, then chaos, and told him how Hess been jumping around time ever since. By the end of the tale the Yondaime said so you never knew who your parents were. Naruto said no, but if I were to take a guess I think I know one of them right now and by you telling me the day mom should be pregnant with me right now. Am I right? The Yondaime said perhaps, I want to run a Bluetooth to prove your story. Naruto shrugged and then jumped out of bed and said that's better, my ass was going to sleep. The Yondaime blinked and looked at the bed and saw Naruto had some cloths appear on his body and he said, was that what you meant by being able to summon things and your jumping ability? Naruto nods and the Yondaime shakes his head and said, don't do it again or I will doubt what you have told me until we get this Bluetooth to see if you are really who you claim. Naruto nods and they soon walk into a hospital lab and a woman with red hair walks up and said, what can I do for you Hokage-sama? Beyond Aim closed the door leaving just the three of them in the room and said, I need a paternity test done on this person. The woman looked at Naruto and blinked and said sure. Who should I cross the sample with? Beyond Aim said myself, and, you. Naruto head ripped around and then looked at the woman standing before him and his mouth moved up and down and the woman blinked and said what? Beyond Aim said I would like you to meet Naruto Uzumaki. He claims to be from the future. As you can see he looks a lot like me but. The woman eyes Naruto for several moments and nods slowly and said it's nice to meet you Naruto. Naruto said who are you? I mean, all I know about either of you is that Hess the Yondaime. I never knew either of my parents or their name since they both died the day I was born. The woman eyes glossed over and she looked down and said I see. I am Kushina Uzumaki, former ninja of Whirlpool. The Yondaime said I am Minato Namikaze. Naruto looked back and forward and asked am I a bastard? Both parents sweat dropped and Kushina with a deadpan expression on her face said no. We've been married for over a year. Naruto said oh. Then why wasn't I named Namikaze then? It would have made my life a whole lot easier. Minato said I don't know Naruto, but we need to run that test. Naruto nods and Kushina takes blood samples and blinks when Naruto arm heals and then she takes samples of her and Minato blood. They sit in silence for about 10 minutes and then she looks at the machine and the results and she said well, with 96% accuracy Hess hours. There are a few differences but I figures it has something to do with the healing deal I saw. She then turns to Naruto and said so, tell me about Yasuo's son. Naruto then proceeds to tell her about his life and when he was finished Kushina was ready to destroy Konoha along with Minato. Minato asked so how long are you here for? Naruto said I don't know, I have stayed anywhere from a few hours to several years. It all depends on what I was sent there for. Minato frowns and said so you never really had any trainers growing up and you're supposed to start over at 4 right? Naruto said that's what I was told. Minato said, and you can keep anything you have on you or you're holding when you jump right. Naruto nods and Minato said then how would you like to begin training under your mother and I? We both know Kagebunshin and I can have them running my duties at the office as well as sealing stuff and I can teach you about sealing and Kushina here can teach you about herself and also while our clones are teaching yours we can get to spend time as a family. Naruto said I would like that. Minato said good, finish what you have to today dear, you're going on medical leave early. Kushina nods and Naruto smiles and over the next 5 months, Naruto spent time with his parents while the village was basically ran by Kagebunshins. Naruto sighed as he looked at his mother in labor and he thought back to what he had learned. Flashback. Naruto had entered his mind and the oracle said now Naruto, I am glad to see you again. Naruto said yeah, what do you want? The mirror said I have given you this time to be with your parents, but you cannot save them. Your mother will die shortly after giving birth to you and your father will die sealing Kyuubi. If you try to stop these things from happening I will send you away before the time I decided to and destroy your memories of them. This is your last jump before you will awaken as your 4-year-old self. Everyone you have met here in Konoha will never remember you during this time because this is a different timeline, also the things you have affected in the past will be different as well, returning almost as if they never happened. The only proof you will have is the items you carry with you. When you return to Konoha at the age of 4 your body will be that of your 4-year-old self, but you will have the ability to jump anywhere you have been or seen in that timeline, and you also will be able to go back in time from the moment at 4 on to any point you want after that moment so you can make yourself a legend. Think of it as your one chance to do what you want while doing what is also right, but remember each time you go back in time, it will be like you have used an entire tale of Kyuubi. You can only do it 8 times a day, so make sure you do it right and don't waste them. If you die that will automatically rewind you back in time to the age of 4, starting you all over with the last tale of Kyuubi power you have. This will be the last time you and I will speak. It will be all up to you when you return. You will slowly absorb Kyuubi power into you, but you can't call on it like you did in your fight against the Uchiha Haku. You go back in time by either picturing things around you going backwards for a small jump back, or by picturing yourself at the moment in time you want to go back to like you do when you jump for long legs of time. If anyone asks about your power you can tell them that story your father came up with since it was actually a very good one and believable. If anyone asks what's it do and you don't want to tell them then tell them go screw themselves and never tell anyone about time travel besides what your dad's story was. Now go. Then flashback. Naruto sighed as he saw himself being born and he held his mother's hand as she began to fade away and he heard her say my son, please use this second chance to find yourself happiness and love. No matter what you do I will always love you. Naruto smiled as he watched her hold his newborn self. He can feel the power of Kyuubi all the way here and he looked over at his father who had sad eyes and he said, remember son, we will be proud of you. Give them hell son, teach them what you really can do and why they should fear you. Naruto smiled and said I love you both. as his father pulled him and his mother into a hug. After the hug was broke, Naruto disappeared and Kushina cried as she looked at the Naruto in her arms and said, Minato, is there anything we can do? Minato said, it's all in his hands now, my love, Naruto Uzumaki, you will change the world and we will watch as the stars are made to honor you. As he looked at his dying wife and son, waiting until she passes on before he would leave to seal Kyuubi. Naruto blinked as he slowly opened his eyes and thought, what happened, why do I feel so weak? As he looked at his hand that he rubbed his face with and went wide-eyed seeing his small hand. Naruto looked around and saw himself in a hospital room and he entered his mind and he saw that everything from his adventures were there and he walked over to one of the scrolls his parents had made him carry all the time. He found some money in it as well as some cloths and he left his mind and imagined the cloths on him and frowned and thought they're a little big. As they were bigger than he thought he was at 4. Naruto then looked at his cloth's arms and he threw a punch and thought, God, I am so weak right now. I need to seriously train. As he heard the Sandaime talking outside his room. Naruto frowned and when the third walked in he saw Naruto sitting on the bed and said, how are you feeling, Naruto? Naruto said, weak. The third said, that's understandable, you were hurt pretty badly, Naruto. Do you know why you were without cloths on, Naruto, and where did you get those cloths? Naruto blinked and said, Kyuubi gave them to me. The third frowned and said, Naruto, what are you talking about, Kyuubi? Naruto smirked as he concentrated and he watched as time rewound and he waited until he found himself naked again and then heard the third voice and saw the third open the door and said, how are you feeling, Naruto? Naruto said, better once I can get some cloths. The third said, about that, when you were found you didn't have any cloths. Do you know what happened to them? Naruto said, no, I don't. Do you think you can help me get some cloths? The third said, of course, Naruto, would you like some ramen also? Naruto said, yes. The third nods and he puts his hands on Naruto's shoulder and both left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto found himself appearing in a store with the third and Naruto frowned as he felt Kai and he saw the third glaring at the man behind the counter and Naruto said, hey old man, can I get some shinobi cloths? I heard someone say they last longer because they are made better than civilian cloths. The third said, sure. As he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder again. They soon appeared inside another store with Naruto in a hospital gown and the third saw a man behind the counter with about a 5-year-old daughter and the third saw Naruto turn and look and he said hello. The man behind the counter said, hello to you also. How can I help you today, Hokage-sama, and who is this young man? The third said, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said, Namikaze. As he was looking around the store. The third froze as he turned to look at Naruto and asked, what do you mean, Naruto? Naruto said, when I was in the hospital I had a weird dream about a red-haired woman named Kushina Uzumaki and a blonde guy named Minato Namikaze. I was in the woman's arm and she was rocking me with tears in her eyes and then I watched as she handed me to the blonde guy who cried and called me his son and then he drew something on my stomach, he called me Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I don't remember the rest of it. The third and the man behind the counter both were pale and Naruto found a pair of black ninja pants in his size, some ankle and wrist weights, and a black shirt with some steel-toed boots and he said, hey, can I try these on? Ignoring the shocked look. The girl seeing both men froze said, yeah, the dressing room's right there through the door. Naruto nods and steps in slipping on the cloths and he stepped out and said, hey old man, how do I look? The third shook his head and looked at Naruto and said, you look like a mini ninja, Naruto. Naruto said, yeah, I wanted to try to find a white cloak like the guy in my dream had, but I didn't see any. The third said, Naruto, that dream you had, do you remember anything else? Naruto frowned a moment like he was in thought and said, yeah, a word. The third asked, what word is that? Naruto thought a moment and asked, what's a Jinchuriki? As he looked around the room. The third paled again and the man behind the counter asked, kid, come here a moment. I need to get something. As he walked out of the room. Naruto walked over and said, hey cutie, what's your name? The girl behind the counter said, I'm Tenten. Boys are icky. Naruto said, want to see a trick? Tenten nods and Naruto put his hands together and the third was shocked when Naruto was covered in smoke and instead of Naruto standing there was now Kushina and Naruto said, now I'm a girl too so I'm not icky. Is his mother's voice. When the man came out of the back he paled and said, Kushina. Naruto released his henge and the third asked, how did you do that, Naruto, and who was that you henged into? Naruto scrunched his nose and said, I saw someone doing it one day when I was walking around town and the woman was the one from my dream. Why? The third said, that's very good, Naruto. How do you already know how to draw on chakra? Naruto asked, what's chakra? Making both the third and the man fall in I'm style. The man shook his head and said, Naruto, can you do me a favor and put some blood on this? The third said, what is that, Dustin? Naruto said, sure. Ignoring the third's question as he bit his thumb and went to put some blood on the scroll only for the third to grab Naruto's hand and said, Naruto, I think that's all for today. Dustin, can you send the bill to my office for the stuff Naruto has on? Dustin said sure and Naruto, come back here anytime you need supplies. Naruto said sure. Oh, and Tenten, I found this in the changing room, I think it's yours. As he handed her an envelope. Everyone seemed confused and the third disappeared with Naruto in a swirl of leaves. Dustin said what's in the envelope dear? Tenten said I don't know dad. As she looked at the envelope. Dustin said well go ahead and open it. Tenten opens it and gasped and said dad look. Dustin looked and saw a picture of Tenten in her mom's arms with Dustin beside his wife at the hospital the day Tenten was born. Dustin asked, but how? All pictures of your mom were destroyed during the Kyuubi attack and we didn't own this shop then. Tenten flipped over the picture and read out loud. To my husband and daughter. This was the happiest moment of my life second to the day I married your father. Love. Kayla. The third appeared in his office with Naruto and asked Naruto about that dream you had, don't tell anyone else about it. I don't know what it is you saw, but it could cause a lot of trouble. Naruto said so you want me to act like what I heard and saw wasn't real. The third frowned and said I. Naruto said look, I don't really think that was a dream, I think it was a memory because the thing he drawed is on my stomach. If you don't want me using that name then tell me the truth about everything right now. I will keep my mouth shut. It's not like anyone would believe me anyways. The third frowned and said I can't tell you. Naruto said then I guess we have nothing else to talk about. Thanks for the cloths. I will pay you back when I get some money. As he turned and walked out of the room. The third sighed and Naruto as he left the office went down the hall and then he turned the corner and saw that no one was around and he used his note from this moment on when Naruto jumps it will be called BBBBBB to jump out of the village and he appeared in a gambling town he visited with Jiraiya when he was looking for Tsunade. Naruto walked through town looking for a gambling hall and when he found one he thought would be good, he slipped into an alley and hinged himself into his adult form with black hair and he made the money his parent gave him appear in his hand and he walked into the gambling hall and walked over to a hand table and he said mind if I join. The man who had the die said you got any money? Naruto said this enough. As he held out around 4,000. 00. The man who had the die said sure, place your bet, Chovaner handed. Naruto placed all his money on the table and said ciao. The man rolled the dice and it came out hand and Naruto smirked as he rewound time and then when he saw he went far enough back the man said sure, place your bet, Joe, or Han. Naruto placed all his money on the table and said Han. The man rolls the dice and Naruto won and he got back his 4,000 and 4,000 more. Naruto said Cho. As he placed all his money again. The man passed the dice and it came out Cho and Naruto now had 16,000. Naruto then placed the 16,000 on the table and said Han. And when it came out Cho he rewound time again and said Cho. And then had 32,000. Naruto placed 2,000 on the table and said Cho. And he watched as it came out Han and Naruto said, I guess you can't win them all. As he placed the 30,000 on the table and said Han. When it rolled out it came out Han and Naruto placed 10,000 on the table and said Cho. It came out Han and he sighed and said I guess I better stop well ahead. As he took the 50,000 he won and started out the den. A man said hey, what's your name? Naruto turned and said none K's. As he walked out. As Naruto walked down an alley he felt someone following him and he BBB back to the Hokage monument and he frowned as it was getting late and he thought I don't have time to find a safe place to sleep tonight, might as well stay there. As he BBB to the tower in the forest of death and he found himself a room to sleep in for the night. The next day Naruto felt weak and thought okay, first thing I need to do is help my body get stronger. As he took off the weights he got the day before and bit his thumb and thought thank you dad for teaching me seals. As he drew gravity seals on both arm and leg weights. He then had them go up from 5 lbsx4. He then BBB'd just outside the village and he hinged into his older self with black hair and he walked to the gates and the guard said as they saw him approach, halt, who are you and what business do you have here? Naruto said the name's Nun K's and I wanted to move to Konoha to become a citizen. The Chunin at the gate said where are you from? Naruto said I traveled mostly all my life since my parents died during the Kyuubi rampage a few years back when I was still a kid. Decided I wanted to find a place to settle down and perhaps start a family. The Chunin said well, you have any job skills? Naruto said I have a few skills, metal fabrication, cloth making, and a few other odds and ends I picked up over the years. The Chunin nods and said you will need to go to the Hokage tower to get registered and then go from there. Naruto said of course, must make dot all the I's and cross all the T's. With a smile as he walked through the village with the passport the guards gave him. Naruto kept a normal walk and kept his chakra suppressed as he walked toward the Hokage tower. Soon Naruto made it to the tower and the first floor which is for general civilian status amongst other things was located there and he soon found the room he was looking for and entered. The woman behind the counter said yes, can I help you? Naruto said yes, I wish to move to Konoha and I was told I need to get my citizenship papers in order here. The woman behind the counter said of course. I will just need your name, age, and family status. Naruto said well my name's Nunkaze. As for my age I am not sure. My parents died when I was young during the Kyuubi rampage and I know what day I was born but not the year. The woman sighed and said well give me your birthday then. Naruto said ironic as it is October 10th. The same day I was born was the same day my parents died. With a frown. The woman said I see. I am sorry for your loss, I will just put you down as being a legal adult and your birthday is October 10th, what is your family status? Naruto said I have no family. I was going to get married, but she was killed by a bandit who robbed her store a few years back. The woman said you have had it bad huh? Naruto said yeah, that's why I wanted to start a fresh start here. The woman nods and said I just need your signature here on the bottom and your civilian status will be confirmed. Naruto signed it and the woman said so, what do you plan to do about housing? Naruto said well I am actually looking for something away from the actual village. I have traveled a lot and the noise of town disturbs my sleep so I want something that within the village but not in the actual village. The woman frowned and said well, I do know a place that fits that description but you would have to talk to the current owner. Naruto said really, where can I find this person? The woman said well. He's sort of hard to get to talk to. His name's Hada Kakashi. Naruto thought shit. And said really, where can I find him? The woman said well, you would have to talk to the Hokage to meet him. Naruto said really, okay. I guess I will go see him then. Do you know any other place just in case he refuses? The woman said no, sorry. Everything else I have is inside the village. Naruto nods and walks out the door and thought not good, if I screw up a moment Kakashi and the old man will nail me. As he slowly made his way to the Hokage office. When he got outside the Hokage office the secretary said yes, can I help you? Naruto said yes, I was told to speak to the Hokage about a matter by the lady down in registration. The secretary said well, the Hokage is in a meeting at the moment. If you would like to wait he can see you in a little bit. Naruto nods and walks over to the sitting area and he frowns as he feels his chakra running low and he held out his hand and a small soldier pill appeared and he ate it discreetly. Naruto then sat down and waited for about 20 minutes when the door opened and Naruto looked down as he saw the two advisors and Danzo walk by and he frowned as Danzo glanced at him. Naruto waited and the secretary said you can go in now. Naruto nods and walks in and the third said as he looked up from his paperwork yes, can I help you? Naruto said yes, I was told by the lady down in registration that there was a place I might be able to buy, but I would have to talk to the owner and I was told I would have to speak with you in order to talk to him. The third said who is it you need to speak to? Naruto said Haddock something. The third said Hada Kakashi. Naruto said yeah, that's the name. The third said I see, so you're wanting the Haddock residence. May I inquire why? Naruto said well you see, I am new here and I have been a traveler for years and I want to settle down, but I don't want to be around the noise of the actual village when I try to sleep. The third said I see. Well, Hess not here at the moment. Hess gone on a mission right? Just then an Anbu in a dog mask appeared and the third said well as I was saying Hess gone on a mission at the moment but if you don't mind waiting outside my office a little while he should return shortly. Naruto nods and turns and stops looking at the Anbu and said you know, I think I met you once when I was younger Inu-san. You saved my life from a group of bandits that had me and about 30 other people held hostage in a village north of here. Inu said I am sorry, but I don't remember. Naruto said sorry, I guess a random face in the crowd would be hard to remember. Just in case it was you I want to say thanks. Well I must be going, sorry to disturb you and Hokage-sama. I will wait outside like you asked. As he turned and walked out of the office. After he left the office Naruto sat down and waited. Inside the office the third said report. Inu said I searched everywhere I could for him but couldn't find him at the moment. The third sighed and said very well, we will wait a few hours and search for him again. For now what do you think of our friend who just left? Inu said well, I am not sure. He looks familiar, but the story he told could have been true about meeting me in a town north of here. It's happened several times up there but there is something off about him. I can't put my finger on it. The third said I agree. He feels like Hess hiding himself, but I couldn't detect a hinge. Inu said what do you want to do sir? The third frowned and said Inu, do you still want to sell your father's house? Inu said yeah, I moved to town and it's just sitting out there, why? The third said that man was told about it by the lady at registration. Hess wanting to buy it. I want you to let him buy it, but under the condition that you can do surprise inspections of it for the first year. Tell him there have been a group of bandits who've been buying building and using them for illegal activity and then abandoning them. Inu said I see, so that way I could go in and keep an eye on him to check what Hess really doing. The third nods and Inu said very well. When do you want me to start? The third said now if possible. Inu nods and leaves Shushins away. Naruto sighed and a few minutes later he sees Kakashi arrive and thought nice try Kakashi. And Kakashi walked over to him and said hi, I'm Hada Kakashi. I received word you were looking for me. Naruto stood up and said yeah, I am Nunkaze. I am moving here to Konoha and I wanted to get a place away from the actual village but still be part of Konoha and I was told that you had a place that could foot that bill. Kakashi said yeah, I do but it's not cheap. Naruto said well before we talk price can I see the place? Kakashi nods and said follow me. As he began to lead them through the village and then toward where the house was. Naruto soon saw a 3-story brick home and he raised an eyebrow and said impressive, so how much land is with it? Kakashi said, remember that brick wall and gate we went by a little earlier? There's a fence that goes all the way around this property because my father raised wolves so he kept them inside the grounds here. It's about 20 acres. Naruto said what about the house, what is it like? Kakashi said it's got 4 bedrooms and 2 baths on the second floor, the top floor has the master bedroom and a master bath as well as a sunroom. The bottom floor has a kitchen that could easily allow 10 cooks to work, a study though all the jutsu scrolls, books and other relics have been taken out. Naruto said relics. As he raised an eyebrow. Kakashi said yes, like my father's sword and other things like that. Naruto said I had a friend a few years back collected relics as a courier. Very nimble. With a smirk. Kakashi said anyways there is also a large dining room and comfort room on the bottom floor. Naruto asked what about a basement? Kakashi said there is one, but it's mostly a laundry room. This was originally a clan house, but the rest of the family died out during the first Great Ninja War. Naruto said I see, so what are you asking for this place? Kakashi said well I want 130,000 for it, but that's not all. Naruto frowned and said oh, what else? Kakashi said you see, there's been a bunch of trouble with bandits in the area who are buying places and using them for illegal activity before destroying the places and though I don't live here anymore, it does have sentimental value, so I want the right for the first year to make surprise inspection. To ensure you're not doing anything illegal. Naruto frowned but said fine, but I request you not enter without me because I have things I don't want to be taken. Relics my friend gave me that people might want to steal if they find out. Deal. Kakashi said deal. Naruto said I can have the money by tomorrow morning. Kakashi said alright, I will have the paperwork here at say 10 AM. Naruto said fine. I will meet you here then and thanks. Kakashi said no problem. Well I must be going. Naruto said yeah, me too. As Naruto turned and began walking away and Kakashi shushing away. Naruto waited until he was gone and he beat to the gambling town from the previous day. Naruto still in Henge appeared in the gambling town again and walked toward another den and walked in and said hello, any open seats for Chohan. The man who was sitting there glared at Naruto and Naruto blinked as he saw someone he recognized and thought Tsunade, if She's here then where's Shizune? As he looked around. Tsunade said Han. And it came out Joe. She sighed and said that's it, I'm broke. Naruto said you're Tsunade aren't you? Tsunade looked at Naruto and said yeah, what of it? Naruto said does she owe anyone any money here or is she current? The man with the die said she's 100,000 in debt. Why, you going to pay her debt? Naruto reached into his pocket and said Tsunade, tell you what, I got 50,000 right here. If you agree to be my partner for the game I will pay off your debt either way. As he held out the money and Tsunade's eyes got wide and she said fine. Naruto smirked and sat the money on the table and said Han. The dice rolled and came out Han and Naruto said Joe. As he shoved his winning together for another bet. The man with the die said we can't cover that. Naruto said yes you can. If I win then Tsunade marker is cleared, if not you get all this money. The man said fine. And rolled it and it came out Han. Naruto smirked as he saw time roll back and said Han. As he shoved his winning together for another bet. The man with the die said we can't cover that. Naruto said yes you can. If I win then Tsunade marker is cleared, if not you get all this money. The man said fine. And rolled it and it came out Han and he cursed and Tsunade said you won. Naruto nods and said one more time. As he shoved 50,000 and the owner said bank closed. Naruto said alright, I guess I can go to another den then, want to join me Tsunade? Tsunade said sure. As she looked at the money in Naruto's hand. The owner said what's your name? Naruto said Nunkaze. The owner said you're the guy who cleaned out Brack's den across the road, aren't you? Naruto shrugged and said I only won a few times. Tsunade grabbed Naruto's arm and frowned a moment as she glanced at him and they walked out of the den and she asked okay, what's the genjutsu for? Naruto said let's just say I'm not legal and leave it at that. Besides, I need to win some more money and anything I win after I double this you can have. As he held up his money. Tsunade frowned and said deal. Just then a female voice of Tsunade-sama. was heard and Naruto blinked and thought Shizun's young. As he said hello there. Shizun looked at Naruto and Tsunade said if you're going to flirt with my assistant drop the henge. Naruto frowned and said alas you know I can't. As he walked into another den. A half hour later Naruto walked out with a smile on his face and Tsunade walked out with a shit-eating grin. Shizun was gaping at Naruto and Tsunade said, so Gaki, want to show us what you really look like? Naruto said tell you what. I won't tell you now but keep an eye out for this in the future. As he held out his hand and Tsunade and Shizun's eyes got wide and Tsunade cracked her knuckles and went to punch Naruto when he used BBB to disappear, leaving Tsunade with the money he promised and Tsunade screamed that little thief. As she touched her chest and blinked and looked down and said what the hell. Shizun said what is it Tsunade? Tsunade pulled out her necklace and Shizun said, but he had that. Tsunade said I don't know. As she looked around. Naruto appeared back in the forest of death and after taking a shower in the tower went to sleep. The next day Naruto walked up to where Kakashi was standing outside of his father's home and he asked so do you have the money? Naruto said yeah, you got the title. Kakashi nods and Naruto pulls out a scroll and unseals bundles of money and he counts them out to Kakashi and Kakashi said well here you go. As he handed Naruto the title. Naruto takes it and said thank you. Now if you don't mind I need to start moving in. Kakashi nods and asks so how do you have a blood seal on your money scroll? Naruto said my father was a seal master. As he walked into the house. Kakashi frowned as he walked away. Inside Naruto sighed and said finally. As he released the hinge and he frowned as he looked at the weights on his arm before raising them to 5 lbsx6. He then began walking around the house unsealing scrolls his parents had gave him with all the stuff from their house minus pictures for now. He then began unsealing some of the stuff he got through time and he frowned and said well I need to get me a forge now as well as a few other things. Naruto looked at his money he had left and frowned as he BBB back to the gambling town and he hinged into his older self as he began to walk through the town and frowned when he saw several of the dens closing up when they saw him. He finally found one and he walked in and the man said sorry buddy. Your luck's too good so we got no games for you. Naruto sighs and walks back out and sees Tsunade leaning against a wall with her arms crossed with Shizun and taunted and Naruto said I figured you both would be gone by now. Tsunade asked how do you have that? Naruto said I earned it. Now if you don't mind I got to find another town to gamble in because I need money. As he looked around and frowned and said which way is the closest gambling town. Tsunade said about a day west of here. Naruto said thanks as he turned and began to walk toward the town Tsunade mentioned. He heard both Tsunade and Shizun begin following him and he sighed and said sorry but I need to get there today, so see ya. As he BBB a mile down the road shocking both women before doing it again and again and again. Tsunade looked at Shizun who nods and both took off running through the trees. Naruto BBB for the next 2 hours and he soon saw a town appeared and when he got there he blinked as he saw Tsunade and Shizun leaning against a wall at the entrance to the village. He sighed and said so, why didn't you tell me there was a shortcut? Tsunade said you never asked. So tell me, who are you? Naruto said none case. Tsunade said what do you really look like under that hinge? Naruto smirked and said what hinge? Tsunade said brat, you know what hinge, when I grabbed your arm, that first day I detected the genjutsu, and you said it's because you're not legal. Naruto said, and what, you going to rat me out? I help you pay off your debt, now I need some more money, before I go back home. As he walked past them. Shizun asked where's that? Naruto said Konoha. Walking past both women who were frozen. Naruto was walking and both women were following discreetly when Naruto looked around and walked into a den. Tsunade quickly came in behind him and Naruto had just sat his money on Cho. Tsunade watched as he won and then she walked over and she placed her money she had from him winning the day before and placed the same bet as him. When they won Naruto shook his head because Tsunade had placed 25,000 on the bet and he only placed 10,000. This continued for 3 more rounds before the banker closed up and Naruto had 40,000 and Tsunade had 100,000. Naruto left and went to another den and did the same again, but only 2 times because Tsunade was breaking the bank. Naruto went to one more place and after one time the bank closed. Naruto now had 320,000 and Tsunade now had 800,000. Naruto walked out and Tsunade said you're my new good luck charm. Naruto turned and said sorry Bachin, you will have to find your own, because I won't be back for a while. I just needed to get some money for my new home. Saya. As he BBB back to his new home. He went to sleep that night extremely tired. The next day when Naruto got up he hinged again and walked through town getting metal, material, bricks and food and old things like that before taking it to his new home and storage scrolls. He then dropped the hinge and began to build him a forge out of the bricks. About 4 hours later he was done and he got the axe he bought and walked over to a tree and began to cut it down. About an hour later he had the tree on the ground and was working on cutting it down to usable levels when he felt someone arriving and he quickly BBB inside and put on his hinge and he walked outside with a glass of water around to where he was cutting the tree and looked and saw Kakashi standing there with a deadpan expression on and Naruto said, "You need something Kakashi-san." Kakashi said, "Yeah, have you seen a blonde hair boy with whiskers on his face?" Naruto said, "Not that I can think of why." Kakashi said, "He's a local orphan that went missing. We're trying to find him." Naruto said, "Sorry, hadn't seen him, but I am sure Hess probably just hiding somewhere. Try rechecking where he suspects to be and see if Hess there. He's a kid after all." Kakashi sighed and shushens away and Naruto frowned as he slammed his axe on the ground and BBB on top of the Hokage monument after dropping the hinge. Naruto then sighed as he waited and waited and waited until Inu appeared and said, "There you are, Naruto." Naruto turned and said, "Who are you?" Inu said, "I'm one of the Hokage Anbu. Hess been worried about you, why don't you come with me to see him?" Naruto said okay. Inu placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and he appeared in the Hokage office and the third said, "There you are, Naruto, where have you been?" Naruto shrugged and said, "Hiding." The third said, "Where were you hiding and why?" Naruto said, It was this big tower in the middle of the woods." Both Inu and the Hokage eyes got wide and the third said, "Why?" Naruto said, "Well, after I left people saw me wearing my new cloths and said I stole them and chased me into the woods. I found a spot to get inside and hid from them. I was thinking about living there. At least then I don't have to worry about people chasing me for living." The third sighed and Inu kept quiet and the third said, "Naruto, would you like to stay in your own apartment?" Naruto said no. The third blinked and asked why. Naruto said, "Simple, because if people know where I live, then they don't have to chase me to try and hurt me. I think I am safer just hiding in the woods or in that tower." The third said, "What about food?" Naruto said, "I can catch fish from the river and rabbits from the woods with the spear I made. That's what I've been doing." The third said, "But it's not safe." Naruto got out of the chair he was in and said, "It's safer than the village." As he walked out. The third frowned and Inu said, "What should we do, sir?" The third said, "Try and keep an eye on him and if Hess in any danger help him." Inu nods and leaves to follow Naruto who had already BBB back to his house, so Inu had lost him. Sighing he heads toward Area 44 and begins to search and wait. Naruto sighed as he was exhausted and he went inside and fixed him something to eat before going to bed. The next morning Naruto looked at the weights on his arm and leg and changed them from 5 lbsx6 to 5 lbsx10. They felt heavy to him, but after he ate breakfast he went outside and continued to cut the tree into chips he could use. Naruto after he got the tree cut began stacking the wood into a pile by the forge. After that he ran laps around the clearing until dark before going to bed. The next day Naruto got up and ate before he walked out to the forge and he began stacking the wood in it and he started the fire and he began stroking the fire making it hotter and he got out his mallet and some of the metal he had bought along with an anvil. He then put the metal in their fire and let it begin to get hot. He kept adding more wood and then as the metal was becoming red held out his hand and a sword appeared in his hand that was broken in half and Naruto smiled at the sword as he placed it in the fire to begin getting hot. He watched as he stroked it some more and added more wood as the smoke got thicker and he began to hum an old Celtic sound as he began to combine the broke pieces together with the metal he had heated. Over the next 12 hours Naruto worked in the forge and soon he had the sword reforged together and he looked at it and frowned and said, "I knew I forgot something." As he sighed as he fell to his knees sweating from the heat. Naruto walked inside his house with the sword in his hand and took a shower before going to bed. The next day Naruto walked into the Wolf Claw weapon shop and saw Tenten and Dustin there and Tenten said, "It's you." Naruto said, "Hey Tenten, how's it going?" Tenten said, "Fine. You?" Naruto said, "Alright I guess." Dustin said, "So what brings you here Naruto?" Naruto said, "Well, I need some new weights and a few other supplies." Dustin said, "You already used to those old ones?" Naruto said, "Yeah." Dustin said, "Alright, what kind do you want?" Naruto said, "Can I get some 25 pounds wrist and ankle weights?" Tenten said, "I will get them dad." Dustin nods and asks, "So what else do you need?" Naruto said, "I need a couple of weapon cleaning and sharpening kit, several wit rocks and some shurikens and kunais." Dustin said, "That's a lot of stuff you need. Is the Hokage footing this bill?" Naruto said, "No, I am." Dustin said, "You got that kind of money?" Naruto said, "Yeah, some lady with a green jacket and the kanji for sucker on it made me a bet and lost. She paid me." Dustin snorts and said, "You ran into Tsunade. She always loses." Naruto said, "Really, I feel bad then that I won." Tenten's eyes were wide and said, "You met Tsunade of the Sanins." Naruto said, "I guess. Her assistant just called her Tsunade." As he scratched the back of his head. Dustin shook his head as he finished getting the items Naruto needed and said, "Alright, that's going to be 1400. 00. Naruto reached into his back pocket and pulled out his wallet and quickly counted it out and handed it to him and said thank you for letting me shop here and not overcharge me. Dustin's eyes looked saddened and said no problem kid. Naruto turned and started to leave and said when I am ready I will come get those Hiraishin kunyas you have that dad left. As he left the shop and Dustin's eyes were wide and smirked as he thought so the kid knows more than he lets on. Naruto after he left felt people staring at him, so he quickly went down an alley and beep back to his house. He then took off the weights that were on his arms and legs and after applying the same seal on them as the other ones he put on the new ones leaving them at base level. Naruto then took the sword he reforged and walked outside with the supplies he bought and sat down on the stump of the tree he cut down and began to clean and sharpen it to remove the signs of tempering. As he was doing this, he closed his eyes and began to hum the same song from before. Naruto after several hours had returned the sword to its former glory and he said now you are whole again Dragon's Breath. I will honor you as your last master honored you. I will fight to protect that which is precious to me, I will live every day like it is my last and I will live a life with no regret. I will find peace for myself and honor for my family. Lend me your strength and I will lend you mine. As he placed his hand on the blade and ran it down the blade leaving a trail of blood down the sword and said this I swear to you in my own blood. As he stood up and took a stance and began to slowly move his body through some katas and he frowned when he messed up but continued working through them the rest of the day. The next day Naruto walked out of his house and thought even if I am smarter than what I should be my body is not stronger than it was. I must begin training hard now. As he walked out in the field and he pulled out a kunai and began running up a tree with chakra only to fall off after a few steps. Naruto sighed and thought this is going to be a long while. As he got up and began to go again. Naruto worked until he was nearly out of chakra and he went inside and ate before he went out and began going through taijutsu katas, then kenjutsu katas, then weapon throwing. This became his way for the next 3 weeks when he felt Kakashi showing up again and he quickly put on his henge. Kakashi said as he walked out of the woods, you seem to have been busy. What's with the forge? Naruto said I know a little about blacksmithing, so I sometimes fix weapons and armor and other things, mostly as a hobby, but it comes in handy. Kakashi said it looks like it's been used recently. Naruto said yeah, I just recently restored an old katana that belonged to an ancient and famous samurai. The day he died he took his katana and broke it in half so that it would not be used again until someone worthy of it came along again. Kakashi said and you restored it? Naruto said yeah. Kakashi nods and said so, what else you been doing? As he eyed the surroundings and Naruto said well, besides restoring that I also been working on repairing some other ancient relics. I recently restored one of the Yondame's famous Hiraishin kunes I came across in my travels. Kakashi eye got wide at that. Naruto said I had to do a lot of work before that though. Since I never worked on kunes before I had to go to a local shop and buy some and I broke them on the trees and targeting dummies you see over there. I didn't know what broke the one I found, so I had to experiment with a lot of different things. Lucky for me, I wanted to be a ninja when I was a kid and I came across a missing nin that told me how to mold chakra and how to tree climb, though I suck at it as you can tell but hey, it breaks kunes real easy. Pointing toward the tree with the slash marks. Kakashi said I see. Can I see the Hiraishin kunai? Naruto said sure but I am not letting it leave here just so you know. As he walked inside and came out a few minutes later with a fabric roll and he came out and rolled it on the ground and Kakashi eyes got wide and Naruto said as you can see the original there is the only one with a seal on it. But it's been damaged so it can't be figured out. I made the others here as test before I worked on the original so I wouldn't damage too much of the historical value it has. I mean, by the time I settle down and have a family odds are that all traces of this historical weapon will be gone forever, so I figure if I can keep it in my collection at least then hopefully it can be shown to future generations. Kakashi said aren't you afraid someone will steal it? Naruto said nope, as I told you, my father was a seal master and he taught me enough about storage and security seals before he died that I keep all my relics inside security seals. Anyone but me goes near them they will die. I placed seals around the house to protect them. Kakashi said I see. Naruto rolled up the scroll and said be right back. As he walked back inside and thought good line Naruto, at least now he won't ask about the tree climbing and the training dummies. Now I just have to worry about him trying to steal them. At least I are the decoys. As he walked back out having placed them in a sealed case. He walked back out and Kakashi was looking around and Naruto said now is there anything else you need? As you can see, I have been very busy with my own hobbies to do anything illegal. Kakashi asked how do you make a living? I mean what's your profession? Naruto said historical documenter. A private party pays me to research and locate ancient artifacts and restore them. If they can be restored to original condition, then they pay me to put them in private collections or museums. Kakashi frowned and said, which is why you have that sword and the Hiraishin kunais. Naruto nods and said, yeet, though keep it to yourself or your Hokage. I don't want people to know about me. So is that all? I'm kind of tired and want to relax. Kakashi said, yeah. I will be seeing you again later. Naruto nods and walked back inside and Kakashi left and Naruto sighed as he went to fix him something to eat before taking a shower and going to bed. Kakashi after he left appeared in the Hokage office and the third asked, so, what is the new owner up to? Kakashi frowned and said, Hess, a historical documenter. He has recently restored an ancient samurai sword and he has also discovered a damaged Hiraishin kunai that Hess tried to restore. The third frowned and asked, is there any chance that the Hiraishin secret could be learned from it? Kakashi said no, the seal was damaged into 4 pieces like someone smashed it with a precise hit in the middle breaking it and part of it was gone, so I don't believe it could be. The third said very well, leave him be for a while. Have you located Naruto? Kakashi said I got witness reports he went to the Wolf Claw weapon shop and he bought some kunais and shurikens plus some more weights and sharpening tools. I also learned he ran into Tsunade. The third's eyes got wide before he said really, how can you be sure? Kakashi said Naruto gave the description of her coat and said her assistant called her Tsunade and also she lost a bet to Naruto, which is how he was able to afford what he bought. The third sighed and said very well. Keep an eye out and see if you can find him. I know there was proof he was at the tower in Area 44 from what you have told me, but he may have found a new hiding spot since he told us. I wish he would go back to the apartment I rented him. Kakashi said, but Hess right about one thing, sir. People have already broken in and ransacked the place, so what would they do to him if they knew where he was? The third sighed and said very well. You have your orders, dismissed. The next day Naruto was doing his exercises in his normal form when he heard a voice say, you know, you're more than you appear. Naruto turned quickly summoning his pistol in his hand and turned looking seeing a girl about 7 years old standing there. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, who are you? The girl who was standing there said, you know it's proper to give your own name first, Naruto-kun. As she walked forward and stood in front of Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes thinking and said, how do you know me? As he held the pistols ready. The girl's eyes went wide a moment and she said, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, or at least that's what I think since you have the whiskers on your face and as for the last part I mean Mr. Nunkaze, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I mean the way you can change your body enough to fool the legendary copy Nin Kakashi was amazing. Naruto stiffened and asked, how did you know about that and why do you keep calling me Namikaze and who is Mr. Nunkaze? The girl smirked and said, I usually come out into the woods to practice to get away from my family and I saw you when you were reforging your sword. I've been using a subtle genjutsu to hide myself and watch you since then. You're using some taijutsu and kinjutsu kata that you know by heart but your body doesn't, meaning you must have memorized the entire scroll for it already. You're using sealed weights that you altered yourself. You're also able to use ninjutsu genjutsu hybrid to such a degree that you can fool an Anbu, so tell me, am I right? As for the name Nunkaze, I checked the Hall of Records. Naruto sighed as he said, want some T milliseconds? The girl said, sure Ran, you can call me Rin. Naruto nods and walks inside with Rin following and she looked around the rooms and said, you have a lot of antiques here, as she blinked and looked at a picture and put her hands together and said Kai. As she watched it change and her eyes went wide and Naruto, who had came back with a tea set, sighed and said, my mother and father. Rin said, that's you with them but older. I can see the whisker marks on your face. How is that possible? As she turned and looked at Naruto. Naruto sighed and said, if you know about my whiskers, do you know why I have them? I mean the actual reason, because I do. Rin nods slowly and said, I barely remember the third speech about it, so yeah. Naruto nods and said, I was attacked earlier this year and my bloodline activated. Rin's eyes got wide and said, you have a bloodline. Naruto nods and disappears and appears across the room and then again disappears and appears behind Rin before he appears back on the couch and said, that's my bloodline. It's one of the oldest bloodlines in the world, but because it was also one of the first people hunted those who could do it down and killed them because they feared them. It was created before chakra was discovered back before the Great Demon Wars. Rin said, amazing, how come I never seen or heard anything like that before? Naruto smirked and thought to add, I know I am no bastard, but you sure may be one hell of a clever one. I mean your little idea was so good the oracle agreed to it giving me an actual story to tell, even after it said not to tell anything. I just hope I don't piss of the gods after this. Then said you have, or I mean to say you have heard of a weaker version of it. Rin frowned and said, really, when? Naruto said, my father. The yellow flash. Turns out the Hiraishin was a combination of our bloodline and sealing genjutsu. Since my father was an orphan he didn't know it was a bloodline, but he discovered if he had a chakra anchor, he could jump like I was doing earlier. He used the Hiraishin kunais as his anchor points to jump to. Myself when I activated it my body was drawing heavily on Kyuubi chakra at the time trying to heal it and my bloodline tried to cope and instead of it working normal where it allows me to go anywhere I have been or I can see. It started throwing me around time. Rin's eyes got wide and said in time, you mean you went to the past and the future? Naruto said only the past. The future is not created yet. I would appear and stay at some point from anywhere from a couple of minutes to years at a spot in time and I grew up and learned a lot but unfortunately every time I jumped in time I wound up naked. Rin chuckled at that and Naruto said yeah, it was funny most of the time. Anyways I ran into some people who also had my bloodline and they taught me the correct way to use it and what its weaknesses are and about those who hunted us and why. It was cool and all and eventually it landed me to when my mother was 4 months pregnant with me. Rin said so you got to meet your parents. I bet that was cool. Naruto said yeah. Rin asked why are you telling me all this, why not deny when I questioned you? Naruto said I always been able to read people's emotions by looking in their eyes. I don't know why, but when I look at your eyes I see something. And thought not to mention I can rewind time if you betray me, but I want someone to talk to. Rin looked away and asked what is that? In a neutral voice. Naruto said I see sadness, loneliness, hurt. You said you came out here to get away from your family, so I figure that it's something to do with that. I also can tell you won't tell anyone about this because if you would have done it long before coming and speaking to me. I won't ask, but if you ever want to talk about it I will listen and won't say anything. Rin said I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto said of course not. It's just my imagination, anyways as I was saying, I didn't know they were my parents, but as you can see in that picture, I had grown up and I looked so much like my dad when he was questioning why I appeared in his office naked and passed out. I questioned him and he didn't confirm anything until we had a blood test. Rin looked back at Naruto and asked and it came out that he was your father. Naruto smiled and said yeah, and the nurse that did the test turned out to be my mother. You should have seen the look on her face when I asked her if I was a bastard. Rin couldn't take it as she tried not to laugh, but she snorted and burst out laughing, and Naruto said yeah, I could swear that night when I was in the guest room, I could hear my father's screams of agony as she chewed his ass out. Rin said so what happened after that? Naruto sighed and said I stayed with my parents until the day Kyuubi came and dad gave me a few surprises for later in life. I had learned over time anything I was holding onto or was wearing when I was pulled through time would instantly enter the seal room where Kyuubi is and I learned how to summon it like I did earlier with a pistol. Anyways, dad and me met the Shinigami on top of Gambunta and boy was he pissed off. Rin asked who, Kyuubi or Gambunta? Naruto said Shinigami. He instantly realized there was two of me and Kyuubi in one time zone and he demanded answers. He went through my memories and saw what had happened in my life and what had started the whole change of events. He said he would clean up the mess and he decided the Kyuubi being inside of me was too dangerous with my bloodline so. Rin said so he took the fox out. Finishing his sentence. Naruto said sort of. Rin asked sort of, what do you mean sort of? Naruto sighed and said when Kyuubi was first sealed into me, dad sealed Kyuubi body and himself and his chakra, mind and soul into me. When Shinigami did the sealing again he sealed the Kyuubi chakra into me only. Dad still got his body sealed in him and both the minds and soul of Kyuubi from here and there were both eaten by the Shinigami so now I am slowly drawing on the fox's chakra but I will never be able to demand it like other Jinchuriki can. It's only giving me my healing ability and larger chakra reserves. Rin said that don't seem too bad. Naruto said too bad people won't believe me. Even with the letters the dad wrote. Rin asked what do you mean? Naruto said the Shinigami fixed history. Before he returned me back to the hospital, when my bloodline had activated he went back in time and made it appear as if I was never there. All the proof I have now to back my claim is the items and knowledge I brought with me and fixed my bloodline so I can't go back in time again even if it accidentally mixes with Kyuubi chakra. Luckily dad had gave me a few scrolls to help me later hopefully. Anyways the Shinigami ate Kyuubi mind and soul from both the fox's body and from my seal. Rin asked what did that feel like? I mean death touching you? Naruto shivered and said a gay pedophile with a long tongue. And thought Orochimaru. Rin shivered and said too much information. Naruto said yeah. Anyways, what about you? I mean you know a lot about me, but I don't know anything about you besides your name. Rin frowned and said well, I'm 7 and you're, how old are you? Naruto said physically around 5, mentally, let's not go there. Rin said right, so did you ever have a girlfriend or wife? Naruto frowned and said I'll tell you later. This time is about you. Rin frowned and said alright, I have a little brother a little younger than your age. Naruto nods and said really, that's cool, I would say I might know him, but I doubt it since most people avoid me. Rin sighs and said yeah, people are idiots. Naruto said yeah, fear does that to people. Rin thought a moment and said I am going to start at the ninja academy this fall. Naruto said really, that's cool. Do you want to be a ninja or are you doing it because of your family? And thought I don't remember her and I started a year ahead of Niji class since I am a year older than him and 2 years older than the rookie 9, so she should have been a year ahead of me when I started, so either she dropped out or something happened to her. I originally started next year since I turned 7 3 weeks into the year, so she could only have been in the class ahead of me. Rin frowned and said I want to make my family proud and I do want to be a ninja, but I am scared. I mean I saw some of the Cloud and Leaf War and what was happening and I don't know if I can do that. Naruto sighs and said you and I are a lot alike Rin. I seen wars and I seen deaths and I seen and done a lot of things that I was not proud of but. Rin said but. As she was looking at him. Naruto said I met some people who gave me some advice. After I heard the advice I decided to live my life in honor of them. Rin asked what was the advice. Naruto smiled and said the first one was about strength. Rin frowned and asked what about strength. Naruto said the girl who told me this was an enemy at the time where I was at, but we met on neutral ground when she was picking herbs to heal the others with her. I didn't know she was the enemy at the time, but she knew I was and at the time I was basically unarmed and too tired and emotionally hurt to really care about living or dying. She asked me why was I trying so hard and I told her the same excuse I had started to believe when I first started jumping, and that was because I wanted to get strong, so I could be recognized as me. She told me that if I wanted strength then what I had to do was find what was most precious to me and protect it with everything I had. Only then would I find true strength. Rin thought a moment and said I, like that. It makes sense in a way. Naruto nods and said yeah. She later died protecting her master, but because she had changed my heart I was able to change her master heart with my words at the end of the battle, and the guy who he was working for went to betray her master, and her master killed him and the men he had brought with. Them and he died after avenging her for dying for a worthless man like that. Rin looked down and said I see, it sounds tragic. Naruto nods and said yeah, but because of his and her actions an entire country was freed and the people honored their memory. Rin smiled and asked what was the other advice. Naruto sighed and said a woman showed me true kindness and gave me something I would never forget for the rest of my life. She later died in my arms, but her last words were promise me you will live life to the fullest, like there's no tomorrow. Please. I promised her and everywhere I went and everything I done after that time has been driven by both those women's advice. I use what I know and what I can do to protect everything that is precious to me, even if they don't care for me, I will protect this village because it is my home. It is the place I want to someday raise a family in and the village I want to be Rakudame Hokage of, but in the meantime I will live every day with no regrets like it's my last day alive because life is unpredictable. I mean earlier when you snuck up on me you could have killed me and I would never have known it. Rin said I wouldn't do that. Naruto smiled and said there is also one other piece of advice I was given in my travels that I live by, but it's one you have to understand the life of a ninja to fully get it. I learned it actually from Kakashi, but he doesn't know it since it was in the past. Rin said oh yeah, what advice was that? Naruto said those who follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. Rin sighed and said, what good is completing the mission if you don't have anyone to welcome you home when it's over? Naruto said you understand it better than I thought you would. I guess the old saying is true. Women really did get all the brains. Rin burst out laughing and said oh god. I can't believe you. You can make me go from totally depressed to burst out laughing with a few words. Naruto said it's my boyish charm. Rin sighed and said if you keep that up you're going to get yourself fangirls Naruto. Naruto snorts and said I already got one and she might just be older than I am, at least mentally. Rin said oh really, who? Naruto said Tsunade of the Saiyans. Rin blinked and said oh, you have got to tell me about that. Naruto said well, this house I tricked Kakashi out of with money I won in a gambling town several miles away that I went to in the past. I ran into Tsunade and apparently my luck is the exact opposite of hers. I nearly always win so I won a bunch of money and decided to help her out and then when I made all the gambling dens close because I was winning too much I asked her for the next gambling town and when she told me I started using my bloodline to get there quicker than her because she wound up winning more than I did in the last town, but when I got there turns out she knew a shortcut and was waiting for me and I was dragged around town or she was going to blow the cover about my henge. Rin asked how could she detect it. Naruto said my henge is different from a normal one. It actually changes my body, that's why Kakashi couldn't tell, but. Rin asked, but what? Naruto said, but, if you are channeling chakra in a genjutsu yourself and touch my body you will get a small chakra shock from me. Tsunade always has her genjutsu on to hide her age so, when she grabbed my arm she detected it and pieced the pieces together. Rin nods and said I see, and most people who are using Jinjutsu won't actually touch you, so yours is much harder to detect, but why does yours actually change your body, and how much does it change it? Naruto said, what if I told you when I demonstrated my original jutsu to my mother, she found out if I kept it on full time I could become pregnant. Rin's eyes nearly popped out of her head and said no way. Naruto said, want me to prove it to you? Rin nods and Naruto puts his hands together and said sexy no jutsu. And he was covered in smoke, and then there was Naruto in a two-piece bathing suit in his female form, and he said in a female voice, see, check out my breast. As she lifted them one by one showing they accurately moved. Rin blinked and blinked again and said how is that possible, can I learn? Naruto said as he turned back to normal, yeah, it's not that hard and I taught someone else once, so I know it can be able to be done by anyone if they know the actual little variation in a hand sign. Do you know the hand signs for henge? Rin nods and Naruto said okay, show me but don't mold chakra. Rin puts her hand in a tiger and Naruto said okay stop but hold your hands. Rin kept her hand in place and Naruto moved her index finger to the right just a little to where they were not touching perfectly and said now mold chakra and picture your henge of Sami. Rin did, and when the smoke cleared there stood Naruto and he said, if you know the human male anatomy and have an idea what it looks like, then if you check yourself you will find it's real. Rin reached down and grabbed her crotch and gasped and said whoa. And she sounded like Naruto. Naruto said okay, release it before I start feeling like him being violated. Rin blushed and she asked how do I release it? Naruto said oh about that, it won't change back unless you yourself releases it like a henge. If someone else tries to release it or if you get knocked out or run out of chakra, it won't work and you will still be in your henge form. Hell, it might even work after you're dead for a while until your body runs the last of your chakra out. It costs less than the amount of chakra it takes to keep you alive normally. Rin changed back and said thanks for teaching me that. Naruto waved his hand and said it's nothing but don't flash it around too much right now. I don't want people saying I stole it from you when I created it. Rin said I won't, I promise. Naruto sighed and said well it's getting late Rin and I don't want your family to worry about you so. Rin nods and said you're right, I didn't realize that much time had went by. I need to go. Naruto walked her to the door and she asked can I come back sometime? Naruto said as long as you don't bring anyone and don't tell anyone about me. Rin said don't worry, I won't. As she quickly gave him a quick hug and left. Naruto watched her go and frowned and thought I wonder. She's hiding something, but what? Her eyes showed such sadness but also showed she's tired. Naruto sighed and he walked back inside and ate dinner before going to bed. Rin after she left Naruto was nearing her home when she stopped and looked around and closed her eyes and whispered sexy no jutsu. As she changed into a black hair boy with black eyes and she looked at herself and nods before walking the rest of her way home. When she got home her father met her at the door and asked in a monotone voice, where have you been all day? She replied in the same tone, training to get stronger. He eyed her for several moments and said I see your Jinjutsu skills have increased. I can't even detect it now. Remember my words. She said yes father, I remember and will follow your orders. In the same voice. Just then a little boy ran up and said brother, you're home. She smiled a little and said hello brother, how was your day? Her brother smiled and said great, mom took me to the park today. Rin said that's good. Well let's go eat supper, I am sure mother is waiting. As she walked inside with her father eyeing her. As Rin ate supper she thought thank you Naruto-kun. For now I can finally have a little peace and not have to fear for my safety. The next day Naruto was practicing again when he heard a familiar voice say hello Naruto-kun. Naruto turned and looked as he saw Rin standing there and he said hey, how are you today? Rin said fine, want to practice together? Naruto said Rin said if you're worried about hurting me don't worry, my family are ninjas and they've been training me since I could walk. As she walked closer to him. Naruto shrugged and said alright, I guess so. It'd be nice having a sparring partner. Rin nods and she took up a stance and Naruto frowned a moment as he eyed the stance and said, your feet are too far apart. As he took up a stance. Rin froze as she looked at herself and said in a quiet tone yeah, how did you know? Naruto said in my travels I learned the right and wrong ways to fight. Your legs are too far apart cutting your punching power in half. Rin stepped out of her stance and said sorry, look Naruto jumped in front of her and hit her in the shoulder and said never let your guard down. If you want help I will help you, I don't mean to sound like I am better than you. Odds are if it wasn't for my accident I would be dead last so don't feel bad if you make a small mistake here and there, we're human, it happens. Rin rubbed her shoulder and asked why did you punch me? Naruto said don't worry about what I said. If you want to train together let's train together. There's no one here but you and me and don't compare yourself to others. It only hurts you in the long run. Rin said alright, then let's spar. As she took her stance fixing her stance. Naruto took his and she said no bloodline. Naruto nods and he waited a moment and then went to punch her, but she tilted to the side before throwing one herself. He leaned out of the way and they began to spar lightly. An hour later both were panting, and Naruto said not bad, you're pretty good not being in the academy yet. Rin said some to you shorty. Naruto snorts and said so you're going to use my hide against me huh? As he put his hand together and was covered in smoke, and then he was the same height as Rin, and she said cheater. Some of us have to age normally. Naruto said hey, don't blame me. Besides, odds are I will be short until I hit my teens anyways when I hit a growth spurt and grow as tall as my dad. Rin sighed and said so, what do you think? Naruto thought a moment and said I will be right back. As he walked inside. A few moments later he came back out with the wrist and ankle weights he first bought and said here. These are 5 pounds weights with the seal on them I have on mine. They do multiples of 5. Channel a little bit of chakra into them to raise them and release them by putting some blood on them. Don't go over 10x though because the weights will break under the pressure. If you wear these then your speed, strength, stamina and chakra will all increase. Rin looked at them and said is there any way to hide them? My. Naruto sighed and said, you don't want your family to know. I know. As he unsealed his sealing ink and brush and put a seal on them, and he then channeled chakra into the seal, and the weights turned into white bandages and Naruto said there. They look like normal ninja wraps now, thanks to the genjutsu seal I put on them. Rin looked at them and said thanks. As she took them and asked as she put them on why are you helping me? Naruto said I guess I just want a friend who can understand me. Rin said yeah, I guess I can understand that. Naruto smiled and said so, want something to eat? I mean it's nearly lunchtime and I am not that bad of a cook. Rin said sure. As she followed Naruto inside. Naruto soon was making some stir-fry while Rin was sitting at his table watching him. Naruto said so, tell me more about yourself. Rin said well, there is not much to me. My family is strict. My father is very demanding and my mother is the definition of a housewife, but father controls her every action. She's not allowed to leave the house without his permission and only then when he with her or someone else from the clan. My brother looks up to me as an idol, but he doesn't know me really. Naruto was putting the stir-fry in 2 plates said sounds stressful and no offense, but your father sounds like an ass. Rin smiled as she took the plate and said thanks, and he is. Naruto said so what's it like living in a clan? As he took a bite of his food. Rin froze and asked what? Naruto said during our match you activated your bloodline for a moment. As he took another bite. Rin looked down and Naruto sighed and said relax, I don't care if you're an Uchiha or not. To me you're Rin. That's all that matters. Rin closed her eyes and said but. Naruto got up and walked over to her and pulled her into a hug as she stiffened and he said I don't know what's wrong, but I am here for you. You're a friend to me, and anything else he was going to say stopped because Rin burst into tears at that moment and she cried into his shoulder. Rin after several minutes said it's not fair, why do I have to hide, why do I have to be something I am not? As she continued to cry. Naruto heard her words and asked what do you mean? Rin said as she pulled away and Naruto looked into her eyes. Before I was born the previous head of our clan's son died during the war, so he had no one to take over for him, so he was trying to decide who would be the next head of the clan, and it was between my father and another man. Both my mother and the man's wife were pregnant at the time, and the clan head decided since the head of the clan is always a male, he would wait to see which of us was born a male, before he decided the clan head and the next heir. Naruto frowned and thought I think I know where this is going. And Rin continued my mother was actually suspicious to have me 2 weeks later than I was born, but the other man's wife was due before her, so my father paid a doctor to perform a C-section on my mother instead. When I was born my father saw I was a girl and became pissed, but since the only person who knew was the doctor and him after the doctor finished with my mother, he killed the doctor, and then he put a genjutsu seal on me, making it appear as if I was a boy. Naruto remained silent, but thought this is Itachi, Sasuke her little brother, holy shit. No wonder she went ballistic on her clan. Naruto said so what happened after that? Still in his kind tone. Rin wiped the tears off her cheeks and said as she looked away my father became clan head and he kept me at home until I was 5 when I noticed I was different than the other males. Naruto said let me guess, bathroom right. Rin glared and Naruto said sorry, go ahead. Rin glared a few more minutes and said anyways I asked dad about it and he nearly killed me that day. He told me the truth and told me since my mother had Sasuke he could kill me at any time unless I did what he told me. Since then I had to learn to keep the seal active and act like a boy. Naruto said then why did you appear before me as yourself? I mean why tell me the truth? Rin frowned and said I thought that you might be willing to see me as me and not Itachi. Naruto asked is Rin your real name? Rin said no. My name is Itachi. I made up the name Rin because I found in the previous clan heir's belongings a journal and he said the woman he loved was named Rin. Naruto said so you decided to use that name, I think it suits you. Rin glared and said what cold? Naruto said no, companion, Rin also means companion. Rin sighed and said it doesn't matter. I will also be Itachi. Naruto thought I wonder. And said how many people know what you look like? I mean what you really look like. Rin turned to him and said just my father, why? Naruto smirked and said, if you had a chance to gain your freedom from your father and your clan, would you take it? Rin asked what do you mean? Naruto said you said the heir to your clan has to be male, that means that your father most likely will have Sasuke become the heir, right? Rin asked how do you know my brother's name? Naruto said I know all the heirs' names to each of the clans right now. I researched who would most likely be in my class when I graduate from the academy. Rin frowned and said well anyways what were you saying? Naruto said do the jutsu I showed you, but change your hair to dark brown instead of black. Then all we have to do is make Itachi disappear and you would be free. Rin said but what about my family? If I did disappear then I won't ever be able to be with my brother or the rest of my family. Naruto said you're right, sorry. I guess I was just thinking. I thought that if what you said was true then odds are when you have finished serving your purpose your father would have you killed on a mission or something. Forget I said anything. Rin frowned as she sat there and Naruto said your food's getting cold. Rin blinked and turned and slowly started to eat and Naruto sat back down and continued his meal and Rin asked, if I did disappear, where would I go? I don't have any money or a place to stay, and what about my bloodline? If it becomes active then my secret will be out. Naruto said well, your bloodline's not that much of a problem. Dad showed me the marriage seal bloodline clans put on their children who are married off, so I could seal it off for you if you wanted to, or you could try keep it a secret and just claim you're an orphan who never knew her family. Here's a surplus of them around right now. Rin said yeah, but then the problem is if it appears the Uchiha clan would then demand I join back into the clan and then my father would have control of me again. Naruto thought a moment and said not necessarily. As he frowned. Rin blinked and asked what do you mean? As she looked at him. Naruto said well, I can think of two options for you. Both would probably send your father into a heart attack, but then you would be safe from the Uchiha clan as well as the council. Rin asked what? Naruto said well, he can't touch you if you're a member of another clan. Rin said, but I don't want to be in a clan bound by Thaya rules. If I did then I would stay with my own clan. Naruto held up his hand and said hear me out. There are two clans that you can join with no rules. Rin frowned and asked what do you mean? Who? Naruto said the Senju and the Namikaze clans. Rin eyes got wide a moment and said what? Naruto said hear me out please. Rin calmed down and Naruto said look, I can convince Tsunade to adopt you as her daughter. Of course with the history between the Senju and the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara would be rolling over in his grave. If I do that then the only problem is that you would spend the next several years being dragged into bars and gambling dens all across the Fire Country. Rin frowned and said okay, I understand that, but there is no Namikaze clan. Naruto held out his hand and a scroll appeared with a Yondaime seal on it and said yeah, there is. Rin frowned as she read the scroll and said I see the problem with that one as well. First I would have to become your wife and also share you with other women. Naruto sighed and said I am stuck with it the moment I decide to reveal my bloodline and I can't explain anything about how I know what I do without revealing it, so there lies the problem. Rin said so I either become the daughter of my clan's most hated rival or I become your wife, but I don't know if I even like you as more than a friend right now, so there's not much of a choice there either. Naruto said yeah, I know what you mean, I only know you a little, and don't know if I like you more than a friend either, but it was just an idea, it wasn't much, but it was a thought. Rin smiled and said it was nice to be a dream for a few minutes. As they finished eating they went back outside and Naruto said well, if it helps any, you will always be into me. Rin smiled and she took a stance and Naruto did also and they began to spar again. Over the next couple of months this was their routine. In the morning Rin would train with her family and Naruto would train on his own and Rin would come by around lunch and they would eat together and then spar until nearly sunset. On the few occasions when Kakashi showed up Rin had changed into a 20-year-old version of herself, at least what she thought she would look like with brown hair. Naruto would occasionally be seen when he went to the Wolf Claw weapon shop to get more weights and supplies, but other than that no one found him, though not without trying from the Hokage. Naruto had put sensor seals all around his land, so now no one could spy on him like Rin did. If anyone enters his land had set up Indian animal calls to start going off in the woods like natural wildlife, but he recognized them immediately and put on his henge, and he also put shushin seals around like the ones in the room where the forbidden scroll was to make it where nobody could shushin. To the house. It was now a week before the fall semester at the academy was to start and Naruto was running around his property and it was raining and he thought remember Naruto, in boot camp, when it rains it's a sunny day in my book to train. Naruto thought about his instructor back then and thought I should have shot him and went AWOL. As he made another lap around his property, when he saw someone laying on the ground in the mud. He blinked, and when he approached the person his eyes were wide as he ran to the person and turned them over and said, "Rin, can you hear me?" As he scooped her up and jumped back to his house. He saw she was covered in blood and mud, and he quickly set about cleaning her up, and he frowned at all the bruises on her body and thought, what happened to you? Who did this? Several hours later he was sitting beside her in a chair as she lay asleep when she began to slowly stir. Naruto said, "Are you alright, Rin?" As he was holding her hand. Rin turned slowly and said, "No." As she looked around slowly. Naruto said, "Yeah, Rin, it's me." Rin smiled and closed her eyes and passed back out. The next day she woke up and saw Naruto was asleep in the chair he had been in the day before, and she saw that he had the chair balance on two legs, and she saw his feet were propped up against a small coffee table, and she smiled and grabbed the pillow that was under her head and weakly threw it at him. It hit Naruto and he awoke and lost his balance, and him and the chair both fell back. Rin burst out laughing and then winced in pain, and Naruto was looking around when he heard her wince, and he quickly ignored her laughing and asked, "How are you doing?" Rin sat up and said, "Better." As her sheet fell, and she blinked and looked down and screamed, "Yep." As she pulled the sheet back over her body and she glared at Naruto, who said, "Sorry, but I had to heal you, and your cloths were covered in mud and blood." Rin's eyes glossed over, and she said, "Yeah." As she looked down. Naruto asked, "What happened? Who did that to you?" She sighed and she let some tears fall and said, "My father, he." Naruto wrapped her in a hug and said, "Shh, it's alright, I won't let him hurt you again." She burst out into even more tears, and a little while later, when she had stopped, Naruto noticed she had passed out again, and he frowned and thought, "I need to get her something to eat the next time she wakes up." When she awoke again, Naruto had brought a food warmer into the room with some soup in it, and he quickly made her a bowl and fed her, and she smiled, and Naruto, after he carried her wrapped in the sheet to the bathroom so she could take care of herself, then got her cloths after he washed them and let her get dressed before taking her out and putting her in a rocking chair. Once she was there she tried to move a little, but Naruto said, "Hold on, Rin. Your body is still pretty banged up. Let me carry you the rest of the day and tomorrow you can try on your own. Please." As he looked at her. She sighed and said, "I'm not a weakling." Naruto said, "No, but you are injured. You had 4 broke ribs, a sprained wrist, several fractures on your left leg, not to mention 3 stab wounds, and that's not counting all the bruises." Rin frowned as she looked down, and Naruto said, "It's a good thing I called in a favor, or you would not be in as good of shape as you are." Rin blinked and said, "Favor? What favor?" The female voice said, "The kid here paid off every one of my gambling debts." Making Rin turn and go wide-eyed as there stood Tsunade, who walked over and hit Naruto in the head and said, "I told you to let me check her before you let her move." Naruto rubbed his head and said, "Sorry, Bachin, but..." And he jumped out of the way and beside Rin to avoid the punch. Tsunade glared at him and said, "I am still not happy with you." Naruto smiled and said, "Well, it worked, didn't it?" Rin looked back and forward and asked, Tsunade-sama, what did the baka here do?" Naruto faulted, and Tsunade laughed, and another voice said, "Well, if you really want to know." Making all of them turn and see a 12-year-old Shizune standing there as she continued her story. Flashback. Naruto, after he brought Rin back to his house, cleaned her up as best as he could when he saw her start to cough up blood a little, and he thought she needs medical help, but I can't take her to the hospital, or whoever attacked her could finish the job. I guess I can go talk to her. As he bit his thumb and whipped the blood across a seal on the underside of his arm, and then he was gone in a yellow flash. Tsunade was in a gambling den, and she smiled and said, "I win again." Shizune said, "We should stop now, Tsunade-sama, before your luck returns." Tsunade frowned and thought, something's wrong, I never win unless something bad is about to happen. Just then a yellow flash appeared in the room, and Naruto appeared behind Tsunade, and he grabbed her and Shizune and said bye. And used jump to pull both them back to his house. Shizune and Tsunade both appeared inside his bedroom and fell to the floor, and Naruto jumped across the room by Rin's bed, and he said, "Look, I don't have time to explain, please help her." Shizune stood up and helped Tsunade up, and Tsunade asked, "Where are we?" Naruto said, "Konoha." Tsunade and Shizune's eyes got wide, and Tsunade said, "Do you have?" And anything else she was going to say was frozen when Naruto held the Shadame's necklace in front of her and said, "I am none case. I would return this to you and explain everything about how I got it, and also pay all your gambling debts if you will just save her life." Tsunade looked at Rin and froze again, but this time in fear as she saw the blood coming out of Rin's mouth. Shizune walked over and began to look at her, and she said she's got several broke ribs, internal bleeding, a sprained wrist, several fractures in her leg, swelling and a small puncture in her right lung. As she began to do hand signs and began to heal Rin. Tsunade was still frozen, and Naruto walked over and slapped her and said, "Wake up, you drunk bitch, or are you going to let another person die because of you?" Tsunade snapped out of it and punched Naruto into a wall where he fell to the ground passed out before she walked over and began to heal Rin, and she said remind me to castrate Jiraiya for not teaching his godson any manners. Nobody calls me a bitch. A little while later Naruto awoke and found himself on his couch, and he sat up quickly and he looked around and he saw Tsunade sitting at his table, and she said so, mind telling me how the hell you went back in time? Naruto groaned and said so you figured part of it out huh? How's Rin? Tsunade said shush fine now. Talk. Naruto sighed and said I was attacked earlier this year, I know you know who I am, but in case you don't I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The day I was attacked I nearly died, and my bloodline activated, but thanks to the fact my body was full of Kyuubi chakra at the time it pulled me back in time randomly. I went back to several thousand years before the Great Demon Wars to random places. I have seen the world where it had billions of people living in it, and I have seen where there was only a few people alive as well. I learned and aged during my random jumps including some of my ancestors who had my bloodline. Eventually I returned to Konoha and met my parents, and the death god returned me to my own time after removing Kyuubi mind and soul, and left me his chakra. Tsunade sat there and said okay, that's the general story you're telling everyone but what's the truth, and why are you from around 11 years in the future from now? Naruto blinked and said huh. Tsunade held up her necklace, and then the one Naruto had and said the one on the right is mine. Every year on the anniversary of Dan's death I shave one hair width off of it, hoping the curse that is on it would slowly leave with the part I shaved off. The one on the left is 11 hairs shorter than mine meaning you got this from 11 years in the future so tell me what's the real story. Naruto frowned and said, if I do then I will die. I can't, I wish I could batch in but I can't. There's a higher power involved. He's the one who gave me my bloodline as well as sent me back in time. I can tell you it's not Kyuubi, quite the opposite actually, and the part about Kyuubi's soul and mind no longer being in me is true. All that is left is his power. I did bounce around time, but to places where the guy who did this to me wanted me to learn something. Please don't tell anyone about the future part. I have a chance to do some good and save some people lives. Tsunade frowned and said I won't. So how well did you know me? Naruto said I became a little brother, or a son to you for about 6 months here in Konoha before stuff happened that began everything. Shizune and I, well, it was unique. Tsunade asked what was I doing in Konoha. Naruto smirked and held up his hand in a 5 and said Dad was 4. Tsunade slammed her head into the table and said what the hell made me want to become the goddamn Hokage? Naruto said what else? A bet. Tsunade glared at him and said you. It was all your fault wasn't it? Naruto looked away and said I don't know what you're talking about. Tsunade said whatever. The girl is healed, I fulfilled my part, the necklace is yours. If it hasn't killed, you died didn't you? That's what started everything isn't it? As she looked at Naruto. Naruto said I am alive so no not yet. Tsunade glared at him a few moments and said, what are you planning on doing kid, I mean how old are you now? Naruto said around 5. Not really sure though. Tsunade sighed and asked who's the girl. Naruto frowned and said her name is Rin. I can't tell you anything else about her, because it's her story to tell. Tsunade frowned and said well can you tell me who did that? Naruto said I think it was her father. Tsunade was silent a moment and asked where in Konoha are we? It's not in the actual village. Naruto said I tricked Kakashi into thinking I was the guy I appeared to be when we first met and bought his father's place. This is it. Tsunade nods and said so, what do you plan to do? Naruto said I plan to protect what is precious to me and live my life like there's no tomorrow. Tsunade nods and said well anyways, Shizune should be finished figuring up all my debts you have to pay off now, so let's go see how much money you owe me. Naruto sighed as he looked down and said, don't tell anyone about the future. I told Rin about me going to the past, but that's all anyone needs to know. Hopefully things have changed enough now that my future will never exist. Tsunade said alright. Then flashback. Shizune said Tsunade got Naruto's story about getting hurt at 4 and then bouncing in the past. She then brought him in here where I was figuring the amount of money he owes her, and Tsunade let him keep the extra Shadame's necklace. Not knowing the real truth, only the edited version that Naruto and Tsunade told her. Rin looked at Naruto he said Tsunade asked who you were, but I told them it's your story, so all they know is your name is Rin, and you were attacked. Rin nodded slowly, and Tsunade said so, when will you pay me Gaki? Naruto said can you both watch Rin for a week? I should have enough money by then. Tsunade said alright. Go ahead Gaki. Naruto left the room and returned a few minutes later dressed in a pair of lowrider black pants, a blue shirt, and looked like none case. Naruto said do you need anything while I am gone? Rin said no but. Naruto said I don't want you to leave here until I get back. I don't want you getting hurt again. Please. Rin frowned and said alright, do you remember that plan you thought of a few months back about making me disappear? Is that still available? Naruto said mine is but I used a favor I was going to use on Tsunade already, so I can't ask her to adopt you. I will be back as quick as I can. And he jumped away. Tsunade said so, why is it you need me to adopt you and what was his offer? Rin frowned as she saw Tsunade and Shizune both sit down and thought damn it. When Naruto returned a week later he found his house was empty and he frowned as he looked around and thought where are they, no note, nothing. He sighed as he walked over and sat down on his couch and thought now what? As he closed his eyes and fell asleep. When Naruto woke up he saw that no one was still there, so he got up and took a shower before changing back into his normal clothes and went outside and began to train again. A month went by and Naruto frowned and thought a whole month and Tsunade, Shizune, and Rin have all disappeared. I have been in town several times and I have even tried to activate the Horatian seal I hid on Tsunade's jacket, but it's not there so she must have found and destroyed it. What happened? I could find out by starting back over before I met Rin or before I left, but do I really want to? Sigh. Naruto sat down and looked up at the sky for several hours when he heard his animal calls from his monitor seals and he blinked and slipped his hinge back on and he sat up and waited and waited and waited and finally said god damn it, whoever the hell's hiding out there can come on out. The female voice said see, I told you he would lose his patience. Naruto blinked as he saw Shizune, Tsunade and a black hair with brown streaks in her hair around his own age with purple eyes and he said Rin, is that you? The girl smiled and said yeah, it's me, Rin. Naruto blinked and noticed she was wearing a pair of black shorts and a white shirt with a black coat over herself and he looked at Tsunade and said what? Tsunade said let's go inside and talk. Do you have my money? Naruto nods dumbly and watches as all three women walked into his house before he jumped to his feet and ran after them. When they got inside and closed the door Naruto changed back to himself and asked explain. I got back and you were all gone, no note, no nothing, and then you all walked back like you never left. Shizune blinked and said didn't you find the note I left? Naruto said no. As he looked at her like she was stupid. Shizune turned and walked over to the fireplace and Naruto blinked as covering a picture was a small envelope and Naruto slapped his forehead and said if it would have been a snake, it would have bit me. As he took the note and read. Naruto-kun, we took Rin with us. Don't worry, be back in about a month. Shizune. Naruto blinks and said oh, okay. This sucks. I thought you all just up and left me. So what exactly happened? Tsunade smirked and said well. Flashback. Tsunade stood there looking at Rin after asking her why she would need to be adopted and Rin said well you see, I do have family, a clan actually, but the thing is I am not a guy. Tsunade frowned and said I can see that. Rin said, but my father has had me hidden under a genjutsu since the moment I was born making everyone including my mother and little brother think I am a guy. Tsunade bit her lip a moment and asked why. Rin said, my clan has a rule the heir is always a male. The previous heir was killed during the last war and the clan head decided since that was his only child and he had to select a new clan head after he narrowed it down to 2 men, he decided whoever wife that was pregnant at the time produced a male first would be the clan head. My father forced my mother into early labor and then once I was born put a genjutsu seal on me and killed the doctor who delivered me so that not even my own mother would know that I was a female. I learned when I was around 5 I was different and was told the truth and told if anyone discovered I was a female he would kill me. Tsunade said that's very tragic, but what does that have to do with why you need to be adopted? Rin said the only person who knows what I look like is my father or the fact I am a girl besides Naruto, and now you. Naruto taught me a jutsu he created that can actually change the gender of someone like a truly advanced hinged, but can't be dispelled. Tsunade said it's the one he uses when he gambles right. Rin nods and Tsunade asks so what clan are you from and why did your father attack you? Rin said my father attacked me because he had secretly followed me and saw me drop the jutsu, revealing what I really look like, so he decided to kill me before anyone learned the truth. As for what clan I am, the Uchiha clan. Tsunade whipped her head so fast whiplash nearly happened and she said you're an Uchiha. Rin sighed and nods and Tsunade asked you do know the history between your clan and mine right? Rin nods and Tsunade asked and you're willing to turn your back on your family and clan to possibly become my adopted daughter. Shizune was looking at them and Rin nods and Tsunade smirked and said, would you be willing to lose your Sharingan to be free? Rin nods and Tsunade said close your eyes a moment Rin. Rin closed her eyes and Tsunade began doing hand signs and Shizune started to say something when Tsunade mouthed not a word and she finished she touched Rin's temples and Rin felt something going on and she asked what's going on. Still with her eyes closed. Tsunade said giving you your freedom. As she removed her hands and said open your eyes. Rin opened her eyes and Shizune gasped and Rin asked what? Shizune said your eyes, they're purple. Rin looked over at herself in a mirror and asked what happened. Tsunade smirked and said you're not the first Uchiha who has defected from the Uchiha clan. Rin blinked and asked what do you mean? Tsunade said before Konoha was founded by my clan, and yours several Uchiha agreed to hate Uchiha Madara, the leader of your clan at the time. They wanted freedom from him, but knew as long as they appeared to be alive they couldn't, because he would kill them. They contacted my grandfather and my granduncle and sold out the Uchiha clan and nearly caused the total destruction of the Uchiha clan in exchange for freedom. Their betrayal was the real reason Madara had to agree to help found Konoha. My grandfather and his brother created the jutsu I just used on you to permanently hide your Sharingan so the people who defected couldn't be found by Madara. It still works, but nobody will be able to tell you have it even if it's active. There is more to the jutsu that has to be done to ensure you're not ever found, but we can't do it here in Konoha or we run the risk of being discovered. I will take you with me and Shizune, and we will leave the Gaki node and return in a month after finishing the jutsu, so you won't have to worry about being discovered. I should warn you thought that any children you have will have the same eyes as you do, so they won't be able to tell if Fire Sharingan is active or not either. Rin asked are there still any of the Uchiha family who defected still around. Tsunade thought a moment and said I think there might be one or two of their descendants still around, but I am not sure. Rin nods and said so when do we leave? Tsunade said in a few days after you recover some more. Rin asked so does this mean I don't have to be adopted by you or? Tsunade said no, you're not being adopted by me. If anyone was ever adopted by me, it would be Shizune over here and maybe the Gaki. Shizune blinked as did Rin and Shizune asked why him. Tsunade said let's just say the kid and I have some history and leave it at that. Rin said you didn't sleep with him in the past did you? Tsunade blinked and said no. Let's just say that the other Shadame necklace he has is for a reason I won't say and he can't tell, because if he does he dies. Then flashback. Tsunade said so that's about it. We took her and finished the jutsu that changed her body to make it where she won't be hunted anymore by the Uchiha. Naruto nods and he walked over and grabbed a scroll and walked back over and said here's the money plus an extra 10,000 as a tip. Shizune took it and Tsunade said now if you don't mind, take me out of this damn village. Naruto nods as he put his hand on both her and Shizune and jumped back to the gambling town before letting go and said thanks again Tsunade. Tsunade said call me if you need me. As she unsealed a scroll and put the marker tag for the Hiraishin he had slipped in her coat back where he had placed it before. Naruto eyes got wide a moment and said really? Tsunade said, can't have my son getting hurt now can I? Naruto smiled and said thanks Bachin. Tsunade punched him in the head and said whatever brat. Take care of that girl, you hear me? Naruto nods and said punch the pervert when you see him for me. Tsunade nods and hugs Naruto and said see you later Gaki. Come on Shizune. Shizune said right Tsunade-sama. As she started to leave and Naruto said see you Shizune-chan. As he jumped away. Shizune glared where he was and Tsunade chuckled and said don't worry Shizune, you will see the brat again someday. Shizune said why would I want to? Tsunade held up a black book and Shizune's eyes got wide and said my diary. Give it back. Tsunade tossed it and said I never knew you were a closet pervert Shizune, but I agree, when he gets older he's going to be a heartbreaker. Now come on, let's gamble. When Naruto appeared back in his house he saw Rin sitting there on his couch and she asked so what now, where do I stay? Naruto said well, if you want you can stay here. Rin said you would let me, even if I don't become your wife. Naruto shrugged and said sure, what are friends for? As he sat down in a chair. Rin smiled and said thanks and I will. Naruto said good, so what's your plans for the future, still want to be a ninja? Rin said yeah but, Naruto said, but what? Rin said, but I already missed enrollment this year, not to mention I need a sponsor. Naruto shrugged and said so wait until next year like I plan to and train your body and mind. As for the sponsor by that time I should be able to get one for both of us. Rin said, but I wanted to join this year so I could be with kids my own age. With a pout. Naruto frowned and said after a few moments of silence, I got a deal for you. Rin turned to him and said I can get you and me in this year, but in return, you will have to do your best in class and also don't join Root, ever. Rin looked at him and asked why. Why don't you want me to join Root? Naruto frowned and said Danzo and the two elder advisors, they do mission outside of the knowledge of the Hokage. They use Root to do them. My father ordered Root to be disbanded after he found Danzo was the one who was responsible for the death of several ninja in the last war by selling information to our enemies. The only reason he didn't have him executed was because it would have resulted in a civil war and because of his past support of the village. I know the Danzo will try and recruit you or me for his Root. Rin said, but didn't you say he was suspicious to disband them? Naruto said when I was in the past, my father had a Yamanaka enter my mind and review my memories. In some of them, he saw Root members were involved in my attacks, so he knows Danzo still has them active. I can't do anything about them without causing a lot more trouble for me later. If you promise me you won't join Root then I can get us into class. Do we have a deal? Rin said yeah. Naruto said then there is one other person that will have to learn the truth about you. Will you be willing to let the Hokage know if he swears not to tell anyone? Rin frowned a moment and said yeah. Naruto sighed and said well, then change into your older self, and I will also, and we will go see the Hokage. It's time he learns the truth about me. As he stood up and changed. Rin's eyes got wide and said but, Naruto grabbed the picture of him and his parents and said don't worry about it. I was going to do it later anyways. Besides, I want to see the look on everyone's face when they learn the truth about me. With a smirk. Rin smiled and changed herself, and they both walk out of the house and head toward town. As they walked people gave them curious glances every now and then, but that's just from never seeing them. They soon made it to the Hokage tower, and after waiting 30 minutes finally was allowed into the Hokage office. The third smiled and said hello again Mr. K's, what can I do for you today? Naruto said still looking for Uzumaki. The third's happy expression changed and said tell me where he is. Naruto said, not until the two in the corner leave the room and a privacy jutsu is up. What I have to say cannot reach anyone else's ears, especially Danzo, the advisors, or the council. The third frowned and motioned with his head, and the two Anbu in the room under Jinjutsu left and Rin closed the door, and the third did a privacy jutsu, and said now where is he? Naruto put his hands together and said Kai. And was covered in smoke. When it cleared there he stood and the third blinked and Naruto held up his hand, and a scroll appeared, and he tossed it to the third, and said that's from my father, and will explain most of it. As Naruto sat down. The third caught it and saw the Yondaime seal and asked, how did you get this? Naruto disappeared and reappeared bang the third before appearing back in his seat and said, my bloodline went haywire during my last attack from the villagers, and Kyuubi's chakra mixed with it and sent me to the past. Details are in the scroll from Dad. The third was wide-eyed, and then the third opened the scroll and read. Hello Sarutobi. It's been a while. In case you can't tell this is Minato. My son here accidentally used his bloodline and was sent bouncing around all through history. In fact he was around 20 when he appeared here if I had to guess. Bluetist and Yamamaka mind scan proved his story and all. By the way, I am royally pissed. When I get my hands on you, and the others your asses are mine. Treating my son like that. If I could find another way to stop that damn fox then I would. Hell I am tempted to let you do the jutsu yourself. Alright, I have calmed down now some after Naruto assured me that you did everything you could to keep him safe. The third looked up and said, why should I believe this? I mean earlier you were talking about a dream of your supposed parents. Naruto said that was me trying to get you to tell the truth without telling the truth about me. The less people who know about my time travel the better. The third sighed and said I'm dead, aren't I? Naruto said from Dad, no, Mom, that's another story. The third sighed and said who is she Naruto? Naruto nods and Rin cancel her jutsu and Naruto said this is Rin, formerly known as Uchiha Itachi. I will explain later after you finish reading the scroll. The third whose eyes nearly popped out of his head nods dumbly and began to read again. Now Sarutobi, I don't know how old Naruto is at this point because we aren't sure when he will actually make it back to his own time or if the plan we hope will work if he will return or not. Ask Naruto later about details of how he got back. Anyways, Naruto has invented his own jutsu that is more of a shapeshift than a henge. Kushina ran a test on it and proved that if he was to turn into a girl using this jutsu, he could actually get pregnant. The third's eyes nearly went wide again. Anyways, Hess going to use this jutsu to let him enter into the academy when he is ready to so no one can hinder his education. He will go under the name None K's at school and no one is to know it's him. Not even the council. The day he graduates, pass or fail the team test he will be a ninja of the village and will not be sent back to the academy. His skills that he has puts him on par with Jounin, and if we are correct about what will happen all he has to do is get his actual body into shape. Now I know you are wondering what our bloodline is. It turns out we have an ancient bloodline that goes back before the demon wars, back before the discovery of chakra. Naruto met ancestors with our bloodline and learned what it does, its weaknesses, and everything including the people in the past who hunted our family down. It turns out my Hiraishin was a weaker version of our bloodline. I had to have a chakra anchor to use it. Naruto doesn't, but he can use one if he wants. I taught him my Hiraishin, Rasengan, as well as summoning and a lot of other things I won't tell you. I have also given him Sanin travel papers as well as in the event the council or the next Hokage decides to get rid of him a scroll he can show to any of the feudal lords, dissolving all loyalty to Konoha and preventing Konoha from marking him as a nuke nin, as well as some other little knickknacks. That would basically destroy Konoha. Lucky for you my son wants to surpass me and become the Rakudame Hokage of Konoha if those idiotic bastards give him a chance. Now I have also gave him a scroll that allows him to use the Clan Restoration Act to secure our bloodline and make it where the council can't force him to marry just anyone. Naruto has final say on who joins, how many, and what his clan does. Now onto the last thing. I have already made Naruto an adult legally and he is technically a genin already and has his own headband. The council has no say on him. He will report only to the Hokage unless whoever takes over after you is an idiot. Now you're wondering why you should listen to me. 1. Because he's my son. 2. Because he is smart enough to take care of himself. 3. If you don't, I have already given him proposal to join any of the other villages at his decision, including Iwa, Kumo, Suna, Mist, Rain, Waterfall, and half a dozen other villages, and with his bloodline, he can be gone before you can call Anbu. Your choice. Signed. Minato Namikaze. Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. The third sighed and said, do you have any other proof? Naruto held up his hand and the picture of him and his parents appeared, and the third asked, how are you able to do that? Naruto said, anything I am holding or wearing when I was pulled through time was stored inside the seal, where Kyuubi used to be. The third asked, what do you mean used to be? As he saw the picture. Naruto said, Dad and I met the Shinigami when he went to do the sealing. The Shinigami, after seeing 2 of me and 2 of the fox in the same time period, started going through my memories, took the fox's soul and mind out of me, leaving only his chakra, nothing else, and he sealed the fox's body and Dad's body and took the rest and ate it from the me from now and the me from then. He then fixed my bloodline where I won't accidentally jump through time anymore and went back and fixed history, which is why no one remembers me being there for 5 months while Mom was pregnant with me. The only proof I have are the items that I have with me through time, including those scrolls, my weapons, cloths, knowledge, and little trinkets I pulled through time. The third asked, I take it she knows. Naruto said, along with Tsunade and Shizune. The third asked, how do they know? Naruto asked, is it okay to tell him Rin? Rin said, yeah, as long as he doesn't tell my father. The third frowned and said, alright. Naruto then explained Rin's past, how they met, how her father tried to kill her, getting Tsunade changing Rin's body a little, and Naruto said, and so now she is just Rin. No family name. She lives with me at the former Haddock residence. We both want to join the academy now. The third said, but you're only 5 years old, Naruto. Naruto said, physically yes, but I am also probably about as strong as a genin right now. Rin wants to start with her age group and I want to start with someone who I know who can keep my secret. For now, until I graduate, Naruto Uzumaki has left the village and is traveling with his perverted godfather, if you want a story. The third sighed and said, I don't have a choice, do I? Naruto said, tell you what, Gigi. You do this for me and I will tell you a way to finish your paperwork faster. The third said, really, how? Naruto said, first do we have a deal? The third said, damn it, alright, you win. As he pulled out a paper and filled it out quickly and handed it to Naruto and Rin and said, there, now tell me. Naruto smirked and said, Kagebunshin. You learn what they learn when dispelled. Just do them one at a time. The third eyes got wide and said, damn it, why didn't I think of that? Naruto said, too busy reading Icha Paradise. Rin giggled as the third faulted and he said, you're a headache case. Naruto said, yeep, anyways, can you get Kakashi off my back now that you know the truth? I don't want to explain to him what's going on if he sees something like this. As he pulled the photo out of the third's hands of him and his parents. The third said, very well, but I don't want you using your bloodline until you graduate and I won't let you pass unless you are in the top 10% of the class. Naruto said, if that's the deal then, when we do graduate you put me and Rin on the same team. No matter what, and no one is to know the truth about me going to the past, Rin's history or any of that. If anyone asks how I know what I know later, tell them I learned it from scrolls my father left me, and after I graduate the academy when I think I am strong enough to claim my name, you tell everyone who I really am. The third frowned and said, very well. Naruto nods and said, well, I guess we should get to class. The third said, yes, you're already late. Let me take you both to the academy and help you both get settled in. Naruto put his hands together and he was covered in a puff of smoke, and then there stood a 7-year-old version of Naruto with no whiskers, red and blonde streaks in his hair, and he was as tall as Rin. Naruto nods and the third got up and put his hand on both shoulder and all three left in a swirl of leaves. When they appeared they were in front of the academy. The third said, follow me. As he began to walk inside the building. Naruto and Rin followed behind and they soon walked up to a door in the halls and the third knocked and after a few moments the door opened and a Chunin was standing there and said, Hokage-sama, what can I do for you today? The third said, yes Teki, I have 2 new students for you. They're a pair of orphans who recently moved to Konoha and wanted to join. I decided since they seemed so ready for it, I would allow them to go ahead and join this year. Teki said, alright Hokage-sama. Why don't both of you come in and introduce yourself while I get you some supplies? As he looked at both of them and stopped for a moment as he eyed Naruto, but then ignored it and moved aside motioning them in. Rin walked in first and then Naruto and the third, who had secretly tried everything he could to cancel Naruto jutsu, said, well, good luck both of you. I have to return to my office. If you need anything, my door is always open to the people of this village. Naruto said thank you Hokage-sama and have a great day. The third's eyes nearly popped out of his head and said same to you my young friend and of course to you as well Rin. Rin smiled and said thank you Hokage-sama. As she stood in front of the class. After the third left Teki said alright, why don't you introduce yourself? Rin said right my name is Rin, I like my friends and training. I wish to become strong and prove myself as a ninja. Rin stepped back and Naruto said name's none K's, my likes and dislikes you will learn in time, my dreams of the future you will learn if you try to be my friends, hobbies I have some. As he gave a smirk. Everyone's sweat dropped and Teki said after a few moments do you want to do it right? Naruto said that was right, first rule of being a ninja is deception is the key to survival. If anyone here truly wants to learn about me then they need to learn what is deception and what is real like Rin here has in our travels together. Teki opened and closed his mouth several times and finally said right, well go ahead and take a seat. Naruto took his seats near the top of the stairs and Rin took one in the middle of class. Over the next year Naruto and Rin quickly took the top 2 spots in class. Rin taking by book smart and Naruto by physical work. Finally as the year concluded the third came the final day of the year and Naruto said hello Hokage-sama, what are you doing here today? The third looked at the class and said Rin, K's, can I speak to you outside a moment? Both got up out of class and walked outside and after the door closed Naruto asked what's up old man? The third sighed and said I don't know how you both did it but the instructors have asked for you both to advance in class because you both are blowing every other student away in everything, chakra control, weapons, book smarts. No other student has a chance of beating either of you. I want to know how strong are you both now? Naruto was silent a moment and said Rin's high genin already. She doesn't know a lot of jutsu but the one she does know she's mastered. Her speed is also on average to that level. As for me, mid-chunin if I were to say. The third frowned and said can you both pass the graduate exam now? Naruto said it's still henge, replacement and bunshin right. The third shook his head and said I am not even going to ask how, but yes, those are the requirements. Naruto said Rin has no trouble passing. She can perform all 3 sealess right. As he looked at her. Rin said yeah. The third asked what about you Naruto? Naruto said I got henge and replacement both sealess, but I will never be able to do the traditional bunshin. I can make Mizabunshin and Kagebunshin if those will work. Both sealess for less than 10. The third asked how many if you do the actual hand signs. Rin snorts and said don't ask. The third said very well. Come with me. As he lead them down a flight of stairs to another class before knocking. As he was waiting for the door to open Naruto put his hands together and was covered in smoke and when it cleared he looked 5 years older than before like he was 13 now. Rin seeing him do this quickly did it also. When the door opened a chunin said hello Hokage-sama, what can I do for you? The third frowned and said I have 2 students here who will be taking the finals with your class today. The chunin said of course Hokage-sama. We were just about to begin. Come on in both of you and have a seat. Naruto took a seat near the back of class while Rin took one in the middle. As the papers were passed around and blinked and thought interesting, that's Iruka-sensei there is a student. Red eyes, black hair, that's Kurenai-sensei, GRRR. Mizuki team, holy shit Kabuto. That looks, it is, I date Marino, Hibiki brother. How the hell did all these guys get in the same class? As he looked around class. The chunin stopped at Naruto's desk and asked is there a problem kid? As he looked at Naruto. Naruto said just curious, who's rookie of the year? The chunin said, that would be Kurenai there. Naruto said cool, it's good to see a female who shows true skills like Tsunade Senju instead of useless fangirls. Everyone was looking at him and Rin glanced at Naruto and then at Kurenai and frowned a moment and Naruto took his paper from the chunin and when she was looking at him, he moved his hand to quick for anyone without a Sharingan to see and Rin frowned from Naruto message. She glanced around the room and thought what does he mean be wary of the 4-eye and the silver top genin. As she noticed the 2 Naruto mentioned. The chunin stood in front of the class and said you may begin. Naruto looked at the paper memorizing the question and smirked as he seamlessly made a Kagebunshin outside of class who stuck to the wall with chakra and it hinged before quickly running to the library. Naruto sat there as he looked up at the roof and the chunin glanced at him and frowned and Naruto's eyes glossed over after a few moments and he looked down and finished the test quickly. The chunin thought interesting, I wonder if he actually knew the answers and was waiting to finish or if he just guessed. Rin looked at her test and then glanced at 3 rows up and to the right at Kurenai and began copying her answers and then she went back and changed the answers into her own words. After around 30 minutes the chunin said alright, pencils down. Leave your papers on your desk and let's head outside for the next part of the test. Each of the students started to head out and Rin stayed back and mumbled as Naruto took step beside her what's up. Naruto said I got a bad feeling about those 2. Rin frowned and then asked quietly what kind of feeling. Naruto frowned and said I don't know, something about them is sending warning signals to me. Rin said alright, I will trust you since your feelings are usually pretty good. As they made it outside. The Chunin said alright everyone, first is the target practice. You must throw 10 shurikens and 10 kunyas at the targets that are set up around the field. Naruto snorts and the Chunin said something you like to say kid. Naruto said yeah, what's the record for this? The Chunin said, the score was 10 out of 10 on both by Hada Kakashi. Why? Naruto nods and before anyone could say or do anything him and Rin both moved. Rin unleashed a barrage of shurikens and Naruto a barrage of kunes. The clearing was echoed with a sound of nearly perfect thuds, and Rin said, you missed the last one by half an inch. Everyone looked at the targets, and all of them had bullseyes except for the farthest one, that just as Rin had said the kunai was a half an inch off. Naruto said yeah Rin, I know. I am used to that one having a tag on it, so I forgot to adjust the weight. The Chunin screamed what the hell was that both of you? Rin said you said the test was target practice. K's here and I both have nearly 100% hitting rate on targets with shurikens for me and kunes for him. We don't use the other one weapon because we each have our own specified long distance weapons we use. The Chunin frowned and said oh really, then why don't you show us? In a snobbish voice. Rin shrugged and pulled out senbons and threw them at the farthest target, hitting all 8 kill points perfectly. Naruto turned his arm and one of his 9mm that had a silencer on it appeared and he unloaded a clip sending the bullets into the head making 2 eye holes and a smile on the target's face before the last one went into the heart. Everyone was stunned and the Chunin asked what is that? Naruto said a gift from an old friend I met in my travels. With a smile, before he walked down the field and grabbed his kunes and Rin's shurikens and senbons before going to the tree behind them and then use a kunai to remove the bullets from the tree. He then sealed the bullets into a scroll and reloaded the clip before he sealed them inside him with his back to the other students. He walked back and said so, did we pass that part? The Chunin said yeah, full marks for Rin here and 9 out of 10 for you Ks. Naruto nods and he jumps up a tree and leans against a trunk as he looked down at the other students. Rin shook her head and said so, who is next? As she walked over to a bench and sat down. The other students went and each took their turn, but no one else used any other weapons besides standard kunes and shurikens. After that the Chunin said right, well next is the Taijutsu part of the test. When I call your name you will fight, and so began the matches. Soon there were only around 8 left and the Chunin said alright, next match will be Nun K's vs Kabuto. Remember, Taijutsu only and you will stop when I call the match. Or your opponent is thrown out of the ring or gives up. Naruto walked to the ring that was on the ground and he said hello Kabuto-kun. Kabuto said hello K's-kun. I trust we will have a good match. Naruto said yeah, but tell me something Kabuto-kun, do you feel like the old blood is boiling? As he took a stance. Kabuto eyes widened a moment and said I don't know what you mean. Sorry. As he took a stance. Naruto smirked and grabbed a scroll from his vest and bit his thumb and the Chunin said hey, I said Taijutsu only. Naruto unsealed an item and put it on the ground and said this is just to entertain the others. As he pushed something and suddenly music was heard making everyone confused. Naruto smirked and took his stance again and said ready. As the music started to play. The Chunin said begin. Ignoring the music. Kabuto looked at Naruto warily as the song started to play. I can feel it coming in the air tonight, oh lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life, oh lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight, oh lord, oh lord. Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a handy of seeing your face before my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, so you can wipe off that grin. I know where you've been, it's all been a pack of lies. At that moment Naruto charged Kabuto and sent a punch toward his stomach and he dodged to the left and Naruto swung his knee up cutting off Kabuto retreat and grabbed him by the wrist as he flipped his own body around in a standing backflip still holding Kabuto's arm. A sickening crunch was heard as Kabuto screamed out in pain as his wrist had been broken. The Chunin screamed enough. As he ran forward. Naruto frowned and stepped back and walked over to his iPod and sealed it back up after stopping it. The Chunin glared at Naruto and asked, what the hell were you doing? Naruto said I ended the match as fast as possible. In the field we either have to incapacitate the enemy or kill them. When I went into the grapple and forced Kabuto to stop retreating, I had the choice of either dislocating his shoulder, breaking his wrist, or snapping his neck from the position we were in. To end the match I went for the one that is easiest to fix. The Chunin said that still does not explain why you attacked him so deadly though. Naruto frowned and walked over and said this is a test to see if we are able to be ninja right, I mean, just because we are academy students right now, or Genin tomorrow won't matter to the people who will try and kill us. I ended the match as efficiently as possible without revealing any of my secrets. Now you can be mad I went a little rough on him, or you can see I did him a favor by showing what could happen next time in the field. The Budo asked, how did you get in my guard so quickly? Naruto said, secret. The Chunin glared and said, don't do it again. We are all allies here, so watch your damage. Naruto frowned and said, yes sir. As he stepped back. The Chunin said, go ahead and rest over there Kabuto, and I will take you to get healed in a few moments. The Budo nods and walks over to a tree, and Naruto walked over and sat down, and Rin asked, a little rough weren't you? Naruto said, you never fall for that move. Rin said, but I have been sparring you for 2 hours every day for a year. I can predict your moves. A raw cadet like him won't be able to handle the kind of damage we can do. The Chunin said, Rin, you're up next. Rin walked over and Naruto watched her match, which was over just as fast as Naruto, and she walked back over and Naruto said, as you were saying. Rin asked, what the hell's going on? We're both younger than all these people and they're weaklings. Kurenai, who was a little ways away from them, said, oh really, wait till I fight one of you. Naruto said, no offense Kurenai, but you're not a Taijutsu battler, you're a Genjutsu type. If it was that kind of test you might be able to hurt me. Rin here might beat you in that, but when it comes to Taijutsu or Ninjutsu none of you have a chance against either of us as far as I can tell. The Chunin heard this and said, really, you both think you some hot shit. I think everyone here wants to see what kind of fight you both are talking about. Getting pissed at Naruto and Rin's arrogance. Naruto said, Taijutsu only, right. The Chunin nods and Naruto reached up and grabbed his coat before throwing it over toward the ground, and it hit with a loud thud, shocking everyone, and then he grabbed his arm weights and threw them onto his coat before he took off his shirt and laid it on the pile. When he took his shirt off, everyone's eyes got wide, as on Naruto's back was a tattoo of a woman with angel wings on his back and the name Season under the picture. Rin said, well, if you're taking your weights off I might as well take mine off, as she dropped her trench coat and like Naruto it fell with a thud, and then she took off some arm and leg weights. Mizuki asked, how come your cloths are heavy like that? Naruto said, we've been weight training for a while. Now shall we, Rin? As he motioned for the ring. Rin said, this is going to suck since we can't use ninjutsu or kenjutsu. Naruto shrugged and took a stance where he turned sideways and put one hand above his head and the other below his knee. Rin took a stance where both her hands were up and she said, music my friend. Naruto smirked and Akaja Bunshin appeared and grabbed a scroll from Naruto's stuff and took out his iPod and switched it, and the music started to play and everyone heard choose your destiny, flawless victory, chose you destiny, flawless victory, Mortal Kombat. Fight. Rin blurred forward and Naruto blocked her punch before throwing a punch at her ribs that she rolled around before she sent a knee toward his stomach, and he blocked with his free hand while flipping over her arm and sent a kick toward Rin's face. Rin leaned back and used her feet to try and kick Naruto in the head, and he grabbed her feet before throwing her in the air. Rin inverted herself and Naruto appeared behind her and went to send a punch into her back, and Rin twisted her body and grabbed Naruto's arm before putting her knees around his head and began to spin as in a circle, pulling his body close, gaining spin before she released him toward the ground. Naruto landed on all four as Rin went for a knee drop in his back, but he shoved off and spinned away, causing her knee to hit the ground, and a crater formed where she hit. Naruto, while spinning, inverted himself before he began to rock back and forward a little before he blurred forward and sent a kick at Rin, who rolled away and tried to sweep Naruto's legs out. Naruto jumped over the kick and sent a punch for her head. Over on the sidelines everyone was wide-eyed and the Chunin was gaping, and a voice said, I see, they really have been holding back this year. As everyone was looking and they turned to see the Hokage. Naruto dodged Rin's punch and he appeared under her and sent a foot into Rin's chin, and he appeared behind her and he wrapped his arms around her and they began to spin in the third, knowing what move that was, screamed K's, Rin, enough. Naruto heard him and he used his bloodline to appear behind the third, creating a crater, and both were panting, and the third said, that was very advanced both of you. I see now what your teachers were saying. Your taijutsu is at least Chunin level. Naruto said, I guess we went a little easy, Harin. Rin said, yeah, at least this time we didn't destroy the entire clearing. The third shook his head and said, I had both your papers test graded already and I saw your weapon skills test, so if you both can do the final test, I will go ahead and graduate you so the Chunin here can return his class to normal. Naruto hinged and replaced himself with Mizuki, Rin did the same with Kurenai, and then both had 10 copies of each appear, and the third saw Naruto were shadow clones, and he said, very well, you both have graduated from the academy as two of the youngest to ever graduate. Kurenai asked, wait, what do you mean youngest? They look our age. Naruto said, deception is the survival of a ninja Kurenai, age is meaningless as only the heart, mind and soul is all that matters. All you need to know is that Rin and I both are using a jutsu I created that makes us look older and different than we are. My family has a lot of enemies in other countries, so I have to go by a fake name and hide my true looks to ensure I live and my precious people are not harmed. Rin is similar to me in that fashion. Her enemy is her family themselves, who would kill her to ensure her family secrets never got out after she defected from her home, so she could live a life for herself and not as a slave. We met and came to Konoha a year ago. No one knows our real age or looks besides the Hokage or even our real names. Kurenai asked exactly how much younger are you both than the rest of us. Naruto said at least a year. That's all I will say. Kurenai narrowed her eyes and the third said enough Ks, Rin, you may both go. Come by my office at 10 in the morning. Naruto nods and threw a smoke bomb on the ground, and when it cleared both Naruto, Rin and all their stuff was gone. The Chunin turned to the Hokage, who slapped his head with his hand and asked, who were those two, sir? I mean, how the hell can two academy students be so advanced? The third said, as they told you all, they have had to train to the point of near death. Tsunade herself has had to heal them at least once because of the training they have put themselves through to survive. I am just glad they have joined our village and are not our enemies. The Chunin only nods, and the third asked, how's his arm, doctor? Everyone turned and noticed a medic nin working on Kabuto, and the nin said he will be fine, sir. It was just a light break. From what I can tell, he only wanted Kabuto to think it was worse than it was. The third nods and said, very well. You may proceed again, and sorry for the disturbance from those two. Kurenai said, Hokage-sama, if I may ask a question. The third said, yes, what is it, Kurenai? Kurenai said, sir, those two, what kind of team will they be on? I mean, are they a tracking, assault, interrogation, what kind of squad would those two be on? The third said, I am surprised you know about the different types of team. To answer your question, most like assassination, why? Kurenai said, sir, I would like to request to be on their team, sir. The third asked, and why is that? Kurenai said, sir, he said that I was a Jinjutsu type, but he never met me before in my life. How could he have known that unless he has at some point scouted out our class? He said that I might be able to hurt him, and maybe I might be able to beat Rin. That means that Jinjutsu is probably Thigh weakest area, which, as he said, is my strongest. I can make up for Thigh weakness in that area. The third said, you have made an excellent explanation as to why you should be on their team, Kurenai, but the problem is that your team would be overpowered if you were to be on their team, and I hate to say it, but traditionally the Rookie of the Year and the Dead Last of the Year are always put on the same team, and from what I understand, the dead last in your class is Iruka, because he is always cutting class to pull pranks. Kurenai frowned, and the third said, now don't worry, Kurenai. I have actually been thinking this year, since there will be an imbalance on the teams most likely unless someone here actually fails the final part of the test, which I doubt, so I am going to have to figure out a way to balance out the teams. I may change tradition this year, but if I do, then I won't be placing those two on the same team, as you, so relax for now and complete your test. I would comment that you all are exceptionally good students and will make excellent shinobi, and with training you all can be on the same level as those two were. Now if you will excuse me, I must be going. As he left in swirl of leaves. The third appeared in his office and frowned as Naruto and Rin were both there, and he said, I am glad that you both came here instead of me coming out to see you. Naruto, why did you break Kabuto arm? Naruto said, sir, I can't tell you why, but something about Kabuto and Mizuki are off. Both of them make me fear for my life, like they would stab me in the back if they were given the chance. I have learned to trust my instincts, and both of them worry me for some reason. The third frowned and said, so you broke his wrist to scare him. Naruto said, intimidate, sir. I learned from my father intimidation is just as good a weapon as actual skills. Konoha has played that card hard in the past with the Sanins, the White Fang, the Yellow Flash, the Professor, the Inashikachu formation, along with who knows how many others. I thought if I placed doubt in his mind along with Mizuki now, then if my instincts proved true later, then I could have an advantage in battle against them if it came to that. The third frowned and said, I see, and your Taijutsu match. Naruto said, sir, the academy Taijutsu standards suck. No offense to you, but everyone from every village knows the basic form like the rest of the other students do, but none of them know shit about grappling, sir. That was why I showed everyone my weights, and Rin did hers as well, showing it's okay for females to do it also. That way some of them will try it to help make our village stronger in the long run. I wanted them to see that if they want to survive in this world, they need to take training seriouser. The third said, I see your logic, Naruto, but you have to realize that they are kids. Naruto said, sir, before you throw me that line, let me ask you something. What would happen if any one of those students tomorrow met a student from the Hidden Mist Village Academy? The third frowned and said, the Bloody Mist. I see you have heard about them. You are correct in that, Naruto, but Konoha and the Mist are different. We don't senselessly kill our students or believe in only the strong survive. Naruto said, I know that, sir, that is why I am saying that though we are different from them does not mean we should not at least try to improve our own standards to combat theirs. I mean, teamwork is important and something Mist will never truly have. However, if they ever adapt to becoming teams instead of individuals, then we would lose every ninja we send against them at the same level. I just want to point that out so we don't have to have more deaths than needed in the future. The third looked at Rin and said, what about you, Rin, what is your opinion of this? Rin said, sir, from what I saw of the starting class and the ending results, then the only real improvement are a few better muscles and a few more brain cells. Survival skills that would be required later are missing now, sir, and if Fire Sensei does not include them, then odds are most will die young. The third said, I guess the old saying about peace is true. If you both think that, then I will look into it and try to improve those standards for the future classes. Naruto said, thank you, Gigi. The third smiled and said, so what do you think about the other students in your class? Rin said, some have skills I observed over the year coming and going. Haruka is a trap master, Kurenai is a Jinjutsu specialist. Naruto said, Idate has a possibility for a speed freak, Haruka may have trap skills, but I think he'd be more of a teacher in the future instead of actual combat. Heschel shocked from losing his parents to Kyuubi. Kurenai has skills and is serious enough she will make a name for herself later. Kabuto a medic nin thought I don't trust him, Mizuki will most likely try to go into teaching later also, but still I don't trust him also. I can't shake the feeling about those two. Nobody else in the class caught my eye for anything. Rin looked at Naruto and said I still don't know how you can do that. I mean it's like you can see the future or something. Naruto said nah, just observation. The third said do what? Rin said Naruto can take looks at people and can often tell something's going to happen before it happens. He can also tell skills just by glancing at people. The third said you must have a good eye for observation. Naruto said, and I trust my instincts. The third nods and said about our deal Naruto, are you planning to take your name yet? Naruto said no, I am not strong enough yet. The third nods and said do you both want to still be on the same team? I mean you both need to learn to work with others. Naruto frowned and said what do you think Rin? Rin said well, I admit we do know each other's moves and it might be a good idea to learn to work with others. Naruto sighed and said you're right, we might forget about our third teammate since our teamwork is so perfect right now, but I don't want on the team with Mizuki or Kabuto if possible. The third nods and said very well, Naruto, how is your Jinjutsu level? Naruto said I can detect them and dispel them part of the time, but depending on how good it is, I will have more trouble later. As for casting, that's never going to happen. The third nods and said what about you Rin, what is your weakness? Rin frowned and said traps, my Sharingan dispels all Jinjutsu, my Taijutsu and Ninjutsu are good, but traps is where I fall most of the time. The third said very well, Rin, do you have a problem with Mizuki or Kabuto? Rin frowned and said no, but I trust Naruto instincts. The third said well, I am going to go ahead and put you with Haruka and Mizuki, Rin. Haruka and Mizuki are a good team. Your teacher will be Namiashi Raidu. Naruto said what about me? The third said you Naruto will fill in the slated spot of the traditional team. Naruto said so you mean I will be on the Rookie of the Year and Dead Last team. The third said mostly, this year's Dead Last is actually Haruka because of his pranking. I will replace him with Idate Marino and your third teammate will be Kurenai Yuuhi. Your sensei will be Rakishua Aoi. Naruto flinched at that name and the third asked what is it Naruto? Naruto said nothing, guess I pulled a muscle earlier. As he rubbed his shoulder and thought what the hell am I going to do? I am on the team with that bastard Aoi who will trick Idate into stealing the Raijin. The third said well since you already came here you both go ahead and head to the academy tomorrow and please try to hold back and help your teammates. Naruto nods and said we will old man. Well you ready to go Rin? Rin said actually Naruto, I was wanting to talk to the Hokage a moment privately. If you want to go on home I can meet you later okay? Naruto said sure. Saya. As he jumped away. After he was gone the third asked what's wrong Rin? Rin said sir, does my team need to know about my Sharingan? The third said no, you don't have to tell anyone you don't want to. Rin relaxed a little and asked what has happened with my clan sir. I have been training and going to the academy, so I really haven't had a chance to check on them. The third said Rin, what do you know about the history of your clan? Rin said a lot, why? The third said there has been growing hostilities between your clan and the rest of the village. Your father after having you declared dead has been becoming different. Cold really. The elders and I are worried because we have been hearing rumors of things that could result in a civil war. It's just rumors and only a few, but it is making us nervous. Rin frowned and said my father was talking about that when I was still in the clan. The third sighed and said I am trying to calm down, but since Naruto has disappeared to the public eye and I refuse to say where he is there have been concerned because of the history of Kyuubi and your clan. I don't know if my actions are helping or hurting things, but the elders have someone watching them to try and determine if these rumors are true. Rin looked down and said I see. The third said I don't believe it will result in anything though Rin so don't worry. Rin said alright, I will try my best. Thank you for telling me. Have you had any word on my brother? The third said Sasuke took your death hard but has been trying to get stronger in your memory. Rin smiled and said thank you sir. Well I better get going. I got a lot to do for tomorrow. The third said are you and Naruto going to show what you really look like? Rin said perhaps someday but not now. The third nods and Rin left. Next day when Naruto walked into the academy he saw only 22 genin hopefuls. Rin walked in right behind him and said well that was a big letdown. I was sure more than this would be here. Naruto nods and walks toward the back of the class again, and Rin took a seat in the middle. A few moments later the chunin from the day before came in and said I see you're all here. I wish to congratulate all of you on all you hard work making it this far. As he glared at Naruto. Naruto's sweat dropped and the chunin said now, you are all to be divided into teams of 3. After I finish you will have an hour lunch and then be back to be picked up by your sensei. Team 1 will be, Team 5 will be Iruka, Mizuki, and Rin. Your sensei will be Nami Ashi Raidu, Team 8 will be Idate Marino, Kurenai Yuhi and Nun K's. Your sensei will be Rakishu Aoi. Good luck. As he left the room. Naruto got up and walked down to where Kurenai was and said I look forward to working with you and with you as well Idate. Idate said I don't trust you. Naruto said of course, why don't we have lunch together so we can learn about each other and see if we can foster some trust. After all we are a team now and we'll have to rely on each other to make sure we all come home from our missions later until we reach the rank of chunin at least. Idate said whatever. Kurenai said I would like that. Anywhere you would like to eat in particular. Naruto said how about Ichiraku ramen stand? They have the best ramen I have ever ate and they have a comfortable atmosphere. Kurenai said I suppose so, I don't usually eat ramen though, but we can't be picky I guess. Idate said fine but you're buying. Naruto said of course. When you chose where to eat next time you can pay then. With a smile. Idate slapped his head and Kurenai said you walked into that one Idate. As they were walking out Naruto said oi, Rin. Rin looked up and Naruto flashed hand signs and she nods and Naruto walked out. Iruka asked what was that about. Rin said K's just reminded me about a friend of mine that I am supposed to meet this weekend. Iruka asked what is he, your boyfriend? Rin giggled and said no, more like a little brother. We both decided already we are too much alike to ever date. Rivals, best friends, sparring partners and sibling affection, but never anything romantic. Mizuki said so where do you both live? I mean I never seen you in the village. Rin said that my friend is a secret. We both like our privacy so I won't betray it unless you earn both of our trust. Mizuki frowned and Iruka said so, tell us about you. Across town Naruto sat down and said one Mizo please old man. Fuchi smiled and said Akaze, where's your friend and who are these two? And thought damn Naruto, you sure advancing quickly. As he looked at the hide on his head having been told about his 4th birthday incident. Naruto said Tuchi, I would like you both to meet my new teammates. This is Idate Marino and Kurenai Yuhi. Idate Kurenai, I would like to introduce you both to 2 of my best friends in the world who helped me get started here. Tuchi and his daughter Michiruka. Tuchi said it's a pleasure to meet you both. What can I get you? Said yeah, K's doesn't often bring people here but has been one of our better customers for a long time. Kurenai said you come here often then, and I will take a mizo also. Idate ordered a beef and Naruto said like I told you. The atmosphere is very nice here, you don't have to listen to all the major headaches other places offer, and the food is always fresh and delicious. I try to come by at least once a week. Idate looked around and said I see they don't have a problem with our local black sheep. As he motioned toward the picture of Naruto when he was younger. Naruto said Uzumaki. I don't really see what everyone dislikes him about. I mean sure he has that but. Kurenai said but, as she took a bite of the mizo. Naruto said well, it just strikes me odd that everyone seems to idolize his father and gives him credit but hates him for the same reason they give credit to his dad. As he took a bite to eat. Both Kurenai and Idate looked at Naruto and Idate asked what do you mean? Naruto said well here, let me show you. As he created 2 Kagebunshin that looked like himself and then he had one henge into the yondaime and the other into Naruto and said give his old man whiskers or take his away and you got a photo of the other at that age. As he took another bite as both looked at the 2 clones before he made them go up in smoke. Kurenai said it's not possible, in a low voice. Naruto said what, it makes sense if you think about it. I mean would the yondaime really just chose some random kid or would his honor be too much for him to ask someone to do something he couldn't do himself? Idate said but he didn't have a kid. Naruto smirked and said that you know of. Don't tell me nobody has ever thought about it. I mean, any kids he had would have to hide their heritage until they could defend themselves from their father's enemies. I bet he had a wife who kept her maiden name to protect her, and I bet that the Sandaime Hokage would keep it a secret and would look after the boy which explains why he's so protective of him. It all makes sense if you step back and look at it from a different point of view. Kurenai said but if that's true then. I-Date said that would also explain why my brother's especially hard on those who break that law. As both felt their whole world being shifted. Naruto saw the amused look on AM and Tucci faces having already both know the truth. Naruto said, hey, I could be wrong, but that's just my belief. It's why I am glad I never treated the kid like I see others do. I mean if I am right when the truth finally comes out, the shit's going to hit the fan. As he finished his bowl. Tucci said, I see you have found K's unique talent. Drawing both Kurenai and I-Date away from their thoughts. I-Date asked, what do you mean? AM said, K's here can look at the same thing as other people and see something totally different. That reminds me, when's your next run? Naruto said, actually I am meeting up with Tsunade and Shizune this weekend. Why? AM walked to the cash register and came back with a bag, and Tucci said, taxes are coming up in a few weeks, think you can cover them? Naruto said, sure, but only if you agree to put one item on the menu for each of my teammates here to eat of their choosing. Tucci said, deal, what do you want? As he looked at Kurenai. Kurenai blinked and said, huh. AM said, what's your favorite food? We will put it on the menu so when you come here you can have it. Kurenai said, well, I like onigiri actually, but what are you all talking about, why are you paying him and changing your menu? As she looked confused. Naruto smirked and said, once a month I head out of town and meet up with Tsunade Senju and her apprentice Shizune, and we gamble together. Tucci said, the kid here always wins. He become known as the legendary chaos in the gambling world because any other time Tsunade gambles she always loses, but the moment she joins up with the kid here the world goes into chaos because she doesn't lose as long as he gambles. We sometimes send money with him when we got a little extra, and so far he paid off our mortgage on not only our home we had, but this stand, and has paid for all our deliveries for the next year from the winnings we get back. Naruto smirked and said, the gambling world has even put a bounty on me. 1 million to anyone who is able to cause me to lose without cheating. Whichever gambling tavern I am at should I lose would automatically get world-class bragging rights, so they track how much I win and where and keep an eye on every game I play. Kurenai sweat dropped and I-Date said, no way. I don't believe you. Naruto shrugged and said, you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. It's your decision to or not. All I can tell you is not all is as it seems, and there are reasons for everything. I-Date said, you know, I think you're full of shit. AM said, please don't talk like that here. I-Date said, fine, then I am out of here. As he got up and left. Naruto sighed and said, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong. Don't own these lyrics. Kurenai said, to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. Don't own these lyrics. Naruto was shocked and said, how did you know that? That goes back before to way before the Great Demon War. Kurenai, who had an amused look on her face, said, I'm shocked you know it as well. I enjoy reading poetry and literature, it helps sharpen my mind for my genjutsu. Naruto smiled and said, tell me, have you ever read Don Quixote? I mean that is where those words came from. Don't own but is a great story to read. Kurenai said, actually, I have but the copy I found was only half there and the rest was destroyed. Have you read it? Naruto smiled as he glanced at the clock and said, a friend took me to a play of it once when I was still traveling. It was magnificent. That song reminds me of my life a lot. As he paid the bill and got up holding the curtain flap, and Kurenai got up seeing the time also and followed him. As they left, AM had stars in her eyes and said that was so romantic. I can't believe they hit it off like that. Tucci sighed and said, yeah, but what will happen when she learns the truth? AM's stars faded and she said yeah. Sadly, as she realized her dad might be right. Naruto and Kurenai were on their way back to the academy, and Kurenai said, you're more interesting than I first thought you would be. So tell me more about you. Naruto said, well, as I said before, I am younger than you and look different than I appear. Kurenai said, I know that, what about that tattoo on your back? To have something like that you must have a special reason. Naruto's smile faded a little and said, yeah, it to remind me of the first woman to ever truly love me. Kurenai asked, what happened? I mean, if she truly loved you, what happened? Naruto frowned and said, it's a touchy subject for me, I might tell you one day, but for now just know like most great works of literature there was a tragic ending. Kurenai's eyes softened and sighed, oh, I'm sorry. Naruto said, nah, it's okay. It happened a long time ago. Perhaps someday I can tell you about it. It's a very long adventure that ended with me here. Kurenai said, so, how do you know Tsunade Senju? Naruto smirked and asked, would you believe I am an unofficial grandson to her? Kurenai looked at him and said, no, I wouldn't. Naruto said, would you believe we're old gambling buddies? Kurenai stopped and looked at Naruto and said, maybe. Naruto said, good answer. As he started walking again. Kurenai asked, am I right, is that how you know her? Naruto said, maybe. As he put his hand under his chin and drawn out maybe. Kurenai fumed and marched to quickly catch up to Naruto. They walked into the academy and just got back to class when the bell rang. Naruto was smiling when he walked in, and Rin blinked and looked at Kurenai who was also smiling and said, "Oi, leapfrog, you get late or something. You're actually smiling a real smile." Naruto said, "Nah, just been chatting about Bachin with my new teammate here." Rin said, "So when we meeting her this weekend?" Naruto frowned and said, probably about one. Give her time to get over her hangover." "Why?" Rin said, "Just wondering." "Thanks." Naruto nods and Kurenai who was blushing from what Rin said asked why she call you leapfrog. Naruto said, "If I ever show you my bloodline you would know why." Idate said, "You got a bloodline?" Naruto nods and said, "Yeah, stronger than my father's, but keep that under your head. I don't want to be turned into breeding stock." "Comprehend?" Idate asked, "What's comprehend mean?" Naruto slapped his head and said, "Sorry, I sometimes do that. It means understand in Spanish." Just then the doors opened and several Jounins walked in. Naruto saw as the other teams were called, and then Aoi walked in and Naruto frowned a moment and Aoi said, "Teammate, come with me." Naruto got off the desk he was sitting on and Idate and Kurenai followed after Aoi. Aoi lead them to the swing in front of the academy and he said, "Alright, sit down and let's introduce ourselves." Idate said, "What do you mean?" Aoi said, "Well, I will start. My name is Rakishu Aoi. I like getting stronger. I dislike those who don't try their best." Next. Idate said, "My name is Idate Marino. I like my brother Ibiki and learning new jutsu. I dislike show-offs and leers." As he glared at Naruto and continued, "I want to make my brother proud." Kurenai said, "My name is Kurenai Yuuhi. I like ninjutsu and reading. I dislike perverts and those who think women can't be as good as men. I want to show I am just as good as any man and someday have a family." Everyone turned to Naruto who said, "Name's none K's, I am the embodiment of chaos. I have many hobbies and if I trust you, I will reveal them. I live by 3 beliefs in my life. I will protect what is precious to me with true strength that only comes from protecting what you hold dear. I will live each day like it's my last with no regret, and those who follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash." Aoi said, "I see. You the kid everyone's talking about, right? The one who is the youngest to ever graduate from the academy." Naruto said, "Yeah. That's me." Aoi said, "That's a bold claim. Especially with how you look." Naruto said, "You know you should not believe everything you see or hear." Aoi said, "Well anyways, I want you all 3 to meet me tomorrow on training ground 8 at 5 am. We're going to have a test to see if you have what it takes to be a ninja." Kurenai asked, "What kind of test?" Aoi said, "You will find out tomorrow." As he shushed away. Kurenai turned to her teammates and asked, "What kind of test do you think it will be?" Naruto said, "Most teams have some kind of teamwork test where they try and make us go against each other, but we have to look at the good of the mission instead of our own personal goal and work together. That is why they put us on teams of 3. Idate growled and asked, "How do you know that?" Naruto said, "You would be surprised what people say or do when you get them drinking." Kurenai frowned and said, "You drink?" Naruto said, "My godfather made me learn to go from piss poor drunk to stone cold sober in less than a minute. I had 2 choices when he did that. Either learn to do that or be strapped to a bed for a bunch of hookers to have their way with me. 25 bottles of sake later I had the jutsu down." Idate blinked and blinked and blinked before he opened his mouth and said, "Can I take option number 2? Kurenai screamed, "Pervert," as she beat Idate into the ground. Once she calmed down she turned and glared at Naruto and said, "And you?" Naruto said, "Yes, Haim." Kurenai blushed and frowned as she realized what he did and said, "I hate you." Naruto said, "Good, then come watch a play with me. Tonight." Kurenai said, "And why should I do that, and there is nowhere to watch any play in all of Konoha." Naruto smirked and said, "Tell you what. If you agree and go to the play with me tonight here in Konoha and I fail to deliver, then I will show you what I really look like and tell you my real name and answer any question you have about me." Kurenai frowned and said, "And if you do deliver?" Naruto put his finger to his chin and said, "Then this weekend if we don't have missions you come with me too, and after I win gambling we go dancing, you bring a spare change of cloths with you, and we go dancing." Kurenai said, "So, if I agree to go out with you tonight I have to go on a second date with you." Naruto said, "And I will be a perfect gentleman and let you set the rules of the date with the exception of you can't force me to reveal my real looks or my real name." Idate said, "Don't do it Kurenai, he's just trying to get in your pants." Naruto said, "Actually, no." As he looked at Idate and continued, "I am just trying to have some fun with my someone who shares a similar interest with me." Kurenai said, "No hand grabbing, kissing, hugging, groping, alcohol, or anything like that." Naruto said, "Agreed." Kurenai said, "Fine, what time?" Naruto said, How about 6 p.m? Meet me in front of the Hokage Tower and dress formally." Kurenai said, "Agreed." Naruto said, "Until then Dulcinea." As he threw a smoke bomb on the ground and when it cleared he was gone. Idate said, "You're not really going to go with him, are you Kurenai?" Kurenai who was blushing said, "Yeah, I am." as she turned and began to walk away. I-Date growled and thought, damn him, I will follow them and make sure he doesn't hurt her. I don't trust him. Naruto appeared on the balcony of the Hokage office and he knocked on the window. The third looked out and frowned and said, what are you doing here, Case? Naruto said, I want to rent a city building for the evening. The third blinked and asked why. Naruto smirked and said, I got a date. The third face faulted and said, which building? Naruto smiled and told him what he wanted to do, and the third by the end said very well, I will approve it and also order Anbu to stay away from there. Naruto smiled and said, thanks Gigi. Saya. As he BBB away. Naruto appeared at his house and walked in and saw Rin sitting there and she saw him still smiling and asked, what are you so excited about? Naruto said, oh, I got a date. Rin frowned and said, really, with who? Naruto said, Kurenai. Rin asked why. I mean why her? Naruto said, I guess it's because she surprised me today. She knew about something I learned in the past. I guess I just want to be able to remember the friends I lost when I jumped. Even if it's only one night. I don't have any romantic interest in her, at least none now. I just want to have some fun and relax a little. You know my philosophy. Rin said, yeah, live life like there is no tomorrow. Naruto nods and said, so how's your team? Rin said, Iruka-kun is funny, reminds me a little like you, but Hess different. Naruto said, kun. Rin blushed and Naruto said, relax, Hess a good guy, but you should know he only uses his pranks to draw attention, so he doesn't feel so lonely. Rin nods and said, I already figured that out. I can see his mask from seeing yours so much. Naruto frowned and said, that's one of the reasons it would never work out between us. Rin said, yeah, you want to have friends, but anyone who could get close to your heart you keep arm's length away. It's hard to be betrayed, huh? Naruto said, yeah, I can never forget my past, what the villagers did to me or what they would do to those I truly care for. Rin said, that's why I frowned a few moments ago when you said you had a date. Kurenai will never know who you really are, so you won't ever be able to truly fall in love, because if she falls for you she will fall for Nun's, not Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto said, thanks sis, you know how to rip those old heartstrings out. He received a throw pillow in the face as his answer. Naruto smiles and said, anyways, if things work out tonight she's going to come with us Saturday. I am going to take her dancing. Rin paled and said, oh god, don't tell me you're going to do that shit again. Naruto said, who me? Acting all innocent. Rin said, I can never show my face in that town again and neither can poor Shizune. That was just pure evil. Naruto said, true. My godfather would be proud. Rin said, get your scrawny ass up those stairs and get ready for your date, jackass. Naruto said, you think my ass is scrawny? I thought I had a perfect ass. As he turned and looked at his own butt. Rin blushed like crazy as Naruto walked up the stairs shaking his ass. Rin said, it's times like this I miss acting like a guy. Naruto, when he met Kurenai, he was wearing a traditional black kimono with waves crashing on a beach on it with a blue obi and a single red rose in his chest pocket. Kurenai was wearing a red satin dress and she saw Naruto and she looked down and Naruto held up his hand and a bouquet of flowers with lilies, jasmine and roses mixed in appeared in his hand and he said, you look lovely. These are for you. Kurenai took them embarrassed and said, I guess I was wrong about what you meant by formal. Naruto said, no, I was mistaken, but I can correct this matter. As he put his hands together and his cloths changed from what he had on to a pair of black pants with a white shirt with the same beach with waves on the back of it. Kurenai looked at him shocked and put her hands together and muttered Kai, but nothing happened and Naruto said, Thigh real. Shall we? As he motioned down a road. Kurenai nods and she smelled the flowers as they walked down the road. Soon Kurenai noticed they were approaching the Chunin exam stadium and she asked, where are we going exactly? Naruto said, to the play, remember. As he continued to walk. Kurenai frowned and asked, how much longer are you going to keep saying that? You and I both know there is no play or anything like that in Konoha. Naruto said, there is tonight. See. As he waved his hand. Kurenai blinked and looked and noticed a line of people entering the stadium and she looked shocked and as they got in line and she heard people talking about how exciting the play was going to be and she turned to Naruto and tried to say something, but no words would come out. As they got to the gate, a man in a red jacket was standing there and said, the special guest of honor is here I see. You may proceed sir and my lady. As he motioned toward the gate. Kurenai asked as they walked in, what did he mean special guest of honor? Naruto said, it's a surprise. You will find out later. Now we have front row seats and it will start shortly. Do you need to freshen up because it's about a 2-hour play? Kurenai said, yeah, I guess I will. As she walked toward the bathroom. Outside the stadium, I-Date walked up to the stadium having been following Naruto and Kurenai and as he got to the gate the man in the red coat said, ticket sir. I-Date said, I don't have a ticket. Listen, my friend is inside and I need to see her. The man said a lot of people's friends are in there but no ticket, no passing, and don't try any ninja shit to get in here kid. You will wind up tied to the yondame's nose in your underwear, now do you want a ticket? Last call before I close the gates. I-Date growled and asked how much. The man said 5,000 sir. I-Date nearly had a heart attack and said I don't have that kind of money. The man said then I am sorry but you can't come in. As he took a few steps back and closed the gate to the stadium. I-Date growled and started to walk away. Naruto was waiting for Kurenai to come out and he asked are you ready? She nods and Naruto offered her his arm and she took it and they soon got the front row seats and all the other seats were filled with people and as they sat down spotlights came on from the side and shined into the stadium. The man walked out and said lords, ladies, countrymen. Lend me your ears. This is the tale of one man, a man who dreamed of days of old, where chivalry still existed, a tale of impossible dreams and following a star. This is the tale of Don Quixote de la Mancha. As the lights shined off as a puff of smoke covered the field. Kurenai's eyes got wide and she looked at Naruto who smiled and was sweating a little. She asked how is this possible? I mean how was this play here tonight? Naruto said if someone tries hard enough, anything is possible Kurenai, now let's enjoy this show. As he slipped something into his mouth. Kurenai nods but thought what was that he just took. As she began to watch the play. Outside the stadium I-Date was trying to sneak in when someone jumped him from behind and hit him in the back of the head. When the play was nearly over she was in tears by how good and moving it was and Naruto said, I will be right back Kurenai. I guess I should have taken my own advice about freshening up. As he kissed her hand which she had placed in his during the play before leaving. As the play ended everyone stood up and cheered including Kurenai and the guy who walked out at the beginning walked back out with all the other actors and actresses bowing and he said now, for one last time, please welcome out for the finally the star of our play Don Quixote. As a man walked out in armor and he said, and what hero would I be without my ladylove, I present to you Dulcinea del Toboso. As he raised one hand and the spotlight shined onto Kurenai and the knight took of his helmet and Kurenai saw it was her date for the night and the crowd sang 3 cheers for the lady Dulcinea. And as they cheered Naruto smiled and then fell forward and everyone in the stadium, except for Kurenai and him went up in smoke. Kurenai was shocked and she screamed case. As she ran down to the stairs as she looked around wondering what happened and when she got to the stadium floor the Hokage came walking out along with Rin and he said remind me Rin. If he ever does this again to fill the stadium with actual people instead of Kajabunshians. He's quite talented in the theatrics. Kurenai looked at the Hokage and asked what's going on, where did all the people go, what happened to him, why are you here? Ranting a mile a minute. Rin walked forward and covered her mouth and said breath in and out, breath in and out. Kurenai finally started to calm down and Rin said now to answer your question, dipshit here wanted to impress you with this play since you and him talked about some book, so here entered the stadium and used his ability to make godlike numbers of Kajabunshin which are solid clones which were hinged so. It would seem like it was the real thing. I am sure the baka probably took some soldier pills to keep it up as long as he did. He will be fine by morning, but for now he just passed out with chakra exhaustion. As for what we're doing here we came to find out why he tied your other teammate to the Yondame's nose in his underwear while this was going on. Naruto who had woken up during the speech said he had no ticket for the play and tried to sneak in and ruin it, I was sure I could have held it a little longer though. Kurenai's brain had shut down during processing what she heard and she glanced at Naruto and as he slowly sat up she punched him right in the face and said, you baka, do you have any idea how stupid that was? Before she grabbed his shirt and yanked him forward smashing her lips to his and after breaking the kiss at a romantic. Naruto's head was spinning from the chakra exhaustion, the kiss and the punch and said ooh, all swirly like my Uzumaki as he passed back out. When Naruto awoke again he found himself in his bed and he blinked and looked around and thought what the hell happened. He got up and saw it was 4 a.m. and he started to get ready for the day before grabbing a cereal bar. He then headed for training ground 8. When he got there no one else was there. He sighed as he reached over his shoulder and pulled out Dragon's Breath and he took a stance and began to move in Kenjutsu Kata with his eyes closed. This was the sight that I-Date and Kurenai arrived to a few minutes later. I-Date looked at Kurenai and asked so how was your date? Kurenai blushed red as she looked at Naruto and asked, how was the Yondame's nose? I-Date went red from embarrassment and anger. Naruto moved a few more minutes and stopped and sheathed his sword and Kurenai said, you seem really good at that. Naruto said I trained for 3 years under a samurai who was called the Manslayer. This katana was his before he broke it on the day he died. I have reforged it and bathed it in my own blood to bond with Dragon's Breath. I-Date said never heard of anyone called that before. Naruto said there's a reason for that. Anyways, how long are you going to observe us Aoi? I mean you've been sitting in that tree since before I arrived. Aoi jumped out of a tree with a scowl on his face and said that's Aoi sensei to you. Naruto snorts and said A. You're not our official sensei yet. B. I won't call you that until you have earned my respect and showed you have earned that title, and C. I don't trust you. Aoi said, I don't care what you think, kid. You will shut your mouth and follow my orders or I will punish you. Naruto shrugged and said, I follow orders from the Hokage and the Hokage alone. I will follow your orders if they are important to the mission or the good of the team and Konoha, and as long as they do not endanger my teammates or the client. Aoi bit his lip and said fine. Get in line with the rest of the team, smartest. Naruto did, and Idate asked, what are we to do, Aoi sensei? Trying to get on Aoi good side. Aoi glared at him and said shut up. Making Idate flinch. Aoi took a breath and said, alright, all three of you. Your task is to track me down and retrieve this. You have until sunset to do it, and if any of you fail then you will go back to the academy. As he held up a scroll. Naruto narrowed his eyes and Aoi said begin. As he left in a swirl of leaves. Idate turned and started to run when Naruto grabbed the back of his shirt and yanked him to the ground, forcing his feet to fly out and fall on his ass. Idate screamed, what the hell was that for? Naruto said, think for a moment, idiot. We are put on teams of 3, he can't fail just one of us. He would have to fail all of us. This is a teamwork test. We have to work as a team of ninja to find him. Not run around like a chicken with its head cut off. Idate screamed, and how do you know that? Naruto said, because Aoi hasn't left the field yet. Kurenai and Idate's eyes got wide, and Naruto glared at a tree on the other side of the field, which a limb moved and leaves fell. Kurenai asked, how did you know the case? Naruto said, wait a moment and I will tell you, he just appeared near the hot springs. Idate said, what are you waiting on, come on, let's go. Naruto said, stop and use your head. Just knowing where he is won't do us any good if we don't have a plan to not only stop him, but also to get the scroll. Kurenai said, Hess right. Idate said, why are you agreeing with him? Is it because Hess your boyfriend? Naruto slapped his head and said, you know, you're embarrassing your brother's name by acting like an idiot, Idate. That stopped Idate on the spot, and he glared at Naruto and said fuck you. As he took off running. Naruto shook his head and said baka. Kurenai sighed and said, so do you have a plan? Naruto said, a little. I placed a tracking tag on Aoi sensei this morning while I was doing my kata to distract him. That's how I know where he is. It's also how I know where Idate is right now. I slipped one in his jacket collar when I grabbed him. Kurenai asked, why did you do that? I mean, did you know he would run off like that? Naruto said, I got the idea that Idate doesn't look underneath and takes things at face value. Kurenai thought a moment and said, that's true. Hess always been like that. So what the plan? Naruto said, for now we wait and let Idate have time to think and Aoi tire both of themselves out. Then we will get Idate and try to think of a plan to attack with and win. Sound good? Kurenai nods and Naruto said, care for some breakfast? Kurenai said, sure, where to? Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder and instantly both were in Naruto kitchen. Kurenai looked wide-eyed and asked what was that? Naruto said, my bloodline. It's why Rin calls me Leapfrog. I have the ability to jump anywhere I have either been before or can see. This is my kitchen. I asked that you don't go into the other rooms besides the restroom behind you because I have pictures and other things that show what I really look like and I may trust you some, but not enough to reveal myself yet. Trust and friendship take time. Kurenai frowned a moment and said alright. Just then the door to the kitchen opened up and Rin walked in, rubbing her eyes in a long shirt with a teddy bear on it and a pair of blue panties underneath it that could barely be seen while she was rubbing her eyes, and she said morning. Nah, K's. As she saw Kurenai there. She glared at Naruto who said morning Rin, you know Kurenai right? Rin asked what's she doing here? Does she know? Naruto said no, I jumped us here for breakfast and we just arrived. Rin nods and said sorry, I am not a morning person and both K's and I are private about our personal lives. If he trusts you enough to bring you here then you must be a good person. I need my coffee. As she walked over and grabbed the coffee pot and poured her a jar, not a cup, a jar of coffee, and began to drink it. Kurenai sweat dropped and asked, so she lives here with you? Naruto said yeah, this was originally a clan house before I bought it. So what do you want for breakfast? Rin said the usual, trust me Kurenai, have what I have. As she sat down. Kurenai looked at Rin and said alright, I will. As she sat down beside Rin who was still drinking her coffee. Naruto said alright. As he made a couple of kajubunshin and began to cook. Kurenai watched him and asked, so, what's your real name now? Naruto said sorry, you know more than I would like right now, but in time I will trust you more. That reminds me, how the hell did I get back here last night? Only thing I remember was a kiss and a mean right hook. As he turned around. Rin said I shoeshined us to the marker and then had a couple of kajubunshin bring you in. Naruto nods and Kurenai was blushing and Naruto asked, so how did you like the play? As he continued to cook. Kurenai said, it was amazing. Was that the real ending, I mean before you came out dressed at him? Naruto said yeah, that was the real ending. I have the whole book in my personal library along with some Shakespeare, Hemingway, Twain, King, Lucas, and other masters. Kurenai asks so you told us all you and Rin use a jutsu to make yourself different. Naruto nods and Kurenai asks what jutsu is it. Rin said it's one case here invented while on his travels before we met each other. In fact because of that jutsu he saved my life. Kurenai said really, what do you mean? As Naruto worked Rin said well, don't tell anyone this because if it reached my family's ears they would kill me, you and anyone else who knew the truth. Especially my father. Kurenai nods and Rin said I am originally from a clan. I won't tell you which clan or what village they are in because I may trust K's with my life and his instincts, but not totally since he is human. Naruto said now I am human. Other times you call me frog, ass, and. Rin said quite you, anyways, as I was saying I came from a clan. Before I was born my father and another man in our clan were both up for the position of clan head. The previous clan head decided that whichever one of the two men's wives had a male child first would be the clan head. The other man's wife who was also pregnant like my mother was due a week before my mother. My father had a doctor deliver me early, and when my father saw I was a girl he waited till the doctor was done with me and my mother and killed the doctor before placing a jinjutsu seal on me to make it appear as if I was a boy. Kurenai was shocked, and Rin said it wasn't until I was 5 that I learned I was actually a girl. My father then threatened that, if I was ever discovered not to be a boy he would kill me. As time passed I sort of discovered K's here, and we became friends, and he taught me the jutsu we use now. I used it for a while, and it's not like a henge. It is actual shape-shifting. Naruto said if I were to use it on myself I could turn into a woman and actually become pregnant. It's that real. As he brought over 3 plates each with a western omelette, butter and sugar rice, biscuit and gravy, and 2 glasses of fresh squeezed orange juice. Kurenai smelled the food, and Rin said anyways I used that jutsu for a while until one day when I was going to meet K's, I had dropped it in the woods, and my father had been following me discreetly. He attacked me and nearly killed me and left me for dead. Naruto snorts and said you had 4 broke ribs, a sprained wrist, several fractures on your left leg, not to mention 3 stab wounds, and that's not counting all the bruises. If I hadn't had a way to get Tsunade and have her come save you then you would have died. Kurenai was pale and asked what happened. I mean to your father. Rin said Tsunade family had ran into my clan in the past and they created a set of jutsu that changes our distinguishing feature and makes it where even a blood test can't show I am a member of that clan. My father had me declared dead after I never showed up and I've been with K's here ever since. I may have lost my family, but the only one I miss is my little brother, but I gained another. As she runs her hand in Naruto hair. Naruto who was chewing said hey, cut it out. Kurenai laughed and she took a bite of her food and her eyes went wide and she took another and said damn, this is good. As she started to eat more. Rin said see, told you. K's here may be younger than me but be. Naruto growled and Rin said sorry as she realized what she was about to say. Kurenai saw and heard it and asked what. Naruto said Rin here was about to tell something only those who actually know who I am and look like know. All I will say is it's what caused me to lose my childhood and forced me to grow up quickly or die. In time I will tell you, if you still want to get to know me. Kurenai frowned and said alright, I will wait to earn your trust. You must have been betrayed hard to not give it so easily. Naruto closed his eyes and said yeah, it's hard when every time you get close to someone they are taken from you, or when someone you think of as a brother nearly kills you, what the hell is Ide doing now? As he opened his eyes. Rin said you're taking your test right now, aren't you? Naruto nods and Rin said we took ours yesterday and passed. Kurenai said really, what was it? Rin said the bell test, what's yours? Naruto said capture and retrieve, Aoi is at a bar right now on the other side of town and Ide running away from a group of women. Rin asked okay, I know about your tracking tags, sneaky little bastard, but how can you tell he was running from women? Naruto said simple, a minute ago he was in the women's hot spring and now he's running away quickly and I have you know my parents were married when they had me, thank you very much. Kurenai was laughing hard and said oh god, you both act like you really are siblings. So who's older? Rin frowned and said physically I am, mentally he is older than you. Naruto sighed and said you not going to let it rest, are you Rin? Rin said nope, with half the shit you talk about at times unless she knows at least about that she is going to start thinking you're crazy. I just want to save her and you a lot of headache laters and you know if I don't do it, Tsunade and Shizune will. Drinking her coffee in the middle there. Naruto sighed and looked at Kurenai and said when I was 4 I was attacked and nearly killed by a group of people. I won't tell you why they attacked me, but I was innocent of what they thought. My bloodline activated for the first time at that moment, but because of the attacks my body was filled with foreign chakra that was not my own. My bloodline reacted very badly to it. Instead of taking me somewhere I could see or have been before it jumped me back in time. Kurenai frowned and asked what. Rin said, it's true. He has shown proof to me and the Hokage. He has a picture of his real looks taken with the Yondaime Hokage, including a scroll from him to the Sandaime that has been verified as authentic, even going so far as having the secret Hokage stamp and blood seal on it. Kurenai thought a moment and asked, can you show me some proof? Naruto reached up to his shirt and pulled out a gem and said, this is the Shodaime's necklace. Is it a one-of-a-kind gem that has been passed down in Tsunade family since before the birth of the Hidden Leaf village? I got this from the past, and Tsunade has the one from this timeline around her neck. When we meet her this weekend you can see it. Kurenai said okay, that's possible proof, but not concrete proof. Naruto thought a moment and said fine, you want some proof. This is something only 10 people in the world know about and only 2 copies of this document exist. One is inside the Hokage office in his safe and the other I have to not only prove that I went back in time, but also because of the fact the Yondaime wanted a backup plan in case things were changed by me being in the past. As he held up his hand and a scroll appeared. Kurenai looked at the scroll warily and asked what's in it. Naruto said something that if you speak about will have the Sandaime Hokage ordering you immediate execution without his approval. The only reason he lets me keep it is because the Yondaime gave me something to give to the person that is about when he is old enough, and the Hokage knows with my bloodline, I could be an Iwa in 5 minutes giving it to them if he betrays me. I am loyal to this village, but I am loyal to my friends first. Like I said, those who follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Kurenai held the closed scroll in her hand shakily and asked what's in this. What could the Yondaime give you that would make even the Sandaime worry? Naruto said the secret to Hiraishin no Jutsu. As for what's in that scroll. It is the birth certificate for the Yondaime's son. Kurenai world froze as she locked eyes on Naruto and she said so that story at the raiment stand, that was real, wasn't it? Naruto nods and said I was there the day he was born. Before I met the Yondaime I bounced around in time randomly for years staying at places from anywhere as short as a few minutes to a year or two. In fact it was thanks to the Yondaime Hokage then odds are I would still be bouncing around in time randomly. The Yondaime Hokage when he sealed the Kyuubi into his son made a deal with the Shinigami to send me back to where I belonged and to fix the problems my jumping in time might have caused. He did and he fixed my bloodline so that even if I am filled with other chakra again for some reason I will never jump in time. The only proof I have I am telling the truth is whenever I jump to a new timeline, everything I was wearing or holding at the moment was stored in my mind in a pocket dimension made out of chakra. That is why Rin said I am mentally older than you. I don't know how old mentally I am. I woke up after everything was said and done in a hospital from my original attack. Kurenai slowly opened the scroll and read the birth certificate and she said okay, I believe you. Wah, what are you going to do now? Naruto said well now, you have 3 choices. 1. You can accept the truth and we can show or trust more from her on and become good friends, teammates, whatever. 2. You can lie to yourself trying to convince yourself that I am lying and tell people about it and then wind up either locked away or gotten rid of or we can go to the Hokage and he can seal your memories of this talk away for the rest of your life and Rin and I act like this never happened. Kurenai frowned more and more as she thought about it and said there is a 4th option. Naruto asked really, what? Kurenai said first, tell me why you told us about the kid. Why did you give us those clues about his parentage? Naruto saw Rin get up and leave and he said traitor. As he then looked back at Kurenai and looked into her eyes and sighed before he said there's an ancient proverb that says the eyes are the windows to the souls. Because of my life I have had to learn to read people by their eyes. 99% of the time I can tell you things that will seem prophetic simply because I can read people so well. You're a good person Kurenai, you're going to be a strong woman and ninja as you get older, but you're also going to sacrifice a lot to get there. It might be friends, it might be loved ones, but you will make sacrifices to reach your goals and dreams. Idate won't make it. Something will sidetrack him later in life, maybe even get him killed if he doesn't change his ways. He believes he can be his brother and when he finally finds something that will make him stumble he will run away. I told you both about Naruto because before yesterday what was your views on him, a demon at worst or a sacrificial lamb at best? You never would take the time to think about who he is, what he will have to face to overcome his challenges, to prove he has the right to live a normal life like everyone else. I thought if I told you and Idate about him then you and Idate will both start looking at the world differently so that way when the time comes for you to make a sacrifice for your dream or Idate meets the hurdle that will trip him, you both can keep on going. I also thought that, when the time comes and I can trust you with my secrets like the one I just told you about then I wouldn't have to lose another person I wanted to get close to because of stupid preconceptions. Uzumaki and I are a lot alike in our lives. We are both hated for something we never had a choice in. We both have to hide our real selves or be destroyed by those around us. Those who get close to us will always have a chance of being hurt, and we will always have to worry about being stabbed in the back by those we thought we could trust. That is why it is hard for me to trust easily. It is why I am keeping you at arm's length. I am afraid someday that the sacrifice you will have to make for you to fulfill your dream will be me. I fear that the hurdle, that with Trip I date and make him run will be me. Kurenai frowned as she looked into Naruto's eyes and said, has your life been really that bad, case? I mean, your eyes show such sadness and loneliness. I never noticed it before, but your eyes, they have hope in them, but they are surrounded by. Naruto said, remember when you asked me about that tattoo on my back? When I was jumping in time I had nearly been killed shortly before that by someone I thought of as a brother. He literally stabbed me through the chest, and his fist came out of my back. He did it to gain favor for a man who offered him power. When I jumped to her time, I was emotionally broken. I thought I was unloved, unwanted and would forever feel nothing but heartache and betrayal. She owned a small store in her small town. Her husband had been killed 2 years earlier when someone robbed the store. At that point in time a person's life was worth than the price of a bullet. Remember that long-range weapon I used during the test? That fires bullets, which is what I cut out of the tree so people don't learn the secret of them. Anyways, when I jumped I usually wound up naked and I didn't really understand what was causing the jumps in the first place and had been lost in time for a while. I didn't even know how to summon stuff out of my mind or that they could be summoned. She offered me a set of cloths and I was thankful. My body had aged during the time I was jumping. I don't know how old I was, but I would guess close to 15 or 16. She was just 22 and a widow. From what I learned later, woman died before 25 in that type of area she lived in. I don't know why she wanted it from me, but she asked me to help her feel like a woman one last time. She told me how in a town like that and with as cheap as people's lives were she could be dead that same day. She was lonely and heartbroken, and I never been with a woman before like that. I had seen a woman once help herself, but that's another story. She took me by the hand and showed me something magical. I can't describe it even all this time later. After it was over we held it other, but then the bell to the front door of her store rang. We were in the stockroom at the time, and she quickly got dressed, and while I was getting dressed I heard a shot. When I got there she was on the ground bleeding, and a man was standing there holding this. As he summoned the Colt 45. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes and said, I let my rage get to me and used my bloodline to get behind him, and I jerked his arm back breaking it and grabbed this and fired it through his back into his heart. I didn't even realize I did it or care at the moment. It was the first time I had actually taken a life. I just wanted to get to her. She gave me this. As he pulled out the cross from his neck and said, and told me to live my life like there is no tomorrow. I promised her I would as she died in my arms. I learned tattooing in my travels and I have a photographic memory, and while I was jumping in time I had that tattoo put on my back. When I finally was returned to my own time here I gave it to myself. I think of her as my guardian angel. If she wouldn't have come to me at that moment in my life, I would have most likely ended it all because of all the pain I had. She was the first I was ever with, and to this day she is the only woman I had ever been with. I've kissed and hugged women, but I never let any get close to me again because I didn't know if I would ever see any of them again or if what I had that one time was just that, a magical one-time thing. I grew up alone before I was returned to the age of 4. I did not learn who my parents were until I was in the time of the Yondaime, and I was lucky to have met them then. I have no other family, and besides the two at the raiment stand, Rin, the Hokage Tsunade, Shizune, I don't have anyone close to me. I know people and act friendly toward them, but I don't have anyone who really understands me or knows me. Hell, I have not even looked at my own face in a mirror in nearly 2 years. Kurenai looked at Naruto sadly, and she slowly stood up and hugged him. Naruto broke down right there. Emotions running through him broke him. Kurenai frowned and thought, to go through life like that, to be forced to grow up and constantly traveling, how can he try so hard? I may not know everything about him, but I do know that I want to earn his trust. I want to get close to him. When Naruto finally got control of himself he said thank you. Kurenai leaned down and kissed him on the lips and pulled back and said thank you for telling me, and I want option 4. I will be there for you and earn your trust so that when the day you look at yourself in the mirror with your own face, I can see it also and I can be there to call you by your real name. Naruto smiled a real smile, and he glanced at the clock and his smile slowly faded and he sighed and said, we need to finish our test now. Do you need to wash up before we do? Kurenai frowned and looked at the clock and saw it was already 2 in the afternoon and thought, did time really fly by that fast? And she said yeah. I think I better so we can be ready later. As she went to the bathroom that was connected to the kitchen. Naruto closed his eyes and thought, why? Why did I break down like that again? Why is it whenever I talk about my true past I break down? Why did I trust her? I know she was okay to me in the future, but we only talked 2 times ever. Why the hell did I tell her about Shizune also? God, this is too much. Not only did I tell her about Season, but I also mentioned about what happened in the hot springs on the way back from getting tsunade. Kurenai came back, and Naruto clones had cleaned the kitchen up already, and Naruto stood up and went to the restroom, and a few moments later came back out and said, "Are you ready?" Kurenai nods and Naruto closed his eyes, and then he placed his hand on Kurenai's shoulder, and both instantly were on top of a roof across the village. Kurenai said, "Whoa, that is awesome." Naruto said, "Yeah, but the Hokage doesn't want me to be using it because my enemies might find out and use it against me or try turning me into breeding stock." Kurenai frowned and said, "Well, I won't tell anyone, so where are we?" Naruto said, "Idate is directly under us in the store." Just then Idate ran out and ran across the street to the next store. Kurenai sweat dropped and said, "Not much on tracking, is he?" Naruto said, "No, not really. Let's go." As he stepped off the roof and landed below. Kurenai did the same, and they both walked over toward the store, and when Idate came running out Naruto held out his arm clotheslining him. As Idate coughed holding his neck he glared at Naruto and Naruto asked, "Are you ready to accept our help and work as a team, or do you need to go back into the women's hot springs again?" Idate went red and he said, "I don't see you having any luck." Naruto said, "That's because we let you and Aoi-sensei tire yourselves out since you refused to listen. We had a nice breakfast together and a long talk." Idate asked, "If that's true then how did you know about the hot spring?" Naruto grabbed Idate and reached under his collar and pulled out a piece of paper and said, "Tracking seal. I placed one on you this morning before you ran off and one on Aoi while I was doing my katas this morning. I can tell exactly where it is within 10 miles radius." Idate pointed his finger in Naruto's face and said, "You cheated." Naruto slapped him upside the head and said, "We're ninja. We use whatever we can to ensure the survival of our team and the completion of the mission. From boring D-rank missions to dangerous S-rank. We have to work as a team for the good of Konoha." Idate frowned and after a few moments silence said, "Alright, whatever. Do you have a plan?" Naruto smirked and began to tell them his plan. 30 minutes later Aoi was sitting in a bar when a brown-haired woman walked in and said, "Sake please." As she sat down next to Aoi. Aoi glanced at the woman and said, "Well hello cutie. I never seen you around this place before." The woman took a slow sip of sake and said, "Yeah, I just got to town requesting a mission." As she looked Aoi up and down and said, "My, you look like a strong ninja, perhaps I should request you on the mission I need." Aoi scoffed and said, "Oh, I am not much." The woman said, "Not from where I am looking. I am Deborah and you are." Aoi told her his name and she smiled and said, "So Aoi-san, how about showing me around town for a little while? I don't have a meeting with the Hokage until tomorrow, perhaps we can have dinner later and see what happens." As she said the last part with a hint of lust. Aoi smiled and said, "Sure. I would be honored to." As he got up and she took his arm and was led out of the bar. An hour later after talking Deborah said, "My feet are getting tired and my hotel room is just around the block. How about coming over and having a few drinks?" Aoi looked around and thought, where the hell are those idiot, oh well, I can use a quickie. And said, "Sure. Show the way." Deborah led him to her hotel room and fished out her keys and turned the key loudly before opening the door and walking inside. Aoi walked in behind her and suddenly something flew into his shoulder from above and he screamed out as he reached for it and he found a small bamboo-looking stick and he tried to move and Deborah said, "You might as well give it up. That dart has an aerotoxin that freezes the body within a few seconds, making you completely vulnerable. Nice job on the trap Idate and good job on the Jinjutsu Kurenai." He was so focused on my ass and getting laid he never realized the trap he walked into. As she walked in the bathroom and a few seconds later came back out as none case. Aoi eyes got wide and the closet door opened across the room and Idate and Kurenai walked out and Idate ran and got the scroll and said, "We pass." Naruto smirked and said, "Don't worry, the toxin will wear off in about 15 minutes. Don't feel bad Aoi, I did a bodyguard job a few times at a brothel, so I learned how to pick up men." And Kurenai slapped her head and said, "I can't believe you did that and it actually worked." Idate said, "You got tricked," says nay by a guy. Naruto frowned and said, "Harem jutsu." And suddenly the room was filled with 10 different women, all clad in tiny bathing suits, and Idate and Aoi both flew back with nosebleeds and Naruto muttered perverts. As he cancelled the jutsu. When both Aoi and Idate woke up they saw Naruto holding his eye and Kurenai holding her arms across her chest, and Aoi said, "What the hell was that?" Naruto said, "A left hook." Aoi said, "Not that smart ass. What the hell was all this?" As he motioned the hotel room. Naruto said, "Oh that. Instead of us chasing you all over town we decided to have you come to us so we could get the scroll and pass. After all being a ninja is using everything at your disposal to ensure the mission is complete." Aoi said, "I really hate you." Naruto smirked and Idate said, "So that means we pass right?" Aoi said, "Shut the hell up weakling. Now all of you meet me at training ground 8 tomorrow morning to begin training and taking missions." Naruto said, "So who's hungry?" Kurenai said, "Not me. I am still full from earlier. Naruto said so am I now that you mention it. I guess I will see you all tomorrow. As he threw a smoke bomb on the ground and was gone when it cleared. They looked around and noticed Aoi was gone as well. I said so Kurenai, do you want to go out tonight? Kurenai said no, not tonight. I am a little tired. I think I am going back home and resting a little while. And to think. As Kurenai left to go toward her home the village was suddenly filled with music and she looked around when she started to hear. I wake up in the morning. And I raise my weary head. I got an old coat for a pillow. And the earth was last night's bed. I don't know where I'm going, only God knows where I've been. I'm a devil on the run, a six-gun lover. A candle in the wind. When you're brought into this world. They say you're born in sin. Well, at least they gave me something. I didn't have to steal or have to win. Well, they tell me that I'm wanted. Yeah, I'm a wanted man. I'm Colt in your stable. I'm what Cain was to Abel. Mr. Catch me if you can. I'm going down in a blaze of glory, take me now, but know the truth, I'm going down in a blaze of glory, Lord I never drew first, but I drew first blood, I'm no one's son, call me young gun, call me young gun. I'm a young gun. As Kurenai looked she saw people pointing on top of the Hokage monument and she thought that can't be him, can it? As she started to run toward where the mountain. As she finally got there she saw Naruto who was sitting in a tree with a guitar in his hand and a group of Anbu on the ground tied up back to back. She sweat dropped and Naruto smirked and said what? I was bored. Kurenai sighed and said I give up. Naruto said, thanks for worrying about little old me though, but seriously, this village needs to upgrade its security as well as training. I mean come on. I kicked all 4 of these guys' asses. As he pointed toward the Anbu. One Anbu in a horse mask said I am going to kill you kid. Naruto said you're just mad I used Konoha's secret to jutsu, 1000 years of death on you. My clones told you to wait until the song was over, but no. You had to attack me and look what happened. With a smirk. He then stood up sealing his guitar and said, shall I walk you home? As he landed beside Kurenai and held out his arm. Kurenai said sure. With a blush on her face. Naruto nods and she asked what about them? As she pointed toward the Anbu. Naruto said oi, if I let you go, will you just tell the Hokage it was Kase who did it and I will come by and get my money for the concert later. The Anbu said you actually expect the Hokage to pay for that. Naruto said well, he did say he liked my entertaining of the village last night, so if he was going to pay for that, why not this? As he threw kunai cutting fire ropes and he said, you can keep the kunai though. As he began leading Kurenai away. Kurenai said, the more I find out about you the more I wonder if you really are crazy. Naruto said I am just controlled shows. I go where the wind blows me and sleep where the waves crash. Kurenai asked huh? Naruto said you will understand one day. I just gave you the biggest clue about me you can get. As he led her home as she tried to figure it out and not getting it. The next day Naruto met his team at training ground 8 and Aoi arrived a few moments later and he said alright weaklings. You think you're some hot shit after yesterday? Well guess what? It's payback time. As he threw a scroll to each of the genin. Naruto looked at the scroll and opened it and saw a seal and said standard storage seal. Just channel chakra into it. As a Kagebunshin appeared and Naruto handed the scroll to it and the Bunshin unsealed what was inside which was a pair of bucket and Naruto thought tell me Hess not actually going to make us do that. Aoi glared at Naruto and his clone and asked, why did you do that? Naruto said simple. The best trap is the one you least expect. You could have put armed exploding tags in those scroll to kill or injure us to get revenge. I told you. I don't trust you. Naruto Kagebunshin said fire clean. After checking them before setting them on the ground in front of Naruto. Aoi said well smartest, the real training begins. You each are to take those buckets and fill them with water from the river behind you and then carry them outstretched without spilling them while doing our first mission. Naruto said please tell me it's not Tora. Aoi said actually, it is. How did you know? Naruto threw a smoke bomb on the ground and when it cleared Naruto was standing there with Tora in his arms and said mission complete. Next. Aoi gaped and Idate asked what the hell. Kurenai smiled to herself and Aoi said alright smartest, each of you fill those buckets and we will take Tora to the tower and get another mission and don't spill the water. Naruto bit his thumb and drew a circle around the top of one bucket and then drew a line down the side with blood. He then repeated the process and Aoi asked what are you doing? Naruto channeled chakra into the blood and then walked to the river and dipped both in before screaming Kurenai, Idate, catch. As both buckets were launched into the air. Out of reflex both did and when they caught them they both gaped and Naruto walked over and grabbed the other buckets. Aoi screamed what the hell are you doing? How is the water not falling out of those buckets? Naruto shrugged as he repeated the process to the other 4 buckets and said you're a jounin. Figure it out yourself. As he filled all 4 with water before walked back over carrying 2 in each hand and began to walk toward the tower while Naruto Kagebunshin held Tora. I-Date frowned at Naruto and Kurenai shook her head and grabbed her bucket before running up to Naruto and said, "Give me my other bucket. We're a team and we share the work." Naruto looked at her and said, "You sure?" Kurenai nods and Naruto hands her one bucket and she carried one in each hand. Naruto had two in his right and one in his left. I-Date followed beside Aoi carrying only one. When they got to the tower, Naruto walked up to the door and kicked it open and Aoi said, "What the hell are you doing, Case?" Naruto said, "I wish I had $1 every time I heard you ask me that question." Mission capture Tora complete, sir. Teammate requesting another mission. The third said 25 minutes, that's a new record for this mission. Naruto shrugged and said, "Hokage-sama, have all the other genin teams already collected their D rank missions for the day?" Aoi said, "What?" Naruto interrupted him, said, "The hell do you think you're doing, Case?" "Right. Well, you're taking too long, so I am trying to help my team be as efficient as possible. Now, as I was asking, sir, have they already gotten their D ranks for the day?" The third frowned and said, "Yes, Case, why?" Case said, "I would like to request the rest of the D ranks for my team, sir." I-Date and Kurenai paled and Aoi smirked and said, "You're asking for trouble, kid. I hope the Hokage gives you each of them." "Sir, when this team fails, it's not my fault, they are nothing but pathetic weaklings. I refuse to be their sensei any longer." As he turned and walked out of the room. I-Date said, "Great job, idiot. Now our sensei left us." Naruto said, "I-Date, Aoi is about as much of a sensei to us as Tor there. A sensei does not treat his team like shit, ridicule you for asking about the mission, training, or other problems that could affect your team, the mission, or the village." As he looked at I-Date. Kurenai frowned as she looked back and forward and the third said, "You seem to think you could be a better sensei than Aoi, Case." Naruto said, "I believe I am, sir." "I mean, he does not believe in us. His actions a few moments ago proved that. Not only do I believe our team can do every one of those missions you have, but if I am wrong, I will pay the village back out of my own pocket. I believe in my teammates that much, sir." The third thought a moment and said, "What do you believe, Kurenai? Do you believe your team could complete the task without your Aoi?" Kurenai thought a moment and said, "If capturing Tora is an example of D-rank missions, then yes, sir, I do." I-Date snorts and said, "Well, I don't. I believe the only reason Kurenai is agreeing is because she is dating Case." Naruto said, "Actually, we're not dating. We went out just as friends for the time being. If it does turn romantic later in life, so be it. You don't trust me. Fine, I accept that. I will even make you a deal. If you follow my lead for 1 month and do your best and I fail you, I will retire from being a ninja. I believe not only in my own skills, but yours as well." I-Date Marino and Kurenai Yuhi. A leader has to believe in those who under them. There are no weak soldiers under a valiant leader. Those were the words of the Yondaime Hokage, and I believe in them, so will you follow my lead for 1 month? I-Date asked, "Why should you be leader? Why not me?" Naruto said, "Do you want to take responsibility for the lives of myself and Kurenai in the event a mission comes up later that could cost us our lives if you make a mistake?" I-Date frowned and said, "Do you give your word as a ninja that when you fail that you will quit being a ninja?" Naruto said, "Yes. I swear it on my real name in front of the Hokage here. If I fail leading this team over the next month, then I will quit being a ninja, providing you perform your duties on each mission to the best of your abilities. You swear that on your family name and we have a deal." I don't have to ask Kurenai here to do it because she has more reason than either of us to want to succeed. She wants to prove that women are just as good as men being ninja. That was why when I was carrying those 4 buckets she came up and took her fair share, while you stood back with only one and glared at me as I took the other 3. Even after I made it impossible to spill the water by putting seals on the buckets. I-Date glared and said, "Fine, I accept your offer and I will enjoy the day you give up because you're a fool." The third sighed and said, "Very well. For the time being, teammate will be under your leadership of K's here. K's, if they succeed or fail, will be because of you. I will give you 1 month to prove this is the best choice. Do you understand?" Naruto said, "Yes, Hokage-sama, now about those missions. May we have them?" The third sighed and pulled out 30 scrolls and said, "Here you go. Each of them must be done by the end of the day. Do you understand?" Naruto said, "Yes, sir. I understand." As he created 10 Kagebunshin who each grabbed 3 scrolls and began reading them. Naruto said, "Teammate. Let's head to our training ground to decide which mission to accept first." As he threw a smoke bomb, and the next thing either Kurenai or I-Date knew they were at the training ground. I-Date asked, "How did you do that?" Naruto said, "It's a modified Shushin. I will tell you more later, after I have earned your trust." Naruto Kagebunshin went up in smoke, dropping the scrolls, and Naruto said, "Alright, we have 3 missions that request grocery shopping. 1 mission to walk the Inyazaku dogs, 5 missions painting fences, 10 missions to clean sections of the rivers around Konoha, 2 babysitting missions, 6 missions dumping the trash bins in the civilian parks around the village, and the other 3 are picking weeds out of gardens. Do either of you know how to walk on water yet?" Kurenai said, "No. I don't." I-Date said I don't either. How do you know what the missions are so quick? Naruto said Kagebunshians. When they are dispelled they transfer their knowledge back to me. Now since neither of you know how to do that yet I will have my Kagebunshians handle the 10 missions cleaning the rivers. Tomorrow we will train, so I can understand what skills you both have. And he created 30 Kagebunshians who grabbed 10 scrolls before running off to do the missions. After they were gone Naruto said alright, that leaves us with 20 missions. Do either of you have experience babysitting? Kurenai frowned and said yeah, I do. I did it a couple of times when I was younger for extra money. Naruto walked over and created 4 Kagebunshin and picked up 3 scrolls and said alright. I want you to head to these addresses and take my 4 clones with you and pick up the 3 children. My clones will put a small mark on their hand so we can make sure there are no mix-ups and be sure to get anything you can think of that the children will need. They're all around 4 years old, so they don't need diapers, but will probably need juices and things like that and possible change of cloths. Once you pick up the children head to the park in the scroll and have one of my Kagebunshin that is with you begin doing the trash duty. Don't worry I-Date and I will be joining you shortly after we finish the dogs and the grocery shopping missions. My clones will take care of the other parks and the fence painting, but after we finish the babysitting missions we will have to work together to do the 3 weed pulling jobs. Do you understand your part Kurenai? Kurenai snorts and said yeah. One question. Will the clones follow my orders? Naruto said yes, but they won't answer any personal questions. Kurenai said damn. Alright let's head out. As she turned and the clones left with her. After she was gone Naruto said alright your choice. You can either help me with the dogs or do the 3 shopping jobs with a set of clones under your orders. I-Date said I will take the shopping. Naruto nods and creates 50 Kagebunshin. He motions to 5 of them and said you 5 go with I-Date to complete these 3 missions. When you finish them I-Date meet at the park near the south gate. That is where Kurenai will be at. I want you finished in 2 hours. Understand? I-Date said yeah, it's just grocery shopping. Naruto said alright. Show me what a Marino can do. As he hands the scrolls to I-Date. I-Date takes them and the clones and leaves. After he was gone Naruto said alright, you know what to do. As he grabs the dog mission and left. Naruto walked up to the Inyazaku house and a growl was heard and Naruto looked over and saw a dog with an eye patch on and it said what are you doing here fox boy? Naruto said I wondered who would figure it out first. I have a scroll from the Hokage for the head of the clan. It is a matter to be discussed privately. The dog narrowed its eyes and said why should I believe you? Naruto said because I am an alpha and it would be an insult for me to insult another alpha by dishonoring myself with lies. The female voice said well said young one, though why do you look different than you should? Naruto held out his hand and a scroll appeared and said from the late lord of the family. As he showed the Inyazaku family seal to Tsume who was standing there. Tsume frowned and said come inside but don't try anything. Kuromaru, call 2 sentry for the door and come inside with me. Kuromaru howled and a few seconds 2 big dogs that looked like Kuromaru appeared and a few yips later Naruto still disguised as Nunkase walked inside to the main office. When they got there Tsume said speak boy. Naruto said may I put up a privacy jutsu? You clan is well known for its heightened hearing and with what I have to say must not be overheard by any. It could result in the civil war of the village between the clans and the civilians. Tsume frowned and said very well, but don't try anything else. Naruto nods and goes through 10 hand signs and the room glows blue a moment. Tsume said now, what is going on? Naruto said as hard as you may find this, but on my 4th birthday when I was attacked my bloodline awakened and had an adverse reaction to the fox's chakra that was in my body. Because of it I was thrown back in time. Inside that scroll you will find your late husband's testimony about it when he met with my father, the Yondaime Hokage. I also have a scroll from my father to you whoever the clan head of your clan was at this time, since I did not know if he survived Kyuubi attack when I met my father. I had not intended to be discovered yet and I will have to inform the Sandaime about this since only a handful of people know of it so far. I won't say anything else about that until you read that scroll. Tsume frowned and said what bloodline do you have? Naruto appeared across the room and then on the other side of the room then behind Tsume, then behind Kuromaru and then back in his chair, shocking both of them, and said it's the oldest bloodline in existence, predating the Demon Wars, descendant of Inuyasha. Tsume growled and said you know a lot boy you shouldn't. Naruto said my father prepared me for when I eventually returned. Tsume remained silent as she opened the scroll and went wide-eyed a moment and said I see. How is it that I do not remember any of this? I see my own handwriting on this scroll as well as my husband's, yet I don't remember writing it. Naruto said as I told you, because of my bloodline I had been thrown back in time. I was going completely randomly and my father figured the only thing that could save me from possibly not only destroying myself, but the world was the power of a god, so when he summoned the Shinigami I was beside him. On the head of Gambunta. The Shinigami decided it was too dangerous for the fox's soul and mind to remain in me with my bloodline that he did not realize I had, so he removed them from me, leaving nothing but chakra alone. He did the same for the infant me of that time also. After that he put a blocker on my bloodline, preventing it from jumping me back in time again, even if I have the fox's chakra healing me again. He then said he would correct all the distortions in time I created by jumping around. The only proof I have are items like that scroll and this. As he summoned a picture and placed it on the desk in front of him. Zoom frowned even more and said, I can see you there because of your whiskers. I see the yondaime beside you and myself and my late husband. I have no choice but to believe you. Now tell me, why are you here if you had not intended to be discovered? Naruto snorts and said, D-rank missions. Dog walking. Zoom blinked and blinked again before falling out of her chair and burst out laughing. She slowly gets up and sits back down and said, oh, this is rich, the fox walking the hound. My ancestors would be rolling over in their graves. Naruto said, I am currently going by the name Nunkase. I humbly request you do not notify anyone else about me besides the Sandaime, so he knows you are aware of the situation. When the time comes there will be a few surprises that my father prepared for that will drastically switch the control of the village. Zoom frowned and asked, what do you mean? You may have proof that you have went to the past, but I do not see any reason to not tell anyone. Naruto held up his hand and another scroll appeared and said, not even the Sandaime is aware of this yet. It will not be carried out until I officially claim my family name. As he handed it to her. Zoom took it and opened it and her eyes got wide and she looked at Naruto and said, do you have any idea what this will do, kid? It could cause a civil war. Naruto said, now when you add it with this. As another scroll appeared. She took it and began to read and said, you got yourself a deal, kid. I won't tell anyone. How long do you think it will be before this happens? Naruto said, no more than 10 years at the most. I am already high chunin, but until I reach cage level I won't take it. In the event of something happening to the Sandaime, the Godaime has knowledge of all this already. Zoom said, Godaime, but the Sandaime has not chosen one yet. Naruto smirked and said, yeah, he has, and Shess agreed, but it won't be until either something happens to him or when we get ready to use those scrolls. Zoom said, she, who? Naruto smirked, pulling out the Shodium's necklace and said, a little slug. Zoom's eyes got wide knowing what that was and she said, I see, kid. You're playing dangerous. You do know that, right? Naruto said, only to those who are my enemies. I have 3 beliefs I live by. I will protect that which is precious to me, I will live my life like there is no tomorrow, and those who follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I will protect Konoha as long as I live here with my life. I hope to someday have a family here, damn it I date. As he rubbed his eyes. Zoom blinked and asked what? Naruto sighed and said, my teammate I date Marino is currently grocery shopping on another D-rank mission with a couple of Kagebunshians. He tried to be a show-off and just broke 30 dozens of eggs and destroyed one of my Kagebunshians. I am going to have to go over there and pay for the destruction he caused or the owner is not going to let him out of the store. Be right back. As he disappeared. Naruto appeared on top of the store and jumped down and walked in and saw I-Date huddled on the floor, looking scared of a man with a broom who was about to hit him. Naruto said, oi, mister. Sorry for my teammate's clumsiness. Tell me how much the damage is and I will pay for it. The man turned and glared and said he destroyed 50 dozens of eggs. Naruto said, I had only counted 30. The other 20 were from your broom when you hit him. I will split the difference with you and pay for 40. Take it or leave it. The man frowned and said, fine. Naruto pulled out 100 and said, keep the change. I-Date, get back to work. As he created 20 Kagebunshians. Before throwing a smoke bomb. Naruto appeared back in Tsu's office and she asked, everything okay? Naruto said, yeah, the manager tried to make me pay for the 20 that he broke when he hit my teammate with a broom. I called him on it but agreed to split the difference and then told him to keep the change out of 100 for the mess. 50 tip for cleaning up a mess he helped make him happy. Now where were we? Tsu glanced behind Naruto at Kuramaru who nods and Tsu said, very well, kid. The Inyazaku clan will remain silent about this. You have shown your loyalty to your pack and have not lied to me since you have been he. I will not speak of this to my other clan members and Kuramaru here is the only one of our dogs who knows your scent and he will remain silent as well. Naruto said, thank you. Now about the mission. Where are the dogs? Tsu said, they are the 2 that replaced Kuramaru at the gate. Neither of them will be going for a walk with you though. They may not know your scent but they will eventually smell the fox in you and speak of it. I have nothing against you personally, but what you carry, even if it is just chakra, is something my clan has always had a distaste for. It is in our genes. I vow this though. We will not harm you or your pack as long as you do not harm ours. If you are in our full trust then perhaps we will let sleeping dogs lay. Do you understand? Naruto raised his hand in a fist, and Tsume and Kuramaru watched as blood slowly began to fall from it, and Naruto said, I have been betrayed in my life. I never betray my friends and allies. I will earn you trust and respect, and someday our clans will stand side by side as allies, friends and form a stronger pack. I swear this on my blood and my life. Tsume held her hand up and blood fell from it also onto the puddle Naruto made and said, I Tsume, head of the Inyazaku clan be witness this oath. If you fulfill your oath then on that day my clan will be honored to join this stronger pack. Naruto nods and said until then, I must go, my teammate Idate just finished delivering shopping, and we have to go help our other teammate with babysitting 4 years old. Tsume asked where is your instructor? Naruto said my instructor was a man by the name of Rakishu Aoi. He dishonored himself in my eyes before he refused to continue to teach us. I have made an agreement with both my teammates and the Hokage where I am leading the team for the next month myself. If I fail my team I will surrender being a ninja ever again. Aoi is a man I do not trust. He does not care for his comrades and only cares about his own personal strength. What shall I tell the Hokage about the missions since you do not want me to walk them? Tsume said I will inform the Hokage the dogs were not ready to be walked as I had previously thought, so he will not hold it against you. Naruto took the scrolls in the picture and said thank you Lady Inyazaku and thank you also Kuramaru. I will take my leave and please remember, I am currently none case. Naruto Uzumaki is not in the village right now. Tsume said I will remember young one. Now go. Naruto bowed and left. After he was gone Tsume said so what do you think? Kuramaru said the young one is interesting. I sense he is an alpha and a strong one at that. If he fulfills his vow both our clans will prosper from this I believe. Tsume nods and said I believe so as well. Naruto soon found Idate and said I see you're finished. Let's go help Kurenai. Idate said why did you show up at the store? I was handling it. Naruto said Idate. I am team leader. If I see one of my teammates in danger it is my job to help them. Idate frowned and soon they both made it to the park. Kurenai was on a blanket under a tree with the 3 kids all asleep and Naruto smiled a little and after checking on his clones asked so how was it? Kurenai said alright. They tired themselves out easily so it wasn't much work. One scraped his elbow, but a quick band-aid fixed that. Naruto nods and said, my clones are nearly finished with all the missions. We got about an hour before these kids are due home and then we have those 3 weeding jobs. Idate asked how did the dog walking go? Naruto said, the dogs were not available like they originally were planned to be so, Tsume-sama said she would notify the Hokage and it won't count against us. Idate asked then, if you didn't walk the dogs what took so long? Naruto said I had to wait first to speak with the client and then after being notified about the mission being cancelled, I had to come help you, check the progress of my other clones, and picked up these. As he pulled out a scroll from his weapon pouch and unsealed a tray of sandwiches. Idate frowned and took one and Naruto asked are you related to the Uchiha Idate? Kurenai coughed as she was taking a bite and Naruto glanced at her and she waved her hand and Idate said no, why? Naruto said because if you keep frowning like that your face is going to get stuck like them. Naruto said anyways, well we eat I want to know do either of you know the tree walking exercise? Kurenai said yeah, I do. Idate said I do as well. My brother taught me. Naruto said good, then when we begin water walking it will be easier. As he took a sandwich and began to eat. Naruto picked up a second one and said so, heard the story about the Uchihas who defected from their clan before Konoha was founded. Idate glanced at him and said no, why? Naruto said oh, I recently heard the history of it and how it was done. I found it interesting. Kurenai asked really, why was that? Naruto said I always like to know the past. The past is what shapes us and makes us who we are. If we are not careful the past will repeat itself and possibly destroy us. As he looked at Kurenai. Kurenai said I'm not hungry any longer. Naruto said you know, I bet that history I mentioned a few moments ago, the one where the Uchiha defected. I wouldn't be surprised if someone has done it also since the village was founded. Kurenai looked away and Naruto thought, so I was right, she made Rin's eyes a totally unique color, so odds are the other Uchiha were as well, but Tsunade said only Thayer descendants. Does that mean Kurenai is a descendant of the Uchiha? Kurenai felt Naruto eyes on her and she said I think we should take the kids home. Naruto said yeah, you're right. I think we should just each pick up a kid and carry them since they're still out. As he bent over and picked up the biggest of the 3 kids. Kurenai picked up a girl and as Idate picked up the other boy a clone grabbed the supplies and the blanket before following teammate to the kids' homes. After that they went and quickly weeded the garden and went to the Hokage office around 5 p.m. When they got there Naruto said mission complete sir. The third said good job teammate, I see your faith was well placed case. Tsume-san has also informed me of her knowledge of the mission and stuff. Naruto said good, we won't be taking any missions tomorrow sir. We will be working on chakra control tomorrow. The third said very well, have a good day all of you and you Perry sipped will be ready in 2 days. As they were leaving Naruto said hey Kurenai, can we walk together? I-Date frowned and left and Kurenai fidgeted a little and said sure. As she took Naruto's arm and began to walk toward the training grounds. Naruto said in a soft voice you're a descendant, aren't you? Kurenai frowned and asked how did you know? Naruto sighed and said the eyes. Kurenai said same as Rin huh? Naruto frowned and said so you know huh? Kurenai said yeah, when she told me about what Tsunade did to her I knew right away. I figured out also who she used to be and who her parents are as well. Naruto asked are you going to reveal it? Kurenai said no, if I did then it could reveal me also. Naruto asked so do you have them? Kurenai said no. As far as I know I never developed it. My father either. He told me that since we don't breed like the Hyuga and Uchiha clan, we would eventually breed it out. It's been 4 generations of my family since then, though the rest of my family died near the end of the last Great War. The strike team from Iowa came and poisoned them. My mother was pregnant with me at the time and died after birth. Naruto frowned and looked at Kurenai and said sorry to hear that. My mother also died shortly after birth. Anyways even if you never awaken it then you can still prove your dreams to not only yourself but those who doubt you and those who hurt you. Kurenai sighed and said you're too damn good at linking things together case. I mean only you know I want to prove myself to others about that, but also that I've been hurt. Naruto asked so, want to talk about it? Kurenai said when I was little I was put in the custody of an elderly woman. As I grew up she treated me like a slave. Turned out all she wanted me for was my family inheritance. She would belittle me with her words calling me weak, useless, trash. Once the money ran out she threw me out on the street. I started doing odd jobs like babysitting and I earned enough money to get a small apartment. Since then I have been working hard to prove myself so I can rub it in her face. Naruto frowned and asked who was she if I may ask. Kurenai said Elder Kahara Udatane. Naruto snorts and starts to laugh and said man life is totally fucked up. The more I learn about you the less I realize I do know. I know nothing about you or any woman for that matter. As he flopped down against a tree. Kurenai asked why is that? Naruto said I will write about my life one day and let you read it someday. Kurenai, by the way, have you figured out my clue yet? Kurenai said no. It doesn't make any sense. Naruto said really, I thought it made perfect sense. Kurenai said you're annoying, you know that. Naruto asked and you're beautiful, you know that. Kurenai said God I hate you. Every time I get mad about something you compliment me and blow it away. Naruto smirked and said I guess my charm is too much for you, anyways, as I told Rin a long time ago, I see her as Rin only, I see you as Kurenai Uhi. I know a little secret about you and you know a little secret about me. I will keep yours and you keep mine. It's a way for us to grow trust for each other. Kurenai said so, why was I-Date's shoe covered in eggs? Naruto laughed and asked you saw that? Kurenai nodded and Naruto explained what happened. After walking her home he then retired for the night. The next day when Naruto got to the training ground he saw I-Date there and he looked around before closing his eyes and bit his lip. After opening his eyes he looked around and thought no Jinjutsu. Shus late. I-Date said so, how are we going to do this and where's your girlfriend? Naruto smiled and said well, you're going to be learning water walking form Jack. The boy said who's Jack? And both turned and Naruto instantly looked up at the sky and thought God didn't bless Texas, he blessed her. Before looking at I-Date who was passed out and then at Kurenai who was wearing a one-piece bathing suit that hung to her body perfectly. She was just stepping out of a pair of shorts that she had covering her bottom. Naruto said, you don't know Jack. Kurenai said no. Naruto smirked and he pulled out a scroll before biting his thumb and smeared it on the scroll before he jumped out of the way. As smoke came off the scroll Kurenai was looking curiously and I-Date started to awaken and then he blinked and asked, why the hell is there a monkey here? Naruto smirked and threw a small 2-foot-long whip on the ground by the money and he said Kurenai, I-Date. I would like to introduce you to the meanest son of a bitch you will ever meet. He used to be a pirate's mascot before he went medieval on them and took over the ship. I should also mention 2 things. 1, he can understand human talk perfectly and can think as good as we can. I-Date who stood up asked what's the second thing? Naruto had his Colt 45 appear and he pointed it at the monkey before a loud gunshot went off and the bullet went through the monkey's head making Kurenai scream and I-Date pale. Kurenai looked at Naruto and said you monster, you killed him. Naruto smirked and said look again. Kurenai looked and blinked and scrunched her nose as his head reformed and I-Date stepped back and said it's a demon. Naruto said no, just a mortal. The monkey grabbed the whip and pointed its finger at Naruto who was starting to back up and it cracked the whip in motion for I-Date and Kurenai and Naruto said alright. How many? The monkey held up 3 fingers and Naruto said listen. Jack here basically just said Hess giving you 3 hours to learn to water walk. If you don't do it by then he will use the whip on you and trust me. He will. Idate said you speak monkey. Just then the whip cracked against Idate's ass making him yelp and jump and Naruto said no, I just learned the hard way what he means. He just told you to move your ass or else. Idate rubbed his ass and said right, so how do we do this? Naruto said channel chakra to your feet. The monkey screeched and held up its hand and Naruto sweat dropped and said but that's harder. Jack tried to hit Naruto with a whip and Naruto said alright. He wants us to channel chakra to our hands and walk on the water with him. Too much you blow off, too little and you fall in, and time's already counting. As they looked, and Kurenai asked where did he get a watch. Idate screamed hey, that's my watch. Jack screeched and Naruto said that reminds me, his official motto is take what you can and leave nothing behind. If he thinks you have anything of value, he will take it. Naruto then flipped over backwards onto his hands and began to walk out onto the water. Kurenai frowned and did a handstand before she walked out and fell after a few seconds. Idate looked at Jack and said give me my watch. Jack put it around his arm and walked to the water and threw it in the water and screeched in motion to Idate and then the water before smiling. Naruto snorts and said he just told you that you want it, go get it. Idate said I hate your monkey. As he stood on his hand and tried to walk on the water only to fall after the first step. Naruto who was still standing on the water said Hess not my monkey. He just accidentally hitchhiking with me on my travels. I keep him for stress relief. You don't know how good it feels to blow his brains away, don't even think it's smartest. As he looked at Jack who was looking at Kurenai. Jack then looked at Naruto and then Kurenai and motioned to Naruto and then Kurenai and Naruto said yeah, shush my woman Jack, leave her alone. Kurenai lost her control and fell into the water and came up sputtering and said what? What the hell do you mean I am your woman? Naruto said trust me, right now you're my woman. Kurenai said no, I am not. As she got out of the water and walked onto the shore and sat down. Naruto said don't blame me later then. As he closed his eyes and the water underneath him slowly started to spin. Jack looked at Kurenai and walked over to her and motioned to her and Naruto and she said no. Jack smiled and reached up and Kurenai screamed and said you fucking pervert. And a holster with Naruto Colt 45 landed by her feet and Naruto said I warned you. Kurenai grabbed the gun and pointed it at Jack and seeing how Naruto did it earlier, she fired 5 rounds into the monkey. Just then Anbu arrived and saw Kurenai holding the gun and the body of the monkey on the ground and the one with a horse mask asked what the hell's going on here. The screeching noise could be heard and everyone looked at the monkey came back to life and the Anbu said it's a demon, kill it. As he went through hand signs and shot a fireball at Jack. Jack screeched and he grabbed his whip and then started to beat the shit out of the horse mask Anbu with it before jumping on him and began to beat him. Idate sweat dropped and said how long do we have to finish this? Jack who was still on fire turned and held up 2 fingers on one hand and made a chopping motion with the other and Naruto said 2.5 hours. Kurenai seeing what happened blinked and said you know, I really do feel better after shooting him. Naruto said now you see why I told him you were mine. If you're taken he will leave you alone, but if he thinks you're single he will grope you. Kurenai crossed her arms across her chest and said you could have told me. Just then a whip hit her ass and Jack screeched and she said right, sorry. As she jumped on the water and then fell in before standing back up and onto her hands. The other 3 Anbu members all watched Jack beat the shit out of the horse mask Anbu and Naruto asked that reminds me, why is it when I beat his ass yesterday and Jack beat it today are you 3 sitting back doing nothing? One in a cat mask said Hess and Uchiha who thinks Hess better than everyone and doesn't care about the rest of us. The only reason Hess and Anbu is because the clan head throwed a fit about it. Kurenai frowned and Naruto said oi, Jack. He got's treasure. Jack stopped attacking and blinked before reaching into the Anbu weapon pouch who he was sitting on and pulled out a kunai and put it to the Anbu throat and screeched holding out his hand. Everyone sweat dropped and Idate said fuck me, Hess a thief. Naruto said pirate. At least he don't rape, pillage when he plunders anymore. Everyone blinked and blinked again and looked at Naruto and Kurenai asked rape. The Anbu said pillage. Naruto said yeah, as I told my team earlier, he used to be a captain of a pirate ship. He would have his men steal all the treasure from whoever they were attacking, bring all the women to his cabin, and burn the ship or the town to the ground. Everyone paled and Idate asked, what did he do with the people? Naruto said well, the men he would either have join his crew or die, and the women would have to let him feel them up and fulfill a few joys he got from having women excite other women and leaving them unfulfilled while he ate fruits off their breast. Kurenai turned to Naruto and asked how the hell did you come across him? Naruto sweat dropped and said I kinda was on board a ship he attacked. I had 2 choices. Join his crew or walk the plank. We were in the middle of the fucking ocean and I wasn't for sure where to go, so what do you think I did? I fought him until I lost. That's how I learned Hess fucking immortal. Idate began laughing and said you got your ass kicked by a monkey. Jack's ear twitched and he jumped off the Anbu and began to attack Idate. The Anbu screamed, "You will hear about this." In a threatening manner. That was when everyone sweat dropped as Jack took some blood from Idate and whipped it on his left arm, and a ripple dagger appeared and Naruto said run. The horse Anbu started to back away in fear as Jack charged him. Kurenai asked as screams of pain filled the air coming from the woods. "So, do you have any more little hitchhikers?" Naruto said a few. Kurenai shook her head and got back to work. Jack came back a little later carrying all the horse Anbu cloths, mask, weapons, other items being dragged behind him. Naruto asked, "Is he still alive?" Jack made an okay motion with his hands and Kurenai asked, "So, why did you have him come out of that scroll?" Naruto said, "Look at the progress you and Idate made. You both completed the exorcist in the time limit. The little bastard may be a pain in the ass, but he gets result." Kurenai asked, "So what now?" Naruto sighed and said, "Now, this." And before anyone could blink, Naruto was holding Jack by the tail and he was trying to claw Naruto and was screeching, and Naruto said, "Quick, get the scroll I unsealed him from and put it under him." Kurenai hurried over and grabbed the scroll, and as she set it under Jack, Naruto dropped him and he screeched before flipping Naruto off and was instantly absorbed by the seal. Naruto grabbed the stuff Jack took and put it over the scroll and dropped them also to be absorbed. Kurenai blinked and asked, "What was that for?" Naruto said, "The little bastard and I have an agreement. If I need his services then he will work for me as long as I keep his treasures safe. If he finds that something is missing then he takes it out on me later, so I just made an infinite storage scroll. The only way he can come out is with my blood and his stuff comes out with my chakra." Idate, who was sitting weakly on the shore, asked, "So what the hell's next? Having us sell our soul to the devil so we can learn a jutsu?" Naruto said, "Nope. Now we." Kurenai and Idate leaned forward waiting and Naruto said, "Swim." Both asphalted and Kurenai asked, "What?" Naruto said, "Look, this is to help with our reflexes, stamina and endurance. I want each of us to swim from tree line." Pointing to the ones on the south end of the training ground before pointing to the north end to tree line, "And when you get there I want you to drift back with the current to the south one and then swim back upstream again. This will give you time to relax between trips, give your muscles resistance in the water, and also make it where if you think about it a way to increase your stealth." Idate blinked and asked how. Naruto said, "Simple, Supus, you're on a mission to sneak into an enemy camp that is by a river like most bandits do. If you're splashing in the water and making noise they will hear you, but if you learn to drift in the water silently, while ready to fight you could take out an enemy who is refilling the camp's water or drift by the camp taking account on the enemy numbers. That way if there are shinobi in the group they won't detect your chakra being used and give you a better chance of not being noticed until it's too late. Rivers are hard to set traps for because of the water and fish and other things that swim in the water." Both Idate and Kurenai thought about it and Idate frowned and said, "I guess that makes sense. I never thought of it." Naruto said, "Well, truth be known, I didn't either. I was forced to learn to do that from a group of special forces in my travels. They were trained to get into places unnoticed. I still think I should have shot my co back then and went AWOL." Kurenai shook her head and got in the water and slowly started to drift downstream, and then when she hit the tree line she started to swim upstream. Naruto jumped in and did what she had, but then Idate and Kurenai both noticed when Naruto was swimming upstream he wasn't making any noise. Idate, who jumped in at that moment, observed Naruto and tried to mimic it, and so did Kurenai. Naruto then made a noise as a fish jumped up and slapped him in the face, and both Kurenai and Idate burst out laughing. Naruto smiled and drifted back downstream, and Idate asked, "Why did you go back to the beginning?" Naruto said, "I made a noise. If I can't show you in Kurenai it can be done with no noise, how are you both supposed to believe me? It also forces me to improve myself." Kurenai then made a noise in the water and drifted back and started over. Idate sighed and said, "I guess if you're both doing it, I have no choice." As he started over. Naruto smiled and they started working on it again and again. Over the next 4 hours they made drastic improvements, and Naruto said as he stepped out of the water, "Good job both of you. Tomorrow's Saturday so I want you each to work on your own development tomorrow and Sunday to rest with no training. Meet back here on Monday at 7 AM. We will do 3 missions a day and then train after that, and on Thursday we will do a mass mission day and see if we can do more missions ourselves with less of my clones. On Friday we will have no missions and work on team training like we did today. Next week will be more chakra control by wire hanging and taijutsu practice." Idate asked, "What about jutsu?" Naruto said, "Don't worry, we will cover jutsu soon." Idate asked, "How do you know so much that we don't, and yet you say you're younger than us?" Naruto said, "I was forced to learn a lot of things to survive when I was younger. Those are the things I would be teaching you to survive. Now do you both understand what I want you to do the next 2 days?" They both nod and Naruto dismissed them, and after Idate left Kurenai asked, "What about our date?" Naruto said, "Well, if you still want to go meet here at noon tomorrow and remember to bring a dancing dress, but tomorrow morning try and practice your own studies." Kurenai nods and said as she slipped on her short see you tomorrow then. As she kisses him on the cheek and runs off. Naruto sighed and threw a smoke bomb on the ground and was soon back at his house and started to relax and thought women. The next day Naruto walked onto training ground 8 wearing a pair of black lowrider pants and a white shirt with waves crashing onto a beach, and Kurenai was there in a pair of black shorts and a blue t-shirt that was twisted to show off her belly and a small bag on her shoulder. Naruto thought damn, she's hot. I know she looked good when she was older but damn, wait, what the hell am I thinking? I can't be thinking like that. I am just doing this for some fun. I don't like her, do I? Shit. This is bad, oh shit, Shizune's going to kill her if she thinks I like her. Had a hard enough time last time convincing her I wasn't interested in girls yet. Naruto smiled and said you look nice. Ready to go. Kurenai blushes and nods and Naruto turned around and in a puff of smoke he was replaced by his older visage of Nun-K's wearing the same cloths. Kurenai looked at Naruto and tried to dispel it and said you need to teach me that. Naruto said maybe. Right now only 2 people know how to do it. Me since I created it and Rin. Ready. Kurenai nods and Naruto places his hand on her shoulder and dropped a smoke bomb. As the smoke bomb cleared they were gone and a pair of eyes narrowed after they were gone and a hand touched the person's shoulder. When Kurenai blinked again they had appeared in Naruto kitchen and Rin was there in a pair of Hig Huggers black jeans and a red shirt that had slits across her back area and she said ready to go when you are. As she grabbed Naruto's shoulder. The next thing Kurenai knows she in a hotel room and she blinked and looked around and saw the room has been used when suddenly a female screech was heard and all 3 turned to look and she saw a black hair girl about her age dive onto a bed and grab the sheet off of it and wrapped it around her. Naruto quickly turned around and said sorry Shizune. Just then the door at the other end of the room opened and Kurenai said holy shit. It really is Tsunade. As she looked at Naruto. Tsunade smiled and said oi Gaki, you here for another go? Naruto said yeah Bachin. I brought my friend also. You already know Rin. This is Kurenai, this is Tsunade Senju and her apprentice Shizune, and both of you should know she doesn't know the real me. She knows me as Nun-K's, but knows that I time traveled. Tsunade snorts and said so what's so special about you that my grandson would bring you here? Kurenai eyes got wide and said grandson. Naruto said unofficially that is. We're not related by blood. Tsunade looked at him and then at Karini and said the Gaki and I have a history together. I won't tell you what is it's private for only me and him and we have an agreement so I see him as my grandson I never had. Shizune over there is like the daughter I never. Shizune, why are you wrapped in a sheet? As she looked at Shizune. Shizune was red and walked slowly toward the door Tsunade came out of before walking backwards and tripping on the sheet before quickly crawling in the room and slamming the door. Naruto asked safe. With his back still turned away from where Shizune was. Tsunade said safe. Naruto turned and said I need a doctor before we head out. Tsunade blinked and asked what's up. Naruto frowned and glanced at Kurenai and said I think I am having a side effect to my jutsu. At this all eyes locked on him. Tsunade asked what kind of side effect. Naruto said personal, something that shouldn't be happening. Tsunade said Rin and Kurenai was it. Bathroom now. Both girls looked at each other and then at the door, Tsunade was pointing at that Shizune had entered and went in and a loud screech was heard before the door closed. Tsunade walked over doing a few hand signs and touched the door and said they can't come out. Naruto did some also and the room glowed and said silence jutsu up. Tsunade frowned and asked alright Naruto, what's up? Naruto said I noticed right before we came here my body is reacting like a man body should. Tsunade asked and what's wrong with that? Naruto said M6. Remember. From what mom told me I should be able to be affected the way I was. Tsunade frowned and she said strip and let me check you. You're right, you physically shouldn't be. As she watched Naruto strip and she raised an eyebrow and said that shouldn't be there either. As she notices pubes. Naruto said what the hell's happening to me? Tsunade said calm down and lay back on the bed. Let me run some test on you and see what's going on. How long have you had this shapeshift up? Naruto said this particular one about 20 minutes. My other one the past 2 years of and on only changing when I come to gamble. I haven't used my real look since that day you and Shizune saved Rin's life. Tsunade began to run test and she said after a few minutes go into your other form. Naruto did and Tsunade ran some more test and she stood up and said alright, I think I know what has happened, but I need to test it. Get dressed and step out of the room. Naruto sighed and got up and got dressed before leaving the room. Tsunade walked over to the bathroom and opened the door and said alright you 3, come on in here a moment. Shizune who was now dressed came out along with the other 2 and each of them blinked and Kurenai asked where is he? As she noticed he was gone. Tsunade said outside. Rin, I need you to lay on the other bed. I need to run a test on you and see if you are having the same effects as he is before I explain things. Rin frowned and laid down, and Tsunade handed a sheet to Shizune and said, "Both of you hold that up to give her some modesty, because I need to do a pelvic check on you, Rin." Rin blushed along with the other two girls, and after the blanket was being held up making a divider, Tsunade had Rin pull up her dress and began to check her. After a few moments she said, "Alright Rin, pull it back down." Rin did and asked, "So what's going on?" Tsunade sat down on the bed and had them let Naruto back in, and she said, "Well, every test I ran showed that both you and him are now actually the same age as Shizune, and by looks I would say Kurenai as well. How old are you?" As she looked at Kurenai. Kurenai said 14, "Why?" Tsunade nods and said, "Yeah, just like I thought. It appears your jutsu does more than change your physical and possible gender gaki. It appears to also age those organs it changes. Your heart, lungs, and other major organs are all the right age, but your reproductive organs have all been changed to the age you appear. When you had your adult body it made you 25 in my guess, you're now 15 I would say, and Rin is 14 as well." Naruto said, "So are the effects permanent and do they only go one way? I mean, can it be possible to say make yourself younger? I ask, since you use your jinjutsu to make yourself younger, if I taught it to you would you age back to that age?" Tsunade said, "Possible, but my heart and other organs like that would still be my right age and may not be up to the strain of it. That's the problem of creating new jutsu. There is always the possibility of side effects. I would advise keeping this on a strict need-to-know basis on this jutsu for now. If either of you have any side effect let me know, and I will check it. In time after we have more data on this, I can probably list all the effects this jutsu has." Kurenai asked, "Can I ask a question? Why is it you're all so interested in him being the age of us right now? I mean, he's a teenager, right?" Naruto frowned and said, "Kurenai, I said at least a year, Rin is actually 2 years older than me." Kurenai eyes got wide and said, "Wait, if she's 2 years older than you then that means you're only 6. Everyone shook their head yes and Kurenai fell on her ass and said, "But." Naruto said, "Remember though, my real body is only 6. My mind is actually closer to that of a 20-year-old or better. I truthfully don't know because I jumped so randomly and it was different. I hope this doesn't change your feelings of being friends with me." Kurenai sighed and said, "This is going to take some getting used to. I mean, I've been kissing." Shizune screamed, "What?" drawing everyone attention. Naruto thought, "Oh shit." Kurenai raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" Shizune said, "He told me he wasn't interested in women yet when as she went red and shut up." Kurenai blinked and looked at Naruto and then Shizune and said, "So let me see if I got this straight, he told you he wasn't interested in women and he been taking me out." Just then both girls felt someone grab their hair hard and pulled them to their feet, and Rin said, "Now shut up and listen to me before you both get into a catfight, or I will shut you both up with my fist." As she let go of their hair. Both glared at her, and Rin said, "There is a lot of shit that happened to K's that neither of you know. I mean, while we all three have at least had some form of childhood, his was completely destroyed when he was 4 because of his bloodline. Because of why he was hated and attacked in the first place, he has had no friends until me and him got together and had to live day to day trying to survive without being killed. Yes, Hess has a 6-year-old body that he can shapeshift with a jutsu. Yes, he has a lot of secrets that he doesn't want to burden you with because he hates seeing others suffer because of him. Yes, he told you that he was not interested in girls Shizune because you were flat-ass drunk, dancing on a table. Nude when you tried to rape him that night all the way back from the club and into your hotel room, and he told you that so you and him would not ruin the relationship you are forming together as either friends or something else one day before he knocked you out and locked the door before crashing. On the floor. The same goes for you Kurenai, yes he has dated you sort of by showing you a common interest you both have in literature and the theatrics. Yes he has let you kiss him because he likes to feel normal in his life, and yes, he asked you to come dancing tonight with him because he wants to make friends and see where it goes from there. The same goes for me, we act like siblings at times, but other times we get close as well because he is just that type of person, he likes to help people be happy. Even if it cost him his own, so don't go all catfight bullshit like that because the truth of the matter is Hess fuck no matter what happens. He either hurts a friend or possible something more someday, or he finds someone who can help him later with the shit he has to put up with. Right now all he is trying to do is get precious people in his life to share his life. Both girls looked a little embarrassed, and Kurenai thought, I guess she right, Hess never tried to be forward, besides showing he cares, as has been working on building a real friendship and possible relationship. Shizune thought, damn it. I know she's right, but I saw him first before this bitch did. Tsunade snickered, catching all three of theirs attention, and said, sounds like you can pick them kid, I mean you have a full-ass old brawler who can't make up her mind if she wants to be a sibling beside you or on top of you. The medic nin that wants to play naughty nurse with you while she tries to figure out her own life, and then you have, from what I can tell, a Jinjutsu mistress in training who wants to evolve her world around you while trying to show the world chess can give as good as she can take. Naruto said as he had his eyes closed and his arm over his head. Tell me about it. I have seen the world with only a handful of people, and I have seen the world with billions, and the only thing I can conclude from it is this: women hold the real power in the world. They can crush a man or make a man, either by hatred, love, vengeance, or support. All I want in life is to someday stop hitting myself, make my parents proud, start a family with a woman or women that love me along with lots of friends, to share the good times and bad, and lead a nice peaceful life for my descendants to follow in my steps. Is that so much to ask? Shizune asked. Wait, what do you mean women? Naruto looked up and through half-lidded eyes and said, odds are by the time I actually turn 15, the council will done hear about my bloodline and will turn me into nothing but breeding stock, since I am the last and only male with it. That is why I am trying to find friendship with each of you now, because odds are if I don't find someone to share my life with by then they will saddle me with some bitch who doesn't care about me, only what she can get for being with me. Now you're wrong on the last part about Rin though. She's not interested in me right now, at least not like Shizune and Kurenai might be, but I am not going to just jump into bed with either of them batchin'. I will wait till I find love and acceptance before I do that. I've been with a woman before that was taken from me. I have had every friend I ever had taken from me, and now I am just trying to make some new ones that won't be taken away hopefully. That is why I am keeping so many secrets. He then got up and went to the restroom. Rin blinked and said, wait a minute, how did you know I was only 8 years old? As she looked at Kurenai. Kurenai frowned and said, I'm a descendant of the same clan. When you told me your story I figured out right away who you were. K's figured it out, but in keeping my secret since I am keeping yours. Rin frowned and said, you're not going to tell anyone, are you? Kurenai said no. Why would I? Rin smiled and said, good, I kind of got a date tomorrow and… Kurenai blinked and said, with who? Rin blushed and said, Iruka-kun. Kurenai snickered and burst out laughing, and Rin frowned, and Kurenai waved her hand and said, wait, I am not making fun of him or you. Iruka a good guy, it's just that Iruka always like older women. I mean he had a crush when we were younger on the chunin who taught flower arranging in the academy. Rin sighed and said, I told him I was 13. Kurenai. I am trying to get as far away from anything Itachi related as I can. Even though I still have nightmares about my father coming and killing me. If this jutsu I wear makes me that old I will keep it up for the rest of my life so I can have a normal life. Besides, I won't be the first woman to lie about her age. Am I Tsunade? Tsunade said, keep pushing Rin. I will remember it when I give you your pap smear. With a smirk. Rin paled and Kurenai asked would K's also be willing to do that? I mean, all three women said yes. Answering her question. Kurenai sighed and said, is his past really that bad? Tsunade said, Kurenai, I won't lie to you. The secret the kid is keeping are in it that could throw the entire world into the next great shinobi war. The reason he hated, the truth about his parents, the power of his bloodline, where he's from and why it's all hidden are more than anyone should bear. I think what happened when he was 4 might have been the best thing for him. It gave him a chance to get the skills he needs to survive. Now he just has to get his body to that level. Where is he anyways now? Rin said according to him, low chunin if he doesn't use his trump cards. Tsunade nods and said so has still got a ways to go then. Kurenai looked down and the bathroom door opened and Naruto came out. All three girls were looking at him and Naruto had changed into his adult form and said alright, give me all your money. Kurenai watched as the other three women did and she said I don't gamble. Tsunade held out her hand and said bullshit, you have 300 on you right now. Kurenai blinked and asked how do you know that? Naruto said Tsunade known as the legendary sucker for several reasons. 1 she sucks at gambling. Earning a glare 2 is because she can smell who has money a mile away and can sucker them out of it, and 3 I heard from Iro-sanin was because of this little trick she did with her. As he was sent into a wall by Tsunade punch. Kurenai screamed K's. As she ran over to check on him and he said ooh a maelstrom. As he shook his head and slowly got up. Kurenai asked how are you okay, that should have killed you. Rin said it takes a hell of a lot more than that to kill his ass. Trust me, I know. Kurenai shook her head and thought file it away and asked later file. Tsunade held out her hand again and Kurenai frowned and turned around and reached between her breast and pulled out her money and she asked, are you all sure he can win? I mean I don't have that much money. Naruto sighed and flipped out 2,000 and said here, if I lose your money this is a guarantee, you will leave with at least 2,000. Deal. As he held out the money. Kurenai bit her lip and said no, if I am going to see your luck for myself then here, it's all or nothing. As she handed him the money. Naruto smiled and said good girl, now come on. As he walked to the door. After they left the hotel Naruto who had Kurenai on his left arm and Shizune on his right asked who's got the high rollers right now batchin'. Tsunade said are you ever going to quit calling me that? Naruto said nope. Tsunade said Regal's fortunes. They taken 2 million off of me in the past 3 days. Naruto said damn. Alright let's break them. as he lead the group to the gambling den. As they were about to enter, Naruto glanced to his right and frowned and said damn him. As he walked in, Kurenai looked confused at Naruto and followed in after him, and Tsunade glanced where she saw Naruto eyes dart and frowned as well and thought Jiraiya, you shithead, you're out whoring around when your godson needs you. As she walked in after the rest of the group, Kurenai went wide-eyed as she heard whispers of it's him, Chaos is here, call the spotters. And thought he was serious about that. Naruto sat down at a table and said it's been a while Greaves. The man across from Naruto said, and you as well K's. Come to lose. Naruto snorts and said hasn't happened yet. Let's play. Kurenai watched as Naruto bet everything on one round and she bit her lip and she blinked when Naruto won and thought okay, Hess lucky so far. And she watched as he did it again and again and again and again and thought okay, his luck is unbelievable. She watched as he played for an hour and he said alright, that's all for today. As he reached for the money, Greaves frowned and said you broke the bank again K's. You got to at least leave us with something to keep the doors open. Naruto smirked and said the haul, I want the title to it. In exchange I give you 10% of my profit today. Take it or leave it. Greaves frowned and said what are you after K's? I mean you have taken 36 hauls in the past year. What are you using them for? Naruto said that's my business. What I do with them besides dancing is my secret. Greaves frowned and waved his hand toward a man in the corner who left hand and he said fine, you got a deal. I have no choice but to accept or else I would be ruined. Naruto then began to count out and said 2 million, 10% of my take. Title. As he held out his hand. A few moments later the man who had left came back with the title and Greaves signed it and gave it to Naruto and Naruto grabbed the rest of the money and it disappeared as he held it and he said alright, let's go get some lunch ladies and then you all can get ready for the dance a little later. Kurenai asked K's, what was that about back there? I mean what's with the title? Tsunade said I will tell you when we go back to change at the hotel. Let's go eat. Naruto said as they walked out you ladies go ahead and order, Rin, you know what I like. I got something I need to check out real quick. As he looked around, Tsunade frowned and grabbed Kurenai's arm and said don't worry, he will be there in a moment. As she began leading the three girls away. Naruto waited until they were gone and he walked toward an ally and put his hands together and was covered in smoke and he now had black hair and green eyes and weighed around 230 pounds wearing cloths like Tazuna wore. He then walked out of the ally and walked toward a brothel and walked in and sat down on a couch and two women walked over and said hello handsome, this your first time here? Naruto said yeah, a friend of mine recommended this place. The taller woman said really, who's your friend? Naruto said Sklasakrat. This is a little joke, S-class secret, reverse the vowels. Both ladies looked confused and Naruto patted his pocket and said shit, I left my wallet back at the hotel. Be right back. As he got up and left toward a hotel and then went down a side alley. A few minutes later Jiraiya walked by the alley and looked around and said mile east of town. As he walked on like he was looking for something. Naruto left out of the alley and back the other way and then quickly be outside of town. A few minutes later Jiraiya walked into the clearing and asked alright. Who are you and how do you know my code? Naruto said let's just say a little birdie told me for the moment. I have some info you may want and you have something I want. Jiraiya asked really, what might that be and who are you? Naruto said Chaos. You can call me Chaos for now. As for what it is, a Katasuki. Jiraiya said never heard of it. Naruto said fine, be that way, I mean. I thought I could share with you the info I had on them and you could share what you have on them with me. We both have something we want to protect that Thyre after. Me, someone I care for, you, your godson. Jiraiya's eyes got wide a moment and took a stance and Naruto said relax, I don't care about the boy. In fact I wish him luck, I mean he hasn't been seen in the village in 2 years now after he was attacked at the age of 4 by the villagers. Of course you already know all that. I mean with your close personal relationship with him. Jiraiya asked what do you know about him? Naruto said give and take Jiraiya, give and take. You want info on him, you have to do something for me. It's nothing really. Just something Minato left in my custody. It's getting pretty hot for me to keep it but he gave me instructions on what to do with it. Baz held up his hand and a scroll appeared. Jiraiya frowned and asked what's with the scroll. Naruto said it's a request from Minato to the Elder Toads. I don't know what it is or how to open it. He just told me to see to it, they got this in the event certain things that have happened were to start. He said he couldn't trust Kakashi with it or you. He said that you would have gotten curious and tripped the security seal in it destroying the scroll. He would have given it to them himself but they would have been obliged to do whatever is in it even if the events that happened did not happen. Jiraiya frowned and asked why should I trust you? Naruto said you don't. I am just asking you to summon one of them here and let them decide. For that I will tell you what I know about the kid. Then we can trade info on them. Do we have a deal? Jiraiya looked at the scroll and after several moments quickly summoned a pair of toads on his shoulder. The one on the left said, "Why have you called us Jiraiya-kun? I got supper cooking." The one on the right said, "It will be okay, ma, I am sure he has a good reason. Don't you, little Jiraiya?" Jiraiya said, "I hope so. This man here says he has something from Minato for the toads. Something he couldn't even trust to me." The toad on the right said, "You say you have something for us?" Naruto bowed and said, "Yes, Pa Toad, I have heard of you and Ma Toad from Minato. He simply asked me to deliver this to you personally. He said the content are for only the eyes of yourself. Something about the fate of his son. I have no idea what it is exactly, but I saw Jiraiya here in a brothel as I was passing by, and since what has happened, I had no choice but to contact him with the code I was entrusted with, which brings us to this moment. Will you accept the scroll for only your eyes?" As he held out the scroll. I looked at Ma and she said, "Jiraiya-kun, get me the scroll and hand it here." Naruto placed the scroll on the ground and stepped back several feet and Jiraiya slowly took it and handed it to her. Ah said, "Now look at me, Jiraiya-kun. If it is important to you, we will tell you." Jiraiya said, "Yes, elder." As he looked at Pa while keeping an eye on Naruto. Ma looked at the seal on the scroll and frowned before breaking the seal and began to read. Her eyes got wide and she looked at Naruto and asked, "Are you him? The one it speaks of?" Naruto nods and she rolled up the scroll and handed it to Pa and said, "Look at me, Jiraiya-kun." Jiraiya did but frowned. He wanted to know what was going on and Pa said, "Very well. Jiraiya, this man speaks the truth. Do not fight him. We will debate this matter and decide to go from there. If what it says is true, answer me one question. What is the name of the book Jiraiya put his heart in?" Jiraiya turned quickly and looked at Naruto and Naruto said, "The Legend of the Gutsy Ninja." Ah said, "Very well, we will debate on this, but do not expect us to react lightly." Naruto said, "Of course, elders, and thank you." Both toads went up in smoke and Jiraiya asked, "What was that about?" Naruto said, "Just finishing what Minato asked me to. By the way, it's a good book, Kishino allowed me to read it." Jiraiya frowned and said, "Alright, a deal's a deal." Naruto said, "The Kyuubi is no longer fully contained as it once was. Because of an awakening bloodline when he was attacked at the age of 4, Naruto had an adverse reaction. I won't tell you what since you will have to ask him, but the third Hokage is fully aware of it and does not see any problem with it. The only thing left in the seal now is chakra. The body was sealed in Minato and the mind and soul were taken by the Shinigami when he met him the second time during the bloodline awakening. I know you wondering what bloodline. For that you will have to ask him. That is all I can tell you on this. Now do we trade a little info on them or do you want to miss out on something new?" Jiraiya frowned and said, "None of my spies have told me anything about what you have just said." Naruto said, "None of your spies actually give a damn about the boy. Hell, your old teammate Tsunade knows more about him than you do since Chess met him." Jiraiya said, "That's not possible. She never would return to Konoha." Naruto said, "Doubt me if you want, but Chess back in town right now with Shizune and 3 Konoha Genins and she knows what has happened to the boy, but I doubt she will tell you, especially in front of the Genins." Jiraiya frowned and said, "Alright, I will ask her since I know Chess been in town a few days. Tell me what you got on them." Naruto said, "1 for 1. Deal." Jiraiya frowned and said, "Deal." Naruto said, "It was founded by Uchiha Madara." Jiraiya said, "Thyrgul is unknown right now." Naruto said, "Collection and extraction of the Biju for what purpose unknown." Jiraiya said, "They wear black cloaks with red clouds." Naruto said, "They also have rings." Jiraiya frowned and said, "Sasori of the Red Sand is a member." Naruto said, "I know Orochimaru has been contacted and possibly joined. Not sure on if he has or not. Bastard too slippery to get exact details." Jiraiya said, "There are only a few mems." Naruto said, "I know one they are interested in recruiting sometime in the future or possible has already. Kisame of the 7 Swordsmen." Jiraiya said, "All members seem to be S-rank missing nins, so that means Kisame must be planning to defect soon then." Naruto thought, shit, I am just telling him what he told me in the future and what I know plus what dad found out, think, got it. Naruto said, "I know Orochimaru won't stay with them long. Hess already making plans to form his own village." Jiraiya bit his lip and said, "That's all I have on them for now." Naruto said, "I can give you a little more info as a sign of good faith, a few little projects I heard Orochimaru is up to." Jiraiya said, "What do you get out of this deal?" Naruto said, "What I get is if I contact you again in the future to get update on them, then we don't have to bullshit around and you owe me at least a little more info. Mostly what I want to know is who the other members are so I can protect who I want to protect from them better." Now as for what I found out, Hess nearly completed a jutsu that allows him to switch bodies. It has a 3-year delay between uses. He wants the Sharingan and is willing to use that jutsu to get it. Jiraiya asked, "How sure are you on this info?" Naruto said, "Very sure." As he threw a smoke bomb and when it cleared he was gone. Jiraiya frowned and thought he had more info than I do, especially on Orochimaru. I knowed he was a member and Sasori is his partner. I hadn't heard anything about him leaving them, though, or that he was planning to start his own village. Also, the information on that jutsu is not good. Hess been working on it for years, but if Hess gotten it down to where knowledge is out there about a 3-year time limit, Hess farther along than I thought. I should chat with Tsunade later, but for now, it's time for some research. Naruto appeared on a roof back in town, and he jumped down and walked toward a restaurant. When he walked in, Rin waved her hand, and Naruto nods as he walked over and sat down beside Kurenai and Shizune. Tsunade asked, so how did your little talk go? Naruto said fine, found out some information from an informant about my family enemies. Tsunade frowned and Kurenai asked, what is it? I mean, if I am your teammate I need to know. Naruto closed his eyes and said, listen to me, each of you. This includes you, Bachin. If you see someone with a black cloak and red clouds on it, do not fight them, do not question them, run. Get as far away as possible. As he opened his eyes and everyone saw that he was dead serious about that. Tsunade asked, I take it that's why you went to see him. Naruto nods and said, but he didn't know it was me. He will probably come and talk to you sometime soon about his godson. Kurenai looked back and forward and asked, who are you talking about? Naruto said, Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin. Bastard, a godfather, and Hess leaving the boy to rot in hell, while Hess busy drinking, peeping, and sleeping with hookers. With disgust in his voice. Kurenai frowned and asked why, I mean why doesn't he help his godson, and who is it? Naruto said, because I think he's secretly gay. Tsunade, who was sipping some sake, suddenly spit it out and began to cough. Shizune was patting her on the back and Rin was snickering, and Tsunade asked, what makes you say that? Naruto said, well, the fact he chases Orochimaru ass around more than he does yours, always does his peeking on the men's side of the hot spring, goes to open nightclubs that do their business on public couches instead of private rooms where he can see other men getting off, and the last fact. As he drawled out his last answer, drinking some water as all the women leaned forward, he said, your sucking ability was second to your third teammate and his tongue. At this each of the women shuddered, and Tsunade cracked her knuckles and said, I am going to kill him. Naruto snickered and said, really? Well, looks like your luck just changed, south by southeast. Tsunade turned her head and smirked, and got up and walked out of the restaurant, and a few seconds later each of them winced as Jiraiya was screaming as Tsunade stomped on his balls over and over again. Naruto winced and said, it's time like this I am glad I can become a woman. Rin frowned and said, that hurts though. I still remember being a man and being hit in the balls. The waitress who was walking by heard that and tripped, spilling sake on the table behind them on a candle that soon caught on fire, the tablecloth on fire, engulfing the entire table of fire, and soon people were running out, and Naruto did a few hand signs, and he spat out a bunch of water and put the fire out. Kurenai looked to Shizune and asked, is it always like this? Shizune said, pretty much, nah, I mean K's is pretty much the living embodiment of chaos. It follows him everywhere. As she caught herself. Kurenai frowned and thought, that's twice someone has said nah as part of his name. Let's see, Hess 6 years old, so that means he was born the same year as the Kyuubi attack, but the way they talk he could be born from another village, but they could be lying. I doubt Rin would have made it to another village when she ran into K's. Let's see what I know. Hess 6, born the same year as Kyuubi attacked, hated for some reason, and was attacked at age of 4. Met his parents when he went back in time during the time of the Yondaime, and, wait a minute. Everyone had noticed her facial expression changing after Shizune near slip and Tsunade sending Jiraiya out of town by air before returning and sitting down, and Rin said, I got 50, says she figures you out, Case. Naruto frowned and said, no bet, she's smart as she is deadly, just ask Jack. Kurenai blinked and looked at him, noticing everyone looking at her, and said, what? Tsunade said, I will take that bet, she's close, but she hasn't figured it all out. Kurenai narrowed her eyes and asked, what are you all talking about? Naruto said, Rin here thinks you figured me out. I know you have enough clues to now, since you know my real age and have heard my real name nearly said twice. Add that in with the things I have done or said and it's only a matter of time. Kurenai frowned and said, I don't know. I was actually thinking of something else. Tsunade snorts and said, bullshit. The only time I see someone facial expression change that much so quick is when you find out your lover's cheating on you, you realize you might be pregnant, you realize you've been cheated, or when you suddenly realize the truth of a puzzle you've been trying to solve. I doubt you're seeing anyone right now or recently, so that takes care of the first two. You said you don't gamble, so that most likely takes out number 3, and that leave only the last one. So let's see if I won or not. Did you figure it out? Kurenai looked down and said, I think so. If I am right, then the clue he gave me about the controlled chaos and something about going where the wind blows and sleeping where the waves crash. If Hess, who I think he is, it also explains why he was trusted with a birth certificate. It's his. Naruto said, and if I am that person, does it change anything? I mean, I am the same person I was yesterday, the same person today, the same person who you first met at the academy. Does my real name or looks really matter to you? Are you shallow like fangirls or do you still want to be my friend, teammate, and possibly someday in the future maybe something more? Kurenai looked at Naruto and said answer me one question. Can I shoot that damn monkey again? Rin snorts and burst out laughing, and Naruto smiled and said now there's Dulcinea. As he poured him a shot of wine, and everyone blinked and Kurenai asked, where did you get that? Motioning toward the wine glass he now had. Shizune asked who's Dulcinea. Naruto said Dulcinea is a character from a book that both Kurenai and I have read. As for how I got this, I have another nickname I earned from my first sensei. The number 1, hyperactive knucklehead surprise ninja. You may know me the rest of my life, but you will never know everything about me. Tsunade thought true. And said so Gaki, what do you think about the future, what do you see for us? Naruto shot her a glare and said don't know. I don't think about the future when I drink. Only the present and the past. As he sipped a glass of wine. Everyone at the table looked at him like he was crazy and Kurenai asked what the hell, why do you drink? Naruto shrugged and said life's too short not to enjoy the pleasures that comes with it from time to time. As he reached beside him and pulled out a tray that was in the booth beside him with 4 glasses of red wine and he said here you all go, 12th century French wine. I say it was around 600 years old when I got it though. As he finished the glass before making another glass for himself and softly smelled it with his eyes closed. Each of them looked at him and Tsunade reached over and she smelled it age blinked and said strange, I don't detect hardly any alcohol in it. Naruto said that's because unlike other products this wine was allowed to age inside a bottle after the grapes that had been picked on the night of a full moon and were crushed by virgin maidens, strained of all impurities by monks before it was blessed and stored away never to see the light of day again normally for 20 years. This wine was made for royalty. As he smirked as each woman had fire eyes looking at the glasses. Rin said and why are you drinking this now? Naruto smirked and held out a scroll and unrolled it and said as you can see, the ones with an X on those seals are the ones that are empty. While I was exploring the cellar of an ancient castle I had been touching an entire rack full of these when my bloodline activated and you can guess the rest. Shizune said, but there are hundreds of seals there. Naruto said 416 actually. I figured a bottle every 6 months or so would last me the rest of my life and leave a few to any family I might have when I pass on. As he took a bite out of his rice and beef that had been delivered. Kurenai asked how do you know how the bottles were made? Naruto said to the French wine making was everything. Especially those for royalty. I heard stories about how strict they were about it. If the grapes were bruised then they destroyed the entire inventory. If there was too much water in the grapes then they were thrown away. If a maiden was found not to be a virgin they executed her and her entire family by public beheading. If a monk was to recite the wrong word in a prayer he was tested for being in leagues with demons by tying him to a chair and lowering him into a lake fully submerged and if he died, his soul was judged by kami. Those are just a few of the stories I heard. As I said normally this wine was not touched for at least 20 years but the castle had been attacked during the time it was aging and the people who knew where the secret storeroom was killed so it had not been discovered again until I visited the castle. Rin asked and how did you know about the storeroom? Naruto looked around and said well, when you helped build the castle in the first place you kind of know a thing or two. Kurenai shook her head and took the glass and sniffed it and giggled and said it makes my nose tingle. As she took a small sip. She blinked and looked at it and said wow, that's pretty good. I thought alcohol would taste bitter, but this is actually sweet. Naruto nods and each of them took a glass and sipped it except Tsunade who gulped it and said it's alright, but I prefer my sake. Naruto stiffened and said watch the tongues. We got a toad coming. As he finished his glass before grabbing the scroll with the wine in it and sealing it back inside of him. Rin frowned and Kurenai asked what do you mean? Just then a crash was heard and everyone looked and saw Jiraiya walking in with a limp and a waitress cleaning up a mess she made when she bumped into him and Tsunade asked what the hell do you want? Jiraiya said hello to you also Tsunade Haim. So I see my information was right, you are having lunch with a genin team from Konoha. Naruto snorts and said what's up pervert. Jiraiya glanced and Naruto who was his teenage nun-K self with red and blonde hair and he asked do you know who I am? Naruto said yeah, you're the guy who has his picture posted on half the hot springs between Konoha and Suna for peeping. Of course I don't see the blacked out front tooth or the circles under your eyes or the little thug mustache and goatee. At this everyone but Jiraiya and Naruto snickered and Kurenai said you're Jiraiya-sama, the Toad-sanin. With mirth in her voice. Naruto said hey, you're Tsunade-sama old teammate right? Jiraiya frowned and nods and Naruto asked we have a bet going on here. Can you help us with it to see if Tsunade won or not? Jiraiya said Tsunade never wins kid. Naruto said good, told you, Hesgate Tsunade-sama. Tsunade handed over some money and Jiraiya fell down in I'm style and Kurenai laughed so hard she snorted before looking mortified. Rin said relax cousin, snorting while laughing is normal. It comes from years of incest. as she leaned over and kissed Kurenai on the lips. Kurenai brain shut down and Naruto blinked and blinked again and said, well, if you will excuse me, I think I need a very cold shower. See you ladies tonight. As he laid some money on the table and got up and left. Rin pulled back and Kurenai had half-lidded eyes as she looked at Rin and Rin smirked and said, shall we go get ready? As she grabbed Shizun's arm and pulled her up and put her arm around Shizun's waist and the other around Kurenai and lead them away. Jiraiya was on the ground twitching and Tsunade thought, damn, I don't know which of them is worse. The Gaki and his deception are those three girls, sigh, now to deal with the pervert. As she kicked Jiraiya and asked, so what do you want? Jiraiya said, tell me, when was the last time you were in Konoha? Tsunade said, this last October 10th. Why? Jiraiya blinked and asked why. I mean you said you never would go there again. Tsunade said that my friend is my personal secret. If I actually thought you deserved an answer I would tell you, but since you prove you don't give a shit about your godson, much less your grandson, don't question me. Jiraiya frowned and said, I thought we were never going to talk about that. Tsunade said, there's more going on than you can imagine. Your daughter would be rolling in her grave. Jiraiya said, don't talk about her like that. You know as well as I do that I thought her mother had died in that fire. It's not like you're any better, you leaving your own newborn son in an orphanage because of the scandal it would have caused. Tsunade sighed and said, I know. I made a mistake back then and could never take it back. We both did, but there are things more important than our past. He knows about his parents. Has met them. Jiraiya's eyes got wide and asked how. Tsunade said that is something you will have to ask him. He may only be 6 years old, but his mind is that of at least a 20-year-old. Even if he tells you the truth he won't tell you everything. Even I don't know everything. Jiraiya asked, does he know about us? Tsunade said no. He knows you're his godfather, but that is all. Jiraiya frowned and asked, does this have anything to do with why a man just came to me earlier talking about him? Tsunade said, I don't know. Jiraiya asked, what about those genin, who are they? Tsunade said, friends of Shizun. They meet up with us every so often since they first met in Konoha. Jiraiya said, it's not like sensei to let a genin squad to leave like that. Even for friendship. Tsunade smirked and said, it's a good thing they got permission from the Godame then. Jiraiya blinked and asked, Godame, who? When did sensei step down? Tsunade said that my old friend is something you have to figure out yourself. I must go. I got to make sure Shizun's not popping her cherry right now. As she got up and left. Jiraiya sighed and closed his eyes and thought, Iris, if only I had known you had survived. Then our daughter would have known her real father. Forgive me, Kushina. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya as she left and thought, you deserve nothing less than the pain you feel now, Jiraiya. You so much of a pervert, you were with another woman that night when your house was attacked by your enemies. You were not there to protect your wife. She was captured and forced to marry the leader of your enemy to live. How must she have felt when she learned why you really were not there? That was why you arranged the meeting between your student and her in the first place. If you could not be there as her father, then you could claim to be the godfather of her child. Now that Shess gone, you want nothing to do with him. You always try to push the emotions of the ones you care for on others after they're gone. That was why I never liked you. I realized I made mistakes myself, Minato's father being one of them, but I will be damned if I let mine and your mistakes ruin our grandson life now. Naruto had made it back to the hotel room that Tsunade had rented, and he was currently in the shower, and thought, what was that about, why did my body react like that? I don't want to seem perverted to the three, especially after all three fully accept me for me. As he looked down at his body. Naruto frowned and thought, it seems my mental state won't let me forget that. Sasuke Chidori is on all my transformations. Hopefully with Rin having a new life, Sasuke will as well. At least I know of one more of my enemies. When I return I will have to research the story of the red sand. As he finished drying off, he saw he had calmed down and got dressed in a pair of black slacks and a blue silk shirt. He then slipped on some cologne and a briefment before he walked out of the bathroom. As he came out, he saw Kurenai sitting on a bed looking down, Rin sitting across from her, and Shizun looking in the closet, and he asked, so, what's up? Rin said she mortified now. My joke was too much for her. Naruto said, really? I thought it was pretty unique. I mean, most women have their first kiss with a female friend anyways to see what it's like. If it was just for fun or for experimentation and it was not to show affections of love, then I would just wave it off as a sisterly kiss. If it was for more than that, then you both should talk about your feelings privately. You might not even like men, and this can save you a lot of heartache later. Personally, I think it was sexy, but then again, my first kiss was not something to brag about. Shizun asked, really, why was that? Naruto said because it was with Rin's brother. As he grabbed his shoes. Each of the women blinked and blinked again, and Rin asked, whoa, wait a minute, what the hell? Naruto smirked and said, what? Rin said, when the hell did this happen, for that matter, how come you never mentioned it before? Naruto shrugged and said, you never asked. Kurenai got up and got in front of the door and said, "You're not leaving until you tell us that one. I want to know how the hell that happened." I don't remember when exactly it happened, but I remember there was this blonde hair girl and pink hair girl were arguing about him, claiming him as their Prince Charming. It was before I was attacked, so it's all very hazy to remember, but I remember he called them annoying or something, making one cry, and I didn't like it, so I got in his face, and another kid turned to see what was going on, and his elbow shoved my knee out from under me, forcing me and him to lip lock. I got the hell beat out of me that day, and I learned it was the birth of RFG in Sasuke life. The most horrible thing any man can face. Rabid fangirls. Rin snorts and burst out laughing, and Kurenai bit her lip trying to hold it in, and Shizune was on the floor twitching. Naruto blinked and said why did Shizune faint with a nosebleed? That was it, all tension left the room and Rin and Kurenai both fell on the floor laughing. Naruto smiled and thought, well, that worked. Sometimes the best way to help is to help people laugh. The innocent act works well also. Shizune may be a slush when she drinks, but she also has the mental state where anything non-traditional perverted is too much for her. Hinata the same way, or will be the same way. That's why she fainted around me so much. I was the most non-traditional person ever. After Shizune woke up and the other two calmed down, Naruto said, "So, no hard feeling between you, or do I need to buy you a gift from Kunes and Holsters?" At that, poor Shizune fainted again, and the other two went red face. Naruto smirked and said, "Pick you three ladies up in an hour. See ya." As he went away. Just then Tsunade walked in and blinked at the comatose state of Shizune and the blushing of the other two, and asked, "So, who popped whose cherry?" Kurenai ran to the bathroom embarrassed and mortified, and Rin began rolling on the floor laughing. An hour later, Kurenai and the others were dressed when there was a knock on the hotel room door. Tsunade got up and opened the door and blinked and said, "What the hell?" There at the door were 4 nun-Ks, and all of them were teenage version except one who was the adult version. Each was wearing the same slack pants and silk shirt, except one was black, one was purple, one was red, and one was blue. The one in the blue said, "I am here to pick up Lady Rin," who pulled out a blue flower Korsake. The one in white said, "I am here to pick up Lady Kurenai," which pulled out white lilies Korsake. The one in purple said, "I am here for Lady Shizune," pulling out violet Korsake. And the one in version with the black shirt said, "And I am here for the you," as he pulled out a bottle of sake and a deck of cards. Each of the women blinked and Tsunade said, "So you're using Kajibunshin to give us each an escort tonight, Hagaki?" The one in blue said, "No, Bachin, there is only one real version here and the other 3 are blood clones. Like Kajibunshin, they transmit all information back to me when dispelled, but they take 1/4 of my total chakra reserves to make and don't have to worry about being able to be destroyed with a punch. Of course, I ask that you don't do any of your super punches, because then there will be a huge pile of blood everywhere if the one you punch is not the real me. They all act and think like I would, so whatever they say is what I would say or do. I hope each of you have a great evening tonight." Rin said, "I can't tell which is which." Black smirked and said, "You should know better than anyone. I train all my jutsu to beat the Sharingan. Dad made sure I had a clone that could as well. This is from the Forbidden Scroll, but besides the Hokage, I am probably the only person in Konoha who can do them. The Sanins could, but still. Now let's not delay. I have put a lot of work into this evening, so it would be special for each of you. I promise there won't be anything like last time." Kurenai asked what happened last time. Shizune held her nose and Rin said, "Dipshit here took us out to the hall he won earlier in the day, and it was Shizune here birthday, and so he danced with us, and all in like he did with you at the stadium, he created a bunch of Kajibunshin and had them turn into couples dancing and stuff, but then he changed his appearance and got up on the stage and put on a show dedicating it to me and her." As she began to blush. Kurenai asked what kind of show. Tsunade snickered and said he create 5 versions of himself, dressed in 5 different outfits, and the song he danced to was "You Can Leave Your Hat On," and he did a striptease for them. He also had the women in the crowd egging him on while keeping the 2 where they had no choice but to stay and enjoy the show. At the end, when he was covering himself with only a hat and we thought he was completely nude, he threw the hat away and showed he had a small animal hide flap, hiding his modesty with a bullseye painted on it and held on by some clear fishing line. Poor Shizune was passed out the rest of the night, and Rin here was beating the hell out of him after she recovered, and he got dressed and the crowd screaming for an encore. Somehow during the show, people from the village had gotten inside to see what was going on, and it turned out when the show was over, more than half the crowd was real, and they were also asking for an encore. Black said, "What better gift for a present than the one you will remember for the rest of your life?" Kurenai blushed red and said, "If you do that tonight, I will kill you." Blue said, "Nope, that was just a special gift that night." Shizune was turning 14 and was feeling pretty low since she travels all the time and didn't have anyone special to make it special for her, and in some villages, that's old enough to get married since it's widely believed you're an adult at that. Age in our timeline, God, that took some getting used to in the past, as at other times you're not an adult till you're 18 or until 21 to buy alcohol and gamble. Anyways, I wanted her to have a great night, but I also couldn't leave Rin alone either, so I decided a show was in order. Shizune said, I still can't believe you did that. Red said, hey, it's a rite of passage for some people in history. Fathers take their sons out and buy them a bottle of whiskey and a hooker for the night, and mothers place chastity belts on their daughters and others. Just be glad we don't live in some of the tribal regions I've been to. Imagine having to sit down while all the women in the village pluck out every hair on your body one hair at a time, and if you make a noise, then you will forever be seen as a child in the village where you would not be allowed to marry, have children, or even look at an adult in the village. Your eyes would always be forced to look at the ground, since you would be considered a second-rate citizen in your own home. It's not pretty. Humans have a dark history, and the way we come up to make it worse, a sad sight indeed. Now I believe all this talk is depressing, and since nobody's embarrassed any longer, let's go, have a night of dancing and romancing. With Tsunade. Tsunade took Black's arm and said, come on ladies, let's enjoy ourselves. The Gaki right, we need to live our lives like there's no tomorrow. As she was led away. After they were far enough away, Black said, thanks for the help back there, grandmother. By the way, I heard your conversation with Gramps. Tsunade's step faltered a moment and she asked how. Black said, the champagne glass I left behind. I had left it so I could do damage control after Rin and Kurenai, but then before it could dispel you and him set down, and I heard it all. Tsunade looked down and said, I see. Naruto asked, can I ask one question? I won't judge you or anything. I saw you in the future as my grandmother and I always will. I know about your pain from losing your brother and Dan. I am glad you have recovered from that for now enough to be in my life. All I want to know is why. Why did you leave my father in an orphanage, and who is my grandfather? Tsunade closed her eyes as they walked into a dance hall that had a disco ball and light set up as well as speakers, and she said as they sat down and started to drink as cards were passed between them, you have to understand something about my life back then. I was 14 when my brother died. I was already a chunin, having became a genin at age of 6, just a few months younger than you, but the academy was not what it is now. We were at war back then. The only people in my life were my teammates. We were constantly on the go. Fighting day to day, and after Nawaki died I was lost in the world of pain and suffering. That was when your grandfather and I met. My team and I had been doing hit and runs for about 3 months straight. We were exhausted both mentally and physically. I had taken my wrath out on the enemy for my brother's death. Black Naruto took a sip and put his hands together, and there were several puffs of smoke in the room, and the room was filled with couples, and some went up to the stage to grab instruments, and Tsunade continued after taking a sip herself, seeing the others, Naruto coming in, now Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Both wanted to split up and take a flanking move on 3 Iwa outpost that had been holding our line back. We had planned to use our summons bosses to take out the outpost. That was when it happened. The outposts were 20 miles apart each. I had no problem taking out the outpost itself, but the problem was that the outpost was due to be redeployed that day I attacked. It was supposed to be hit hard and fast and get out. That was the plan. I wound up fighting 50 chunin and jounins. I took out around 35 of them by the time I was out of chakra, and the remainder of them had no trouble capturing me. The outpost had been destroyed. I woke up bound and gauged with chakra restraints on. We were in Iwa territory, and I overheard how I was going to be used as a political chip, being the granddaughter of the Shodium, to force Konoha into something. I tried to get free and escape but couldn't, and I was beaten for my attempts. We traveled for 3 days with me being carried like a sack of potatoes over one of Thire's shoulders. Black Naruto clenched his fist under the table, and Tsunade said they had set up camp that night when he came. With the 3 destroyed outposts, it made a shift in the defense of Iwa forces. Sensei ordered all men to push forward with a surge to claim as much ground as possible. It was then when Sensei found out I had been captured. He pulled 3 units of Anbu, which included his best tracker, and had them try to track down me. He left clues behind following the trail for the squads to follow, and he found me and was able to sneak into camp and free me. He then got me out of danger, and the 3 units that arrived shortly after killed them all. He then sent his summon to inform them I was free and to move on to the secondary objectives while he returned me for medical help. I know now I was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD at the time. I was scared. I really thought I was going to die. That they were going to capture me again and beat me more if possible. Anyways, I couldn't take the stress. I hate thinking of myself so weak now, but at the time I was weak. Anyways, he talked to me and comforted me, and with the fear of that happening I wanted my first time not to be taken by an enemy, so I gave myself to him. As she looked down, Black Naruto reached over and cupped her hand and said it's alright. Tsunade smiled softly and said that's what he told me when he saved me that day. Anyways, I was sent back to Konoha after that. He was sent back out to the front lines, and after a few weeks I met back up with my team. Iowa had taken heavy losses, but then Kumo did a surprise attack and we were forced back. Konoha was then hit by an early winter and we were forced to pull back. It was during this time I started getting sick. At first I had thought it was a cold or a flu and passed it off, but then I checked myself and found I was pregnant. That was what had me first create my genjutsu I use. To hide the fact I was pregnant. I hid it all the way through. Since winter made it hard to attack and Iowa and Kumo had started tag teaming Suna, we held back. I had your father when I was almost 8 months pregnant. Since my family was all dead by this point, I kept him secret, taking care of him and making sure he would survive. I kept him until he was 4 months old. The war started to pick up again and I knew I couldn't keep him safe from my enemies and they would use him as a bargaining chip, so when it came time for me to return to the battlefield, I made the hardest choice of my life. I took him to the best orphanage in the village at night and left him in a basket with a note telling his name as well as all the supplies I had gotten to take care of him. With one last kiss I was gone after breaking the door, waking the orphanage caretakers. I did not make it back to Konoha again for the next 5 years. By that time he was getting ready to start the academy. He had a few friends but I couldn't look at him without feeling the hate for myself for leaving him behind and the things I did during the war. I set up an account for him with every last dime I had and I told sensei that I had seen someone who reminded me of my brother and I wanted to give him a chance at life my brother never had. I then told him your father's name and saw to it that he had a home for himself and I secretly dropped off scrolls for him every now and then. He quickly advanced through the ranks and that was when Jiraiya finally caught sight of him and observed him. He caught me dropping a scroll off for him and then confronted me about it. He never told anyone else about it. Black Naruto nods and said I understand. I know it's hard, but I don't think Dad blamed you. He wasn't that type of person. I don't either. Tsunade smiled and then said I guess you want to know who your grandfather was, huh? He was a good man, a hero in my eyes, even after his death I still think of him as a hero. Black Naruto smiled and then the next revelation that would come would forever change his life. Your grandfather was the White Fang himself, Haddock Sakumo. Black Naruto eyes got wide and he gaped a few seconds and thought Kakashi my uncle, son of a bitch. As he said that has got to be the most ironic piece of shit I have ever seen in my life. My father trained his own half-brother, I tricked my uncle into selling me my own family home, my genin teacher was my own uncle who treated me like shit most of the time. Tsunade said the irony was not lost on me that day you took us to the house. Not one bit. I mean you got the future me to trust you with our family's family heirloom, you get your family home. Black Naruto said my name is appropriate, controlled chaos. Tsunade asked how do you figure it's controlled? Black Naruto said well, as you know Uzumaki mean maelstrom which can also mean chaos, and Naruto can mean spiral, so spiraling maelstrom is chaos that spirals or, Tsunade said controlled. I see. Black Naruto said at least I know where Dad and I got our spiky hair from if Kakashi is any indication. Tsunade said yeah, it is. Hair that defied gravity. Black Naruto said well, there is absolutely no way the truth can come out. I mean if it does then my whole bloodline story goes to hell. Tsunade said not exactly. You see, when people with two separate bloodlines have children they sometimes form new bloodlines. The white chakra of the Haddock and the Senju wood manipulation. The fact you're passing the Hiraishin off as a weaker version of it is actually a possibility. It's nice that you gave me a way out from not having to tell anyone. Black Naruto said I see you realize that, huh? The question though is would you ever really be willing to tell anyone? I'm known for my unique names for people so nobody will really question when I call you Bachin. It's funny I always called you Bachin when you are in fact my Bachin. I guess instinctively I could always tell. Tsunade said yeah, and as for the not telling anyone, we will tell everyone the day I take over. Naruto said now just have to wait until then. Huh. That reminds me, Miyazaku knows that you're going to be Godame. Her companion was able to sniff me out because of the fox scent. Tsunade said I will deal with it, for now you worry about having a life and figuring out what the hell to do with those three. Black Naruto said yeah, well granny, it's nice to know finally where I come from. I won't forget you when I take over your office and kick you out on the street. I will make sure I put you in a nice retirement home where you can drink and gamble all day. Tsunade said well thank you Brad. I will leave you a mountain of paperwork to do. As she bopped him upside the head. Both began laughing. But Shizune and purple shirt Naruto. Shizune who was in a purple dress that was very conservative took the Korsake and put it on her arm and she asked how did you know what color my dress was to match my flower and your shirt? Naruto said that is trade secret. All I will say is you deserve it. Shizune smiled as they walked and she asked do you promise you won't embarrass me this time? Naruto said yes, I won't. With a smirk. Shizune saw it and thought, why do I think I am going to hate that smirk? As they got there she noticed there was already several couples and the band was tuning instruments and she looked at Naruto and then noticed Black Naruto in the corner talking with Tsunade and holding her hand and she asked what's up with that. Trying to get fresh with Tsunade-sama. Naruto said no, I'm helping Granny deal with her past so she can move on with her life. Shizune asked why do you always call her that? Naruto said it's part of the reason she let me keep the necklace I have. Someday she might tell you but I won't. I respect her too much to say anything. Shizune shook her head, and up on the stage a man said I wish to thank you all for coming tonight, we hope you enjoy the show, and this show goes out to 4 special ladies tonight. You know who you are so enjoy yourselves, and let's have some fun. As he stepped back and screamed 1 2 12 34. And music began to play. With Rin with blue Naruto. Rin took the flower and said one of these days I will figure out how the hell you know what color dresses we wear to match the flowers. Naruto said not in this lifetime Rin, not in this lifetime. And thought because I see your dress and then rewind time and have my clone set up the hall and get them. She shook her head and said you hopeless. Naruto said perhaps, but I'm only hopeless when in the presence of goddesses. So, are you still going after Iruka or are you changing your taste? Rin smirked and said maybe a little of both. With a small blush. Naruto shook his head and said you will never learn not to mess with a master of verbal innuendo. They soon made it inside and saw Naruto and Shizune on one area and saw Tsunade and Naruto in the corner talking and Rin asked so what are you up to this time? Naruto said wait and see, wait and see. And up on the stage a man said I wish to thank you all for coming tonight, we hope you enjoy the show and this show goes out to 4 special ladies tonight. You know who you are so enjoy yourselves and let's have some fun. As he stepped back and screamed 1 2 12 34. And music began to play. With Kurenai with white Naruto. Kurenai took the hand of Naruto and he slipped the corsage on her wrist and she blushed and said thank you. Naruto said you look lovely. Kurenai asked as she noticed all the flowers and his shirts matched each of their dresses and she was wearing a white dress with flowers going around it. How did you know what color our dresses were? I only bought this earlier today. Naruto said because I wanted to make you each feel special and I can only do that if I have my ways to know you. I was able to find out your dress colors and took in what I believe was your favorite flowers. Kurenai blushed and said softly it is, nobody knew that. Naruto thought I only knowed because I remember Kiba gripping about how you had your team transplant your small garden one day and how they had to take care of the lilies as they were your favorite. Naruto then lead her into the dance hall and she said so how did you arrange a dance here? Is it another of your stage performances? Naruto said perhaps, oh look, the band's about to play. As he pointed to the stage where a man said I wish to thank you all for coming tonight, we hope you enjoy the show and this show goes out to 4 special ladies tonight. You know who you are so enjoy yourselves and let's have some fun. As he stepped back and screamed 1 2 12 34. And music began to play. End multi-view and go to general view. As the music began to play Kurenai, Shizune, and Rin all 3 suddenly knew right away there was something wrong. Naruto smirked and said relax and enjoy. To each of them as the women started moving their bodies in a motion that they never knew. Each one began to move their feet and grab their dresses and began to move them. Like a gift from the heavens, it was easy to tell it was love from above that could save me from hell. She had fire in her soul it was easy to see how the devil himself could be pulled out of me. There were drums in the air as she started to dance every soul in the room keeping time with their hands and we sang. As they began to move around Naruto who was singing with the song and began to clap and dance with them. As the song ended all 3 were panting and Naruto smirked as the music began to play again in a different song and he ran his hand up their arm slowly and stepped behind them as he raised their arm up near his head and put the other by their stomach and the song started as he was doing this. Boy. Now I've had the time of my life and I never felt like this before I swear it's the trut hand I owe it all to you. Girl, cause I've had the time of my life and I owe it all to you. As he grabbed their other hand and began to spin them as they began to move together as they danced. As the song ended Naruto lead them to a where Tsunade and Black Naruto were at as more music began to play. When they sat down there were 3 panting women all 3 glaring at 3 Naruto and Rin asked what the hell happened, why couldn't I talk and my body moved like that. As Tsunade smirked and said you're dead, you know that Gaki. Black Naruto said I wanted the first 2 dances you 3 had with me to be special. Those 2 songs and dances come from a very long time ago, one is salsa and the other was dirty dancing. I don't know how well any of you 3 could dance and I doubt any of you 3 have any real experience dancing besides traditional slow dancing. People from what I see are not into as much expression of emotions, desires, and passion as they have been in the past. Everyone tries to save face by following the traditional stance and you lose the feel for the music, the joy of relaxing and just having fun. I thought by doing those two at first you can let your bodies actually feel the desire to prove your passion in the dance of the first song and the emotions of love and lust that come from the second song so, while I was gone the hour away from you three I came here and had the band play those songs while I had a catch a bunch and wearing those Corsaics dance feeling the emotions and the steps of the original styles. There's a memory seal stored on them and when the music started to play it made your body remember what the clones did. The reason you couldn't talk is because I didn't talk to myself. That's the real flaw with doing something like that. Each of them looked at him and Kurenai asked are there any other songs that we lose control of our bodies like that? Naruto said nope, those were the only two songs I had time to do, I just wanted to surprise you. They won't work again either, even if the same songs were played. It was a one-time thing. Shizune said I knew I would hate that damn smirk. Tsunade said well, before you three go back out there is something I want to tell you all. Shizune asked what is it Tsunade-sama? Black Naruto said you don't have to granny, I mean, as she placed her hand on his mouth and said, you got that from your mother's side of the family, you talk too much. As she took her hand away. Rin glanced at them and asked what is it Tsunade? Tsunade said what I am about to tell you three is something you must never tell anyone. Only reason I am telling you is because the Gaki likes you and I figure one of you three might have a chance of becoming my granddaughter someday. Each of them looked at her waiting for her to continue and then all three eyes got wide as it at what she said. Shizune looked at her date and said you're her grandson. Black Naruto said yeah, turns out it's by blood. Shizune looked at Tsunade and asked how. Tsunade sighed and said I won't tell the long version again, short version is I was captured by enemy nins and was saved by his grandfather, it was shortly after my brother's death and I was emotionally vulnerable and had a one-night fling. We were at war, I got sent back to the battlefront after having his father and had no choice but to put him up for adoption, all these years later here we are. Shizune asked did my uncle know? Tsunade said no, before today only one other person knew, and that was Jiraiya. Rin asked please tell me you didn't sleep with Jiraiya. Looking at Tsunade. Tsunade said no. Rin said thank Kami, I was afraid he was related to that pervert. Black Naruto closed his eyes and Tsunade said he is. Each of the women's eyes got wide besides her, and Naruto asked exactly how. I know he's my mother's father, but I don't know how. Tsunade said I won't tell you, that's something you will have to ask Jiraiya. Each of them were shocked and Rin grabbed her date's hand and said come on, let's dance. As she lead him back out on the floor. The other two Naruto said shall we? As they offered their hands and then lead their dates out on the floor. Several hours later Naruto took them back to the hotel room where they crashed for the evening of revelation, music and more. The next morning Naruto woke up on the floor of the hotel room and he looked over and saw Kurenai and Rin sharing a bed and Shizune and Tsunade sharing one. He got up and went to the restroom taking a quick shower before walking out and noticing that Kurenai and Rin were both awake. While they were taking time to get ready Naruto went out and got some donuts, coffee, and orange juice before returning. Kurenai looked at Shizune and Tsunade sleeping and asked should we wake them before we leave. Naruto who was still in his cage look said no, Tsunade will put you through a wall and Shizune's clingy when she wakes up. Let them sleep. You both ready? I mean I think we got everything. I gave you each your share of the money, right? Kurenai said yeah, but why did I get so much? I only gave you 300. Naruto said that's the way I usually work, you know have 30,000. Which when you divide our total starting money of 1 million is 0.003% of the total money. After everything was said and done that is now your portion of the profit. Bachin and Shizune gave me a total of 50,000 so now they have 5 million. Rin gave me 10,000 so now she has 1 million AM and her dad gave me 7,000 so now they have 700,000 and the rest came from my own money that I bought the hull with plus a nice little profit if I do say so myself. Kurenai sighed and said I guess it makes sense, but still, that's 100% return on whatever they give you. It just seems impossible. By the way, what are you doing with the hulls anyways? Naruto smirked and said that is the beauty of it. It's going to be a secret. Kurenai said hey, as she waited to hear and next thing she knows they're on teammate training ground. Kurenai said damn it. Naruto smirked and walked in front of her and put his finger under her chin and gave her a small kiss and said catch you later. Rin said as Kurenai was frozen wait, if you don't mind I will head from here. I need to do some shopping before I meet Iruka. Naruto said okay, well I guess that's it then. I hope you both had a great time. Kurenai said I did case. As she shot him a glare. Naruto chuckled and said well, I guess I will see you Monday then, take care of yourself, you hear? Kurenai said yes mom. Naruto smiled and said well, I guess I will see you later then. When Naruto was gone Kurenai asked so, where do you live? Rin said sorry, you will have to wait on that. You know more than most about both of us that we don't tell. Just wait a little while and then we will show you. It's just we both have our home as our sanctuary, the one place we both can go to relax and not live in fear. You understand?" Kurenai sighed and said alright, I understand. Naruto when he got back home smirked and closed his eyes, and in a yellow flash, Naruto was at the Toad Mountain. He saw the elder toads and grabbed the scroll before he smiled and back to his house and concentrated, and he saw time traveling backwards until the moment he went to pick up Kurenai and thought it's good to know you will accept me Kurenai and all, but I can't let you know yet. That kiss was goodbye for now. There are too many things to worry about now and you're not ready for my enemies. I need to earn your trust and keep you and the others safe from my enemies. The day after being reset repeated itself somewhat the same, there was no discovery about the true age thing, with the sexy no jutsu, so Kurenai did not learn about him only being 6. There was no meeting Jiraiya, but thanks to the fact he hid a Hiraishin seal on the scroll before stealing it, he could go see the toads later. The discovery that Tsunade was his real grandmother was not told, nor the fact Jiraiya was his grandfather. Shizune still made a slip about Na being in his name. Tsunade and his clone drank the night away, and the dance was still the same, except he told them beforehand, so they were fine with it. When time got back to today he sighed and thought as he walked into his bedroom and began to change so much to keep secret. At least now I can go see the toads to get training like dad asked in his scroll later. I know Tsunade's story, so now I need to find out his. That's right, I need to track down info on Sasori also. Naruto appeared outside the window of the Hokage office and knocked on the window and the third looked up and said hello Kase, what can I do for you? Naruto said I was wondering if you can track down some info for me. Kurenai, Rin and I met up with Tsunade yesterday for a day of gambling and dancing, and I heard a rumor about something that could be dangerous for me in the future. The third gave him a deadpan look and said you really are abusing that Sanin travel rights, you do know that right? Naruto said yeah, I know but we all needed a chance to relax a little before things heat up with missions. Besides it might be the last time for a while. The third asked what about I-date. Naruto sighed and said I don't have his trust yet. If I get it, I will involve him more in my life outside of team stuff. The third said very well, but make sure you are doing equal time per both as a team. Naruto said I am. Don't worry, I am. The third said so, how was my former student? Naruto glanced around the room and seeing no one said you sent them out of the room I appeared outside, didn't you? The third said yes. Naruto said well what I tell you does not leave this room, not even to Jiraiya or the elders. Deal. The third frowned and nods and Naruto said she fine, still living somewhat in the past, but after I got her drunk I found out why. The third said so she told you about her brother and her lover. I don't see why you wanted my silence on that. Everybody knows about that. Naruto said no, I already knew about that. Something else. The third looked up and said really, what if I may ask? Naruto looked around and said, did you know Kakashi my uncle? The third blinked and blinked again and said I find that hard to believe Naruto. Kakashi did not have any living siblings. Naruto said he had one, though neither of them knew it. Turned out dear old dad and him were half-brothers. The third frowned and said how is that possible, nobody knows who Minato parents were. Naruto said his mother does. As he sat down. The third's eyes got wide realizing what he meant and said I see. That is something I did not know. Naruto said yeah, it also explained my bloodline also. Tsunade told me when two bloodlines mix together that it sometimes creates a new one. The fact dad's was weaker shows her theory was right. The third said I can see why you want this kept secret. Naruto nods and said do not tell Jiraiya or anyone. Tsunade does not know she told me as she was too drunk at the time to remember it. She thought I was my father and asked for my forgiveness. The third sighed and said so what are you going to do about it? Naruto shrugged and said for now nothing. I am just going to train and go from there. Nobody but Rin, you, and Tsum in the village knows who I really am and only Shizune and Tsunade outside the village. I want to keep a low profile as long as I can and suddenly revealing myself as a Senju and a Haddock are not on the ways to hide list for now. I do got good news for you though. The third said really, what might I ask is that? Naruto said I convinced her to become Godame, later though. The third fell out of his chair and asked please tell me this is not some sort of prank case. Naruto shook his head and said no old man. You've been like a grandfather to me more than anyone ever has and treated me like a human when others didn't. Even if I have a blood grandfather in the world somewhere you will always be the one I think of as my real one. I know how you hate paperwork and how much you sacrificed for me, so I figure the least I can do is help you find a real replacement. Someone you could trust to lead the village right. The third frowned and said I see your point and I approve of the decision thought I wish I could have convinced her myself. How soon will she take over? Naruto sighed and said less than 10 years. I will try to get her to accept it sooner, but when she takes over she will most likely reveal my heritage. Once that happens I have to be ready for my family's enemies or die. That's why it will take so long. If I can get strong enough fast enough she might take over sooner. The third sighed and said I see you realize what's at stake then. Naruto nods and said just keep all this under your hat. I don't want Kakashi to know either. It's not my skeleton to let out of the closet. Okay Gigi. The third smiled and said alright, what info do you need? Naruto said I need everything you got on Sasori of the Red Sand. The third frowned and said that will take some time considering he's a former Sunanin. Can you give me specifics as to what you heard? Naruto said just whispers mostly, there seems to be someone might be planning to make a run on all the Bijuus. It's not concrete info and it came from a couple of drunks. What I heard was Sasori involved. Not positive if it's real or not, but I believe in the motto, better safe than sorry. The third said very well, I will get that info for you and have it for you when you pick up your next missions. Naruto said yeah, we are going to do 3 missions and then train. The third nods and said very well. Naruto said hey, if Tora comes up we want it. The third fell out of his chair and asked why. Naruto said I want Ide to become a fast attack person. Get in strike and get out. Kurenai I plan to run support as well as cover fire. Me, I'm team leader and tank. I want the Tora mission so I can work on teamwork as well as give Ide a reason to want to increase speed. The third said very well. I will make sure if it comes up you have it. Naruto nods and said see you later Gigi. As he went to the window and jumped out. The third sighed and asked why does no one use the door any longer. As Naruto was falling he flipped in midair and landed in a small crater, shocking those who were nearby with one hand in front of him and he was kneeling. He stood up and said watch that first step. It's killer. As he then began to walk away. Naruto soon came to Ichiruka and he walked in and said another successful business trip. As he held out a bag of money after he unsealed it. AM said thank you Kase. As she took it. Naruto smiled and asked so how have things been? AM said good, I saw your teammate earlier. Naruto said really, which one? AM said the guy, I think his name is. Naruto nods and asks so what was he up to? AM said he seemed to be upset about something. Naruto frowned and said I see. Did you hear why? AM thought a moment and said no, just that he was kicking rocks on the ground pretty hard and his cheek seemed to have been swollen. Naruto nods while frowning and said right. I will check on him tomorrow since I don't know where he lives. I am still a little tired from last night, so I am going to call it an early day. AM said well good luck Kase. Naruto smiled and said I don't need luck. I am just that damn good. AM said conceited much. Naruto waved by and began to walk through town. As he was walking he sighed and thought wonder what's wrong with him. What to do. I got it. As he walked into an alley. When Naruto appeared again he was on teammate training ground and he smirked and began to set up some stuff for training. The next day when teammate arrived Ide asked what the hell, who put a hug-ass metal pole in our training ground. Naruto said as he stepped out of the woods I did. It's for training later. For now we have 3 missions. I already went to the Hokage office and got them. And thought not to mention getting the scroll on Sasori and rewinding time again. I didn't know it cost so much energy to travel back though. At least I have all the info and nobody suspects anything. Gigi doesn't know about all that, Kurenai doesn't know about the real me and everyone else is just as clueless. Time travel is cool and it gives me the upper hand, but I just wish I could travel forward in time. Never did find what happened to Ide. It had to happen on Saturday and I can't be in 2 places at once. Ide frowned and Kurenai was looking at the pole and asked what exactly is that for anyways. Naruto said you both will see later. By the way Ide, is everything okay? I heard you looked roughed up over the weekend. Ide frowned and said yeah, I had a run-in with a tree. Kurenai looked at her teammates and asked are you okay? Ide frowned and said I'm fine. Now what is our mission? Naruto said well, we have 3 missions. One is to move 200 bags of fertilizer to the Yamanka storage shed from a farm outside of town. Another is to do inventory at the grocery store where the eggs were broken last week and our last mission is to capture Tora. The Firelord's cat. I want us to complete each mission in under an hour so that way when we stop for lunch we will have all afternoon to train. Now we will be doing this mission as a team, each of us will take the role of team leader for 1 mission each so you each get leadership experience doing it as well as finding out what the others can or can't do. I will not be using my Kagebunshin today because those are cheating you both have experience and skill. If your mission takes longer than an hour I will take back over so we can finish the mission unless I believe it can be done within a few minutes. Now I will let you choose who is leader for which mission. Chose. Ide said I want the first one. Kurenai frowned and said I will take the inventory. Naruto said good, then I will take Tora. Since you picked the first mission you will lead us. Here is the scroll detailing the mission. As he tossed it. Ide caught it and said right, where is this place? Naruto said well captain, I believe it is 2 miles east of our current location. If we follow the river here it will run right near the farm, since they use the runoff for it to make the items we are required to move. I-Date blinked and said you called me captain. Naruto said yes sir, the time to be little kids are over. If we want to survive then we are going to have to work together. Since you are the leader of this mission I will follow your orders providing you remember the true lesson here. Kurenai asked what true lesson. Naruto said I don't know vice captain. I am merely the grunt on this mission. Kurenai said hey, why do I have to be the vice captain? Naruto said chain of command, compared to me, you're old. Kurenai popped him in the face for that one with a scowl on hers, and I-Date was looking at the details of the mission. Naruto said sir, your orders. I-Date snapped out of it and said alright let's follow the river. Naruto nods and said any formation sir. I-Date looked at Naruto and asked formation. Naruto said yes sir, in case we confront enemies. I-Date said there won't be any enemies. It's in the village and it's only a D-rank mission. Naruto said very well sir. I trust your orders as leader. I-Date smirked as he began to walk along the river. Kurenai frowned and thought I-Date, you're blowing this. Kase here has given you several ideas to help you as leader, and you have ignored them. As she began to follow him with Naruto following behind them. They had been walking for about 10 minutes when Kurenai blinked and began to look around and she said sir, there is a genjutsu near here. I-Date said probably someone practicing. Come on, we only have an hour and I don't want to waste my leadership chance talking. Kurenai said but, and I-Date turned and said shut up and follow my orders. Naruto bit his lip and I-Date began to walk again and Naruto thought let's see you deal with the death of your teammates I-Date. As they passed by a puddle and Kurenai jumped back drawing a kunai as two men emerged from a puddle and screamed one down. As they held a chain wrapped around the men wrapped around Naruto before pulling the chain, causing his body to explode in blood. They then said two down. And began to move toward Kurenai who threw her kunai at them as she began to do hand signs before she disappeared into a swirl of leaves. One said genjutsu. Weak. As they both put their hands together and said kai. As they dispelled it. I-Date who was frozen in spot saw as they charged toward Kurenai and were about to wrap her in the chain when both stopped and said mission. Failed. As both went up in smoke. Kurenai and I-Date were in shock and Naruto came walking out of the woods and walked over to the shocked I-Date before shoving him in the water. He then walked to Kurenai and shoved her also in. Both teens began to scream from the shock of the water and Naruto walked out on the water and blasted both with kai making them shut up. Naruto squatted down and said now. Can either of you tell me exactly what happened back there and why you both failed? I-Date screamed what the hell? I saw you get torn apart. There was blood everywhere. Kurenai was trying to think and Naruto said that was a clone I-Date. I had created it and replaced myself to test you. You made several mistakes each. I will start with you I-Date. Your first mistake was assuming that because we were in the village and because it was a D-rank mission we are safe. Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. First you disregarded proper procedure while on a mission when asked which formation we should travel in. Then you ignored Kurenai when she told you there was a genjutsu up and then you froze when you thought I had died, which would have cost the lives of your other teammate. Do you understand me? I-Date was furious and asked what the hell. I was captain of that mission. Naruto said well congratulations captain. Your entire team is dead now because of you. I-Date was fuming and bit his tongue. Naruto turned to Kurenai and said and you? You knew that I-Date was making the wrong choice, but you kept quiet. You should have pointed out that even if it was a simple mission it can turn out bad. The client could have lied to save money, bandits or rogues could have been passing through the area, not even bothering with anything to do with the mission, and could have upgraded it all the way up to an S-rank mission. Then when you detected the genjutsu you did notify the others, but you didn't try to dispel it. If you had then my clone would still be alive. Do you understand? Kurenai looked down and nods and Naruto said good, now both of you get out of the water. I am taking over for the rest of the mission. We will be traveling in a pyramid formation. Kurenai, you will be in the front, I-Date will be on the by the river and I will be on the left by the trees. I am not telling you if there are any more dangers ahead on this mission or the next because I don't know. I created some clones this morning and had them read the mission scrolls and decide what to do. Each day we will do 3 missions and on those missions one of them you will each lead. You will have to expect the unexpected and prepare accordingly. Some days something will happen and others nothing will. Now do either of you have any questions? I-Date said why did you do it to my mission first? Naruto said you took the first mission. Your choice had actions. You chose to be leader of this mission because you realized there is going to be carrying heavy items on this mission. You wanted to be the leader so Kurenai and I would have to do the hard work while you order us around. The leader does not do that. Anything else? Kurenai asked why did you shove us in the river? Naruto said I-Date here was frozen in fear of blood and you were prepared to die. You both were in shock so I simply shoved you in the water to wake you up. Now let's go, or do I have to bring out Jack? Both were up out of the water quickly and began to follow his orders. When they got to the farm, Naruto walked up to a farmer who was sitting on a perch and he said, "Excuse me, sir. We're here to pick up the Yamanaka order for delivery." The man said, "I see, the wagons are already loaded and in the back." Kurenai asked, "Wagons, as in more than one?" The man said, "Yeah, there are 3 wagons. Now get." Naruto walked around and frowned and thought, okay, this is not exactly what I was planning, but it will work. As he got in the middle of one cart and tried to pull it and frowned and said, okay, the mission orders did not tell us that there would be 3 carts, so we will have to figure out how to do this. We have 3 options that I can see. 1, we can try to load all of this into one cart and all 3 of us pull it. 2, we can take 1 wagon at a time, or 3, we can seal the wagons and move them in scrolls. What do you think? Kurenai said, if it was simple to seal the wagons, why not do that first? Naruto said, good question. The reason is because it will take 2 hours to draw the seals to store the 3 wagons. Since it will require more complex seals than the regular one. Idate asked, what about just loading it all on a wagon? Naruto said, well, there's the problem of time loading the other 2 wagons onto this one and then actually moving them. Idate frowned and said, then we can't do it in under an hour. We have to have more time. Naruto shook his head and said, there are times where missions have a time limit, so we have to be able to do it in that time limit. Kurenai asked, how long would it take you to draw up a sealing scroll for 1 wagon? Naruto smirked and said, about 40 minutes. Kurenai said, Idate, I have an idea to do this mission, but you would have to be willing to help me. Idate said, but isn't he the leader now? Naruto said, if her idea can complete the mission better than my plans will, then we will work her plan. A leader has to know when to listen to the advice of his men. Idate frowned, remembering what had happened earlier, and said, alright, what's your idea? Kurenai said, you and I will transfer the bags from the 2 other wagons to this one, while Hess drawing the seal. Once Hess done, we seal it, and then we can make it to the Yamanaka in around 10 minutes. Idate bit his lip and said, alright. Let's get started. Naruto smiled and thought, good job, Kurenai. As he pulled out a scroll and began drawing the seal. Naruto watched as the other 2 quickly worked together to move the compost. Naruto soon finishes the scroll and gets up and begins to help. Within 50 minutes total they finish and Naruto activates the storage scroll and the cart and everything on it was gone. Naruto said, good work both of you. Now we just need to hurry to town and deliver this scroll and unload it. Idate blinked and said, unloaded. Wait, what do you mean unloaded? Naruto said, well, we have to return the farmer his wagon and put the bags in their storage shed. Remember the scroll said that. Idate slaps his head and Kurenai said, come on. It won't be that bad now. In panting breath. Naruto begins running away from the farm and said, triangle formation, Kurenai point. Kurenai soon moves up in front of him and Idate behind her and to the right. After 5 minutes of running they made it to the Yamanaka flower shop and Inoichi saw them arrived and said, hello, you must be here about the mission. I am afraid you will have to go to the farm and get the compost. Idate said, no, we got it with us. Naruto held up a scroll and Inoichi said, I see, sealing. Advanced skills for a genin. Well, come on out back and store them for me. As he lead them to a shed in the backyard. Naruto unsealed the wagon and said, alright, let's do an assembly line. Kurenai, you climb on board and throw them down to Idate. Idate, you throw them to me and I will stack them. Use chakra in your limbs to make it easier. Inoichi was watching them and he glanced around and asked, where is your sensei? Idate frowned and Naruto said, I ran him off. Only cared about power and not about the team. Right now I am leading the team. As he caught the bag and stacked it. Inoichi said, but who's teaching you? Naruto said, I was pre-educated before joining the academy. Classified sir by the Hokage. Inoichi frowned and asked, really, how many jutsu do you know, kid? Naruto said 400 or 500. Causing Inoichi eyes to go wide as Naruto stacked another bag. Idate said, I don't believe you. Naruto said, believe what you want, but you seen me use Kagebunshin, you seen me do sealing, you seen me teach you water walking, you seen me do all kinds of things I shouldn't know how to do, yet I continue to do so. The Hokage is well aware of my skills and he has enough faith in me to let me teach you, so I must be telling the truth, Idate. By the way, 1 hour is now up, but I am pleased with most of your performance. We still have to capture Tora and do the other mission as well. Inoichi asked, what squad are you 3? Kurenai said, teammate sir. Inoichi nods and finished watching them stack the compost. When they were done, Naruto walked to the wagon and stood on it before throwing a smoke bomb, and when the smoke bomb cleared he was standing on the ground and the wagon was done. Inoichi was wide-eyed and said, I am impressed. Naruto nods and said, right team, Kurenai, you're up for leader on this mission. Here's the scroll. As he tossed it to her. Kurenai nods and she said, it's supposed to be basic inventory, but with the chance encounter of hostiles, Idate, you will take my position in the triangle formation and I will take yours since you've been to this store recently and should know the way around. K's will keep his. When we get there I will contact the client and get the exact mission details. While I am doing that, scout for any unusual activity and remember to watch out for traps. Let's move out by rooftops. Go. I-Date jumped up and then Kurenai and Naruto. Inoichi smirked and thought, interesting team. That blonde and red hair kid seems to be getting them working together quickly. It took about 10 minutes to get to the store and Kurenai walked in and saw the cashier and said, excuse me miss, I am Kurenai Yuuhi and my team and I are here about the inventory mission. The clerk said, ah, good timing. I recently received a shipment from my suppliers and if you can would you stock the shelves while you inventory. Kurenai said, of course miss. It will make inventory easier. The clerk said, good, go ahead and get started then. Kurenai said, I-Date, I want you to take the first aisle, K's the second, and I will take the third. Take a clipboard and paper here on the counter and line the shelves up and write down the name and how many cans are in the section they are supposed to be. If there are cans missing, write a minus sign and how many are missing so that way we can stock the shelves faster. After we finish those 3 shelves we will do the same with the last 3. Now let's go. As each began to work, Naruto thinks, smart girl, now if only I-Date would use his brain. Just then several genin teams came in and began to buy groceries and Naruto's eyes suddenly glossed over and he slapped his head and said, I am one sadistic ass. Making everyone look at him. Everyone soon got back to work and Rin saw Naruto and asked, so exactly why did you want us to buy all this stuff, K's? Making Kurenai and I-Date both look at him. Naruto said, I didn't, my clones did. I figured the best way to train my team was to do things that an enemy could do and one of my clones just dispelled letting me know it ordered all these teams to do grocery shopping for me. The can of peas hit him in the head and he looked over and saw a fuming Kurenai. I-Date snorts and said, looks like Shess got her panties in a bunch. Naruto took 2 steps back and grabbed Rin by the waist and put her between him and I-Date. Iruka said, hey, let my teammate go. Naruto said, do you not feel that? As he motioned toward Kurenai. The Budo who was near her pushed his glasses up as a dark aurora appeared around her and Kurenai jumped up and Rin said, isn't that? Naruto said, yeah. As they watched her grab I-Date's nipples and began to twist both of them, making everyone wince. As I-Date screamed, Naruto said, enough. While releasing a little Kai. Kurenai stopped as she felt the Kai and I-Date began rubbing his now bruised chest. Kurenai said, fine, we got less than an hour, let's get back to work. As she stepped on I-Date's foot on accident and went back to her aisle. As the other genin teams got back to doing their own missions, teammates slowly stocked the shelves and took inventory. Though it was hard, the client was happy. As they finished, Kurenai said, damn, that was tough. If I hadn't thought to get their groceries from the actual stock instead of the shelves we would have still been in there. Naruto nods and said, well, that leaves us only one mission and it's going to be the hardest one. Catching Tora, the Firelord's cat. I-Date asked, how hard is it to catch a stupid cat? Naruto snorts before bursting out laughing and said, alright I-Date, since you think it's easy, here is what we will do. I will track Tora. When we find her, I want Kurenai to use her Genjutsu skills to try and trick her, and I-Date, you will capture her. Alright. I-Date bit his lip and asked, what formation? Naruto said, pyramid formation with me taking point and you to my left and Kurenai to the right. You both ready? I won't go easy. Both nod and they take off by rooftop. Within 15 minutes they had tracked Tora to Team 7 Memorial Stone. Naruto held up his hand and whispered, we only get one chance at this, so wait until Kurenai cast her Genjutsu. I-Date. I-Date frowns and nods and Kurenai began to make hand signs and once she was done she whispers something and said, now. Tora was laying on the grass when she felt everything around her get quiet. She opened her eyes and saw total darkness and could not see. She yawned before biting her tail and jumped away as I-Date cried to catch her, dispelling the Genjutsu with pain. Kurenai said, no way. I-Date began to chase her and Naruto said, Kurenai, you flank her and I will take the backup for I-Date. Move out. As he jumped down. Kurenai moved to the side of the field as I-Date ran around in circles screaming, trying to catch Tora. Naruto began to block Tora's path, making her to change course, and that was when Tora turned and went on the offensive. She jumped up and extended her claws and I-Date screamed, ahhhh my face. As Tora jumped over him only to land in Kurenai's arms. Naruto said, good job team. Mission capture Tora complete. Now let's turn in our missions reports and get some lunch. After a quick lunch of dango in which I-Date frowned and Kurenai giggles about his face that now had several band-aids on it, they found themselves on training ground 8. Naruto said, alright you two. I will now explain this exercise. If you will notice, there are 60 targets around this clearing and in some of them are 3 sets of 10 color kunes and shurikens. You each grab one of the red, blue or white colored sets and then what we will do is take one of the 3 cord that are hooked to the pole at the top and hook the harness that is on the ground to them after you slip on one. You will start running down the pole using chakra and begin running circles around the clearing, throwing your weapons at the targets while on the move. Now you will also have to keep channeling chakra to your feet because the cord has seals on it that will make it harder the further you get from the pole and will pull you back toward the pole. When you run out of weapons you will have to run and pull them from the target you hit. You will have to keep doing it until you hit every target with 10 of each weapon. This exercise will not only increase your chakra reserves, your control, your weapon throwing skills, but also your endurance, speed, and strength. We each have 10 minutes to try and hit all the targets before we will trade up and the one who did it will rest and recover their chakra. We will do this every day for the rest of the week from noon until 8 o'clock at night. I screamed what? Naruto said yes, at first it will get hard, but by pushing ourselves to our limit, we can exceed them and become stronger than ever. I plan by the time we become Chunin to have all of our stamina and chakra reserves up to where we are actually Jounin level. I want our team to blow away the competition in the exams and show those who have not believed in us and had doubts about us that we are better than they are. I believe that you each have potential just waiting to be released. Now who wants to go first? I said why don't you go first? Naruto said alright. As he walked over and grabbed a harness and hooked it up and used chakra to climb the 60-foot tall metal pole and Kurenai said what about your weapons? Naruto said I will get them once I am on the ground. As he grabbed the clip to the rope and then said either of you have a watch. I glared because Jack stole his and Kurenai said I do. Naruto said 10 minutes. Ready, start. As he ran down the pole and both and Kurenai noticed when he got to the ground his feet were glowing with chakra and he ran toward the first target and grabbed a red shuriken and kunai in it before he let chakra stop and was yanked back to the pole and he released the weapons into another target that he started to run toward and this one had the ones he just throwed and the next set and grabbing the same color again he was yanked back up the pole and they watched as he did it over and over again until he had all 10 shurikens and kunes throwing them at targets and finally Kurenai said time. Naruto sighed and said 37 targets. I still need to improve to get all 60. As he flew back up the pole and unclipped himself before falling to the ground below landing on his feet and said that's harder than I thought it would be. Next. Kurenai said I guess I will. As she got the harness on and ran up the pole and hooked the cable to her before throwing her watch to Naruto. Naruto said ready, go. And Kurenai like Naruto ran for the first set of weapons and got the white ones before she was pulled back and turned her body to land with her feet on the pole and thought damn, this is harder than it looks. As she threw her weapons at the next target and began running again. After 10 minutes Naruto said time. 17 targets. Good job Kurenai. Your turn I. As Kurenai released herself and walked over and fell to the ground and said that takes a lot of chakra. Naruto said yeep, that's why it will increase our reserves. I ran up the pole and Naruto waited till he was hooked up and said ready, go. And I started to run and before he got to the first weapon his control slipped and flew back and he screamed damn it. As he hit the pole not using his feet to stop from hitting it hard. He then stood up again and took off running. After 10 minutes Naruto said time, 15. Good job I said, but I was last. Naruto said yes, but your control is getting better. Rest for now while I go again and then Kurenai and let's see if we can beat our numbers. As they started to do it all over again. By the end of the day Naruto got to 43, Kurenai got to 24 and I got to 22. Naruto said good job team, tomorrow we will do 3 more missions and do this all over again. I groaned and Kurenai said good, I can already feel my reserves and control increase. Naruto nods and said well see you both tomorrow. As he began to clean up the weapons around the area and I walked away. Kurenai began to walk away and stopped and said let me help you. Naruto said thanks. As they gathered them. After they were done he asked would you like me to walk you home? Kurenai smiled and said yeah, I would like that, Kaz, can I ask you something? Naruto said sure. As he looked at her. Kurenai asked would you like to go out again? Naruto asked his friends or, Kurenai said I'm not sure. Naruto said sure but are you okay with it? I mean you know I have secrets I can't tell you like my real name, age, family, and why I was attacked at the age of 4. Kurenai said I know. I thought about it after we went dancing and I want to get to know you better. I feel something for you. I don't know what it is yet, but I kind of like it. Naruto said yeah, I feel something also but, Kurenai asked but. As she looked at him. Naruto said I feel something for you, Rin and Shizune all 3. I don't know what it is yet. It could be sibling feelings, since I don't have any, or it could be simple affection, or it could be something more. Then there is also the thing I have to worry about when the council finds out I have a bloodline. Kurenai frowned and said the clan restoration thing right. Naruto said yeah, how did you know? Kurenai said after our date I went to the library and I remember Rin saying something about it and I researched it. I understand that, but I want to see what it is I feel first. Naruto stopped and walked in front of her and put his finger under her chin, lifting it up, and said, alright, let's make a deal. We will try dating, nothing beyond simple kissing and cuddling if you want to, but if this starts to interfere with your career, we stop. I know how important proving yourself to the world is, and I support that, and I don't want to ruin your future. Kurenai said, I agree, but I set the pace. If I say stop, we stop. Also, when we are doing team stuff, we are a team, not a couple. You are to treat me just as you will I date. Naruto said, didn't I throw you both in the river today? Kurenai blushed and said, alright, I have one last thing. If you decide to start dating either Shizune or Rin, you have to tell me, and if we are still dating, you have to treat us as equals. I don't care if you try to figure out your feeling with them, because I can see how much they mean to you, so I won't ruin a chance of a relationship with you by trying to tell you who you can or can't be friends with, but you have to show me the same courtesy. No lying either. Naruto said, agreed, with the exception of things I can't tell you to protect you from my enemies. Kurenai frowned and said, I guess that's the best I can get. Naruto said, good, care for dinner? Kurenai said, yeah, starving. Naruto nods and he takes her arm and frowns a moment and said, you can come out now. Kurenai looked at him and she saw as an Anbu in a horse mask jumped down, and Naruto asked, what do you want? The Anbu said, you're going to pay for embarrassing me. Naruto said, really, you and what army? The man said, this one. As he held up his hand and 10 men jumped into the clearing, and Naruto frowned and said let me see, 10 Uchiha versus me. The odds seem stacked against you. One of the Uchiha said, you must be stupid, kid. Naruto said nope as he went away holding Kurenai, and he appeared a few seconds later behind the one who called him stupid without her and said, just that damn good. As he hit the man in the back of the neck. 2 others pulled out kunes and Naruto appeared in front of one and did an open palm thrust into his jaw, sending him into the air before Naruto turned and used both fists to punch the other one in the chest, sending him into a tree before he had dragon's breath appear in his hand and he sliced another Uchiha down the right leg, making him scream out. Naruto then appeared Ajin in front of the horse mask Anbu and put his hand on the man's stomach, and he began to scream out in pain as he began to spin backwards thanks to the Rasengan that had been formed inside his armor. Naruto felt the heat from a Kaiten jutsu, so he left behind the person sending the jutsu where he was as forced the man's mouth closed, making the flames he was breathing burn his mouth. Naruto then turned, pulling out a kunai and delected 5 that were coming at his back, and grabbed the last one and threw both he had at the person who threw them, and then as the man jumped away, one of them turned into a Kagebunshin who punched the man in the mouth. Naruto said enough. As he saw the others were nervous. He waited a moment and said, I could have killed you all for this, but I let you live, return home and get the wounded treated, and don't threaten me again. I won't give you another warning. As he unleashed massive Kai, making one pass out and the other have a hard time breathing. As the ones who could move started getting fire wounded, Naruto gone away to where Kurenai was in a tree, and he grabbed her hand and again near the village and said, sorry about that. Kurenai was gaping and said, that was amazing. Naruto said, yeah, but I shouldn't have done it. I know I will get into trouble over this now, here, take this. As he reached into his weapon pouch and handed her a gold throwing star. Kurenai blinked and asked, what is this? Naruto said, insurance. If you ever get into trouble, you can't get out of, channel chakra into that and I will appear. It's got a summoning seal on it that will summon me. I want to make sure if the Uchiha come after you for what I did to them that you don't get hurt. Kurenai blushed and said, alright. I know how bad they can get. As she frowned the last part. Naruto said, yeah, I guess Jack hurt them where it counts, Fire pride. I wonder if that was why Idate had that bruise on his face. Kurenai looked at him and asked what? Naruto said, Idate AM told me that Saturday he was walking through town mad and had a bruise on his face. I just wonder if that is where he got it. Kurenai said, I see. You think they questioned him about who owned the monkey? Naruto nods and said, yeah, maybe. If so, I just wish he would have told me. If I wasn't trained to detect chakra, we could have been ambushed back there. Kurenai said, yeah, lucky us, so are we going to eat? Naruto said, yeah, you must be hungry. Kurenai said, starved. Naruto smiled as he led her to the Chiruka and then home. As he went to bed, he thought, what a day. The next 4 weeks flew by for Team 8. Naruto had them train Monday through Wednesday, doing 3 missions a day and then 30 missions a day, with the help of Kagebunshin of Thursday, getting up to 10 missions themselves done. He still does surprise traps that his Kagebunshin set up, which don't dispel until after the mission setup, so even he did not know when they would be attacked during mission. In fact, Capture Tora turned into an S-rank mission. Let's see how. Flashback. Teammate was walking through the woods and Idate asked, so where is Tora this time? Naruto said, from Fire Standard Pyramid Formation on the right. The scout birds I made told me that she was somewhere in this area, but since she destroyed them, so I can't find her exactly. Kurenai, who was in the front, said, I think that cat is not what it appears. I mean I was talking with Iruka and Rin the other night at Ichiruka's, and Iruka said Tora disarmed his traps to get by them, and next to K's here Iruka practically the best trapmaster I've ever seen or heard of. Not to mention Shess figured out about your scout birds and figured out how to dispel Jinjutsu. I-Date said my brother told me he caught Tora when he was a genin also, and Hess 10 years older than I am. Naruto said my grandmother caught Tora also, and Shess in her late 40s now. I-Date and Kurenai both stopped and looked at Naruto, and he asked what. I-Date said you never told us about your grandmother before. I mean you told us about Tsunade, but you said it was not by blood, and does that mean your family is from the Leaf Village? Naruto frowned and said my grandmother recently contacted me and informed me we were related. She told me her story about why she wasn't in my father's life leaving him in an orphanage or mine before now, and I forgive her for it because I understand the responsibility she had at the time. It's bad enough I have my father's enemies and my own to worry about, but if people found out about her I would have even more. Kurenai asked how many enemies do you have K's? Naruto sighed and said I have some in every hidden village, including here. As he began to walk looking for Tora. Before either of the teens could say anything the sound of metal flying through the air could be heard and Naruto screamed everyone down. As he shoved both I-Date and Kurenai toward the ground as he fell himself but received a cut on his chest from it as a huge 5 feet long sword came flying through the air and embedded itself in a tree. Kurenai screamed K's. As she saw the blood and she went to help him, but he held up his hand and said not now, I will be fine, but we got an enemy here. Kurenai said but, you're right. As she bit her lip and Naruto was holding his hand over his chest. I-Date said stop this man, Hess one of your clones, and you need medical attention. As they saw a man appear on the sword and he turned releasing a little Kai and said well, what do we have here? A fresh little genin squad. I am afraid since you have seen me I can't let you live. Naruto frowned and said I don't know if he is or not. I don't recognize the guy. Who are you, and what are you doing here? The man said well since you're about to die I might as well tell you. I am here to assassinate the Fire Lord's cat. Kurenai who had pulled out a pair of kunes asked who are you and why do you want to kill Tora? The man said I am Mamachi's abuser, the devil of the Hidden Mist village. I came here to kill that cat because the Waterlord is pissed at the Fire Lord because his cat attacked the Waterlord's dog and sent it to the vet so he wants that cat killed for humiliating him. I-Date frowned and thought that's true, brother laughed about it the other day about how Tora kicked the dog's ass a few weeks back. And said but why now, it's been a few weeks since that happened. Zabuza said that's why I hate little genin like you, they don't realize it takes time to get from one vi as he jumped away from the tree as several snakes burst from the ground trying to bite him. Zabuza landed and looked around and I-Date said we should attack why Hess distracted. Naruto said no, don't. In a commanding voice both had learned to listen to. Kurenai asked why. Naruto said the only person I know who can summon snakes is the S-rank missing Orochimaru. Both Kurenai and I-Date eyes went wide and a sickening kuku, very impressive that you could figure that out so fast. Perhaps I should give you one of my gifts. As Orochimaru stepped out of the woods. Naruto said I hate snakes and pedophiles like you. Orochimaru licked out with his tongue and said perhaps you just need the right touch. Naruto shivered and said Kurenai, when this is over dress in your bikini for me. I feel sexually threatened. Kurenai glared at Naruto and Zabuza said I don't care what you're here for Orochimaru, but I have a mission to finish. As he jumped away. Orochimaru said I can't have that. As he sent snakes out of his sleeves at Zabuza. Zabuza cut their heads off as he landed on a tree and he glared at Orochimaru and asked what the hell's your problem? I have a mission. Orochimaru said I have taken an interest in that cat. I believe it is immortal since I chased that cat with my genin team. I wish to experiment on it to discover the secret to immortality. Just then Tora ran through the clearing with 30 snakes chasing after her. Naruto said in a low voice I-Date, grab the cat and haul ass, Kurenai, cast a Jinjutsu on them and follow I-Date while I blank the clearing with Kagebunshin and Henge and get the hell out of here. Orochimaru said nice plan, but it won't work on someone like me. As he sent out several snakes at Naruto only for a kunai to come out of the woods and explode before snake shot out of the woods and bit Orochimaru causing him to burst into blood. I-Date said screw this, I am out of here. As he took off running. Kurenai frowned and looked at Naruto who was looking where the kunai came from when moments later Zabuza burst into a pile of blood and Naruto said hello Anko. As he glanced at a tree. There standing on a tree limb was Anko who was looking around before she looked at Naruto and Kurenai and glared and said somebody is going to explain what the hell is going on or someone is going to die. Where is Orochimaru? Naruto scratched the back of his head and said sorry about that. My blood clones picked out 2 random people in the bingo book to attack my team to help us work on our teamwork and skills. Anko said then how did you summon snakes? Naruto said like this. As he shot out his sleeve and a snake shot out and Naruto grabbed it before it was covered in smoke showing another Naruto and he said I mastered Kagebunshin and henge to the point I can do both sealess as can my clones. Anko looked at Naruto and Kurenai and said what's your name kid? Naruto said none K's and this is Kurenai Yuuhi, my teammate. Anko said ah, so you're that Gaki I heard about. The Hokage talks quite fondly of you. Naruto said Anko, which one do you have? Anko looked at Naruto and asked which what? Naruto said heaven or earth. Anko frowned as she rubbed her neck and asked why. Naruto said my father was also a seal master. I have his notes on how to remove the heaven if you're interested. Anko eyes got wide and she jumped down to where Naruto was and she said can you prove it? Naruto said yeah, but it don't come free. Anko frowned and said, what do you want in return, if it's for real? Naruto said if I can get that gone for you then I want you to train Kurenai 2 times a month. Kurenai asked K's, who is this and why are you asking her to train me? Naruto said this is Anko. She's a child prodigy who was trained by a Sannin. I know she hates the bastard just like I do since he's one of my enemies. I figured if she were to pick up your training and things I wouldn't know then that would be well worth helping her out. Besides one Sannin apprentice has to help another out. Causing both girls' eyes to go wide. Anko said you're an apprentice, which one? Kurenai said probably Tsunade since she treats him as if he's her grandson. Naruto said actually, Jiraiya. Anko said prove it. Naruto said very well. As he bit his thumb and went through the hand seals to quickly for either to see, and then he slammed his hand on the ground, and when the smoke cleared, there was a 4 feet tall battle toad with 2 swords on his back. Anko looked at it, and Naruto said Gamakiki, I summoned you to show that I could summon toads. You can go now. The toad nods before going up in smoke. Anko said alright kid, I see your point. Naruto said good, but don't tell anyone I can do that. The less my enemies know about me the better. Old Hebateam doesn't know I can summon and might give me the edge I need if I fight him. Anko said kid, you're nowheres near his level. Naruto said maybe, maybe not. So do we have a deal? Anko frowned and said meet me at the Hokage office tomorrow at 2 p.m. and bring all the info you claim you have. If you can remove it then we got a deal. Naruto smiled and said thanks. Afterwards let's go out for some dango. Anko looked at Naruto and said you know I am starting to like you. As she jumped away. Kurenai then hit Naruto over the head and said quit hitting on other women. Naruto smiled and said okay. Only you? As he kissed her lips and thought I can't believe I was able to fake out Anko with my Kagebunshin henge back there. I guess it helps I know what Gamakiki actually looks like though. Then flashback. Naruto kept his promise and had with the help of the Sandame and notes his father made, removed the seal from Anko's neck since Naruto wanted to originally plan for Sasuke if he got it again, so on every other Saturdays, Anko trained with Kurenai for a few hours, helping her polish off her skills. Teammate did the chakra rope run as they call it now on the 3 mission day, with Naruto up to all 60 targets, Kurenai up to 40 targets, and Idate up to 36 targets. On Friday they had Taijutsu practice in the morning where Naruto has began teaching Kurenai a combination of 3 fighting styles together for her called Divine Female Fury. It's a combination of the slave fist style which was created for slave women whose hands were bound, Muay Thai kickboxing and special forces grappling he learned from Lara friends that uses the enemy's size and strength against them. He has her wearing 20 pounds weights on her legs and 10 on her arms. Flashback. Naruto stood in front of teammate on Friday and said now we are going to be working on a new taijutsu style for both of you. Idate asked why do we need new ones? Naruto said because every hidden village uses the same basic style at the academy and any academy student could fight you evenly much less other genin, chunin, and jounins. Idate frowned and Kurenai asked so what will you be teaching us? Naruto said I am going to teach you both a different style that I created from different styles. You each will be the only other person besides myself able to use either of these styles. For you Idate I am going to teach the Broken Knuckle Fury and for you Kurenai I will teach you the Divine Female Fury. Both taijutsu have fire strengths and weaknesses. For you Idate will require you to increase your total body speed. You will have to get in, hit hard and get out before your enemy has a chance to recover. For you Kurenai I will teach you a style that will get over the one weakness every woman faces when she fights a male opponent. Kurenai asked what's that? Naruto said attack me and I will show you. Idate watched as Kurenai went to attack Naruto and he got behind her and grabbed her arms immobilizing her and he said this is what I am talking about. Every male will try and grab your arms and hands because women try to fight like men and forget their own natural strengths. In this position a man can have his way with you by slicing your throat, make you beg for mercy or even rape you. That is why I am going to teach you a style that will make you focus on your own natural strength. Your legs. Idate said her legs. In questioning tone. Naruto said according to what I have learned women who know how to do it can crush a man's skull with their thighs, bend steel with their knees, break bones with their lower calves, and cause an earthquake with their feet. Think about it this way. A woman using her own lower muscles can shove another human being out of them, then they must be damn strong there. Kurenai was beet red and she said I hate you. I really do. I mean you went from having me feel all great about female strengths to wanting to turn you into dust by being a smartass. As she looked at Idate who was on the ground passed out. Then flashback. Kurenai had mostly from Enko been learning to incorporate her jutsu into her style so she could multitask and keep on the move because a moving target is harder to hit. Her Idate has been teaching him a style that's a combination of street fighting, boxing, and kung fu where he goes and hits hard and gets out before the counter-attack. Naruto calls it broken knuckle fury. Idate now wears 50 pounds on his legs and 30 on his arms while he has his hands in fingerless gloves with spiked knuckles. Naruto has each perform the kata for each style 2 hours with the help of his Kajabunsen, telling them when an opening is present or as sparring partners thought neither are close to mastering the styles. He then has them do punches and kicks to a punching bag he made with seals on them so they won't be destroyed, trying to build up muscle memory and harden the skin where they won't feel pain when punching or kicking something. He has also been teaching them a few practical skills like they do the swimming lesson for an hour where they try not to make any noise. They have gone to rope balancing where they have to walk across a rope 100 feet long each that is connected to 2 trees where another room is connected to another tree and another forming a circle around the training ground, and what they have to do is walk on top of one rope using chakra, but when they get to the tree they have to walk on the bottom of the rope with chakra. They do this for an hour. Naruto then has them work on hand seal speed where they try to do 50 hand seals in under 5 seconds. So far it takes 9 seconds for Kurenai and 13 seconds for Idate, but Naruto is down to 4 seconds, but trying to get faster. Naruto has began to explain sealing to them also and now both can make standard sealing scrolls. For Jutsu Naruto has taught Idate, Katen Fireball, Cage Shuriken no Jutsu Shadow Shuriken technique, Housenkan no Jutsu Mythical Fire Phoenix technique, and Phoenix Fireball Jutsu. For Kurenai he taught her Suru no Jutsu Water Prison technique, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu Water Clone technique for ninjutsu, and for Jinjutsu that he had gotten scrolls from his mother, and the Sandame Kokohi no Jutsu False Place technique. Meijin Nirakumi no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion Hell Viewing technique, and Kori Shinshu no Jutsu, Sly Mind Effect technique. As for the problem with the Uchiha Fujaku himself came to training ground 8. Flashback. Naruto was doing the rope run with his team when Uchiha Fujaku walked onto their training ground. Naruto saw him and said both of you go ahead and keep training while I see what our guest needs. As he walked over to Fujaku as he put on a pair of sunglasses. Fujaku who had his Sharingan spinning said, would you mind removing those so I can see the face of the boy who defeated several of my clan members? Naruto said can you shut off your Sharingan? Fujaku said look boy, I don't have to accommodate your request. I am the Uchiha Fujaku, head of the Uchiha clan. Naruto said only because you killed a doctor and put a Jinjutsu on your eldest. Shocking Fujaku. Fujaku asked how do you know that? Naruto said we Senju have a way of butting into our rival's business. Fujaku said you're a Senju. Naruto smirked and said Tsunade grandson to be precise. Betcha didn't see that one coming did you? By the way. Trying to kill your daughter didn't work. She's safe and sound in another country right now living her life peacefully without you. Of course you can't do shit about it because then your clan would find out the truth and turn on you. Fujaku said I will kill you boy. Naruto said doubt it. After all if I die certain information will become public knowledge that would force you at the very least to flee Konoha and perhaps even the fire country itself. The advisors and the Hokage are watching you looking for any mistakes on your part. And Naruto appeared behind Fujaku back to back and whispered, and I personally have no qualms about ending your life. Now be a good little bitch and make an apology loud enough for my team to hear about you're sorry for your clan member's action and leave, and be sure not to mention about me being a Senju to anyone, because if you did they would name me the new prince of Konoha, and when they find out you're attacking the village's prince, I think you get the picture. You leave me alone and I leave you alone. You attack me, my friends or my family and, let's just say you won't live to find out what happened to the rest of your clan. Not to mention all the information Itachi took with her about your clan when she left. What would happen if the secret of how to obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan became public info? Nobody would trust you. Fujaku who was too shocked to say or do anything by what Naruto had said as well as the speed he got behind Fujaku, swallowed hard and said loudly, I wish to apologize for my clan members' actions the other day when they attacked you and your teammates. I will see to it they are properly punished and thank you for not informing the Hokage of this because I do not wish to tarnish my clan's honor. Naruto said I accept your apology and hope you have a great day. With a smile on his face. Fujaku said in a low voice, this isn't over, boy. As he clenched his fist and blood fell on the ground. Naruto said, I'll be waiting. As Fujaku turned and walked away with blood still leaking out of his hand. Naruto thought, stuck-up bastard, good thing Sasuke bragged too much about that Sharingan to me, and what Rin told me is going on in her clan after she talked to the old man. He should lay low for a while. Then flashback. Now Naruto stood in front of the Sandame who was looking at them while reading the report, and Anbu who watched them train had made as well as the clients, and the Sandame said, K's, when was you last mental evaluation? Naruto said, 600 years ago I think. The guy was named Freud or something like that. He said, I have hypersocial complex with abandonment issues most likely caused by not being held as an infant by my own mother before she passed away, as well as anxiety and nervous tendency that manifest itself in the form I can't show proper respect unless I hide who I am. He said the only cure for me was to find a woman or women who would tie me to a bed and ravage me until I forget all about every other woman in my life as they milked me dry. Kurenai hit him over the head and Idate said, you mental and should be locked up. You're always talking about shit like that. Naruto held up his hand and a piece of paper appeared and Naruto said, read for yourself. As Idate read it and he said, holy shit, he said the only medicine you can take is having a blowjob at least 4 times a day. Kurenai then beat the holy hell out of Idate and the third shot Naruto a look and said, you enjoyed that, didn't you? Naruto said, what can I say, being hit by women runs in the family. The third said, yes, your godfather is a good example of that. Kurenai finally stopped and Naruto said, so, what is your decision? The third said, do either of you feel K's has not performed an excellent job as your leader? Kurenai said, I think he has done very well. Besides Rin, I am the most advanced female genin in the village. Idate sighed as he got up holding his nose and said, as much as I can't stand the guy, I talked it over with my brother and he agrees that the training K's has been giving us is better than even that of his Anbu, and he agrees that I am probably in the top 10% off all genins in the village. Right now. The third said, very well, K's. What do you think? Naruto said, well, as you probably read, Kurenai has been working on water jutsu and jinjutsu and Idate has been working on fire jutsu. I am a wind element, but I only have about 10 more jutsu for each I can teach them because most of the ones I do are B rank or higher, so after they learn that they will have to find another source for learning jutsu. The third said jutsu are not really required for genin teams, which is why most genin teams work on physical skills and survival skills so they can survive to learn those skills later. The fact your unorthodox training teaches that in conjunction with a nin, tai and jinjutsu is very good. Naruto said, so does that mean you will allow me to continue to train them? The third said yes. Naruto said, good, then I would like to request a C rank mission. The third looked at Naruto and said, only if you are accompanied by another team. Naruto said, what about team 5? I mean, Rin and Iruka are a little familiar with Kurenai and I since they meet us every evening to discuss training. I have invited Idate a few times, but he prefers to go off on his own, as does Mizuki from what Rin said. The third said, would you be willing to work with Mizuki? I know what your opinion of him is. As he looked at Naruto. Naruto said, I told you already how I feel about him and Kabuto. Until they prove otherwise I will trust my instincts. The third sighed and said, well, perhaps working with him will help you then. I will approve your team to go on a C rank mission tomorrow. You 3 prepare for a mission and meet at the south gate at 8 AM tomorrow, dismissed. Naruto nods and said thanks. As he turned and said, well, you both have the rest of the day off. Use it to prepare for anything you think you might need for the C rank mission. Most are outside of the village, so be prepared for camping as well. The third nods his head and thought, for the most part you are doing a fine job, Naruto, but your relationship with Idate is not improving as much as I would like, but it has improved a little. As Naruto walked outside, Idate turned and asked what is wrong with Kabuto and Mizuki. Kurenai looked at Naruto and Naruto said, look, I have had to trust my instincts all my life to make it this far. If I hadn't I would be dead now. My instincts have saved me more times than I can count and my instincts toward them are the same I got from Aoi. I don't trust them. I feel like a snake is crawling on my skin every time I see them waiting to strike. Idate said, that's stupid. As he walked away. Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes and said, if you're going to say it's stupid, also save your breath. I know it is, but, as he was silenced by Kurenai putting her finger to his lips. Naruto opened his eyes and Kurenai stepped in front of him and said, I don't think that way. Idate instinct tell him not to trust you, but mine tell me to trust you with my life. I do, and that is why I am with you now. If you feel that way about those two, then you may be right, but at least work with them in case it's not them, but someone in your past that they remind you of that you don't trust. Okay. Naruto nods and Kurenai moved her finger and pressed her lips to his. Naruto deepened the kiss as he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. The cough was heard making both break the kiss and there was a Chunin looking at them and Naruto said, right, sorry about that. as he threw a smoke bomb on the ground and both BBB away. They appeared on top of the Hokage monument and Kurenai said, "Why do you always bring me up here? I mean the view is great, but why here?" Naruto sat down on his dad's head and said, "My past is here, my present is here and," as he looked at Kurenai he said, "My future is here." Kurenai blushed and sat down next to him and she asked, "When will you tell me everything?" Naruto said, "When you can fight my enemies and live. Even I am not sure I am strong enough to fight my enemies." Kurenai frowned and said, "Naruto, I know who you are." Naruto's eyes got wide and asked, "What?" Kurenai said, "N for Naruto, U for Uzumaki and N for Namikaze. I figured it out. I am controlled chose of wind and wave. I figured out your clues." Naruto's eyes looked down and said, "I see. I guess I wasn't as smart as I thought I was." Kurenai reached her hand over and grabbed his hand and Naruto looked over at her and she asked, "Can you tell me now?" Naruto smiled softly as he squeezed her hand and said, "What do you want to know?" Kurenai said, "Well, how about telling me everything starting with why hide and go from there?" Naruto said, "Well, I guess the best place to start would be with my family history starting with Tsunade," and he told her how his father was born, being left, how Jiraiya was his grandfather and godfather, how he was hated by most of village, charged 3 times the regular amount for outdated stuff. Told her about how he was attacked at 4 and then started bouncing around time, some of the people he met and what he was trained in and then about meeting his parents and finally returning back here and then began to get his home and meeting Rin. Finding out his henge actually changed his age and Tsunade, warning him not to teach anyone else, and finally Naruto said, "And so I tricked Jiraiya into telling me about someone that I had heard about who are planning to track down all the Jinchurikis and extract the demons which would kill me and the others most likely. I don't know if they can do it any longer since only Kyuubi chakra is left in me. I hope you understand why I've been keeping everything a secret and don't hate me for it." As he looked down at the village. Kurenai, who had remained silent through the entire tale, said, "So why me? Why did you go out of your way to try and make me fall for you?" Naruto sighed and said, "I know I will never be able to look at anyone my own age as an equal. Too much has happened to me so I could never truly trust them. So that automatically meant I would be looking for someone who is more mentally my age if only just that. I know in some ways I seem like an adult, but in other ways I feel lost because of not having a normal life and forced to grow during my jumps, so I feel mentally I am around your age." Thought that is still questionable. As for why you, I don't really know. I feel comfortable around you, especially when I look into your eyes. Kurenai asked, "My eyes, what about them?" Naruto said, "I guess it's because they are so exotic. I mean it gives you this whole persona of someone who will always be different and can see the world differently because of it. Where most people would look at a glass of water as half full or half empty, I think you would look at the glass itself ignoring the water, except that it's water and picking up the details that made the glass truly inspiring." Kurenai asked, "Is that why you like Rin also, because of her eyes?" Naruto shook his head and said, "No. Rin and I both understand each other because we were forced to lead lives that were not who we truly are. She helped me to show who and what I really am as I helped her the same way. That is why at times we treat each other as siblings and other when we act like more. It's like looking at a reflection in the mirror for us. We are the same but different." Kurenai was quiet for several moments and said, "I see. What about Shizune?" Naruto said, "I think I figured out she's a sister to me. I do like her but not the way I think I should for a romantic relationship. I mean when I kiss her I feel like I am kissing a shadow clone for the most part." Kurenai nods and said, "What are your plans for me? I can tell you're always planning ahead, so what are your plans?" Naruto frowned and said truthfully, "Perhaps someday ask you to marry me." Kurenai asked, "And if I did not accept?" Naruto looked down and said, "Then I would respect your wishes." In a sad voice. Kurenai smiled and said, "Then it's a good thing I like you then." Making Naruto go wide-eyed as she pulled him into a kiss. After several minutes of kissing they finally stopped and Naruto disappeared and reappeared, bang Kurenai still sitting down with his legs on each side of her, and he wrapped his arms around her stomach and sat his head on her shoulder as they watched the sunset, and he asked, "So, why do you like me?" Kurenai thought for several moments and said, "I can be me. I don't have to worry about you just wanting to get into my pants or doing it to show you're better than me. I know you're better than me as a ninja, hell, you might be better than the Hokage, but you don't brag about it really, you just let us know it in a way to show us we can rely on you. I can tell you anything and you don't judge me or treat me as weak or like a trophy, yet at the same time you treat me as a princess." Naruto asked, "Because you are." Kurenai said, "And every princess wants to be held by her prince, mine just happens to be the Prince of Konoha." Naruto asked, "So Milady, tell me about the prince you dreamed about." Kurenai blushed and began to tell him her childhood fantasy of her Prince Charming, and they talked for hours until both were tired, and Naruto took her to her home before kissing her and saying, "See you tomorrow, Haim." Kurenai said, "Farewell my prince." As she walked into her home. The next day Team 8 was standing at the front gate when Team 5 showed up and Naruto said, so what exactly is our mission? Raidu said, well, the mission is a border patrol. The police force has reports of a small band of bandits in the area, but since we have not had any real proof, the Hokage wants us to scout the area for them and gather intel before returning. Naruto glances at Rin with a frown on and he nods and said, what formation do you wish to work with? My team does standard pyramid mostly. Raidu said, we mostly work diamond with me in the back and Rin in the front since she has the best senses of the other two. Naruto nods and said, Kurenai, you take support in the middle of the diamond, Idate, you shall take the left rear and I will take the right rear in a spearhead formation. Both Idate and Kurenai said hi. Raidu said, I see why the Hokage allowed you to take over as captain of Team 8. Well, you heard him, get in formation and let's head out. Remember, stealth is important on this mission. Move out. As they moved out, Idate was looking right and left nervously and Naruto narrowed his eyes at this and said, relax Idate, I won't let my comrades die if we are attacked. Idate frowned and glared at Naruto. They traveled for about an hour when Rin said K's. Naruto said, yeah, 10, no make that 12 of them, Haichunin or Jounin level. Raidu asked, what are you talking about? Rin said, you sure, I only detect 8. Naruto said, there's 4 squads worth, classic pincer maneuver coming in from all sides. I say 3 minutes. Everyone was getting tense and Raidu said, I don't sense anything. Are you both sure? Rin said, yeah, K's and I both trained till we can detect even civilians level chakra at distances. Ideas. Naruto said, we're to open Clover Cave plan. As he started to flash through hand seals and slammed his hands in the ground and a cave appeared out of the ground and Naruto flashed through some more as water rose out of the ground, making it look like a small stream was coming out of the cave and Rin had finished making hand signs and another Rin formed out of the mud made from the earth and water and said everyone inside the cave opening. As she ran and while Naruto made a blood clone. Naruto said, Kurenai, Idate, defensive formation around the cave opening, Raidu, get your team inside and suppress your chakra as best as you can quickly. Rin and I are both heavy hitters so we can find out what's going on while you plan for a counterattack if necessary. Raidu said, no, my team won't hide. He then tensed as a voice said, stupider words have never been spoken before. As everyone looked. Naruto said, hello Fujaku, tell me, how much are you paying Aoi for this little visit? As he looked over his shoulder as Aoi walked out of the woods along with 4 Uchihas including Fujaku and 7 men dressed in prisoner uniforms. Raidu asked, what's going on here Uchiha-sama? Naruto snorts and said, isn't it obvious, it's a trap. The report about bandits was a lie. Aoi said, very perceptive of you. As for what I got out of the deal. This. As he held out his hand and the Raijin activated. Raidu looked shocked and said, what's going on here? Why do you have the Raijin Aoi? Unable to believe all of this was happening. Naruto asked, tell me Idate, how much have you told them? As he looked at Idate who was backing away slowly. Idate asked what? As Kurenai looked at Idate in shock. Naruto said, you've been watching for an attack ever since we left the village like you knew something was going to happen. Idate said, it's not what you think, it's just that. Kurenai said, you didn't, unable to believe he would. Aoi said, oh yes he has. Hess told us everything about you and to send you here. Team 5 minus Rin and Idate all went wide-eyed as they looked at Naruto. Naruto said, your fight is with me Fujaku, let the others go and I will fight you. As he took a stance. Fujaku said, do you think I am so foolish boy? If they leave here then everyone will know how you die. Naruto shoved Raidu away as Aoi went to stab him in the back and Naruto kicked Aoi in the chest, sending him into a tree. Kurenai quickly began making hand signs as the wind blew her body disappeared. Idate started to back away when Iruka threw a kunai past Idate head hitting a prisoner who was sneaking up on him. Naruto said, Rin, by the numbers. Get them to cover. As he quickly put his hands together and the clearing was instantly covered in Kagebunshians. Rin hearing Naruto words grabbed Iruka and Mizuki quickly and shushined inside the cave before she shushined back out. The prisoner started to scream as a tree appeared behind him and Kurenai went to stab him in the neck when her Jinjutsu was countered by an Uchiha who appeared behind her in a tree, preparing to slit her throat. The Kagebunshin replaced himself with her driving a kunai into the prisoner's head as it went up in smoke from being stabbed. Kurenai who had fell on her, but after being replaced rolled out of the way as several shurikens hit the ground where she had been. As she was standing up Aoi appeared behind her and grabbed her arms and said, now little girl, let's see what I can get for you. As he went to grab her breast. Kurenai acted on instinct using her fighting style did a split forcing Aoi to fall forward as she fell under him and she quickly punched him in the nuts, making him scream as she then grabbed the back on his knees, pulling them under her arms where his body was forced to go backwards and sliding her. Upper body and head with his body as he hit the ground, her skull hit him in the nuts again as she flipped backwards and her feet landed on both sides of his head and she twisted her legs and a breaking sound was heard as Aoi's neck was broken. Kurenai was wide-eyed and she was frozen in place as this was her first kill and an Uchiha appeared behind her with a kunai ready to stab her in the back when Rin appeared between them deflecting the kunai blow, wrapping her arm around the man's neck and twisted breaking his neck. She then as the body fell to the ground, turned quickly and slapped Kurenai in the face and said wake up or die. As she began making hand signs and breathed out several fireballs at some of the prisoners. The Kajabunshians who were being used as a smokescreen mostly were distracting the other two Uchiha and Fujaku. Raidu who had recovered from being shoved by Naruto away had quickly began fighting a couple of the prisoners as he drove a kunai in the neck of one he received a cut along his arm from another one. Idate seeing everything going on quickly turned and began to run away. Inside the cave Iruka and Mizuki were watching what was happening and Iruka said, "What should we do Mizuki?" Mizuki stepped back a little and said we should as he hit the back of Iruka's neck knocking him out. The Kuki smirked and said do what we're being paid to do. As he pulled out a kunai and ran out of the cave heading toward Aoi. Kurenai who after being slapped began to fight one of the prisoners and Naruto and Rin both headed toward the three Uchiha and Rin said I will take my father. Naruto said be careful. As Naruto split off and began to attack the other two. Rin when she arrived where Fujaku was took a defensive stance and Fujaku said you think you can beat me little girl. Rin said yes father, I do. Making Fujaku eyes wide a moment and he said I see. You betrayed your clan to join the Senju. I knew you were worthless, just like that bitch of a mother. I'll kill you, then the rest of these weakling, and then her for giving birth to such a disgrace. Rin charged at Fujaku who started to make hand signs. Naruto as this was happening appeared behind one of the Uchiha summoning dragon's breath slicing his head off from behind as he appeared in front of the other one before he had a chance to react and thrust his sword into his heart. Naruto looked over at Kurenai and saw her trapping the last prisoner in a genjutsu as Raidu stabbed him in the neck. Naruto looked around and saw Mizuki over by Aoi body and he looked over at the cave and thought where's Iruka, my clone saw Idate run off, wait, I know, shit. As he turned and he saw Fujaku holding a Chidori in his hand charging toward Rin. Naruto was about to react when a scream caught his attention as he looked over and saw Raidu falling toward the ground as Kurenai was falling backwards, avoiding the Raijin in Mizuki's hand that had just sliced through Raidu. Naruto quickly threw a Hiraishin kunai toward Mizuki and he replaced himself with Rin taking the Chidori in the bottom right lung as Naruto thrust dragon's breath into Fujaku's neck and out his skull as Naruto's body began to phase in and out and then he felt the pull of the Hiraishin and in a yellow. Flash was Betwi and Mizuki and Kurenai as the blood from the Chidori was falling out of his chest and his body was still phasing in and out and he went to block the downward slash of the Raijin as his own blade slammed it into Mizuki's face and skull, causing his head to split diagonally as his body began to fall, but the Raijin was coming down after being deflected only partially came slicing Naruto's right shoulder down his side and coming out Naruto's leg, causing his entire body to rapidly phase in and out from the electric shock. Naruto having bit his lip holding in the pain from the Chidori, screamed as this happened as he started to fall backwards and out of instincts quickly resealed dragon's breath inside of him as he used his now free hand to try and cover the Chidori hole, while his right arm was now useless as he fell to the ground making him scream out again as his wounds hit dirt as the electrical current still flowed through him phasing in and out. Rin at that moment, having just saw Naruto kill her father and take a Chidori turned as she heard him scream and thought no, please no. As she began to run to him. Kurenai who saw Naruto appear in front of her and kill Mizuki as he was also hit quickly got up screaming Naruto. As she was beside him in a second. Rin arrived a few seconds after that and Naruto was coughing up blood, could not hear what either of them were saying as he watched them try to save him as he felt his body becoming colder. Kurenai had the moment she appeared beside him began doing first aid with what knowledge she had trying to stop the blood flow as her and Rin kept saying things like hold on, stay here, please someone help as his body was phasing in and out. Kurenai and Rin both were holding the wounds with their hands, but when he was phasing they would have to pull out because they would fall through his body. They both looked at each other and at Naruto as his eyes glossed over as his body phased one last time. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes and thought what happened. As he raised his hand to rub his face and he blinked and looked at his hand and thought what the hell, my hands are small. As he got out of bed and walked to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, noticing he had no wounds and thought damn it, I am 4 again, which means I am back to square one as he closed his eyes and a tear fell. Naruto sighed as he appeared in his mind and looked around in there and his eyes went wide and thought wait. Where are all my other stuff? The things I had back at, oh no, please tell me it came back. As he BBB to the inside of the Hada clan house and blinked and fell to his knees as he thought, no, all my pictures of mom and dad, all my pictures of my time with Rin and Kurenai, all gone. All my money, all my scrolls that I had here, gone. As he looked down. Naruto sat there for about an hour as he let tears fall down his face, and he BBB back to the hospital room and sat there looking down. About 20 minutes later a doctor came in and blinked and said, when did you get back here? Naruto did not answer him, and the doctor said, don't go anywhere, I will get the Hokage. As he took off running. When the third walked into the room Naruto was still looking down, and the third asked Naruto, are you okay? Naruto looked up with dead eyes and said yeah. In a soft monotone voice. The third frowned and asked what happened to you Naruto? I mean where are your cloths, and where did you get those two small scars and that long one going down the side of your body? Naruto closed his eyes and said don't worry about it. It doesn't matter anyways. As he opened his eyes looking out the window. The third said why do you say that? Naruto snorts and said you wouldn't believe me. Nobody would. Hell, I don't even believe it and I lived it. As he laid back down on the bed. The third said why don't you try me? Naruto snorts and said yeah, I can already hear what you will say. It was all a bad dream Naruto. Your mother and father are not Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the demon fox your dad sealed in you is still in its seal and not taken by the death god the second time. You're not Tsunade Senju grandson when she popped her cherry to Kakashi dad. It's all a bad dream. As he closed his eyes. The third blinked and blinked again and Naruto said I don't have time to deal with you. As he rewound time until the third walked into the room the first time while Naruto had been away. The third said so how are you Naruto? Naruto said fine Jiji, when can I get out of here? The third said well, I suppose now but we need to get you some cloths. I mean your regular cloths were missing when you were found. How did that happen anyways? Naruto said don't know, but how about just giving me some money to go get some cloths since you're a busy man? The third asked well, how do you plan to get to the clothing store if you don't have any cloths? Naruto smirked and said give me 1,000 and I bet you I can have some really good ones in about 10 minutes and nobody will see me naked and I won't leave the hospital. Do we have a bet? The third looked at Naruto and said alright, I will humor you. As he reached into his pocket and pulled out 200 and said that's all I have. Is that enough? Naruto said sure. As he grabbed it and walked to the bathroom and closed the bathroom door and he put his hands together and was covered in smoke and then he had his orange outfit on he had in the future and he used the bathroom before he walked out a few minutes later and the third sweat dropped. And Naruto said hey, cheap money buys cheap cloths. I didn't really have time to try on anything else. The third asked how did you get them Naruto? Naruto said tell you what. I won't tell you that but if you do me a favor I can tell you something that will make you very happy. The third looked at Naruto and asked really, what might that favor be and how do you know I am going to be happy by hearing what you will tell me? Naruto hopped up on the bed and said, what if I told you a way to do your paperwork faster in half the time? Would you be interested? The third blinked and asked okay, I will humor you, what is your favor? Naruto said I want a loan so I can get my own place. I already found a place, but it will cost me 5,000 to get everything turned on and furnished. If you can give me that loan then I can have you paid back by the end of the week. Give me the loan and I will give you the information. The third narrowed his eyes and said what's going on here Naruto? Naruto smirked and said I want to prove I can take care of myself so do we have a deal, you pay me my price and I give you yours. The third eyed Naruto and said, how sure are you of this info? Naruto said if my info is wrong then I have to pay you back before leaving this room so do we have a deal? The third said very well. As he reached into his robes and pulled out a scroll and unsealed some money and counted out 5,000 and handed it to Naruto who said Kajibunshin, but you won't remember it. As he rewound time again to when the third walked in and the third blinked and asked, where did you get those cloths Naruto? Naruto said a lady brought them here for me. Since I couldn't find mine I had no choice but to wear them Jiji, can I go now? The third said sure but come see me sometime Naruto. Naruto got up and walked out saying sure Jiji, Raymond, here I come. As he ran down the hall to the stairs and BBB away once he was out of sight. Naruto appeared in a familiar gambling town near a gambling hall. He was disguised as the 25-year-old nun Case. Naruto walked into the gambling hall where he saw Tsunade sitting and he went to the table and said, is there an open seat? The dealer looked at him and said no. Naruto said I got 5,000. You sure I can't place a single bet? Tsunade glanced at Naruto and said let him. The dealer said sure, what's your name? Naruto said K's Nami, and I bet it all on Han. As Tsunade sipped some sake a moment and the dealer rolled the dice and said well, looks like you win. As he paid Naruto. Naruto took the money and said thanks lady, maybe we can gamble together sometime. As he began to walk away. Tsunade said hey you, K's. Let's see you win again. The dealer said you letting him take your seat. Naruto said, how about you and me team up together? You're Tsunade, right? Tsunade said yeah, and sure, why not? All in. As she shoved her money and Naruto laid his now 10,000 on the table, and the dealer said Han or Cho. Naruto said Cho. And the dealer rolled it, and after he lost Naruto rewound time and said Han. And he won again. Tsunade screamed Yada, I win. Let it roll. Naruto shrugged and said sure. Cho. And they won and Tsunade said you're my new lucky charm. As she grabbed Naruto. Naruto smirked and after 3 more hands Naruto said alright, I am out. How about let's going to get some sake and maybe come back later Tsunade. I mean the bank looks like it's nearly broke and I would hate to stop because this place ran out of money. Tsunade looked at her money and then Naruto and said sure, where to? Naruto said hey, you got any VIP rooms here? I like to drink in private. The dealer said sure, but it's 1,000 plus liquor. Naruto handed him 1,200 and said bring a couple of bottles of sake to the room. The dealer motioned for a waitress who led Naruto and Tsunade to a room and Tsunade took a bottle and said so, why did you really want a private room? Naruto snorts and was covered in smoke and said what, a grandson can't come gamble with his grandmother sometime. Making Tsunade go wide-eyed. She quickly hid it and said I don't know what you're talking about kid. As she grabbed a bottle and started toward a door. Naruto said Minato Namikaze was my father. You and Sakumo had him. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki who was the daughter of Jiraiya. Catch. As he threw the Shademe's necklace. Tsunade caught it and blinked again as she slowly reached up to her neck and asked how. Naruto said care for that drink grandma, I do and just so you know, I love you and forgive you, and so would dad, trust me, I met him. By the way, the name's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Tsunade sighed as she sat back down and held her necklace and the other one, and Naruto said mine's 11 hairs shorter, that should help you understand a little of it. As he grabbed a bottle and opened it and took a chug. Tsunade closed her eyes and said alright, you obviously tracked me down for a reason, so what is it? Naruto said truthfully, I came to get drunk with you. After what happened I needed. As he gulped another huge swallow. Tsunade frowned and said want to talk about it. Naruto sighed and said I died twice. As he closed his eyes. Tsunade said I'm listening. Naruto reached up to his neck and pulled out a cross and said after I received that necklace from you, I wound up in a fight at the Valley of the End. My teammate was defecting from the village to go to Orochimaru. I used Rasengan and he used a Chidori. Since I was basically alone my whole life I felt he was like a brother to me and I couldn't kill my brother, so I powered my attack down, he didn't. As he took off his shirt and pointed to the scar where his heart was. Tsunade asked what happened. Naruto said I died, then some crazy guy claiming to be the god of chaos revived me, took care of Kyuubi, leaving only his chakra, and said he was making me his champion and a shitload of rules. He then gave me a bloodline which allows me to go to anywhere that I have been before or anywhere I can see in an instant. As he BBB across the room, before going back to his seat. Naruto swallowed another chug and said after that he sent me bouncing around time for years, learning from the best of the best in each of Thyre fields or learning lessons that I never was privileged to in Konoha. In fact the only woman I ever been with was during that time. Later that same day she died in my arms. As he let a tear fall and chugged some more. Tsunade looked at him and said so how did you find out about me? Naruto sighed and said after meeting my parents and learning a little from them and coming up with a cover story in which we could say the Hiraishin was actually his bloodline, but he needed chakra markers to use it. Since he was an orphan he didn't know about his bloodline or if it actually was one. When I returned to Konoha at the age of 4, I had started making a new life and had tracked you down and after some time you confessed you were my grandmother. I had 3 women at the time I was in love with, Kurenai, Rin, and Shizune. Making Tsunade blink. Tsunade said really? Naruto said yeah, Shizune wanted to be more than I was willing to be. In fact when she was drunk she tried to rape my ass. Anyways I figured out my feelings for her were that of a sister, not as a possible lover. That still left me with 2 others. Rin and Kurenai. The Justu I was using earlier actually shapeshifts me to that age, but does not affect all the origins, but it can change genders. Tsunade said you need to teach it to me. Naruto said you told me not to because your body might not be able to handle the strain. Anyways I had used that jutsu as head Rin because I sort of helped her escape from her clan with your help and we quickly graduated the academy. Rin was placed on a team with someone I knew was a traitor and I warned her so she kept her gourd and I was placed on a team with Kurenai. My sensei was another traitor I knew about so through some bragging and betting I was able to take over as the leader of my team and had him return to normal service. During that time I pissed off Rin's father who is the Uchiha clan head, let my mouth run and basically issued a challenge. When we had our first C rank we were teamed up with Rin's team and it was a trap by the Uchiha. We killed them and both the traitors from the future, but I received a Chidori from Fujaku. Pointing to the wound and the Raijin from one of the traders. Killed them both though. Pointing to the long scar down the side after that I died and woke back up in my starting point which was today at the hospital. I lost most of my pictures and some of my items I had acquired during my time travel that were at my home, so I don't have any other pictures of my family or proof that I time traveled anymore as well as all my money, so after tricking the Hokage into giving me a little cash so he won't know it was me and came here and the rest is history. As he finished the bottle. Tsunade frowned as Naruto went for another bottle and she said, you don't need any more. As she snatched it away. Naruto sighed and said, does it ever get easier, I mean losing everything. As he looked at her. Tsunade thought for a few minutes and said not really. The only thing you can do is try to move on. Naruto sighed and said I see, any advice, one blonde to another. Tsunade said yeah, don't let your mouth write checks your ass can't cash. Naruto snorts and said yeah, I understand that now. Anything else? Tsunade looked at Naruto and said, you've been given something everyone wants. A second chance to fix things in your life. If those girls mean that much to you then go to them, be with them and try to make your life happier. Naruto nods as he looked down and said what about you? I mean what are you going to do about this? Tsunade shrugged and said what can I do? I mean I won't go back to Konoha. What you're feeling now is what I feel when I think about going back. Naruto nods and said you mind if I come visit you? I mean I haven't heard Iro-sanen's reasons yet why he wasn't there and why Hess not in my life, so I don't know if I forgive him yet, and as for Kakashi. He was my original sensei, and he basically abandoned me while he played favorite to the teammate that killed me, so I don't really care for him. You're the only real family I have alive anymore right now. Tsunade asked sure, but how will you find me? I won't be staying in one town. Naruto said give me your jacket a second. Tsunade took it off and Naruto laid it down, and he said look away a few moments. I am going to draw some blood and I know about your fear of it. Tsunade glanced away, and Naruto bit his thumb and quickly began to draw a seal, and he activated it and said okay done. As he handed it to her. Tsunade looked at her jacket and asked as she saw the seal what is it? Naruto said the Hiraishin seal. It's active so I can find you anywhere now. Tsunade nods and slips her jacket back on, and Naruto said well I guess that's it for me. I think I am going to go back and start overtraining my body and then try to get them back in my life. Tsunade said it's good to see you Naruto, I hope we can do this some more. Naruto said we will. At least once a month okay. Tsunade nods and Naruto said well see you Bachin. As he hugged her and BBB away. After Naruto was gone Tsunade pulled her jacket closer and burst into tears and thought I'm sorry son, but I will make it up to him for you. As Naruto appeared back in Konoha he walked toward the Hokage tower and saw a few people look at him and he ignored them. When he got there Naruto walked into one of the offices and said hi, sorry to intrude, but I recently arrived and I wanted to get a fresh start here in Konoha. I was told I needed to do citizenship papers here. The woman said sure, just give me your name, age, family. Naruto said K's Nami, I don't have any family and I really don't know how old I am being an orphan during the war and living alone for a long time after my village was destroyed. I would say around 25 though. The woman nods and asked what about housing and career. Naruto said I'm sort of a historian actually. I track down information on things that happened before the founding of the hidden villages like during the demon wars and before that even. It's really hard to do, but nobles pay very well for that kind of information. As for housing I actually want a place away from the actual village. I was thinking about building my own home to have a fresh start and also so noisy neighbors don't disturb my research. You wouldn't happen to know someplace out of the way with a lot of land and preferably a river or pond on it would you? I like to fish in my spare time. The woman bit her lip and said well, there is one place, but not a lot of people go there. Naruto said really, where? The woman said on top of the Hokage monument there is around 400 acres that was originally going to go to the Nidame's family, but after the Shadame died, he moved into his brother's home to watch his family. Nobody goes up there because of a local vandal hangs out up there. If you want I can sell it to you real cheap, so that way the vandal can't hang out there. Naruto clenched his fist and said okay, how much? The woman said for you, 400. Naruto blinked and said that's it. The woman nods and Naruto said here is the money. The woman went to the back and pulled out some papers and the title and said right, just sign this and you're all set. Naruto signed them and grabbed the title and said if you don't mind can you pass word I don't like to be disturbed and as for the vandal you mentioned, I will handle him, so just let the village security to know to stay away, okay. The woman said sure, just make sure to teach that vandal a lesson. Naruto said don't worry, he will. As he walked out and thought bitch, at least according to this map the Hokage monument and all the land to the village walls up there are mine. Sweet. Time skip 3 months later. Naruto was on his land sawing some logs with the help of a Kagebunshin when he heard his animal alarm seals he placed go off. Naruto quickly hinged into Kei's Nami, and he sat down and waited, and he saw someone stepping out of the woods, and his eyes got wide as his mouth started to open, and the person said, "Hello Naruto, Miss Little Old Me." Naruto looked at the person who walked up and asked, "How? You're dead, I saw you die in my arms." As the person walked closer and closer. The person stopped and said, "Look around you Naruto, what do you see?" Naruto looked around and said, "The forest around my home Season." Season smiled and shook her head and said, "You've forgotten Naruto." As she faded away. Naruto screamed, "Wait, Season," as he ran toward where she was but found nothing. Another voice said, "You've forgotten who you are." Making Naruto turn and saw a man wearing buckskin and the headdress of a chief. Naruto said, "Chief Lone Eagle, what's going on?" As he looked at the man. Lone Eagle said, "You have forgotten who you really are. Where is the brave who lived with my people? Where is the brave who defied all? Where is the great spirit that once resided in you? Where is the spirit who followed the spirit of the wind? Where is the spirit that showed the strength of the bear and the cunning of the fox? Where is the warrior who showed the grace of the great wolf? The animal spirits are calling to you, but you do not hear them." As he faded away. Naruto looked at him, and another voice said, "You have forgotten what you live. What it is you want." As Naruto saw Lara standing there. Naruto said, "I don't understand." Lara waved her hand and said, "If you can't remember where you're going, sometimes you need to go back to your roots." As she faded away. Naruto bolted up off the ground looking around and thought, what was that? As he looked at his house he was working on before he laid down in the grass and fell asleep. Naruto thought, what's going on? Why did I dream that? An eagle was sitting on the tree limb above Naruto and it caught getting Naruto attention and he asked, "Have I really forgotten who I am? Have I lost my way?" The eagle looked at him and flew down and landed on his shoulder and before spreading its wings out wide and then flew up a little before setting back on his shoulder before cawing one more time and taking flight again into the air. Naruto watched it fly away and thought, I need to go back to my roots As he thought a moment and smirked and said, so be it. 1 week later the Sandaime Hokage was in his office doing paperwork and he sighed as he reached for another paper to read and sign when the window busted and an arrow flew through and embedded itself in a stack of papers he was reaching for with a pulley and a rope connected to it. Just then Naruto came down the rope through the window and said, sorry about the mess Gigi. I just need to borrow something. As he runs over and grabs the paintings of all 4 Hokages before running back over to the rope and connects a metal pulley to it and suddenly Naruto was being pulled out of the office. The third blinked and blinked again when the door to his office busted open and the guards ran in and asked, are you okay Hokage-sama? Just then another arrow landed on the desk with a scroll attached to it and the third reached for it and read. Gigi. If you want to finish your paperwork faster use Kagebunshin's. The paintings will be back by the end of the week. Signed. Naruto Uzumaki. The third walked to the window and looked out and saw Naruto being pulled up another rope that was connected to a telephone pole and he saw the second rope was heading toward the Hokage monument. He quickly used chakra and ran up the side of the building and then up to the roof and saw Naruto as he stopped on top of the Hokage monument when the guards who had busted into his office landed beside him and gasped and said, what is the demon doing? The third frowned a moment and said it appears he is painting the Hokage monument and he is not a demon and you will be doing D-rank missions for the next 3 months Genin. The guard frowned and said yes sir. As he left. The third thought how did you learn Kagebunshin Naruto and how did you orchestrate that theft just now and why are you painting the Hokage monument? The other guard asked, what should we do Hokage-sama? The third said nothing. He appears to be trying to restore the Hokage to their glory. I think it's a very good idea and as long as it does not damage the monument I don't see any reason to stop him. The other guard said yes sir. As he returned to his post. The third smiled and returned to his office. Naruto smirked and thought return to my roots The third had just sat down to start his paperwork when noise was heard and then he heard. This ain't a song for the broken hearted no silent prayer for the faith departed ain't gonna be just a face in the crowd you were gonna hear my voice when I shouted out loud. Chorus it's my life. It's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just want to live while I'm alive. It's my life my heart is like an open highway. Like Frankie said. I did it my way. I just wanna live while I'm alive. It's my life. The third quickly ran to the roof again and saw as Naruto was still painting, but now there was a band on top playing. The third gaped and when he looked the Hokages were singing with a song and he thought how did you do this Naruto and when did you learn to sing and play music? The remaining guard leaned beside the third again and asked your orders sir. The third sighed and was about to say something when the music stopped and all the Kagebunshins went up in smoke. The third opened his mouth to issue an order when the sound of bagpipes could be heard and he looked as Naruto was seen standing on the mountain playing the bagpipes in a kilt when suddenly 100 other men all lined up on the mountain all wearing kilts and they all began to sing. Well a Scotsman clad in kilt left a bar on evening fare. And one could tell by how we walked that he drunk more than his share. He fumbled round until he could no longer keep his feet. Then he stumbled off into the grass to sleep beside the street. Ring ding diddle diddle I do oh ring die diddly I-o. He stumbled off into the grass to sleep beside the street. About that time two young and lovely girls just happened by. And one says to the other with a twinkle in her eye. See yon sleeping Scotsman so strong and handsome built. I wonder if it's true what they don't wear beneath the kilt. Ring ding diddle diddle I do oh ring die diddly I-o. I wonder if it's true what they don't wear beneath the kilt. They crept up on that sleeping Scotsman quiet as could be. Lifted up his kilt about an inch so they could see. And there behold, for them to see, beneath his Scottish skirt, was nothing more than God had graced him with upon his birth. Ring ding diddle diddle I do oh ring die diddly I-o. Was nothing more than God had graced him with upon his birth. They marveled for a moment, then one said we must be gone. Let's leave a present for our friend before we move along. As a gift they left a blue silk ribbon tied into a bow. Around the bonny star, the Scots kilt did lift and show. Ring ding diddle diddle I do oh ring die diddly I-o. Around the bonny star, the Scots kilt did lift and show. Now the Scotsman woke to nature's call and stumbled towards a tree. Behind a bush, he lift his kilt and gawks at what he sees. And in a startled voice he says to what's before his eyes. Oh lad I don't know where you been, but I see you won first prize. Ring ding diddle diddle I do oh ring die diddly I-o. Oh lad I don't know where you been, but I see you won first prize. As they all turned and raised their kilts and mooned the entire village who were all outside now. Naruto was laughing his ass off after dispelling the Kajibunchins when Anbu arrived and one said you're coming with us. Naruto said in a loud voice I regret that I have one life to fuck you all over. Saya. As he grabbed the portraits of the Hokages and rewound time to, right before he bust into the Hokage office. Naruto smiled and said well, time to head home. As he created some Kajibunshin and had them henge into different people as he walked toward his house. Down in the village two pairs of eyes blinked and looked around and took off running toward the Hokage monument. Naruto was laughing when he heard the sounds of his animal sounds going off and Naruto quickly shapeshifted to Kei's Nami and he turned around looking when he saw Kurenai and Rin running through the woods toward him. He blinked and said oh shit. And quickly summoned a pair of Kajibunchins who grabbed the portraits as both girls tackled him to the ground. Naruto said Rin, Dulcinea, is that both of you? Rin said who else would it be Naruto-kun? As she hugged him. Naruto smiled and saw Kurenai crying and he said, but I thought time reset itself when I died. Kurenai said as she held on to him don't talk about it, please, I am just glad you're here now. As she squeezed tighter to him. Naruto sighed as he put his hands on both their backs and held them close and he asked so, how did you find me? Kurenai snorts and said with you mooning the village. Naruto said but Iru, as he stopped. Rin said so that's how you win all the time, isn't it, you're rewinding time. Naruto sighed and nods and Kurenai said, and you did it when Rin kissed me also huh? Naruto said let's go to my place and talk okay. As he tried to get up, but found neither girl was letting go of him, so he phased them to his house. When they arrived both girls reluctantly let go and Naruto asked so how are you both here? I mean the last time I saw you both I was dying. As he pulled his shirt off and showed them the scars. Both girls looked at each other and Rin said we don't know honestly. We woke up a few months ago and I found myself back in the Uchiha district and Nia-chan here found herself at her apartment. I tried going to the old house, but there was no sign of you there and I looked up Nun K's in the registry and I didn't see you either. If it wouldn't have been for the fact Nai here asked me about it, I would have thought it was a dream except when we both had deja vu, where things repeated for a couple of seconds. Naruto thought a moment and said sounds like when I rewind time to cheat gambling you both were affected and you said you both saw my earlier show. Wait, how did you know about the kiss? Rin blushed and Kurenai said we sort of saw your life, at least bits and pieces of it. Rin said I saw someone who looked like my brother hit you with a chidori. What was that? Naruto frowned and stood up and said I got a confession, something I lied a little to you both about, when I died this last time was the second time I died. The first time was at Sasuke's at the Valley of the End. I was 15 at the time. As he had his back to them. Rin frowned and Kurenai asked why didn't you tell us before? Naruto said when I died, a guy who claimed he was a god called Chaos revived me, he was the one who gave me the bloodline, to go anywhere I had been before, he was also the one who took Kyuubi out of me. He told me I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but my grandmother Tsunade first found out the truth when she looked at my necklace and compared it to hers. Every year she would shave a hair off of it because she believed it was cursed, and mine is 11 hairs shorter than hers. I was afraid if I told you both the complete truth the happiness I finally found with you both would be gone because chaos would kill me. He let me meet my parents and was the one in control of my jumping around time. He was also the one who sent me back to the age of 4. Rin asked why. Naruto said my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the spiraling maelstrom of wind and waver that controlled chaos. Chaos chose me to be his champion as he called it. If I can become famous enough for the other gods to notice, then the king of the gods would then make a star constellation about me like they have for the other champions of other gods. At least that's what he told me. I didn't even have a choice in the matter, but he made it where, if I die, before becoming famous enough, my bloodline would send me back to the age of 4. I can only rewind time myself a total of 8 times a day, but I can do it anywhere from a few seconds to all the way back to the age of 4 when I first started. Only problem is Tsunade found out that even when I rewind time that my age doesn't rewind unless it's a total reset from dying. I'm sorry for lying to you both. Kurenai asked as she wrapped her arms around her, what about your feelings for us, are those lies also, or is it because of what we were in the future or what? Naruto said no, the feelings I have for you both are real. In the future I only saw you a total of 3 times, Kurenai, and that was when you came to pick up your Genin team, the Chunin exam preliminary, and as I was leaving the village to get the Godame Hokage with Jiraiya. As for Rin, I only met her once and she was still at Tachi and had actually came to capture me to take the Kyuubi from me, which would have killed me. She was a missing nin who had killed her entire clan except for Sasuke. I swear to you both that's the truth. My feelings for you both I got during that last life together. Please don't leave me, I can't stand to lose anything else. As his voice became quiet. Rin asked, what do you mean? Naruto said everything we had at the house is gone, my parents' pictures, some of my weapons, nearly all my time travel proof dad gave me, all gone. When I woke up starting over and found that out, I tricked the Sandame into giving me some money and tried to drink myself to death. Please don't hate me for lying to you. I just didn't want to lose either of you. Rin sighs and nods and looks at Kurenai who said I need some time. Naruto looked down and said I understand. As he closed his eyes. Kurenai looked at Rin who smirked and both tackled him to the ground, shocking Naruto, and Kurenai said, we already knew all that, silly, we saw everything of both lives including your visit with chaos. We just wanted you to confess to us. Naruto snorts and burst out laughing and said, you were right, Shikamaru, women are troublesome. Both Rin and Kurenai hit him on the head saying hey. As all 3 laughed. After the 3 calmed down, silence ran over them for several minutes and Naruto asked, so, what now? Kurenai said, well, that depends on you. Getting his attention. Rin said, we want to know what you have planned to do with this chance you've been given. Naruto frowned and said, I'm not actually sure. I just thought I would go with the flow of things and try a few ideas. Kurenai held out her hand and Rin handed her 20 and Kurenai said, told you I was right, even after everything he went through he still is a cause and effect type of person, never a strategist. Rin sighed and said, Baka. Anyways, Kurenai and I have had a few months to talk while we have been trying to track you down. One thing's for sure, if you don't want to be found you won't be. Naruto was listening and Kurenai said, the first thing you should know is now that we saw everything that happened in your life we both feel we're equal to age on you since you don't that over us any longer. Right now I am 12, Rin here is almost 7, and you're 5 since your birthday was last month, however like I said we both feel we're the same age as you. Especially after learning what you hid from us in the reset when Rin kissed me. Rin said, so since mine and your shapeshift actually turns us to that age, we can be that age. Naruto saw the glare both gave him and gulped and Kurenai said, now that we have the age crap taken care of, the next thing we need to discuss is to know what each other have been doing since we all woke up in our past. I have been working on my body trying to get it stronger, and since I have your memories I know have the rest of the katas you created for my fighting style, which I am relearning, as well as a few other things. I learned your sexy no jutsu, so I can shapeshift also. I want to first say thank you for teaching it to me. If you hadn't, then when Aoi grabbed me he could have done anything to me and most likely killed me, but then I killed him. Naruto asked, are you okay with that? With concern in his voice. Rin said, she is. We talked over it and after seeing your memories helped us deal with death better. Now there is another issue to consider, this. As she looked at him with her Sharingan which morphed into the Manjikyu Sharingan, shocking Naruto, I believe it was when I watched you take the Chidori and then died. I felt responsible for it, so that is why I have it, I think. Naruto frowned and said, but I thought it only worked when you killed your best friend. Rin said, and you think the man I love would be any less than my best friend? Naruto eyes widened and he said, but I thought you liked Haruka. Rin sighed and Kurenai said, watching you die Naruto affected us both deeply. It showed me exactly how important to me you are. Even when you have perverted thoughts about me like when I was in my bathing suit. Giving him a glare and he flinched. Rin said, it showed me that my feelings for you that were confused before was just confused because I didn't know if it was brotherly love or something more. I thought dating Haruka would help sort it out, but then when I saw you dying I realized you were the only one for me. Naruto started to open his mouth and Kurenai said, and we understand we have to share you and accept that. As she smirked and leaned over and kissed Rin. Naruto closed his eyes and looked down and muttered, I am not a pervert, I am not a pervert, I am not a pervert, again and again, until Rin slapped him upside the back of the head. Rin said, now that I have your attention I will continue, I have also been training hard like I did before, but since I couldn't find you I have been at the Uchiha district. Now what about you? Naruto shrugged and said, not much, nobody else knows about me being in the past or future except Tsunade Bachin. I have met Shizune and Tsunade told her about me being her grandson, and so now she taking up the role of big sister or aunt to me. The Hokage thinks I am living in the apartment he gave me. I bought this place and all the land around it for 1 acre because the lady at the revenue office said she wanted me to make it where the vandal who sits on the Hokage head could come. As his eyes darkened. Rin nods and Kurenai asked, what about the halls, have you been buying them again? Naruto nods and Kurenai said, good, then what Rin and I thought about would work. I liked your idea for them, but you did not give enough thought into how to do it. Naruto frowns and said, alright already, so I don't think far enough ahead. I get it. Kurenai eyes softened and said, Narikin, relax. I am sorry for sounding like you don't think ahead, but even you have to admit that you only think about what's going on right now. Have you thought about what to do about Orochimaru, Akatsuki, Suna, or any of that? Naruto frowned and said, no, I was just going to play it by ear since things change, so much so easily like Itachi and the Uchiha massacre. Rin frowned and said, I looked at your memories of myself then Naruto and I think I figured something out. I think I was ordered to do that. Making both look at her. Kurenai asked, what do you mean? Rin said, you heard what information the third gave me in our last life about my family and the troubles that were going on there. I think that if I hadn't have been with K's, then that would have been why the third would have had me kill them. Think about it, the Uchiha could have caused the destruction of the village, either by causing a civil war or weakening it enough for other villages to finish off. Naruto nods and said, I have to agree. Kurenai said, I believe that would be a likely outcome of the events had you not been changing them and most likely to happen again here. Rin said, but not all the Uchiha are guilty of following my father. I think some of them might be able to be spared but, as she thought about a few Uchiha members including her mother and brother. Kurenai said, but then how would the Hokage explain them still being alive after the massacre if it still happened, or how would he know who was with Fujaku and who wasn't? Naruto said he couldn't. As they all sat silently for several minutes. Kurenai said, and when Itachi disappears then things will change and could result in the civil war anyways. Naruto rubbed his temples and said, trying to think about the future and what to do is giving me a headache. It's why I like just going with the moment. Rin frowned after several minutes of silence and finally said, Nia, K's, I was thinking. Even if we don't like the idea my father and those who are with him are going to have to be dealt with. I think the massacre is still going to have to happen just to make sure the village doesn't get destroyed. We were lucky to be pulled back with K's, but if things reset again then we may not get a chance to, and I don't want to leave him alone again. Naruto asked, but how do we deal with your father? Kurenai looked down and said, there is no choice, we have to kill him. Making both look at her. Rin said, but if we just killed him then everyone else would hunt us down and kill us. We have to find some way to save everyone who is not with my father and make sure they live, find out who is with him and get rid of them, and try to run our own lives. Kurenai asked, are we really talking about this? I mean, do we think we have the right to play God with people's lives? Rin said it's no different than what the clan heads, the council, and the Hokage do. As she tried to reassure herself and the others. Naruto sighed and said the oracle was right, some things have to happen, Kyuubi being sealed in me, Sealan's death, and the Uchiha massacre. Only thing that changes is the exact details how they will happen. As he looked down. Kurenai frowned and said, you're right, even if we do nothing then it will still happen. We can at least try to make it where the innocent ones don't die also. Naruto asked, but how? Rin looked at Naruto and Kurenai and then asked what if they did die. Making both look at her. Kurenai asked, how can you say that, Rin? Rin said, not like that, hear me out, okay? Naruto said, alright. Rin said, what if we fake their deaths? Naruto asked, and what then do we do with them? Kurenai smiled and said, I got it. Making both look at her as she began to explain her idea. Time skip 2 weeks later. Uchiha Yashiro was walking toward the Uchiha district when an Anbu in a fox mask appeared and said, excuse me Uchiha-san, but I have a scroll here for you two from the Hokage. As he held out the scroll. Yashiro took it and asked, why was it sent to me instead of Fujaku? The Anbu said, I do not know sir. I was just ordered to give that to you and tell you to read it privately with your son Shishui. Yashiro frowned and said, very well, thank you. As he began walking the rest of the way home. Once he was back in his home he sat down and opened the scroll and he saw a seal and blinked and asked what the world. As suddenly a yellow flash was seen and a person appeared and grabbed him and in the blink of an eye they were gone. Ishiro fell on his butt as he appeared in a clearing and he looked around and was in a defensive stance when a voice said, "Relax, Ishiro." As a man with green hair and yellow eyes appeared on a tree branch. Ishiro asked, "Who are you and why did you kidnap me?" The man said, "My codename is Kitsune. I am a Black Ops operative originally sanctioned by the Yondaime Hokage. All records of my existence have been destroyed and no one knows who I really am or what I really look like." As he was covered in smoke and then appeared to be Minato, and he said, "I have a jutsu that allows me to shapeshift my appearance including gender which even the Sharingan can't detect." Ishiro asked, "If what you say is true then why did you kidnap me?" Kitsune said, "Because I am a spy master. I gather information of threats to Konoha and by either acting as an informant to Jiraiya-san or using some of my contacts to act as clients to see to it the information reaches the right people at the right time. I retrieved you because Fujaku is becoming a problem that could result in either Konoha dissolving into a civil war or the entire destruction of the Uchiha clan." Ishiro, whose eyes were wide, asked, "Is that a threat?" Kitsune said, "No, it's a fact. Just like the fact you should be the rightful clan head instead of Fujaku." Ishiro narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" Kitsune said, "Uchiha Obito, who was the previous clan heir, was killed by a trap set up by Danzo and Fujaku." Making Ishiro's eyes nearly pop out. Ishiro said, "That's a big claim. Do you have any proof?" Kitsune tossed a scroll and said, "That scroll is a copy of all the evidence I have that Danzo gave the information to Iwa about Team 7 so he could have them all killed. His main goal was to have the Minato killed before he could take office because he wanted to become the Yondaime. And the scroll also has information proving he is responsible for the death of over 200 Konoha shinobi during the war. I also have other proof that I will not show you that shows Danzo and Fujaku are both maneuvering themselves to take control of the village. However, both are setting things up where they will remove their silent partner, so to speak." Ishiro read the documents inside and asked, "If you have this information, why has Danzo not been arrested?" Kitsune said, "Simple, Fujaku keeps him clear inside the village and Danzo has enough political allies that the Sandium can't have him removed without starting a civil war. Perhaps it would have been better if you tell him yourself, Itachi." Ishiro's eyes got wide as Itachi walked out and said, "Hello, Yashiro-san." Ishiro asked, "What are you doing here, Itachi?" Itachi said, "I am a contact of Kitsune's here. When he discovered the truth of how my father stole the title of clan head from you, he came to me and asked for my help. I agreed, which is why you are here. I know you would be a better clan head than my father, but even with the proof of how my father stole the title, he would make sure it never came out, eliminating both me and you." Ishiro asked, "What do you mean, Itachi? How did your father steal the title?" Itachi sighed, biting his thumb, and raised his short leg a little and wiped some blood on his left, and suddenly a genjutsu fell off of Itachi showing a young girl, but not a real appearance, and Yashiro's eyes got wide. Kitsune said, "As you can see, Fujaku, after forcing his wife into labor, killed the doctor who delivered her and then put a genjutsu on her to make it appear she is a boy. However, he has already demonstrated he can make her disappear if need be, so he can say she was killed and there would go all your proof and then he can make you cause him no other problems." Ishiro frowned and asked, "What is it you want?" Kitsune said, "With what I have gathered through my network, everyone with Fujaku will be eliminated either by Danzo and his secret root Anbu or by the Hokage because of the information I will be forced to deliver to him. I do not like to see the innocent punished, so what I am proposing is to have you join my network and help Itachi here to discover others who are not involved in his conspiracy of power. I will then help make them disappear so Fujaku won't look for them, and thus ensuring that after the mess is taken care of the Uchiha clan will survive and be able to return to its glory stronger than ever." Ishiro asked, "And who will be the head of the Uchiha clan when we return?" Kitsune said, "You will unless you follow in Fujaku's steps of destruction, at which time I will eliminate you." As he appeared behind Yashiro faster than he could track with a blade at his neck. Ishiro asked, "How will you make my clan members safe from Fujaku?" Kitsune said, "Simple, he won't look for them when he thinks they're already dead. I will use the jutsu I showed a few minutes ago to make them look different and set them up with homes and businesses that will be where they will gather information and pass it along to me and or my other contacts. Then when the time is right I will slowly have you return to Konoha once it is safe for you. Until that time, when the mess with Fujaku happens, the rest of the world will think the Uchiha clan is completely gone." Ishiro asked, "And what of Itachi?" Itachi said, "When I am removed from the Uchiha family with the help of Kitsune, I am having my Sharingan sealed off and I will disappear if not killed by my father. It is the only way I can ensure the two who are innocent in my family are not punished for my father's act. My mother and my little brother. Neither know the truth." Ishiro closed his eyes for several minutes and asked, "How many can you save, Kitsune?" Kitsune said, "As many who are innocent. It will take time as not to arise suspicion. They will work for me and will not be in contact with anyone from their clan for their own protection, which is why I want husband, wives and children to be together. If anyone causes trouble for them I will take care of it, but if you plan to only use those who are loyal to you to double-cross me, no, I will find out. Itachi is not my only contact in your clan or in the village, and accidents can happen anywhere. Ishiro narrowed his eyes and said, you are far more ruthless than someone who Minato would use. Kitsune said, perhaps not. So do we have a deal? Ishiro frowned and said, can you prove to me that you are really a black ops for Konoha? The female voice asked, would my word be enough? As Yushiro turned and go wide eyes as Tsunade stepped out. Ishiro said, is that really you, Tsunade-san? Tsunade walked to a tree and flicked it, sending the entire tree flying 100 yards away, and Yushiro paled, and Kitsune said, I would like to introduce one of my contacts. It is well known of her nomadic ways, which gives her the perfect cover to gather information from my spies. Ishiro said, we have a deal, tell me what you want me to do. Kitsune said, well, first I want you to find who will be the best to leave. You will be one of the last ones to leave to keep an eye on Fujaku, but your son and wife could leave early if you wish for their safety, since I am not for sure when it will come to head yet since it's still early. Ishiro asked, if you have all this information, why don't you take him out yourself? Kitsune shook his head and said, if I do that then Danzo will immediately use his death to gain control of the village council. Right now both men have a power struggle that is keeping them from gaining control. Ishiro said, damn it. I hate this, but I have no choice. I have heard Fujaku myself and I agree, his plans will destroy the clan. Kitsune said, good, then we agree. You will not draw attention to Itachi or I will eliminate you. Do you understand? Ishiro said, yeah, I understand. So how do I get back home? A rock explodes behind him and a Kagebunshin appeared grabbing Yushiro, who both disappeared. After they were gone, Tsunade asked, so now what? Naruto said, now, we start setting things up, Bachin, good luck and have fun at the casino. As he threw a rock at Tsunade, who went up in a puff of smoke, and Naruto walked over and asked, so are you ready to go home, Rin? Rin, who now had her purple eyes, had released her jutsu, said, yeah, and my blood clone back at the Uchiha district is a male and will keep my clan from finding out while I start at the academy this year along with my blood clone, and while he is just being average, I will quickly graduate and try to be on his team. Naruto said, and I work behind the scenes while my blood clone lives in that apartment and I set up a spy network. Rin said, and if Yushiro tells then he has no proof except for my father who will know and kill my blood clone, while Rin Murasaki violet or purple like her eyes lives on. Naruto smiled and placed his hands on her shoulder and appeared back in his house that had recently been getting overhauled, getting female touches from Rin and Kurenai. Time skip. Over the next few months after that meeting, Rin Murasaki joined the academy in the same class as Uchiha Itachi. She quickly became recognized as a child prodigy and at the beginning of the next year she was put in the senior class. Kurenai also took an inspiring lead over the others in her class, especially with her taijutsu style she started to use, though jinjutsu was still her primary specialty. In the Uchiha clan, one of the baker's shop burnt down, killing him and his wife. 4 Uchiha who were on a patrol on the outskirts of the village had been killed by a pair of missing nins from the mist. The prison break resulted in the deaths of 6 Uchiha, 3 women died during labor taking the child out with them, and their husbands committed suicide out of grief. As the next year at the academy came and went, Itachi just advanced a single year and Rin graduated just like Kurenai, though Rin was in the middle of the class. They were both teamed up together with Iruka. Mizuki, Kabuto and Idate were all 3 teamed together under Aoi. Bad luck still plagued the Uchiha home as 13 other members had met their end. Fujaku was becoming delusional, believing someone was purposely killing his clan members. Funny how 2 months before the Chunin exams Itachi killed the Uchiha clan, sparring his little brother after torturing him for 72 hours. Outside of the village, rumors spread about Kazunami, who never lost when gambling, and he would buy the halls connected to several gambling dens, and he would install either bakeries, pawn shops, restaurants, bars, and other things like this in them. Finally, the time for the Chunin exams rolled around. The third Hokage was sitting in his office when a man appeared in front of his desk in a seat, and the third, who had prepared for a fight, asked, who are you and what are you doing here? The man said, I bring a message from Tsunade, may I, as he motioned for his coat pocket. The third nodded slowly while watching, and the man pulled out a scroll and said, here. After you read it then I will answer questions. As he handed the scroll to the third opened it and read. Sensei. I know this is going to take some time to explain and you are not going to like this answer, but the person in front of you is a blood relative of mine. He is currently using an advanced jutsu he created that allows him to actually change his looks, age, and gender. I won't tell you how he is related to me because it is a secret to protect him and his future family. I also won't tell his real name is to protect him, but I request you allow him to provide services for Konoha. He will explain himself what I mean. I request you do not tell anyone including Jiraiya anything about him and try to keep as much information about him a secret. Tsunade send you? The third frowned and asked so what is your name? The person said you can call me Nun K's though that is not my real name. The third nods and asks so tell me K's, what is your services? K said I am into information gathering. I guess you could call me a spy master. I have over 200 agents in the field who report to me about missing nins, missions, rumors, traps, and other things like that. I am very good at it in fact. The third asked could you give me an example of what you mean? K said Orochimaru is currently a member of a group of S-rank missing nins who are planning to capture each of the tailed demons and Thyre Jinchuriki. He has also created a jutsu that allows him to take over the body of another person to give himself immortality. He is currently partnered with Sasori of the Red Sand. The third frowned and said I see, do you have a name for this group? K said Akatsuki. The third closed his eyes and said yes, I have gotten a small report about that from Jiraiya. Anything else you can give me? K said what if I told you there was to be a possible theft of the Nidame's region within the next couple of weeks? The third asked really, do you have any information on who plans to steal it? K said yes though he won't do the job himself. My contact said he was planning to use one of the genins who flunked out of the Chunin exams, saying it's a second test to allow them to pass. The third said I see, who is it? K said Aoi Rakishu. I hear has planning to defect to Rain after he gets it. The third said thank you for bringing this to my attention. K said if I may sir, I request that you do not punish the genin too hard for this whoever is involved as he or she will obviously be tricked. The third said I will show as much compassion as I can. If your information proves correct what do you want? K said I want to be listed as a genin officially, but make it where I am unassigned and give me san and travel rights so I can continue my spy network. I want paid a commission for the value of the information I give you and just mark the payoff as solo missions of whatever rank you feel would be appropriate. I also want to report directly to you and make it where the council has no power over me. I also don't want anyone to know about my relations to Tsunade so people won't be able to interfere with my network. I will leave a scroll here with a summon seal on it and I will be here within 3 days of you using it. I may change my appearance when I come so no one will know it's me, but we can use the password chaos. The third thought it over and said can any of your spies be linked back to this village? K said only the ones who are in this village thought they don't know I am with this village, they think I am with someone else. The third frowned and asked who are they? K said sorry, that information is confidential. The less people who know about my spies and abilities the better. I am sure you understand. The third nods and said very well. I will have someone watch Aoi and if your information is correct I will accept your deal. Is that all? Hayes nods and before the third could say anything he was gone. The next day the first exam of the Chunin exams began. Rin, Kurenai and Iruka all three were sitting in the exam room waiting for Ibiki to give the final question with the other genin hopefuls after the first 9 questions. Ibiki said now, for all those who are left I will ask the final question, but before I do there are some new rules that will be added to the last question. Only one member of your team may take the question, the other 2 members will have to leave the room. If you take the question and fail it you and both your teammates will never be able to take the test again. If you do not feel you can answer the question you may leave. You are not allowed to discuss this decision with your teammates as you must make the decision on your own. Now you must decide if you want to take the test and also if you do take it, both your teammates must leave before I ask the question. You have 5 minutes. Rin frowned and got up along with Kurenai and Iruka and Kabuto got up and left, leaving both Mizuki and Idate. Both boys glared at each other for several minutes and Ibiki said you two, either one of you must leave or you both fail. Neither boy got up and Ibiki sighed and said alright, get them out of here. After 2 Chunins took them away Ibiki said, as for the rest of you, you all fail. Outside the exam room Idate said what the hell Mizuki? Why did you refuse to give up? Mizuki said because I am stronger than you are and could make it to the finals and deserve to be Chunin. Idate said like hell. I do. As both boys began to fight Aoi said well if you both feel that way there is another test you can take. Drawing both of Thyre attentions. Idate asked what do you mean Aoi sensei? Aoi said well, if you were to retrieve the Raijin from the treasure room in the Hokage Tower then, just then a team of Anbu appeared and one in a dog mask, said Aoi Rakishu. You are Urbi under arrest. Aoi frowned and said I don't think so. As he grabbed Idate by the neck and held a kunai ready to slice Idate neck. Aoi said now you will let me leave or the boy dies. Clapping could be heard, and they looked and saw a man without a shirt on with tape wrapped around his lower stomach, show wind a tattoo on his back with the name Season written under it with orange hair and brown eyes, and the man said impressive. And before anyone could blink he appeared in front of Aoi and grabbed Aoi's wrist and snapped it and said but not good enough. As he shoved Aoi into the wall where an Anbu quickly captured him and said tell the Sandame, K said that one's free. As he disappeared again. 3 days later the third was working on his paperwork when he tensed and said, so your information was correct, though why did you show up and free the genin? As he looked up. Pei said I was sending a message to someone who was watching the events happen. A spymaster like myself. Hess not a threat to Konoha currently at least, but could become a headache down the road for me. The third frowned and said well you're passed and here is your hide. As he pulled one out of a drawer. Hayes held up his hand and said I have one that belonged to my father I can use if it's needed, but since I don't want to draw attention to myself more than I have to I will just keep it sealed in a scroll. The third nods and said well I hope to someday discover how you're related to Tsunade. Hayes said don't worry, when Tsunade takes over as Godame I will tell you then so she can tell you also, but that's still a few years away. The third's eyes got wide and said please tell me you're not joking. Hayes said nope, it's true. I helped her get over her lose of her brother and bury a few skeletons in her closet and she agreed when I am ready to reveal myself to start my family she would take over to keep the council from trying to get to me for my bloodline. Just don't tell anyone, or she won't do it, because the shorter the notice those on the council have to prepare for her along with Konoha enemies the better. Don't even tell Jiraiya. The third said so you have the Mokuton. Hayes said no, the Mokuton and another bloodline mixed together to create a new one that you see me use several times. It gives me the ability to go anywhere I have ever been or see in an instant. If say I have been to Iwa I could be there in the same breath I am speaking with now. Making the third's eyes wide. Hayes said so, are there anything you want me to look into, or do you just want me to run standard information gathering for now? The third said if you find out anything else about this Akatsuki let me know. Other than that just inform me of anything that could be a threat to Konoha. Hayes nods and said I will return when I have something to inform on. Don't tell anyone about my bloodline. By the way, it's good to see you Kakashi. See ya. As he phased away. The third frowned and a Jinjutsu fell in the corner and the third said, what do you think Inu? Kakashi said I don't know sir. Not only did he notice me but knew who I was in my Anbu uniform. The third nods and said if anything he is very well informed. When Naruto appeared back in his house a female voice said so Naru-kun. How did it go? Naruto turned and smiled and said it's fine. How are you? I mean was the morning sickness still getting to you? The woman said yeah, it's not bad as it was with my first 2 children though. At least this child will grow up with the love of a caring father, isn't that right dear? Naruto said yes it is. I still can't believe how it happened. The woman said tell me about it. A 23-year-old married woman like myself getting knocked up by a 6-year-old. That bastard of a husband of mine would be having a heart attack if he found out. I still can't believe he did that. Naruto said yeah, Rin and Kurenai both wanted to kill me after they found out, but in the end, I think things worked out for the best. I am not allowed to return home drunk anymore though. The woman smiled and said, and I won't be drinking anymore either, at least with you I get to feel the warmth of a lover, instead of just a. Naruto placed his hands on her lips and said shh, don't think about it. You have a new life now and all 3 of us will be married. The woman engulfed Naruto in a hug and smiled and asked so how do you then they are doing in the exams? Naruto said they already made it to the tower. One of my spybirds followed them to make sure they were okay. The woman nods and said I want to lay down. Come rub my feet please. Naruto said you don't have to ask. As he led her to their bedroom. Time skip Chunin exams finals. In the audience everyone was looking forward to this last match. Kurenai and Rin both had advanced to thwart the semifinals and now stood facing each other. Up in the stand Nun Case was sitting beside a brown-haired woman with black eyes while holding her hand and both were cheering for both girls. Down in the ring Rin looked at Kurenai and asked so what do you say we show everyone what we really can do? Kurenai smirked and said fine but don't be mad when I beat you. Rin snorts and said you wish you will be second best cousin. Kurenai smirked and said yeah, kissing cousins. As she blew a kiss and took her stance. Up in the stands Kay slapped his face and said, why me? The woman next to him leaned over and whispered in his ear, I think your grandmother was right, you just have a thing for Uchiha women. Faze looked at her and said sigh, not you as well Maiko-chan. Maiko smirked in sultry voice in his ear but Naru-kun, you didn't have a problem when you were pounding into me. Faye's eyes glossed over and remember that day and smirked. Flashback. Naruto sighed as he was preparing to leave and Rin said so Kazukin, when are you going to be back? Naruto said most likely 3 days, I need to check up with Tsunade and don't forget I promised to spend the entire day with Shizune for her birthday tomorrow and then I have to check on all the businesses and see if they have overheard anything worth mentioning. Why? Kurenai walked in and said well, Rin and I were talking and we have a surprise for you and wanted to make sure it was ready when you returned. Naruto said well you know you both don't have to get me anything. Rin said, but we want to. I mean you do everything you can for us to make us feel special, taking us on romantic picnics in remote locals, skiing in snow, trips to the hot springs here in the fire country, shopping all over the elemental countries, massage parlors, walks on the beaches. Dancing not to mention doing anything we ever want to try. Kurenai said it's like you're the perfect man. I mean you spend time with both of us separately and together trying to make us both equal. You and me sit under a tree or on a beach and you read literature to me or sing to me your feelings. Rin said and for me you push me past my limits, treat me as an equal, give me the right to be me, and always support me as well as still treating me like a woman by catering to whatever needs I ask of you. If my feet hurt you rub my feet, if I am sore you run me scented candle bubble baths and countless other things. Naruto said but you both deserve it. You're both goddesses and this coming from a guy who's met a god. Both women blushed and walked over giving him each a kiss on the lips and then he phased away. Rin smiled and asked so do you think he will like our surprise? Kurenai said yeah, I mean it will be the first time we actually got involved in his spy network to show we support him like he does us. Rin said let's get ready. 2 days later it was dark around midnight when Naruto appeared in his bathroom in his 25-year-old nun-K's look with blonde and red hair and he turned on the water and began stripping his cloths and looked at the blood and frowned thinking damn that was tough. I couldn't have my network exposed and those missing nins would have done that. How was I supposed to know the look I gave him looked like the leader's brother? As he grabbed a whiskey bottle he was drinking and gulped it down before he stepped in the shower and began to take a shower. He winces as he rubbed his hands across his wounds and he thought 1 inch lower and I would have been 4 again. It doesn't help my healing ability is already working overtime thanks to that poison blade so it can heal this that fast, thank god whiskey helps the pain. As he stepped out and began to dry off wincing as he rubbed his wounds. He sighed and walked into his bedroom heading for the dresser and pulled open the top drawer and pulled out some medical supplies and he set them on the top of the dresser and was getting some tape out of the drawer when a hand reached around him and a soft voice said, let me get that for you lean against the dresser to take your weight off that area. Naruto did as told and asked Rin, what are you doing in here? Where's Kurenai and why do you sound like you're using your older voice? He heard don't worry about it right now case. I guess you could say I am the surprise that was mentioned before you left. Naruto shrugged and winced as he felt the bandages wrapping around his stomach and back where he had received wounds. When all of his wounds had been treated he heard you have several muscles strained from battle, go lay on the bed on your stomach and let me use some medical jutsu I know to help with those wounds on your back and also to help you muscles. It's the least I can do for everything everyone is doing for me. Naruto frowned and said what's wrong, why do you sound so sad? As he laid on the bed and felt someone crawl onto his legs and began to rub fire hands across his back. He heard don't worry about it right now, please just let me do this for you now. Naruto sighed and said only if you tell me what's wrong after this. Silence was all he heard and he closed his eyes and let the hands work on his back and he felt his head become cloudy and he said what's going on? He heard just relax case. In a sultry voice as Naruto felt his body begin to react. He tried to move his body but found his limbs were not working and he felt the weight lift off his back and then he felt something go over his eyes. Naruto asked what's going on Rin. He felt someone roll him over and climb on top of him but still had cloths on and felt a pair of lips were smashed against him and he thought cinnamon. Wait, Rin doesn't taste of cinnamon. She taste of chocolate and Kurenai taste of strawberries. Then the kiss pulled away and Naruto asked who are you? In a commanding voice. He heard relax case please. I need this. Please, just let me be with you for tonight. In a pleading voice. Naruto asked who are you? In a quieter voice hearing the emotions in her voice. The woman said my name is Makoto. Naruto was frozen hearing the name and thought oh shit, this is Rin's mom, what the hell she doing here? And asked please, release me and tell me what's going on. He felt her climb off of him and he felt her tap his neck and he could move again and he reached up and took the blindfold off and he saw an older version of Rin with her eyes closed sitting on the side of the bed and he quickly covered himself with a blanket and asked Makoto. What are you doing here and what's going on? She opened her eyes and Naruto saw sadness in them and she said yesterday I learned the truth about my eldest child and what kind of monster my husband was. I mean Rin as she calls herself now and she burst into tears. Now in the universe there is one thing Naruto could never stand and that was to see a woman cry, so he put his arms around her and started to whisper into her ear shhh, it's alright, you don't have to tell me. As he rubbed her back. Makoto cried for several minutes and she whispered Rin had came and told me that there was a meeting at the academy I needed to come to while Fujaku was at the council chamber. She then placed her hand on me and shushined us here. She then told me the truth about when she was born and the lie her father forced her to live and the threat to kill her to keep the secret. At first I didn't believe her, but she had too much proof. She then told me about some of the what was happening with the Uchiha clan and how because of Fujaku, it was soon going to be destroyed. She explained to me how she wanted me and her brother to be free of the destruction and I agreed. We talked for a while and she convinced me to go back with her and get as much as we could and to get Sasuke and make it appear as if a fire killed us while Fujaku was away. We went back and I had started to pack and Sasuke came back from a neighbor's house and I told him to start packing for a trip. He began to pack but then Fujaku arrived back. He saw me packing and he asked what was going on. Sasuke told him we were going on a trip and he grabbed me and demanded to know where we were going. I told him I knew the truth about Itachi. He slapped me. Naruto clenched his fist as he held her and she said he started to hit me over and over again. He then told Sasuke to come over and told Sasuke I was a traitor to the clan and that traitors are to be put to death. Naruto's eyes got wide and she said he then grabbed me by the hair and with his knee in my back in execution fashion. He handed a kunai to Sasuke and Sasuke looked at me with such hate in his eyes and slapped me across the face himself. Sasuke then said to me, "You dare to try and take me from father. Know your place, slut. You are nothing but a breeder. Father has instructed me to be a true Uchiha and women are nothing but breeders and whores." As he spat in my face. He then drew back the kunai and started to bring it down on me when a blur shot past and kicked Sasuke into the wall. I looked up and saw Itachi standing there and he began to attack Fujaku who was forced to let me go. They busted through a wall and the next thing I know Rin had grabbed me and another me was standing there who quickly took my place on the ground and Rin took me outside. At that moment I heard Itachi's voice inside the house say, "Farewell father, I will return someday and kill you and free mother." And I saw him jump away. I heard Rin gasp and I looked and she was looking back in the house through a window and when I looked back inside I saw Sasuke standing over the other me with a bloody kunai in his hand and an insane smile on his face. I then saw Fujaku come out of another room and he said, "Good job son." Rin then shoeshined us back here and she told me I could stay here. Naruto thought I will kill them both. The Koda said after that she told me about how the person who lived here was the one who saved her and the others and told me to relax until you returned. She told me she had a mission she had to get ready for and wouldn't be back for a couple of days and left me here. I explored the house and I wanted to find out more about you, so since this was the master bedroom I was asleep in a chair when I heard the water in the bathroom and I saw when you stepped out you had wounds on your body since you left the door open and I thought it was the least I could do to help you and Naruto looked at her as she looked at him and he asked and Makoto said, "Fujaku hasn't touched me since he found out I was pregnant with Sasuke. We never loved each other, it was an arranged marriage and I just wanted to be held by someone, that's why I used my training to try to seduce you. As Naruto placed his finger on her lips and said, "I understand, better than you could believe." She looked into his eyes as he leaned down and slowly began to kiss her on the lips, shocking her, and she closed her eyes and deepened the kiss, and Naruto thought as he leaned her back on the bed, "I love Kurenai and Rin with all my heart, but the look in her eyes is the same as Sealan's. I have to do whatever it takes to make her feel better. If I didn't I wouldn't be who I am because of her. I hope they will forgive me." As he rubbed his hand against her breath, earning a gasp from Makoto. Makoto watched as Naruto slipped her dress up her body and she sat up to allow it to come over her head as he returned to kissing her. Naruto then began to kiss down her neck to her collarbone down to her breast and began to caress one with his hand while he licked around, flicked and bit on the other. He then used his other hand to push her panties off and she lifted her hips to help him and he tossed them on the floor as he began to kiss his way down and she asked, "What is this feeling, what are you doing?" Naruto stopped and blinked and looked at her and asked, "Did he never please you?" Makoto frowned and said the only times we were together he would tell me to lay down and he would climb on top of me and it's always over so fast, I just felt pain the first time and he always passes out on top of me, I never felt any of this before." In a soft voice. Naruto's eyes softened as he climbed back up her body and said, "Just relax and let me show you what you've been missing, okay Maiko-chan." As he kissed her with more passion than she ever felt before. Makoto blushed and nods as Naruto pulls away and he began to work his way down, but this time taking more time, earning a gasp when he bit on her collarbone and caressed her breast as he trailed his way down again. He then, when he got to her belly button, stopped and pulled her leg up as he sat up and began to kiss down her leg as he worked his way up, and when he got close to her womanhood, she had covered herself with her hand and he said, "I promise to be gentle, just relax." She looked into his eyes and slowly moved her hand away and loosened her other leg and he finished kissing up the last of the way up and around the lips and as his hands played with her nipples. He then brought one of his hands down and let it part her lips as he flicked her clit once, making her entire body arch and gasp, and he did it again as he slipped a finger in her and he thought, "My god." She must have been telling the truth because she's so tight she's squeezing the hell out of my finger, and he looked up a little and noticed 2 scars on her stomach and thought, so she had both by C-section, huh, no wonder. I know from delivering a couple of children she shouldn't be this tight even if it's been that long. She's never broken her pubic bone during labor. As he continued to lick and flick her clit and her lips, making her squirm under his control. He soon inserted a second finger and began as her first orgasm ended, so he was getting her ready for a second. Makoto placed her hand on his head trying to drive it closer to her womanhood to make the feeling she had even greater as she thought, oh god, please let this never end. Naruto soon felt her orgasm a second time and after she came down panting and sweating, he sat up and kissed her and he whispered into her ear, do you want me? Makoto could only whisper yes, please take me. Naruto nods as he kissed her again and positioned himself near her entrance as he then raised one of her legs as he slowly entered her. As he pulled back out he raised her other leg and raising her ass off the bed as he grabbed a pillow slipping it under her and he re-entered her. She arched her back as he let her legs go and he began to slowly pick up speed as she looked into his eyes and he began going faster and faster. Makoto bit her lip and Naruto said this room has silencing seals on it, so scream if you want to. As he pounded into her. She was shocked by this and soon she began to grunt and gasp and scream out for him to go faster and harder. This continued on for a while and finally Makoto begged, please stop, I can't take any more, I am too sore. Naruto nods and slows down and after a few slow pump stops as he laid down beside her. The next morning when Naruto woke up he went downstairs and he saw Kurenai and Rin in the kitchen and he asked, so, what have you both been up to while I was gone? Kurenai said, Naru-kun, when did you get back? Naruto sat down and winced and said, last night. As he rubbed his rib and Rin asked, are you okay? Naruto frowned and asked, so tell me, why is your mom here? As he looked at both. Rin sighed and said, it's a long story. Naruto said, yeah, I heard some of it last night when I was talking with her. Kurenai said, yeah, sorry about that, but with what happened yesterday the village was on alert. Naruto narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you mean? Rin said Itachi killed his clan yesterday and tortured his brother. With a frown. Naruto's eyes got wide a moment and said, I see, are you both okay? Kurenai said, yeah, Rin's nearly out of chakra from using 3 blood clones though. Naruto asked, so how did Itachi do it? I mean even with 3 blood clones it would have been hard. As he looked at Rin. Rin said the Manjikyu Sharingan can be used by blood clones. They went from home to home last night and either killed them all in their sleep or used it on them, then killed them. After that he set fire to the clan estates. Naruto frowned and Makoto walked in at that moment limping and her hand over her mouth and asked, your brother, what about him? Rin sighed and said, I gave him fake memories of me destroying the clan and put a memory block of what really happened yesterday on him. He thinks Itachi killed you and the rest to test the Manjikyu and told him to hate him and live a life of a coward. I couldn't kill him because he is my brother. No matter what he did. Naruto snorts and said, well, I can still torture his ass for what he did to Maiko-chan in the academy. Rin and Kurenai blinked at the chan suffix and Makoto asked, what do you mean Kase-kun, how will you be at the academy with him? As she looked at him. Kurenai began to look back and forward and asked, Makoto-san, why did you call him Kase-kun? Makoto blinked and Rin locked eyes with Naruto and asked as she looked at her mother and him and said, Kase-kun, what happened last night with my mother? Naruto, who picked up a cup of coffee, said, did you know that your mother never broke her pubic bone as childbirth? She's got 2 C-section scars on her stomach. As he sipped the coffee. Makoto asked Kase-kun, why are both girls getting upset and why did you tell them about my scars? Rin was pale and said, tell me you didn't. Kurenai said, Naru-kun, what happened last night? Makoto asked, Naru-kun, who's that? As she was looking at the 3. Naruto looked at her and another Naruto appeared with Tsunade who was in a bathrobe who said, so what did you want, brat, that you kidnapped me before I could get dressed? Makoto gasped and said, Tsunade-sama, what are you doing here? The Naruto who was drinking coffee went up in smoke and the other one said, first I need my ribs healed. They were injured in battle and other activities. Tsunade sighed and began healing him and asked, so how did you break your ribs? Makoto blushed and said, I guess I don't know my own leg strength. Naruto slipped on a pair of sunglasses and turned back to Rin and she said, you screwed my mother. Tsunade's eyes got wide and Kurenai said, I thought you loved us, Naruto. Makoto asked, will someone please tell me what's going on? Why are you calling Kase, Naruto, and why are you so upset, dear? Tsunade snickered and placed her glowing hand on Makoto's stomach and frowned a moment and asked Makoto, when was the last time you had sex with your husband? Makoto said, when I found out I was pregnant with Sasuke. Why? Tsunade stepped back and said, have you been with anyone else besides him since then? Makoto said, not till last night with Kase-kun here. Tsunade turned and punched Naruto in the stomach as he went up in smoke and she said, damn it, brat. Rin locked her eyes on the coffee cup which suddenly turned into Naruto, and she smirked as Naruto world went black and he found himself tied to a cross, and she said, so, you have one chance to explain what happened last night before I kill you. In a sickening sweet voice. Naruto said, is there any way you can just look at my memories of last night? It would help things out. Rin frowned and the world changed, and she watched the events play out and frowned as she heard her mother's words, and then the world changed back and she closed her eyes and said, drop it, Nia. My mother seduced him and pulled the Season card. We both know what that does to him. Kurenai frowned as she looked at Naruto who was looking down, and she asked, are you going to sleep with any woman who's in that situation? Naruto said, I can't stand to see a woman cry, and Maiko-chan reminded me of Season when she confessed her heart to me. If it wasn't for Season I wouldn't be who you both fell in love with. If I come across someone like she was, then I will do whatever it takes to help that person. Kurenai let a tear fall, and Tsunade grabbed Naruto's ear as he screamed ow, and she said, so, how are you going to explain being a father at 6 years old, Gaki? Makoto's eyes got wide and asked, 6, father, as she looked around the room. Naruto's eyes were wide as he passed out, and Tsunade said, damn it, you just have a thing for a Chiha woman brat. Then flashback. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Kurenai and Rin back to back, each with their arm over the other's shoulder and a kunai at each of their necks. The proctor said, I declare this final match a draw. And everyone began to cheer. Makoto asked, so what were you thinking about? Naruto said, that night. Makoto nods and said, I don't regret that night, and neither do Rin or Nia. We all three care for you and they got their punishment on you. Naruto snorts and said, that was worse than death. Makoto smiled and said, but it was so funny. I mean, both girls made you make it up to them. Naruto said, yeah, and all it costed me was. Makoto placed her hand over his mouth and said, but you look so cute in that nurse's outfit, and I have to admit, making you give Sasuke a bed bath while he was still out from the manjikyu, while having to give those Anbu a show by showing your naked ass under that skirt and braless breast which were the size of Tsunade's breast, and actually to flirt with Inu was the best punishment ever. Naruto said, it felt so wrong to be groped by my own uncle in my female sexy no jutsu form. Makoto smirked and whispered, hey, keeping it in the family, huh? Naruto shook his head and said, well, at least you three have agreed on terms. Makoto said, yes, we each get our own personal blood clone, and we don't have to worry about sharing you, since only you would know which one you replace and when, and since you can only make 3 it works out great. Naruto saw Kurenai and Rin coming to meet them, and he said, you both did great. Both smiled and said, let's go home. Time skip. 14-year-old Naruto Uzumaki sat inside his classroom bored as he waited for the graduation test to begin. He sighed and thought about all that happened in the last few years. Flashback. Naruto stood at an altar as his changed 15-year-old self with red hair and no whiskers, and in front of him was one of the Fire Temple monks. Beside Naruto was Makoto, Kurenai, and Rin, who looked to be 15 also. Behind them was Tsunade and Shizune, and the fire monk said, I now pronounce you husband and wives, you may now kiss your brides. Naruto smiled and Rin and Kurenai kissed each other as Naruto kissed Makoto, and then Kurenai and then Rin. After the kiss, the fire monk said, I shall keep your secret until my death, young ones. May the light of Kami and the will of fire burn brightly in your descendants. As he turned and walked back inside. Then flashback. Naruto smiled at that memory and then remembered the next best event. Flashback. The 7-year-old Naruto was holding the hand of Makoto as she was in labor in one of the rooms in his house that Tsunade had prepared. On the other side of the room was Rin and Kurenai both watching. Tsunade was between Makoto's legs and she was delivering the baby with Shizune assisting. Rin had her Sharingan going so she could perform the operation if she needed to later in life. Naruto smiled and said, you're doing fine, Maiko-chan. Tsunade said, she sure is, okay Makoto, just one more push. Makoto was panting and she grunted and pushed with everything she had, and Naruto's eyes got wide and said, "Shess, beautiful Maiko. She looks like you." As the baby came out. Just then a slap was heard and then a baby was crying and Rin said, "I got a baby sister." All excited. Naruto then pulled out a senbon needle from his arm and thought, thank God for pressure points, she was crushing my hand. After Makoto let go of his hand and he went down and cut the cord. Tsunade handed the baby to Shizune, who began to clean her, and Tsunade finished taking care of Makoto, who was tired, and she smiled and asked, "What should we name her, Naruto?" Naruto smiled and said, "Why don't you name her dear?" Makoto said, how about Season?" Naruto's eyes got wide and looked at Makoto, and she said, "Yeah, that's a good name. After all, if she hadn't have changed you into who you are, then our daughter would not be born." Naruto smiled and said, "I like it, Season Shunpo of the Shunpo clan." As he held his new daughter. Shizune asked, "How did we come up with that name again?" "I don't remember." Rin snorts and said, "You were drunk and dancing on the table, but it's simple. It's what K's is." Tsunade Senju, Sakumo Haddock, Kishina Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, Iris Pori, and Jiraiya Oil. It's just easier to condense them all down into Shunpo. Shizune said ah. Rin smiled as she watched Naruto hand her to Mikoto and after a few moments asked, can I hold my little sister now? Kurenai said, me next. Naruto smiled and Tsunade said, well, I hope you enjoyed holding her brat because you won't get her back. Naruto blinked and asked, what do you mean? Tsunade said, simple, you got 5 women who all want to hold and take care of her. Only time you will get her back is when it's time to change diapers. Making everyone but Naruto laugh. Then flashback. Naruto laid his head back and looked at the ceiling, and Sasuke asked, what are you so happy about, dope? Naruto smirked and said, banging your mother. Making everyone around him laugh except Sasuke fangirls, and Sasuke went to punch Naruto, who caught it and said, sorry, I don't have the energy to fight you, she wore me out last night and this morning's sun. Sasuke fed and looked away, and Sakura screamed, Naruto grow up and quit insulting Sasuke and his mother. You have done that ever since the beginning of the academy. You know his mother died tragically. Naruto shrugged and said, if you say so. The voice from the front of the room said, settle down, class. Everyone said, yes, Iruka-sensei. Naruto smiled and thought, that's another thing that has changed. I did not have to work hard to get Iruka to notice me as me, and because of that I have actually been in the middle of class and grades since he turned in the teacher who was screwing me over at the beginning of school when he made Chunin with Rin and Kurenai. All 3 were split up after that, with Kurenai getting Jinjutsu training from the Kurama clan, and after she told Rin and me about that little problem, Rin was able to take care of the little demon for Yukuma with her Sharingan. Since Shess now a Chunin and her clan took her back to prepare her to be heir, Kurenai can now take a new team, though she did not make Jounin for 4 years after making Chunin. The old man I guess wanted to protect her and Rin, not allowing either to advance before that. Then there is Rin. After Maiko came to be with us, they finally got the chance to have the mother-daughter relationship they were always denied before. Then when her sister arrived, she took time to make sure her little sister did not have to put up with the crap her and Sasuke put up and helped her mother. After the Chunin exam she was requested to join Root, but she refused, and of course Danzo tried to force her, but those men will never be found, hahaha, amazing what happens when you drop someone from above a volcano. Then there is Maiko. After she had Season, she had the jutsu put on her by Tsunade, just like Rin did as well, and a little haircut to change her appearance enough to make it impossible to tell who she used to be, since it was finally safe, and then put it on Season, also when she was 2 when it was safe. For her. Though when 3 of us went to the registration office she told them her name was Maiko Shunpo, Season Shunpo, and Naruto Shunpo, who also had the land on top of the Hokage monument changed in the records showing they bought it. Rin and Kurenai both would have changed their names, but until I become public when Bachin takes over it won't be safe. That's when they decided they will also start to make a family, since Rin is now 17 and Kurenai 21, and it's safe for them too. As I ignored what Iruka was saying as he locked eyes with Mizuki and thought, and now it's time for you to show your real colors, traitor. My alter ego has already informed the Hokage about your plans to steal the Forbidden Scroll, like sensei, like student I guess. Naruto sighed and thought, with my spy network as well as rewinding time, I have gained the Hokage trust completely by saving a lot of lives and even on some occasions scooped Hiro-sanin by taking his information and turning it in a day earlier. I laugh when I think about how frustrated he looked from my spybird's memories, though the bastards never once come to check on me. As he frowned there. Naruto looked around the room and thought, then we have I-date. After Ibiki failed him in the test and he was saved, he turned in his hide and left the village. He couldn't let himself look at his brother again because of his anger for failing him. That's another of those things that will always happen. The test was set in front of him, and he quickly wrote the answers in under 5 minutes and flipped his test paper over, raising a lot of eyebrows. Iruka asked, why don't you finish your test, Naruto? I am sure you could do it. Naruto said, already finished it. If you want, go ahead and grade it while everyone takes theirs. I think I only missed one question because I have heard 3 different answers for it. Iruka walked up and grabbed the test and looked at it and went wide-eyed a moment and said, it looks like you got all the answers right, Naruto. Which one were you not sure about? Naruto said, number 35. Iruka looked at it and read what was the greatest triumph of the last great shinobi war. And said, you have the right answer. What else did you hear? Naruto said, well, I know that was the mission Minato Namikaze had our shinobi throw the Hiraishin Kunes at the enemy forces so he could use that just to, but nobody ever talked about the second mission that was more important than that, when his team led by the newly promoted Haddock Kakashi lead his teammates Rin Inyasaku and Uchiha Obito, the clan heir at the time, to destroy the main enemy supply line that cut off the reinforcements that could have stopped the Yondaime. I know Obito died and gave his Sharingan to Kakashi on that mission and that the bridge was blown up, but nobody ever talks about it. Iruka said, well, it was probably because they want to allow the memory of Obito who died to be remembered only by those who survived. Naruto said well I guess that's so, but then I heard the third version of that story, and if it's true then the reason they don't talk about it is because they don't want to dishonor one of the council members for treason and the murder of Obito. Everyone was looking at him, and Sasuke asked what do you mean dope? Naruto said well, this guy was talking to the Hokage one day when I went to see him, and when he walked out he was talking about finish gathering the information the proved council member Danzo was a traitor to Konoha, who was supplying Iwa with information that resulted in the deaths of over 200 Konoha shinobi including Uchiha Obito. He said the trap Obito walked into was meant to kill Minato before he became Hokage because Danzo was not selected as Sandaime, so he was planning to make himself Yondaime. Just then a kunai flew through the window and would have stabbed Naruto in the heart if Iruka hadn't have shoved him down. The man appeared in a Anbu uniform with a mask that had the kanji northeast on it, and he said by order of Danzo-sama, you are to be executed. As he drew his sword and went to slice Naruto in half. Just then a blonde and red hair man with a mask on his face appeared and cut the Anbu head off, and he turned and said are you alright Naruto? Naruto looked and said yeah, hey it's you, the guy I was just talking about. The man said yeah, Iruka-san, if you don't mind go ahead and finish Naruto test real quick right here so I can take him with me to the Hokage for his protection. Sorry about the mess, but Danzo doesn't like loose lips. Iruka said who are you? The man said I'm the guy who broke Aoi's hand the day he tried to use Idate Marino as a hostage at the Chunin exams. Iruka's eyes got wide and said I remember you now, but you had different look then. The man said I wouldn't be much of a spy master if you knew what I really look like now would I? Iruka said I suppose so. Okay Naruto, perform the henge, replacement and bunshin jutsu. Naruto asked does it matter what kind of bunshin? The man said no, it doesn't, we need to hurry. Naruto replaced himself with Iruka and then henged into Iruka and then put his hands together and said Kagebunshin no jutsu. And ten Naruto appeared. Iruka was shocked and Naruto asked so did I pass? Iruka was about to say something when the man beside Naruto said yeah, you pass, now come on. As he placed his hand on Naruto and both disappeared in an instant. In the classroom Iruka looked at the body and said everyone, grab your stuff, we're moving to the empty room at the end of the hall to finish the rest of the test. As everyone was getting their stuff some of them were looking at the body in shock and sickness. In the Hokage office Naruto and the man in the mask appeared and the third looked up and asked what's going on Naruto and who is this? The man said chaos. The third's eyes instantly got wide and he said I see, Naruto. The man said no, he stays but clear the room and silence it. We have a lot to talk about and not much time. The third said right. And he motioned to the corner and a swirl of leaves appeared. He then closed a window as the man closed the door and the third went through some hand seals and after the room glowed asked what's going on. The man said I didn't want to do this now, but I got no choice. As he went up in smoke and Naruto said Danzo men were spying on the graduation exam to see if the move to get the forbidden scroll would work and also to make me fail so they could try to get me to join route. In case you haven't figured it out I am your spy. Shocking the third. The third said Naruto, this. Naruto said my grandmother is Tsunade Senju who had a one-night stand with Tsukumo Haddock. Both bloodlines mixed in the child who would be put in the orphanage for his protection and given the name Minato Namikaze, my father. My mother Kushina Uzumaki is the daughter of Jiraiya Oil and Iris Pori who was captured when she was pregnant and forced to marry the Cage of Whirlpool whose name was Uzumaki. Here is the Shadaime necklace as proof and I can have Tsunade here in a few seconds. As he pulled out the Shadaime necklace. The third frowned and said how do you know this? Naruto said no time. I just was nearly assassinated in the classroom by Rude in front of the entire class of clan heirs. Once Danzo hears that his man is dead and concrete proof of Root still operating he's going to start a civil war. If you need evidence here. As he pulled out a scroll and said there is proof Danzo a traitor and responsible for the deaths of over 200 Konoha shinobi. I must inform my family so we can be prepared for any other attempts. Once they're safe I will return. And he phased away. The third frowned and opened the scroll and deactivated the privacy jutsu and screamed Anbu. Just then 4 Anbu appeared and he said notify all Anbu and Jounins to capture and arrest Danzo and any and all Root members they find. Go. They left and the third slumped in his chair and thought what has happened. Naruto appeared in his house and saw Maiko sitting on the couch and saw Season asleep beside her and said Maiko wake Season, hurry. As he walked over to the wall and activated a seal which caused the wall to disappear and show stacks of scrolls. Maiko seeing he worry on Naruto face woke their daughter and asked what's going on dear. Naruto said Danzo just tried to assassinate me. I'm taking you both to Bachin for the next few days while things settle down here. As he pulled out 2 scroll from the wall with Maiko and Season name and he walked over and said this is your vacation scrolls with you changes of cloths, money, and fake passports. Stay with Bachin okay. As he looked at both of them. Maiko nods and Season asked what's wrong daddy. Naruto said you're just going to see Granny for a few days dear. I promise, everything's going to be okay. As he hugged the 4 feet tall 7-year-old black hair blue eye girl. Season hugs him back and he places both his hands on their shoulders and disappeared in a yellow flash. They appeared in a casino near the border of Fire Country and Wind Country and Tsunade turned quickly seeing the flash and asked what's up brat. Naruto said Danzo, these two will be with you and Shizune Nechen next couple of days okay. Tsunade said no wonder I was winning. Cash me out dealer. As she stands up and Season said hey grandma, look. As she walked over and flicked a chair and it flew through a two-way mirror and Tsunade looked down and Maiko covered her mouth and the dealer said about those winnings. Naruto hands a scroll to Tsunade and said petty cash. I got to go okay. All three nods and he hugs them all and said be careful you're three and tell Shizune I said stay away from the booze. As he phased away. Season saw her dad leave and asked grandma why was daddy lying to me about what's going on. I know Danzo a bad man. Tsunade said he just wants to protect you Season. Maiko hugs her daughter as a tear falls off her face and thought please be careful Naruto. Naruto appeared back in the house and saw Rin and Kurenai there and Rin asked where's mom and sis. Naruto said with Bachin. As he changed into his 25-year-old nun-case with blonde hair with red streaks in it and slipped on his double holster under his arms and his 6-shooter on his leg with 2 kunai pouches and a shuriken pouch and he slipped on Dragon's Breath on his side and grabbed his black cloak to hide it all and he said what's the orders the old man issued. Kurenai said apprehend Danzo and Allroot. Naruto nods and Rin asked how did you know about it and what started it. Naruto sighed and said Allroot Anbu was trying to cast a genjutsu on me in the classroom so I got the entire class's attention and talked about the mission Obito died since it was sort of one of the questions on the test. When I finished he tried to kill me with a kunai in the heart but Iruka shoved me down since I couldn't show my real skills and then I quickly made a one-hand sign Kagebunshin dressed as my K's Nami self and killed him and made it where I could pass the test quickly under the disguise of getting me. The safety. I then had to inform the Hokage I was his spy and gave him the info on Danzo before coming back and getting Maiko and Season to safety. Rin said alright, what do we do? Naruto said you both carry out your orders from the old man and watch each other's backs. I am going to see if I can bust into Root headquarters and get his files. Kurenai said be careful. Naruto smirked and said trust me. As he phased away. Rin sighed and said only he could run his mouth and start a civil war. As both quickly left the house, but Rin activated the security seals on the house before leaving. When they got back to town they saw a few fights and headed toward the closest one. Naruto appeared on the roof of Danzo's office and he ran down the wall and looked in the first window and then phased inside before using stealth to go to the door and look out in the hall. He saw 2 men at the end of the hall wearing northeast mask and he pressed a seal on his cloak sleeve and he phased behind both men and stabbed them with tiny bamboo needles and both men instantly froze up and fell to the ground. He looked left and right and snuck to the left and checked the first door and then the second door and when he got to the third door, he saw 6 Northeast members looking at cameras and he reached behind him and pulled out 2 bone blades he had carved from the bones of a demon and he appeared inside the room. And slashed the legs of the 2 closest ones while on his knees and then the sides of the 2 on his sides and phased behind himself as 2 blades came to the spot he had just been and he sliced the arms of both men holding katanas and they fell to the ground and he said these are poison blades. Tell me where Danzo's office is and I will give you the antidote. All 6 men remained silent and he sighed and thought too bad it's just paralyzing poison from a spider demon. And he looked at the monitors and flipped the switches several times and saw some men fighting at the front of the building while the rest of the men stayed at checkpoints and he saw Danzo sitting in his office with Kaharu and Hamaru and he put on a mask he grabbed from a down member and he phased into the room where those 3 were behind Danzo and sliced him with a blade once and said now, you both tell me what you're doing here with this traitor or I make sure you're found with him. Hess already dead from my blades. As he appeared beside them holding his blades at both their necks. Hamaru said we were just here for a meeting. Naruto said really, about what? Kaharu said village informations, who are you? Naruto nicked both on the cheek and he quickly created 6 Kagebunshins who began to raid Danzo files. Danzo asked what are you doing? Naruto kicked him in the ribs and said following the Yondame's orders traitor. As we speak your root members are being slaughtered because the Hokage has the information on the 200 Konoha shinobi you had killed traitor. When he finds you both here honorable elders he is not going to be happy so you can tell me what's really going on or I can give him info on your little child labor racket you had Kaharu. Kaharu's eyes got wide and she asked how. Naruto smirked behind his mask as he was reading a file and said, because I know a little bit of everything. Now talk. Hamaru said I was just here to discuss the plans to deal with the Jinchuriki and so was Hamaru. Saratobi was going to let him become a ninja and we can't allow that. Naruto said, what were you planning to do to it? Amaru frowned and said, we were planning to make him fail and have him executed when Mizuki tricked him into stealing the forbidden scroll tonight. Naruto smirked and pressed a button, and he turned and saw all his clones had finished grabbing all the papers, and he said, well, too bad, Hess already graduated and Mizuki walking into an ambush. As he had his clones grab all three of them, and they phased to the Hokage office, and Naruto said, catch. Throwing a tape recorder that began to play. What are you doing? Following the Yondame's orders, traitor. As we speak, your root members are being slaughtered because the Hokage has the information on the 200 Konoha shinobi you had killed, traitor. When he finds you both here, honorable elders, he is not going to be happy, so you can tell me what's really going on, or I can give him info on your little child labor racket you had, Kaharu. How? Because I know a little bit of everything. Now talk. I was just here to discuss the plans to deal with the Jinchuriki, and so was Hamaru. Sarutobi was going to let him become a ninja, and we can't allow that. What were you planning to do to it? We were planning to make him fail and have him executed when Mizuki tricked him into stealing the forbidden scroll tonight. Naruto said, I got Danzo files here and will have them sorted by tomorrow, so you can see what else these three were up to, but planning the execution of a Konoha shinobi and theft of the forbidden scroll are capital offense, I believe. Talk later. As he phased away. The third looked at the three on the floor and he screamed, Anbu. Poor Anbu appeared and he said, have Mizuki arrested for treason and have these three taken to Ibiki along with this. As he held up the cassette recorder. They grabbed the tape recorder and the three prisoners and shushing away, and a puff of smoke in the corner caught the third's attention, and Naruto said, I will explain everything later tonight. By the way, Kyuubi dead and has been since I was 4. Don't tell anyone about my involvement besides the information someone tried to assassinate me and I was saved by a black ops of yours. If the information about Akatsuki is correct as well as a few other things I have heard, then I need everyone to believe I am the idiot I pretended to be. When things calm down, have Kurenai Rin bring you to our home tonight alone, and we will speak there. As he went up in smoke. The third took his hat off and thought, what the hell's happening here? That night the third Hokage was walking with Rin and Kurenai through the woods near Training Ground 8 and asked, will you both tell me what is going on? Rin said he told you to come along and you have someone following, so we are leading you in a circle. As she stopped. The third frowned and said, I don't know what you're talking about. The bird sitting on the tree limb above them said, she talking about the 3 squads of Anbu who are following at a distance. I saw Kakashi, Anko, Ibiki with them. Making the third look at the bird. The third said, I have not told them about who I am meeting, but you have to give me some protection in this meeting. After all, you did break into root headquarters and capture Danzo in his own office alive during an attack on his headquarters. That means you are way more skilled than I think you are. The bird snorts and said, call them out here and I will allow Ibiki and Anko and Kakashi come along, but you will not at any time tell them my real name or give them any clues as to who I really am, because Danzo forced my hand early, and if the wrong people found out at this point who I am, it could destroy this village. You will call me Case. Agreed. The third frowned and said, agreed. Ibiki, Anko, Kakashi, you 3 will come with us, the rest of you return to your post. As the 3 walked into view, the bird said, hello Uncle Kakashi. Did you know that you had an older brother who had a son, which is me? Kakashi said, I am an only child. Rin snorts and said, sorry Kakashi, but Hess right, he is your nephew. Kakashi asked, who are you? The bird went up in smoke and a figure walked out of the woods and looked Kakashi and said, the name Case for now. When the time is right I will inform you as to who I really am. I am going to use my bloodline to get us there faster, so don't be startled with my Kajabunshins. As 5 of them appeared and touched each of their shoulders, and they were all gone in an instant as they reappeared in Naruto home. Naruto said, welcome to our home. As he sat down. The third looked around and said, I don't recognize this house. Rin said, you wouldn't, Kase built most of it, and Kurenai, Maiko and I gave it a woman's touch. The third asked, who is Maiko? Naruto said, what you hear tonight is not to be told to anyone. If it does, I can guarantee the consequences will be disastrous. The third asked, why are you so hostile, Kase, and why go through all this deception? Kase said, when I was 4 my bloodline activated. One part of it was the Haddock bloodline and the other was the Senju bloodline. I am the grandson of both Tsunade Senju and Tsukumo Haddock. It was just a one-night thing, Kakashi, years before you were born, so don't think he cheated on your mother or anything. He was a hero. Now, as I was saying, when I was 4 my bloodline had a drastic side effect. It took care of that problem I told you earlier about, but it sent me bouncing back in time. My bloodline normally allows me to go anywhere I can see or have been before. Anyways, after what seemed like years I wound up back in Konoha before Kyuubi's attack. I met with the Yondaime and his wife, may Kami bless them both, but when he went to summon the Shinigami I was there, because I was trying to talk him into letting me do it instead of him. The Shinigami saw me there and instantly could tell I was not from this timeline. He was nearly ready to destroy me, but the Yondaime talked him into returning me to my own time at the moment my bloodline activated. He did, but I had all my memories, and also some of my items, that I got during my bouncing around in time. One such item was the Horatian scroll detailing how to do it, so I could teach the Yondaime's son for him along with a few other things. Now since I was 4 I had the mind of a 15-year-old, and I began to plan out what to do, and I contacted my grandmother and got her help, and she helped me set up my spy network. During that time I created the jutsu I am using now that allows me to shapeshift my looks, age, and gender. Ibiki asked, do you have any proof you can show us that you were in the past? Naruto held up his hand and a Rasengan appeared and he pulled out a kunai and threw it and a yellow flash appeared and said, if I was not in the past, how would I have learned a jutsu that even Jiraiya has never been able to figure out? The third sighed and said I am forced to agree with him. Kakashi looked at Rin and Kurenai and asked what about you both? How are you involved? Rin frowned and said well we're 2 of his 3 wives. The third's eyes got wide and said wives? How, you're only. And Naruto appeared holding his hand over the third's mouth and said we went to the fire temple where your son Asuma is and talked to the head monk there telling him the entire truth and he married us. Remember how I told you my jutsu changes my age and gender along with looks? I have a 7-year-old daughter by my third wife Maiko. The third nearly had a heart attack and he said my god, that jutsu is. Rin said a godsend. It helped Kase and me both, but Tsunade declared it a kinjutsu and told me and him never to use it thought, since I have grown up now I don't have to use it any longer. It helped though getting into the casino with Tsunade though. Naruto said we're getting off track now. Now this is something that if I find out you have told anyone I will leave Konoha forever as will my family along with every bit of info I have, is that understood? The third said yes. Naruto said you all know how you believe there is only 2 Uchiha left in this world right? The third nods and Naruto said there are close to 50 left right now. Making everyone's eyes wide. Kakashi asked but if that's true then where are they? Naruto said to answer that you need to know the history of how Fujaku came to power in the Uchiha clan and why Itachi killed them all. The third said you know why he did it? Rin said of course I know why I did it. Making everyone look at her. Enko said you're Itachi. Naruto said Itachi never existed. Making everyone blink. The third looked at Rin and said very well, please inform us what is going on. Naruto said Danzo had a partnership with Fujaku to help eliminate the Yondaime and his team on the mission Obito was killed. Obito was heir and the only child, when he was dead Obito father had to select a new heir and it came down to 2 men, Uchiha Fujaku and Uchiha Yashiro. It was decided since both men's wives were pregnant whichever one produced a male heir first would be the new clan head. Rin said my father forced my mother to go into labor early using a C-section and when he found out I was a girl, he waited until the doctor was done and he killed him and placed a Genjutsu seal on me to make me appear male. My mother was out on medication at the time and so she never knew I was female. I went 5 years until I figured out I was different and when I asked him, he gnarly killed me to keep the secret. It was shortly after this that I met Kase here who taught me the shape-shifting jutsu so I could actually appear male. By that time Kase was already working on his spy network and with my help we were able to convince Yashiro to aid us and he started helping to select Uchiha who were not loyal to Fujaku at the time and we made them appear to die when in fact they were being taken out of the village and built into the spy network. This went on for a couple of years and Kase had met Nai here and she got involved with him helping to train us and giving us a home and better lives. He taught me blood clones which I had impersonated Itachi while I advanced in ranks to join Nai class to graduate which then I held back so I would be in the middle of the class and hopefully get on the traditional team of Rookie of the Year, dead last and middle of the class which worked. Naruto said anyways while I was out checking my network and dealing with some missing nins that was harassing one of my spies and his family are in here contacted her mother and informed her the truth. Mikoto agreed to leave and she was going to take Sasuke away with her. As they were finishing up Fujaku came back and he started to attack her. He then put her in execution position and gave a kunai to Sasuke and ordered him to kill her. Making everyone eyes wide who did not know. Rin said I had my blood clone attack father and free mother and I kicked Sasuke into the wall and while that was happening I created another blood clone and had it impersonate my mother and we were outside the house when my Itachi clone began to flee but at that moment I got the memories back from the other one and I looked inside as did my mother and we saw Sasuke killing the clone. I took her and fled to here and was sneaking back to get her stuff when I came across my father getting all the Uchiha who were loyal to him, preparing for what we had already discovered. The Manroot were going to perform a coup d'etat and assassinate the council and the Hokage, so to save the Leaf Village I killed them and I put a memory block on Sasuke to make him forget killing mother and made a plan for him to hunt down a blood clone of Itachi and kill it so hopefully he could redeem himself. Naruto said, but Sasuke been completely brainwashed by Fujaku teachings, believing women are nothing but slaves and that he is superior to everyone and only power is all that matters. Loyalty means nothing, so as a precautionary measure I shapeshifted into a nurse that took care of Sasuke at the hospital, the same nurse you were feeling up Kakashi. Making Kakashi green in the face and said, and I placed a few seals on him, so if he ever betrayed the village secrets and his bloodline do not fall into other villages' hands. The third said, this is a lot to take in and I will have to deal with your in. Naruto said, you have no authority to touch her, sir, unless you wish to start a clan war in the village. After all, it was an Uchiha clan matter and the council and the Hokage are not allowed to mess with how the clans operate. The Ashi Hyuga will side with me on this, or I can make it where he has to remove the Cagebird seal. The third frowned and after a few moments said, very well, I concede that point, but you are not to harm Sasuke. Naruto said, now why would I harm my stepson? After all, I am married to Maiko, or as you know her as Makoto Uchiha. Making everyone wide-eyed. The third sighed and said, you heard my answer, no harm is to come to Sasuke. Naruto said, Sasuke is nothing more than bait to me right now, sir. There is someone planning to come and steal the Sharingan soon. When he makes his move I will be waiting to take him out and then once has taken care of the rest of the Uchiha clan will be returning and I will be revealing myself and my family when Tsunade Bachin takes over as the Goddamn Hokage. I know you don't like the way things happen, sir, but in the end the village is stronger than ever and will have the Uchiha clan restored and a new clan with a new bloodline. 2 civil wars were averted, several traitors were captured and only the guilty died. The innocent ones we saved. Besides, once this is all over I plan to try and become the third Sannin, which means most of my behind the scenes stuff will be over because I will have to have the respectable look for our clients. The third asked, who is it coming after Sasuke and how do you plan to become a Sannin? Naruto said, they are both one and the same. I plan to take out Orochimaru. Making everyone's eyes wide. Kakashi was shocked and Naruto said, I am telling you this now, Kakashi, I know you are going to get Sasuke and I also know you will be getting Sakura and Naruto. If you teach Sasuke Chidori for any reason I will activate the seal on his head which will kill him instantly. Any attempt to mess with it will also kill him. It was created by the Yondaime. Kakashi asked, why don't you want him to learn it? Naruto said, those who follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. If I fail to eliminate Orochimaru and his spies, then Sasuke will receive the curse seal and will defect this village for power. He doesn't care about loyalty. Only power, and if you teach that to him he will kill anyone who gets in his way with it. Kakashi frowned and the third said, I am forced to agree with Kase on that. Do not teach him the Chidori, Kakashi, because even my own doctors tell me he is unstable. Kakashi nods and Ibiki asked what will happen when the Uchiha come back. Rin said, mother and I have both married Kase here, so we have dissolved our connections to our clan since we are forming a new one. When they come back whoever takes up the position of clan head will deal with Sasuke as they see fit, but to me and mother Sasuke has been dead to us since he killed that blood clone. He never knew what I looked like and he may have never knew I was a girl and mother has changed her looks and name so he won't be able to tell it us. If he can become better then I will allow him to kill a blood clone of Itachi to get on with his life with the rest of the Uchiha. Ibiki said, it sounds like you all had this planned. Naruto nods and said, so what is your opinion on this old man? The third said, I am forced to agree with it. Naruto said, good, bye. As he rolled time back and Rin and Kurenai blinked and asked, why did you do that? As it was the beginning of the day. Naruto said, simple, I got all Danzo files now, Maiko and Sealan are upstairs asleep and they don't have to fear for our safety and we can take care of Danzo and the elders without revealing who I am or our connection. I did that so I can see what the Hokage would do as well as Kakashi when the time comes to reveal everything. Well, it's about 4 in the morning, we can get a few hours sleep before the day starts over. Night. As he went upstairs. Rin said, I hate him sometimes. Kurenai said, yeah, but I wouldn't change him for an instant. That morning Naruto was in bed when his alarm went off and he reached for it when a senbon hit where his hand would have been and he blinked and blinked again and asked, what's wrong, Kurenai? As he looked toward the door. Kurenai was standing there and said, the room's sealed. I want to know why you really reset time last night and don't give me that crap about seeing fire reactions, cause we both know that's a crock of shit. Naruto frowned and said, I lied to Sealan yesterday and she knew it. I saw it in her eyes, she knew I was lying to her and she went with it because she knew something was wrong. I don't want to lie to her and make her doubt me. Children are supposed to be able to trust their parent and not expect them to lie to you. Kurenai sighed as she walked over and sat down on the bed and said, because everyone lied to you when you were a child. Naruto nods and said, to this day I can't bring myself to tell the old man everything, even when I was planning to reset time, I still couldn't bring myself to tell him because I don't trust him completely. As he sits up and sits on the side of the bed. Kurenai gets on her knees and crawls in behind him and puts her legs on either side of him and said, "You don't have to lie to the three of us either, Naruto. We're here for you, always and forever." As she puts her head on his shoulder and wraps her arms around him. Naruto smiled softly and said, "I love you, Dulcinea." Kurenai blushed and said, "And I you." As she licked his ear and began to kiss down his shoulder to his collarbone and bit down lightly, and Naruto groaned as he felt her bite, and he said, "If you keep this up, Haim, I might not be able to control myself." In a husky voice. Kurenai asked as she continued to kiss, "And why do you need to control yourself?" Naruto turned his head and met her lips, and she sent her tongue into his mouth, and he began to fight hers with his, and soon she submitted, and he explored her mouth as he turned around, getting on his knees. He pulled back and asked, "Are you sure you want this?" "No." Kurenai said, "We've been married for 7 years now, Naruto-kun, and you have honored mine and Rin's wishes to wait until we're ready. I have made my dream come true already, and I am a famous female jounin. You have remained true to us, and now it's time for me start my new dream, being with the man I love and someday become a mother like Miko-chan." As she leaned up and kissed him. Naruto returned the kiss and slowly began working his way down her collarbone and bit down, giving her a hickey as he untied her nightrobe and let it fall to the side as he leaned back to look at her, and he said, "You are even more beautiful than that time you wore that bikini to training." Making her blush. He began to kiss her again as he gently caressed her breast, and Kurenai flipped him over and she climbed up on top of him and said, "Just sit back and relax. This is something I have wanted to always try." As she pulled his boxers off and licked the tip of his dick before fondling his balls as she slowly started to bob her head on his. Naruto's eyes were wide a moment as he closed his eyes and went with it and thought, where did she learn to do this? Kurenai was watching him and popped her mouth off of it a moment as she stroked it and said, "You're not friends with Anko and someone known as the legendary sucker and not pick up a few tricks?" Answering her unasked question. Naruto's eyes popped out of his head as her mouth went back over it and he nearly coomed right then because she sent chakra into a nerve on his dick. Kurenai, seeing his shocked state, smirked as she stopped and climbed up him and kissed him and said, "Now don't move and let me do this part myself." As she positioned herself over the top of him and looked into his eyes and said as he started to move his mouth, "Don't worry, I broke it when I was 16 training with Rin, but still," as she slowly started to go down on him. Naruto bit his lip and groaned at the tightness, and Kurenai smirked, and after she took him all the way and waited a moment and started to slowly move as she got used to him inside of her, and as she started to pick up speed, Naruto felt himself needing to release, so he started to get into the action. And started meeting her with his own thrust. After several minutes of this he couldn't take it and he flipped her over and began to pound into her fast as he was getting frustrated, and Kurenai was thinking, "Ooh, oh god. Thank you, Tsunade." As she had another orgasm. After about 15 minutes Naruto was getting frustrated and Kurenai smirked as she was panting, and she reached down and grabbed his balls, and he felt a wave of chakra enter them as he plunged into her, and he orgasmed as he filled her, and he was panting as he pumped, trying to get every drop out he could. As he collapsed on top of Kurenai he looked at her face and asked, "What was that?" In panting breaths. Kurenai said something to make it where you couldn't come until I was ready. I wanted my first time to be remembered by both of us. In panted breaths. Naruto leaned up and kissed her as he rolled off of her, and she sat up slowly and grabbed her robes and said, "Give me a few days to recover and we can do it, Agent. For now I need to go get ready and you're late for school." Naruto groaned as he watched her sway her hips on the way out as she slipped on her robe, and he thought, damn troublesome women. The more you love them the more they own you. Oh well, all three of them can own me all they want. As he looked at himself in the mirror and thought, well, at least I am not the same short weak idiot I was the first time around. As he changed his appearance to look like his canon self in orange. He then leaves his room and walks down the hall and sees Miko still asleep, and he frowned and thought, she does a lot here lately. Before she was always the first one up, but now she sleeps till late morning and then goes to bed early. In fact, she only has my clones hold her to keep her warm. As he walked past her room and saw Rin was getting dressed and said, "See you later, Rin." Rin looked up from where she was buttoning her pants and said, "Sayakaze-kun." Naruto stops and asked, "Hey Rin, do you know if there is something wrong with Miko? She's been awful tired lately." Rin sighed and said, "She will be alright in a few more days, Kaze-kun. It's the anniversary of the massacre in Sasuke." Naruto frowned and said, "I see. So she just tries to sleep past this time. I guess with all my running back and forward I missed that before now." Rin said, "It's not that, Naruto-kun. Season starts the academy this fall, just like Sasuke would have. She just worried Season will turn out just like he did." The voice that made both freeze said, "I won't turn out like that, team, right mommy?" As both turned and saw Miko leaning against a doorframe with a small smile on her face and Season standing beside her. Miko said, "I appreciate you are worried about me, Nukin, but the truth is you're both wrong about what's wrong with me. I already know what's wrong and I just taking it easy for now." Rin steps out of the bedroom and asks what's wrong mom. Maiko said women of the Uchiha clan have a genetic flaw, and I hate to say it, but odds are all of our descendants will have that flaw, even Kurenai will have it, though she doesn't realize it yet. Kurenai, who had come out of the bathroom, asked what are you talking about? Maiko smiled and said it's simple really, it's like an early menopause. Somehow the Uchiha clan have kept us nearly embered to the point where we can have children up to our late 50s, but in order for that to work we have a time here and there where we won't have any periods at all. During that time we suffer from fatigue, weight gain, bloating, and mood swings. If my last time is any clue, I will be like this for another month since it affects me usually 2 months at a time. Naruto said, so it's nothing to worry about, you don't want me to get Bachin to make sure, do you? Maiko smiled and said, no dear, it's okay, it is well documented and tested by doctors including her in the past, so just bear with me for a little while, and then things will be back to normal. Season said, Daddy, what happened yesterday with that Danzo guy? Naruto stiffened and he asked, what do you mean dear? Season said, when you took us to Great Grandma's casino, and I broke that mirror. Naruto sighed and said, I see. Maiko asked, what is she talking about? Rin said Kazukin used his bloodline to rewind it until this morning after Danzo tried to screw him over at the academy. We already told you, Haoni and I can tell when he does it because we marry wind, but we actually are aware it's happening. It appears Season is also aware of it. Naruto frowned and got down on his knees and said, Season dear, I rewound time yesterday because I lied to you about what was going on and I don't want you to be afraid of me for trying to protect you. Season hugged Naruto and said, I won't daddy, Granny said you were doing it to protect me and mommy, so it's okay. Naruto smiled and said, tell you what, how would you like to have a few friends your age to come by and see you whenever they want? Kurenai, Rin and Maiko eyes all got wide and Maiko asked, are you sure dear? I mean we had no problem letting her play with kids in other towns when we went on our outings, but… Naruto said, well, I was thinking she's about the same age as Konohamaru, Yuden, and Moji, and I was thinking about telling those three the truth. What do you all think? Rin said, I think it would be okay. She needs some stable friends. Season said, don't I get a word in about this? Naruto said no. As he stuck out his tongue. She did the same and gave him a raspberry. Kurenai sighed and said, as much as seeing you act like a child is funny Naruto, but don't you need to go to class? Naruto sighed and said, you're right, take care everyone. As he phased away. Maiko asked, so, how was it Kurenai? Making Kurenai blush and Rin smirked and said, yes, I saw each of you love bites. Season looked confused and asked, I thought you were supposed to kiss each other, not try to eat each other. Making all three adult women read at the indirect innuendo. Naruto appeared outside the classroom to Iruka class and opened the door panting, and Iruka looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, where were you and why are you late? Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, would you believe I got lost on the road of life? Iruka faulted and said, well, I had just explained the rules. Take a seat and try to act responsible Naruto. Naruto quickly took his seat next to Sakura and Sasuke, and Sakura glanced at Naruto and looked forward before her eyes went wide and turned back in an almost whiplash and said, oh my god, you got a hickey. Making everyone look. Naruto put his hand on his shoulder and said, yeah, I had to stop for directions on the road of life. Iruka saw the mark on Naruto's shoulder and saw everyone looking sighed and said, attention everyone, we are taking a test, remember. Making everyone get back to taking fire test. Naruto shot Iruka a thankful look and he sent one back that said they would be talking later. Naruto sheepishly went back to his test and thought, if only you all knowed what else I've been doing. As the paper test was going on, Naruto looked outside at the man sitting in the tree and he bit his lip, drawing just a little blood to dispel the genjutsu on his test paper and got back to work on it. When the tests were done, Iruka said, now, if everyone would bring fire paper up to my desk we will grade them quickly and then get ready to go take the next part of the test. Naruto waited until everyone else had turned in fire paper and he laid his on top and Iruka nods and began grading it while Mizuki, who was smiling, took the second one. Iruka blinked and said, well, congratulations Naruto, you got 100 on this test. Naruto said, thanks Iruka sensei. As he went back to his desk. Sakura waited until he got back to his desk and asked, where did you get that from Naruto? Naruto said, my lover, why? As he leaned back in the desk. Sakura blinked and said, wait, you mean that? Naruto said, yes. Sakura said, you're a pervert. Naruto said, I have you know each woman I have been with I have loved deeply, thank you very much, and everyone is a little pervert Sakura. If they weren't, where did everyone in the world come from? Sakura opened and closed her mouth but couldn't say anything. Naruto frowned a moment as he looked outside and saw the member still sitting in a tree and asked, hey Iruka sensei, I was wondering if you could answer something for me. Iruka looked up from grading papers and asked, perhaps. What is it Naruto? Naruto asked, I know all of our village Anbu have animals on fire mask, but what about the mask that have the kanji for northeast on them? Iruka said well, that would be the old root Anbu that was formed during the last Great War by Danzo, why? Naruto said because there's one sitting outside on the tree doing hand signs. Iruka looked out as did everyone else, and they just caught a glance of the root member before he left in a swirl of leaves. Iruka frowned and said well whatever he was doing has gone now. As he took one last glance outside and returned to grading papers. Naruto shrugged and looked around the room when a popping sound was heard, and Naruto blinked and looked in front of him on the desk, as everyone else looked shocked as smoke was coming off his desk, and Naruto said, "Ikatsu, what's up?" Shocking everyone as a small slug was sitting on his desk. Katsu said Tsunade-sama asked me to inquire if things were okay here, because she has been winning all day today. Naruto shrugged and pulled out a scroll and began writing on it and asked can you deliver this to her for me and wait for a response. It's about that patient she asked me to help watch for her. She will know which one. Katsu said sure Naruto-sama. As she took the scroll in her mouth and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Ino was the first to recover and asked what was that about Naruto, how do you know Tsunade of the Sanins? Naruto said as for how I know her I can't tell you, but as for what that was about a friend of hers moved to Konoha a few years back and she has a medical condition that makes her weak at times and to make sure she is doing alright, she made a deal with me to check on the patient once a day and watch the patient take her medicine and is not getting worse. Everyone blinked and Ino asked why you? I mean why not someone who is trained to be a medic and what kind of deal did she make with you? Naruto shrugged and said the patient is married to her grandson and I was at the wedding and I am one of a few people in the world who knows who her grandson is. As for why not anyone from the hospital, last time she went to the hospital, someone tried to kidnap the patient's daughter to steal her bloodline, so she doesn't trust hospitals or doctors. Iruka said I thought Tsunade never had any children. Naruto said no, she had one who she kept a secret from her enemies by placing in an orphanage during the war, since there was already so many orphans, and unless you knew who he was and what he looked like you would just think he was another face in the crowd. Her son passed away, but not before having a son of his own. Sakura asked, but why would she put him in an orphanage instead of taking care of him? Naruto said Sakura, think about it. How can she take care of a baby on the front lines during a war? Is she supposed to use the baby as a shield while she's fighting with Kunes in the middle of a bloody field? She had no choice but to do it. If she didn't then odds are her son would either have been kidnapped and used as breeding stock to try and pass on his bloodline or killed to make sure that no one else got that bloodline. Sakura frowned and said, but then why didn't she stay here in the village and take care of him? Naruto said simple, if she would have then we would have lost the war and the village would have been destroyed including her son. You don't realize how much her abilities were required at the time. 1 minute she was breaking a man's neck and the next she was fixing a broken arm for a man to go back out and kill another. Iruka said I hate to say it Sakura, but that is actually very true. If Tsunade had not been on the front lines most of our ninja we have today would have died, and some of you in this room would have never been born. Her duty to her village was more important than taking care of her son. Naruto slammed his fist on the table and said you're wrong Iruka-sensei, she did it to protect her son, after all true strength comes from protecting what is most precious to you. She would have died in battle if it meant her son would live so don't you dare cheapen her sacrifice for her son by labeling it duty. As he was huffing as everyone stared at him in shock. Iruka said in a shocked voice I am sorry Naruto, I didn't mean any insult by saying that. Naruto sighed as he slumped in his chair and said I'm sorry also sensei, but I know how much it hurt her to do it sir, I also know what it's like being an orphan, and though it may have hurt him growing up without her at least he got to grow up. I just don't like people cheaping the sacrifices others have to make for us. I mean your parents died fighting Kyuubi from what you told me so that you could live. Some would say they did it out of duty, but you know in your heart that they actually did it so you could live on for them. As he let a tear fall. Iruka looked down and said you're right Naruto and I am sorry for not thinking about it that way. I think you have just showed everyone the will of fire the Sandame spoke to our class about Naruto by showing you understand the true value of sacrifice. He then looked over at Mizuki and asked if he was done, and he nods, and he turned back to the class and said alright everyone, let's take the rest of the test. Just then a puff of smoke appeared and Naruto blinked and saw Katsu and he took the scroll and she said Tsunade-sama said to tell you to keep your nose clean and to watch things here. Naruto read the scroll and laughed before he said, tell the old hag I will see her then and to punch Iro-san for me when she catches him peeking. Katsu nods before going up in smoke and Naruto asked Iruka-sensei, anyways I can just go first. I need to pick something up at the pharmacy. Tiba asked hey dude, who was the old hag and Iro-san you were talking about? Naruto let his head fall down and said you all want to know how I first met Tsunade. It's simple really, when I got kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 4 I was attacked by some drunks who thought it would be fun to kick the shit out of a little kid. After I got out of the hospital I tried to leave the village because I had no place to live and no money or parents to help me to even buy a loaf of bread to eat. I wound up having to look for scraps to eat out of trash cans, and then the day I tried to leave, I hid in the back of a wagon and rode to a town a few miles away that was mostly a tourist spot where you could relax in hot springs. The male's hot spring was closed to be cleaned, and I couldn't remember the last time I had a bath, so I snuck in over the wall, and while I was washing I heard giggling, and I looked and saw a white-haired man peeking through the fence. I asked him what was funny, and he told me to piss off because he was doing research. Unfortunately for him I was talking loud enough for the women on the other side to hear, and they came around and beat the hell out of him for peeking, and one of them was Tsunade and her assistant Shizune. Tsunade then thanked me, and she offered to buy me something to eat, and the white-hair guy out he was the author of the Icha Icha Paradise books, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, or as I learned to call him Iro-sanin. Next thing I know I am back in Konoha and had a small apartment and a little spending money to buy my food and cloths with. The old hag is a nickname I gave Tsunade because I saw her once without her genjutsu and she gave me the nickname Brat and she had me sign her summoning contract to keep an eye on and to help watch out for her daughter-in-law. Everyone was shocked and subdued and Ino asked people actually attack you. Naruto shrugs and said every year for my birthday some drunk tries to since I was born on the same day Kyuubi attacked. Some idiots think I'm like an omen of Kyuubi or some shit like that. Hell they even call me Kyuubi sometimes, but I don't know why. I mean I don't have whiskers on my face or fur tails now do I? No. It's just a bunch of idiots if you ask me. Iruka who was pale a moment said right, if you can Naruto do a henge, replacement, and bunshin and you will pass. Naruto asked does it matter what kind of bunshin? Iruka said no. Naruto smirked and put his hands together and said Kagebunshin no jutsu. As two Kagebunshins appear and one hinges into Tsunade and the other into Jiraiya and Jiraiya said where to do my research. And Tsunade screamed pervert. And went to punch Jiraiya who replaced himself with Mizuki who was sent flying into the wall. Naruto blinked and said oops, do I still pass? Jiraiya walked over and said damn, glad I replaced myself. Tsunade crouched down behind Jiraiya and said Konoha's secret to jutsu, 1000 years of death. As she shoved her fingers up Jiraiya's ass as he flew into the wall and went up in a puff of smoke and Tsunade turned and said Saya Brat. Naruto slapped his forehead and said I spent way too much time with her. My Kagebunshin are starting to think they are them. Iruka sweat dropped and said you pass. Naruto nods and grabs a Hi-8 and asks so what now? Iruka said be here tomorrow at 10 AM for team placements. Naruto nods and said sorry Mizuki-sensei. As he runs out of class. Everyone was gaping and then suddenly several people burst out laughing and Iruka sighed and said settle down class. Sasuke asked what was that jutsu he used. Kagebunshin. Iruka said it's a Jounin level jutsu. I guess Tsunade-sama must have taught it to him. Shocking everyone. Naruto smirked and thought thanks Bachin for giving me a reason to know that jutsu, otherwise I would have had to make mid-clones. As he phased home. When he got there he saw Season reading a book he smiled at and thought she likes that book almost as much as Kurenai does. And he saw Maiko sitting on the lavesiette in a blanket and Naruto walked into the kitchen and got some milk and honey and vinegar and mixed them together as he made some tea and he came back out with it and sat down beside Maiko and said here you go dear. Tsunade Bachin sent a slug to class and I asked her if there was anything to do for you right now and she gave me this recipe to help with the fatigue and other things. Handing her a cup of tea. Maiko took it and asked so how did things go? Naruto said pretty good. So how are you? Maiko sighed and said tired. Naruto nods and asked and how's daddy's big girl? Season said okay daddy, I already did my morning warm-ups and now I am reading like Auntie Kurenai told me to before I have lunch and do my afternoon exercises. Naruto said you doing great dear, just remember, if daddy does get those kids to come by you can't tell them I am your daddy yet, just call me you godfather okay? Season frowned and said okay daddy, but I don't like it. Naruto said just a few more months dear and then we can tell everyone. As soon as granny becomes Hokage okay? Season said okay daddy. With a smile. Naruto smiled and said they're my little princess. The crosstown Kurenai was sitting in a dango shop with Rin and Anko asked so, who is he and why didn't you let me have some fun Nia-chan? Kurenai put her head on the table and thought when did he have time to write property of around that hickey? Rin smirked and asked yeah Nia-chan, you could have invited me for the fun. Kurenai glared at her and said just you wait. Rin said maybe some other time. Kurenai groaned and said let's go to the hot springs. I am sore and need to relax. Rin said to much hard exercise, we'll do that Nia-chan. Making Anko laugh and Kurenai frown, and she said I hate you cows. Rin smirked and said love you also cows. The next day Naruto walked into the Hokage office and said, you wanted to see me old man. I just came from getting my picture made and the camera guy told me to meet you. The third said yes Naruto, come in and have a seat. Naruto walked in and sat down, and the third asked, so Naruto, I hear you met Tsunade. Naruto said, yeah, I met the old hag. The third chuckled and said, you have a way with names. Anyways, I asked you to come here so I can speak to you about a few things. One was, why didn't you ever tell me about meeting her? Naruto said, she told me not to, and since she was nice to me I agreed. The third sighed and asked, well, could you tell me about this woman you were talking about? Naruto said, you going to tell me why I am hated and who my parents really are? With a deadpan look. The third said, I already told you Naruto, I don't know who they are and I don't know why you're hated either. Naruto said, then I don't know about that woman. We both know the other is lying, but I am tired of always having to be the one to give and all I receive in return is lies and abuse. An Anbu appeared behind Naruto with his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, show the Hokage some respect. Naruto smirked and said, you know Jiji, it's no wonder Danzo and the advisors were planning to kill me last night when Mizuki was supposed to make me fail the exam. You can't keep those under your command in line. The third asked, what are you talking about? Naruto said, the lady I am taking care of gave me this. As he pulled out a tape recorder and the third heard. I was just here to discuss the plans to deal with the Jinchuriki, and so was Hamaru. Saratobi was going to let him become a ninja, and we can't allow that. What were you planning to do to it? We were planning to make him fail and have him executed when Mizuki tricked him into stealing the forbidden scroll tonight. The third's eyes got wide and he looked at the tape recording, and Naruto said, so why should I betray the trust of someone who considers me family when the people of this village want to kill me? Those were your old teammates and your advisors. How do I know you're not going to send me on a suicide mission or a trap like they were? By the way, I've known since I was 4 about the damn Kyuubi, and you know what? It's dead. As he raised his shirt and showed no seal, and the third blinked and gasped and asked, what about those whiskers? Really looking at Naruto's face for the first time. Naruto said, been gone for years just like he has, and nobody gave a damn to look at me and notice, yet you still lie to me, and everyone treats me like shit. As he crosses his arms. The third sighed, and the Anbu still had his arm on Naruto's shoulder and Naruto said, remove the hand or lose it. I don't care if I die afterwards, but I will destroy your hand. I got nothing else to live for apparently. The third looked at the Anbu who removed his hand and went back into the corner, and the third asked, why didn't you tell me about the Kyuubi being gone? Naruto laughed and asked, and what, you pass another law which does nobody any good just to keep you words to my father. As he threw Kunya at the picture of the Yondaime on the wall and missed it by an inch. Naruto continued, I am a fucking carbon copy of him, all you have to do is look to figure it out. The third paled and he said, Naruto, you have to. Naruto said, understand that it was for my own safety, the whole village is just misguided by Thyre hate. It's been 15 years old man, I bet you right now if you told everyone I died, they would throw a fucking party and make it a national holiday. There is nothing to understand. I have kept what I have known secret for years because truth is in this entire village, there are only 6 people I can trust and you're not on that list having lied to my face no more than 5 minutes ago. The third sighed and said, Naruto, there are things you don't understand. Naruto snorts and said, I bet I understand more than you think Hokage-sama. Making the third flinch. The third said, what is it you want? Naruto said, you the old and wise Hokage who thinks he knows what's best for me. You tell me since I don't understand, after all I am just a village idiot who had to teach himself to take care of himself in a village that wants to see me dead, so tell me what I want. The third looked at Naruto and asked, is there anything I can do? Naruto said, you don't even know the real me, you don't know what I can do, how smart I am, how strong I am, or how much I have seen or done. Do you know how old I was the first time I was forced to kill? Making the third flinch and pale. Naruto said, I was 5. I had left the village and found a woman who cared for me, and then a man came in to rob her store and killed her and would have killed me, but I was lucky he underestimated me and I was able to kill him. You think because you read reports about me that you know who I am? The same reports that say I never was abused or treated wrongly. Tell me, do you even know where I live? The third said, of course I do, in that apartment I got you. Naruto snorts and said, you and the rest of the village may think so, but I have not stayed a single day in that apartment. I've gone out, gotten myself a job, got my own place that I built with my own 2 hands, lived under a fake name, trained my ass off, and you know what the kicker is. Did you know that I even got 3 living blood relatives alive and all 3 are ninja of this village? I have found all this out and done all this by myself and you think I don't understand? The third was stunned and sighed before he said, it seems I have really underestimated you and have done a poor job of protecting you. Naruto sighed and said, perhaps you should show the village why you're called the professor again, instead of letting the council, Danzo, and your so-called advisors to run things, will you sit in your office as a figurehead doing paperwork that could be done by Kajubunshin? After all, a genin just backtalked you for more than a half an hour in front of one of your Anbu and made you feel like a failure. This is a military village created by the Senju and Uchiha clan with the backing of the Fire Lord. The Senju clan descendants are returning, and you might be surprised how soon the Uchiha clan will as well. They just need a strong leader to show them that it's safe for them to return instead of a bureaucrat of a dysfunctional council. After all, when you became Hokage, was the council here or did you create it? Saya. As he went up in smoke and the third sweat dropped and the Anbu said he was a Kagebunshin the entire time. The voice at the window said of course he was. Hess currently in the academy waiting for Iruka to get there to tell him what team Hess on. Making both the third and the Anbu look and see K's there. The third sighed and said perhaps I am getting too old for this. K said no, you just need to listen to your people more. I mean the kid told you basically what you need to do and what your biggest problem is. Fix them and most of your headaches and regrets will go away. The third said I take it the lady he is taking care of is yours. K said yeah, on of my wives. The third nods and said I see, so what brings you here? K smirked and asked how would you like to get rid of the council once and for all? The third snorts and said it's not possible. K said even if you had proof of everyone but the clan head doing illegal activities from bribery, theft, to assassinations and planning to overthrow your position as Hokage. The third frowned and said then it might be possible if the proof was good enough. K smirked and pulled out a scroll and said here is a copy of all of Danzo illegal activities for the last 30 years, including selling information to our enemies. Assassination and blackmailing of other council members, as well as a few hundred other things that would shock you like his private funding of Orochimaru experimentation on people and his plans for the Uchiha massacre had Itachi not beat him to it. Selling of the Hyuga clan blueprints for a kidnapping, as well as several attacks on Naruto and the death of Asuma brother. Interested? The third was seeing red and he said yes. I still don't know how you get this stuff though. K smirked and said you're making the same mistake with me you made about Naruto professor, we're both alike in a lot of ways. Almost as if we're two sides of the same coin. The third frowned as he took the scroll and he looked at K's who said well I must be going. That info is free by the way. I do request that you don't tell anyone about what Naruto told you. Hess been holding that in for a long time and wanted to release it. If people keep underestimating him it will make him beating them that much easier. Saya. As he phased away before going up in smoke on the roof. Naruto was sitting in the classroom and thought damn Kagebunshins, the one problem with them having their own minds is they also have their own attitudes that develop. Hopefully the old man won't piece it together too quickly. I wonder if they made it yet. In the woods on top of the Hokage monument Konohamaru was walking beside Naruto and he asked so what is it you wanted to talk to me about that you would kidnap me and bring me to the top of the Hokage monument? Naruto sat down and said it's hard having everyone look at you as the honorable grandson of the Sandaime, isn't it? Konohamaru was shocked and he sighed before sitting down and said yeah. Nobody sees me for me. Naruto said I know that feeling. Tell you what, would you like to meet the child of another Hokage? Making Konohamaru eyes wide. Konohamaru asked really? How come I never heard of one? Naruto said because her family has been keeping her a secret. Unfortunately for her, she has had no chance to make friends of her own and I thought you might like to meet someone who could understand you a little. Konohamaru eyes got wide and he said sure, let's go. Naruto nods and said okay, but you can't tell anyone including your grandpa where she lives because people would try and hurt her and even your grandpa can't protect her all the time. If you want you and can bring Yuden and Mogi also, but make sure it's when you don't have your teacher following you. Okay. Konohamaru nods and they get up and walk a little further and come across a large house that was nearly 60 yards long and had 2 floors and a basement made out of bricks with several windows and Konohamaru said whoa, I never seen a house like this before. Naruto smirked and said they don't make them like this anymore. It's called a brick mansion. A famous pervert had a house just like this and he entertained a lot of women he called bunnies thought a few things are different. Let's go inside shall we? As he opened the door. As they walked in Naruto said Season, I brought a friend for you to meet. Just then a girl phased there in front of Naruto who sweat dropped and thought thank god I placed a Terration seal on her back as an infant in case she got my bloodline which she did. Konohamaru was looking at the Season and she said hello, I'm Season Shunpo and you are. Konohamaru said hey, I thought you said she was related to a Hokage. You lied to me. As he looked at Naruto. Sealin's smile dropped and she glared at Konohamaru and grabbed the front of his shirt and picked him up off the ground and said don't call him a liar. He was telling the truth. My grandpa was the Yondaime and my great-great-grandfather was the Shadaime and my great-great-granduncle was the Nidaime. As she shoved him against the door. Naruto slapped his head and thought Shesamine Tsunade. Konohamaru said well sorry. You don't have to be such a bitch about it. Naruto paled and before he had a chance to say anything Season grabbed Konohamaru and phased away. Naruto quickly dispelled himself. Back in the classroom Naruto eyes got wide and he thought oh shit. As he made a blood clone outside the class as he dropped a smoke bomb, and then he flashed to where Season was. He appeared in Kasero City, and he paled as he saw Season holding Konohamaru over a tank that had alligators in it, and he heard her say in a sickening sweet voice, "What was that again, Konohamaru-kun?" Konohamaru, who had already seen what was below him, said, "I'm sorry, you're not a bitch, you a perfect angel, a princess, maybe a goddess, but please don't let me go." Season let go with one hand and buffed her nails against her shirt and asked, "Do I look pretty, Kono-kun?" As she looked at her nails. Konohamaru said, "Yes, I never seen anyone prettier than you." Season said, "And don't you forget it. Now since you said I am pretty, you're going to eat lunch with me, or you will be lunch." As she looked at the gators below. Konohamaru said, "Deal." Naruto saw them phase away, and he appeared behind Season in a yellow flash, and he was back in his house, and he asked, "What's going on here?" Konohamaru started to say something, but Season said nothing. In her princess voice, and she shot a glare at Konohamaru, who quickly agreed. Naruto shook his head and said, "Season, what have I told you about treating others with respect?" Season said, "Respect is earned, not given, and he called me a bad name, so I treated him like those bad men who try and flirt on mommy, sissy, and auntie just like you do to those men." Naruto bit his lip, and a voice said, "Shush, got you there, Naruto." As he turned and saw Maiko standing there. Naruto said, "Well, you dug your grave, Konohamaru, so now you have to live in it. I got stuff to do, don't kill him, dear." As he phased away. Maiko said, "Now Season, that has gone, that little princess act don't work on me. Go up to your room and sit in your timeout chair while I make dinner and tell the poor boy you're sorry for scaring him." Season frowned and said, "Sorry." Konohamaru said after a few seconds, It's okay. I shouldn't have called you that." Season smiled a small smile and left the room, and Maiko said, "Sorry about that, but her daddy has talked about you a lot and she's been waiting to meet you for a while. She doesn't get to make many friends for certain reasons, and she was hoping you would be one. Unfortunately, she comes from a long line of hotheads on both sides of the family." Konohamaru frowned and thought, "She's just like me, she doesn't have a lot of friends." And asked, "How does her daddy know me?" Maiko said, "He met you a few times in passing, but has been too busy to say anything, but has the type of person who can tell a lot by a simple look." Konohamaru said, You mind if I go wash up before lunch?" Maiko nods and said, "It's at the top of the stairs, third door on the right." And he nods and walks out, and she thought, of course there's 3 on the first floor, but that one is right next to Sealan's room. With a smirk. Konohamaru went up the stairs and he saw a door with the name Sealan on it with hearts around each letter, and he went to wash his hands and came back out and stopped outside the door and frowned a moment before he knocked quietly. Sealan said, "Come in." He opened the door and saw her room was made to look like a beach, and he saw her sitting in a chair, and she asked, "What do you want?" Konohamaru asked, "Do you like to play ninja?" Sealan smirked and he thought, "I think I just opened mouth and inserted foot." Naruto had made it back to class as they had been dismissed for lunch, and he dispelled his clone and thought, so the teams are just like before, huh? Except Rin is the sensei of Team 10 since Asuma did not come back because the man who killed his brother was captured thanks to my information. Naruto saw Iruka, who was walking away, and thought it's going to be a pain to explain to him. As he went to relax in the classroom until everyone returned. About 10 minutes after lunch, Rin and Kurenai walked in, and Rin said, "Team 10 with me." And Kurenai said, "Team 8 with me." Diba sniffed the air and he asked, "Hey, how come you both smell like Naruto?" Naruto stiffened and Kurenai said, "Don't you know it's rude to talk about women like that?" Diba frowned and said, "But you both do smell like him, in fact your scent is all over him as well." Naruto snorts and said, "Ah, you found me out, Kiba. I was having wild passionate sex with both of them in my spare time." Making everyone snicker, and Rin shook her head and said, "Actually, if you want to know the truth, Naruto here has been our sparring partner for years, since before we were genin. You can ask Haruka-kun over there how deadly me and Nia her can be, and it was all thanks to the taijutsu styles Naruto created and taught to us." Naruto sighed and said, "Hey, all I did was show you when your stances had openings and help you figure out how to correct them. You both deserve most of the credit." Sakura said, "But you suck at taijutsu, Naruto." Kurenai said, "No, he just is trained to use another style he created himself and doesn't want to hurt anyone who is not his enemy, so he was using the academy style which his body is not used to because he mostly uses his other style." Everyone was looking at Naruto in a new light, and Naruto said, "Hey, that reminds me, Kiba. A friend of mine asked me to give you something when we graduated. Now where did I put it?" As he patted his pocket and pulled out a scroll and bit his thumb before whipping it on the seal, and a sword popped out. Naruto grabbed it and said, "Here you go, Kiba, catch." Kiba caught the sword and asked, "What's with the sword?" Naruto said, "That sword is special, you want to see why?" Kiba nods and Naruto said, "Can I see Akamaru a moment to show you?" Kiba frowns and said, "Okay." As he pulled Akamaru from his jacket, and Naruto said, "Akamaru here is very precious to you, correct? You would do anything for him and to protect him, right?" Kiba looked confused and said of course, why? Before anyone could blink Naruto had a kunai at Akamaru's throat and said, if you don't want him to die Kiba, then you must pull that sword from its sheath. If you or anyone else moves he would be dead before you can get to me. Do as I say and he will go free. Well he released a little kai. Iruka and everyone else was shocked and Iruka asked what are you doing Naruto? Naruto said stay out of this sensei, I already told everyone in this room true strength comes from protecting what is most precious to you. For Kiba that is Akamaru, if he doesn't pull that sword out of its sheath in the next 5 minutes Akamaru will die. Kiba growled and said you bastard I. Naruto said 4 minutes and 30 seconds 29, 28, 27 times wasting Kiba, you just going to stand there all day and let your companion die or are you going to pull that sword out and don't even think about it Shikamaru and Shino. If you attack me my 7 Kagebunshin I have hid in the room will still get to Akamaru and kill him when time runs out 4 minutes left. Kiba growled and he grabbed the sword and tried to pull it out and he said it won't budge. Naruto said you're not willing to do anything to protect him yet, 329, 28, 27, I will do it and I may get in trouble afterwards, but what good will it do when Hess dead? Kiba started to pull harder and harder on the sword and Akamaru whimpered and Kiba kept pulling while glancing around and Naruto said 2 minutes. Kiba was getting worried and he was trying desperately to pull the sword out and when it got down to 20 seconds, left a second Naruto appeared with a kunai raised up in the air and said 19, 18, 17, 16, 15 and as he continued to count Kiba looked at Akamaru and thought please, open so I can save him. As he pulled at 6 seconds and the sword pulled out and turned into a huge blade and everyone was shocked and Naruto burst out laughing as Akamaru went up in smoke and everyone heard yipping and looked over and saw him in Kurenai arms and Kiba growled and said I am going to kill you Naruto. As he stabbed Naruto who went up in smoke. As everyone was looking around clapping was heard and Naruto who was standing on the roof said freeze dog boy or else. As he held up a dozen exploding tags ready to be used and Kiba froze along with everyone else and Naruto said you passed the test Kiba. That sword is called Tsuga. It was created from the demon fang of Inu no Taishu, who was as strong as the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He was also the father of the half-breed Inuyasha who was the founder of your clan. It was created so Inuyasha could protect his mortal mother and Inuyasha. It can only be used by someone when deep in their heart they are willing to do anything to protect that which is precious to you. It is not a weapon of attack but defense of your loved ones. You can't tell people how to open it because it don't work that way. It all depends on what your heart says. It does have some attacks, but you will have to figure them out yourself. I won't tell you where but the person who gave it to me asked me to give it to a male of the Inyazaku clan when he reached the age you are now who shows the trait that he is willing to protect your family, your village, and you pack. That was the test I had you take just now. Had you failed I would have taken the sword back and waited until I saw another of your family who showed they might be worthy of that weapon. I had met with your sensei during lunch and told them about what I was asked to do so she was the one who made the switch so he was never in any danger. As for these. As he activated them and they exploded and flowers flew into the air and Naruto said party favors. As he went up in smoke and everyone was looking shocked when snoring was heard and they looked back and sweat dropped as they saw Naruto asleep on his desk and Kiba growled and walked back and hit Naruto over the head and he screamed what the hell. As he rubbed his head. Kiba said what the fuck was up with you and that test. Naruto blinked and asked test and looked at the sword and he went wide-eyed and said that goddamn son of a bitch. I hate my Kagebunshins. I told him to wake me when everyone got back and he stole that scroll and gave you the sword. Did you take the test yet, or? Kiba opened the blade and Naruto said ah good, I was afraid I was going to have to take Akamaru hostage or something. Iruka sweat dropped and said you did. Naruto blinked and said I did, sorry about that. My Kagebunshin have a mind of their own. The male voice said yes, when you use that just too a lot they sometimes go renegade on the user and act like their own person. I must say it was quite entertaining, Team 7, meet me on the roof. And Kakashi went up in smoke. Naruto said why are there flowers on the ground up there? Rin said you held the class hostage with the exploding confetti. Naruto said no harm done. Well good luck everyone. As he quickly ran out of class pinching both Rin and Kurene's asses on the way out making both blush. Rin said okay teams let's go. As she left and Kurenai followed. As they were walking out Ino said I feel sorry for Forehead, her teammate's crazy. Iruka snorts and said no, just a prankster at heart. With a small smile. Naruto when he got to the top of the stairs he quickly sat down and Kakashi said you seem different than I would expect. Naruto frowned and said perhaps I spent too much time on the road of life avoiding the black cat and helping the old lady with her groceries. Kakashi smiled and said I think I am going to like you. Naruto said answer me one question before they get here. Does the council want you to specially train the Uchiha and ignore me and Sakura? Kakashi frowns and asked why. Naruto said so I know if I should actually try and work as a team during the bell test tomorrow or if I should just sit on my ass and let you tie me to the log to see if they are going to feed me or not. Thus then Sasuke and Sakura showed up and Kakashi was looking at Naruto and Naruto said okay team, let's introduce ourselves. Hi, my name is Naruto. I like many things and I dislike many things. My dream I am already working on and I have lots of hobbies. I live by 3 rules that I believe. True strength can only come from protecting that which is precious to you. Live life like there is no tomorrow, because in our life there is no guarantee, and those who follow the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Next. As he flopped back pulling on a pair of shade and put his arms behind his head. Kakashi thought okay, has a mini-me, a mini Minato and a mini Kushina, I don't know if I should hug him or kill him to save my sanity. And said you heard him Pinky. Sakura growled and said my name is Sakura and I dream, and I hate Ino and Naruto. Naruto smiled and Kakashi said, and you Mr. Broody. Sasuke said my name is Sasuke. I don't have any likes or dislikes. Naruto snorts and said I like tomatoes and I hate sweets. I am an avenger who wishes to kill my elder sibling Itachi, who killed part of my clan, though the truth is the day of the massacre my mother was already dead by my hands when my father held her in execution style and ordered me to kill her. Isn't that right Itachi? As Naruto looked to his left and everyone tensed as sitting on the bench was Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi was instantly on the defensive and Sasuke screamed Itachi, I will kill you. And Naruto tripped his legs out from under him and grabbed Sasuke by the back of the hair and held him in execution fashion and Itachi said you know mother cried herself to sleep for the next year after you killed that blood clone of her Sasuke when she tried to take you away before the Uchiha massacre, but not only did you turn her into our bastard father, but then actually killed her or what would have been her if I didn't save her. That is why the 50 plus Uchiha who are still alive don't want shit to do with you, and they decided that if they ever do return to Konoha, you will have your Sharingan sealed away and no longer have the Uchiha name, and as for your petty revenge. The mental hypnosis command I gave to Naruto will be over in a moment, but you shall watch as I die, and you can't ever get your revenge dear little brother. As he opened his shirt and everyone saw exploding tags on his body and he jumped off the edge and an explosion was heard and blood flew into the air. At that moment Naruto shook his head and asked what the hell. As he let go of Sasuke who was screaming as he ran over to look at the other side and all he saw was blood. Sasuke turned and saw Naruto shaking his head and screamed I will kill you, just like I killed that bitch. As he pulled out a kunai and charged at Naruto who stepped back and Kakashi grabbed the kunai and said that's enough Sasuke. Naruto was under the control of Itachi just then. You should know the ability of the Sharingan better than anyone. Sasuke turned and slapped her and said shut up bitch and know your place. Women are nothing but breeders and whores. If you stand in my way I will end your life just like I did my mother's. Kakashi hit Sasuke over the back of the neck and Naruto ran over to Sakura and pulled her clothes and asked what's going on. The last thing I remember was walking up the stairs and someone stopping me and then finding myself holding Sasuke. Kakashi frowned and asked someone put a powerful genjutsu on you Naruto and as for Sasuke, I don't know, I need to take him to get checked out. Are you okay Sakura? Sakura who was holding her cheek could only nod and Kakashi grabbed Sasuke and left and Naruto saw the bruise and asked do you want me to heal that for you? I may not be a licensed medic nin, but Tsunade taught me some. Sakura flinched a moment but slowly nods and Naruto healed her cheek and he said why don't you go home Sakura and get some rest. Sakura said thanks as she got up and left quickly. Naruto smirked and thought and the best actor award goes to me and co-star to the best death scene goes to Rin. As he phased away. The third Hokage was sitting in his office when Kakashi appeared in front of him with Sasuke who he dropped on the ground and he said sir, there's some things that happened today I think you should know. The third sighed and asked what happened. Kakashi said well, when I arrived I had just heard how Kurenai and Rin was talking about how Naruto created their taijutsu styles they used and have been sparring partners since before they were genin. The third thought Kakashi continued after that Naruto said he had something for Kiba and he unsealed a sword and gave it to Kiba, saying someone gave it to him and then he took Kiba companion hostage and told him if he didn't pull the sword out of the sheath in 5 minutes, he would kill the dog and he realized before they had a chance to move that 2 of his classmates were going to release the dog and warned them about Kagebunshin he had hid in the room. Kiba finally got the sword free and it turned out it was a family heirloom of the Inyazaku clan and then when he was explaining to Kiba and the class about why he had to test Kiba that way he held them hostage with a roll of exploding tags at the end, turned out to be confetti tags. It turned out both the one who got the sword and the one who was hanging from the roof with chakra were both Kagebunshins and Naruto was asleep in the back of the class under a genjutsu, though according to the academy records he sucks at taijutsu and genjutsu. Then when we went to the roof for introductions, Naruto got there first, and he asked me if the council was asking me to train Sasuke special and ignore him and Sakura, and he knew both the bell test and the secondary test. Then when Sasuke was doing his introductions, he interrupted Sasuke and talked about how Sasuke only wants revenge to kill Itachi and something about Sasuke killing his mother, and then Itachi showed up, sir. The third asked what happened. In a commanding voice. Kakashi said well, he talked about how their mother was still alive and how the Uchiha clan still had members alive that were coming back, and then he blew himself up. The third said an exploding clone. Kakashi said no, he had exploding tags on him and he jumped off the academy and blew himself up, blowing blood and body parts everywhere. Then Sasuke attacked Naruto, who was under the control of a Jinjutsu from Itachi, and I had to stop him, and then Sakura asked if it was true, and Sasuke attacked her and said he would kill her just like his mother, so I knocked him out. The third sighed and said take him to Ibiki and have him do a mental evaluation of him. Kakashi nods and asked what about Naruto. The third looked out the window and remembered what Kay said. Flashback. Kay said you're making the same mistake with me you made about Naruto, professor, we're both alike in a lot of ways. Almost as if we're two sides of the same coin. Then flashback and he remembered what Naruto said. Naruto said I've gone out, gotten myself a job, got my own place that I built with my own 2 hands, lived under a fake name, trained my ass off, and you know what the kicker is? Did you know that I even got 3 living blood relatives alive and all 3 are ninja of this village? I have found all this out and done all this by myself, and you think I don't understand? Then flashback. He then said I have an S-rank mission for you, Kakashi. Your report will be completely verbal on it and you will not tell anyone about this mission. I want you to try and get close to Naruto, evaluate him and earn his trust. Find out everything you can about him. I will not give you any of the information I have on him besides public knowledge to see if perhaps you can uncover something new that is not public knowledge. I will tell you this, he claims to have killed once already at the age of 5. Do not underestimate him. Kakashi frowned and asked what about it, sir? The third frowned and said he showed me today the seal is gone and I notice for the first time his whiskers are gone as well. He claimed it's been gone since he was 4 years old and now I am forced to believe he might be telling the truth. If you can try to get Rin and Kurenai to help evaluate his skills since they claim to have sparred with him, but do not tell them about the mission. Kakashi asked is there anything else I should know? The third sighed and said I have a theory, but if I am right then Konoha has a prodigy even greater than you, or the fourth under Thayer knows for years, and we were all too blind to see it. It would also mean the prodigy is good enough at what he does, Konoha could turn him into Thayer's greatest enemy. Kakashi asked I don't understand, sir. The third said just don't underestimate him and expect the unexpected. Has been in contact with Tsunade before and it seems she has a vested interest in him or to someone connected to him. That is all I can tell you. Kakashi said I understand. Any suggestion about how I should go about this? The third thought a moment and said just try and earn his respect and find those who has it already and see how they do it. Kakashi nods and said I will. Good day, sir. As he left with Sasuke in a swirl of leaves. Later that afternoon the third Hokage was in the council chamber and he asked why have you called a meeting and ordered me to come? The Haru said it has come to our attention that you have had Sasuke Uchiha arrested. The third said perhaps. Danzo said he is to be released or the council will be asking for your resignation. The third smirked and said making chills run up the council's back. The third then pulled out a scroll and said then I suppose I have no choice. As he bit his thumb and whipped some blood on a seal and threw the scroll on the ground that began to smoke. In Naruto house he was sitting on the couch with Kurenai between his legs and her back to his chest as he read a book over her shoulder she was holding. Naruto suddenly stiffened and Kurenai asked what's wrong Naru-kun. Naruto said the old man is summoning K's. Something big must be up. As he stood up and changed into Nun K's with blonde hair with red streaks in it and slipped on his double holster under his arms and his 6-shooter on his leg with 2 kunai pouches and a shuriken pouch and he slipped on Dragon's breath on his side and grabbed his black cloak and he said don't wait up. As he phased away. K's appeared in the council chamber shocking everyone and the third Hokage said K's, just the man I was wanting. You see, earlier today I had to have Sasuke Uchiha arrested for mental evaluation. Kay said you mean after Itachi made the truth about the remaining Uchiha and the truth about the Uchiha massacre before he blew himself up denying Sasuke his revenge forever and then he attacked both his teammate. Shocking everyone but the third. The third said yes. Then the council here actually ordered for me to come to them and Danzo said I was to have him released or have me resign. Kay smirked and he said I see. You know I am your sword should you require it of me, Hokage-sama. As he had 2 kunes appear in his hand. The third said good, then please execute Danzo for treason. Danzo disappeared in a swirl of leaves and K's phased away. When Danzo appeared in his office, Kei's was already there and he grabbed Danzo by the shoulder and phased back into the council chamber before he slid around Danzo, slicing into his spine, paralyzing him as he continued to move his speeds. Only the most experienced in the room could track as he slit Danzo's throat and then quick-drawed his 6-shooter and placed it under Danzo's chin and pulled the trigger, and in a noise and sight that would forever be in the minds of everyone in the room, Danzo's skull exploded as his brains flew over half of the civilian council members with the sound of the gun going off. Even the third was shocked by the brutality, and Kei said, "Thus is the fate of traitors to Konoha. Would that be all, Hokage-sama?" The third said, "Yes, Kei, though did you have to make it so messy?" Kei said, "When I caught him he was already preparing to engage his root Anbu. It would have resulted in a civil war, as the evidence I gave you earlier already showed most of the civilian council members were either bribed or blackmailed to do as he ordered them to, and he was responsible for the deaths of over 200 Konoha shinobi. If you would have let me, I would have gave him the torture of 2,000 slashes for the entire village to see as he was forced to bleed to death over the next 12 hours, while the acid and salt in the wounds would have made sure no one would dare to turn traitor of this village ever again. Of course, with the other criminal in this room, like your former female teammate who ran a child slave labor after the Kyuubi attack, I would be willing to give a demonstration of it for free." With a smirk. The third thought, "My god." And he said, "No, that's quite alright, Kais. You're dismissed." Kais nods and grabs the scroll before throwing one from his cloak to the Sandium, who caught it, and Kais said, "You might want to read that real quick before I leave, just to make sure on the other item you were wondering about." The third opened the scroll and read to himself. "Relax, that was just a scare tactic, and this is just a Kagebunshin in your hands hinged so you could read." As for Danzo, if he actually had the balls to pull that off, then he already had the votes to do it in his pocket, but if they know you have someone who is a complete unknown like me in the shadows, then they are going to back off, and you can use this chance to gain back some control over the civilians. I may be a prick sometimes, but I am no monster. Kais." The third smirked and said, "Oh yes, I see that everything is here, Kais, and though it may be a little extreme, I do agree with it. Thank you for not offing me so quickly. I do question though, how is it you know what happened with Itachi so soon?" Kei said, "Well, considering I knew Itachi planned to do that since the incident with his mother, there was nothing I could do. After all, the council and the Hokage are not allowed to mess with clan business, and the Uchiha massacre, no matter how much we may hate to look at it, was an Uchiha matter that was dealt with inside of Fire Clan. In fact, if he was still alive he could make that claim, and you would have no choice but to have taken him out of the bingo book. That is, unless you want to make a law that could be used to say or remove the cage bird seal from the Hyuga clan or the other clan's secret techniques." Everyone blinked and blinked again, and Kais thought, "God, I love making people feel like idiots." And the third frowned and said, "You're right. I do have one question though, when will the other Uchiha return?" Kais said, "Oh, that will depend on Konoha. Right now Thayer kind of pissed at Konoha for treating Sasuke like fucking Kami when in Thayer eyes, he's nothing but a traitor. The only reason they haven't went to another village is because they are all working for me and my clan." The third said, "I see. You're dismissed, Kais." Kais phased away, and after he was gone the third smirked and said, "So, who feels like I should resign?" As he rolled up a scroll in his hand, and it went up in smoke, shocking everyone, before he released some Kai. When Kais appeared back at the house he saw Kurenai, who frowned when she saw the blood and asked, "So, what was it?" Kais said, "The council. They're probably pissing over themselves right now since the Hokage called his little secret soldier, if you will. Danzo Det and I busted Kaharu bubble for you. She really paled when I mentioned her little slave child ring she had after the Kyuubi attack." With a chuckle, Kurenai said, "Well, go take a shower. I don't want my niece seeing her daddy all covered in blood." Kais nods and phases to his bathroom, and he begins to strip, and he looked at himself in the mirror, and he looked around, closing the door and put his hands together, and he whispered Kai. As his looks changed and showed his real self, and he thought, "This is the real me. I can't believe this is what I really look like. How long has it been since I have actually looked at myself, and not what I wanted others to see me as, not even my family has seen the real me. I think it was when I went drinking with Tsunade after the reset, 10 years of lies and deceptions. I have everyone, including my wives, convinced Kyuubi's presence is gone from me, but it's still here along with the seal. Together until I die for real, I guess." As he looked at the whiskers on his face as he took off his cloths and looked at the seal on his stomach, the scars on his body, the tattoo on his back and the light bags under his eyes, and he looked into his eyes and thought, it's a sad day when a man looks at himself in the mirror and does not recognize himself. I hope wherever you are, mom and dad, you are proud of me. As he looked at himself one last time before he was covered in smoke, and he was replaced by the 6 feet tall version of himself with no whiskers, bright shining blue eyes, and he got in the shower and took a long shower. The next day Naruto got up and he went to training ground 7 and he walked over to the stone and looked at the names on it and he saw Sakura walked up and she said, "I guess Kakashi-sensei found you, huh?" As Naruto read the names. Naruto reached into his pant leg and pulled out a scroll and unrolled it before he unsealed the end pod and he sat it on top of the stone and he hit play and he went through hand signs faster than Sakura could see and another Naruto appeared and he changed to look like Lara Croft and Naruto unsealed 4 police batons and he threw 2 to Lara and he said, "Sakura, if you don't mind just sit back and don't get involved. I need to clear my head a few minutes." As he walked into the middle of the training field and Lara followed. When they got in the middle they turned to face each other and both bowed and Lara said, "Let's see how far you come." Naruto got into a stance as did Lara and as music began to play, both set the batons on the ground and their feet and then charged at each other and Naruto sent a spin kick to Lara and Lara ducked and sent an uppercut at Naruto, who leaned back and sent a heel kick at Lara, who also leaned back as their hands hit the ground they grabbed the batons and came up swinging with Naruto sending his left one toward her head and she blocked it and sent one at his ribs that he leaned back and did a reverse swing at her head and again as she rolled with it and she glared as she wiped some blood off her lip and said, "Very good, but dodge this." As she moved faster the Sakura could see and had both her feet against the sides of Naruto's head and she flipped herself up and punched Naruto in the face before she leaned back and flipped him into the air. Naruto hit the tree with his feet and springboarded off and he powered up a Rasengan and shoved it into her stomach as she flew into a tree breaking it and dispersed into blood and Naruto was panting for a moment and he sighed and he looked over at the awestruck Sakura and the gaping Kakashi and he thought, "One good thing about when I just feel like walking up and beating the shit out of people or clones, I can do this afterwards." As time rewound to when he was standing in front of the memorial stone and Sakura walked up and said, "I guess Kakashi-sensei found you, huh?" Naruto said, "No, I just asked anyone if they knew Kakashi-sensei and they said he comes here every day when not on missions. I figured this would be a good place to find out what now." The swirl of leaves and Kakashi appeared and said, "Good research, Naruto. As for what now, since Sasuke is going to be out for the next week, from what I heard the Sandaime said I could test you both, but since Naruto told me yesterday what the answer to my test is already, I will let you both pass, so how about we do some light training so I can evaluate your skills?" Naruto shrugs and said, "Sure sensei, I guess that will work, what do you have in mind?" Kakashi said, "I want you both to fight me with everything you have." Naruto said, "Sakura, why don't you go first, because I want to see how good you really are because Ino was bragging about how much better she was and I want to see if you're better." Kakashi glanced at Naruto and Sakura frowned and said, "Naruto, Naruto said, "Tell you what Sakura, if you can answer one question for me honestly and show me what you could do against Kakashi-sensei, I will teach you a style of taijutsu myself that can beat Ino easily. You heard Rin-sensei and Kurenai-sensei both tell you about me helping them with ears." Kakashi watched Naruto and Sakura look down and asked, "What's the question?" Naruto looked at her and asked, "Why did you originally want to be a ninja? And don't give me that Sasuke answer, because you and Ino were friends the first year, so it had to be something else." Sakura frowned as she looked down and said, I wanted to become the first ninja in my family." Naruto said, "Good answer, now show me what you honestly can do so I know which style would be best for you." Sakura took the basic stance and Kakashi pulled out his book and said, "Begin when ready." Sakura frowned and charged forward and took several swings and kicks at Kakashi, who moved out of her attacks, and after about 10 minutes, Naruto asked, "Do you know anything besides the basic 3 Sakura?" Sakura stopped and said, No, I don't." Naruto nods and walks behind a tree and he came back out and said, "Okay, let me show you a style I think will work for you Sakura." As a second Naruto came out from the tree and Kakashi said, "I thought you were going to use Taijutsu." Naruto said, "I am, but I wanted my Kagebunshin to watch me and you fight with Sakura so I can correct any mistakes I make and also to see how well I do against a Sharingan." As he turned his body sideways with one hand in a reverse grip-like stance on his right while his left was facing Kakashi. Kakashi said, "I don't know if I will need it or not." As he read his book. Naruto started to bounce on the balls of his feet and said, "Well, ready or not, here I come." As he started to spin and his hand that was in a reverse grip shot a glancing blow hitting Kakashi's shoulder and he jumped back grabbing his shoulder and asked, "What was that?" Naruto said, "Modified medical taijutsu combined with stick fighting. If I used a weapon instead of paralyzing the nerve with my hand, I could have destroyed the muscles, rendering your arms permanently useless. Best part, the Sharingan can't copy it. Shall we?" Kakashi pulled up his headband and Naruto moved around each of Kakashi's punches and kicks and he thought it like fighting a Hyuga somewhat. 20 minutes later Kakashi said enough. Having already covered his Sharingan and Naruto stops and steps back. Sakura, who was gaping, said, "That was amazing." Naruto nods and the Kagebunshin wraps up a scroll and holds it out to Sakura and Naruto said, "Take it Sakura." I only had time to draw the first 15 katas, there are 15 more advanced kata, but you will have to increase your speed and stamina before I can give you those. Sakura said thanks Naruto. Kakashi, who was watching from the side, said, you don't realize how much work that he just put into that for you, Sakura. I have seen over 20 styles in my career and I have never faced anyone using that style. In fact, I doubt anyone else but you and Naruto has ever had a chance to create it, and since I doubt that is Naruto true style, that means he made it specifically for you. What's the name of the style Naruto since you created? Naruto said tell you what Sakura, if you can learn all 30 kata before our team enters the Chunin exam in 6 months, then I will call that style Sakura Petal Shower in honor of you, and I will never teach it to anyone else, so it can be your family style to pass on to your children, but you have to learn it all. Do we have a deal? Sakura was shocked, and she asked you would give me my own style and name it after me, why? Naruto said because I know what it's like to think you have nothing of your own and want to be able to show it something unique to you that nobody else can claim. Sakura opened the scroll slowly and said I will do it. I will learn every one of the katas. Naruto nods and said I placed a few notes about making sure when you get Sershin katas down, you have gotten Sershin weight training done as well as chakra levels. If you need help, go to the Wolf Claw weapon shop and ask either Dustin or Tenton for wrist and leg weights. They got some of the best public weights and are reasonably priced as well. Sakura said okay, I will. Wait, what's this jutsu you have here? Naruto said oh that, it's called chakra scalpels. It's a medical jutsu that if you learn to use it can cut flesh and bone better than a kunai. It's in case you run out of weapons and against an armored or quicker enemy. Kakashi said I see, no wonder you want her to increase speed and chakra levels. I seen what Rin and Kurenai are able to do and I saw the style Sakura is going to learn, but let me see your style. Naruto said sorry Kakashi-sensei, but you couldn't fight me with it as you are right now. You down to about 10% of your chakra level and you're already wounded from the glancing blows of that other style. Besides, I only use that style if I plan to kill who I fight. Rin and Kurenai only been able to train with me after learning blood clones. Kakashi frowned and said I have heard of that jutsu several times and I do not know it. Can you teach it to me? Naruto frowned and said sorry, it's a jutsu I only teach to those I consider family and the only other copy of it is on the Forbidden Scroll as far as I know. Kakashi blinked and asked how do you know that? Naruto shrugged and said a little birdie told me. So what now sensei? Kakashi said well, Sakura already told us she only knows the basic 3, what about you? Naruto sighed and said I'm a jack of all trades. Since I had no one to tell me how to do things I had to figure it out on my own for the most part and truthfully, I don't know how many jutsu I know. Kakashi said I see. Well, can you give me a demonstration? Naruto smirked and said sure, take Sakura and then stand by the memorial stone. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and moved over by the memorial stone, and Naruto began one-hand signs, and without saying a word several birds flew throughout the air and landed on trees around the clearing, as more and more came in, and Sakura asked sensei, what's with the birds, and what Naruto going to show us? The birds took flight and flew between Naruto and the pair and flew toward the water and they dove into the water and suddenly explosion after explosions rocked the water in the creek and Kakashi said I see, Bunshin Bakuha, Henge. And wind manipulation all mixed together made from one-hand signs, making it impossible for a Sharingan to copy, and since you didn't call out the name if you hadn't have purposely made so many they could fly to someone and blow the person up and they would not know it. I am impressed. Naruto said yeah, I call them kamikaze cranes. Since wind is my primary element and their Kagebunshin formed in the shape of birds instead of me, and I know the anatomy of birds to make them seem complete, they can use my natural affinity to give them flight and then when they get to where they are supposed to and then blow up. Sakura was gaping and she asked how did you come up with that? Naruto said the bingo book actually. I was looking through it one time and I came across a missing nin from Iowa named Deidre who used clay to make exploding birds mixed with his chakra and they actually could fly, so I thought why couldn't I do the same somehow? Kakashi thought amazing, that could be listed as an A rank jutsu. I think I am starting to see what he meant by he could be a hidden prodigy. Kakashi said well, that's all for today, why don't you both rest and tomorrow let's meet here and train a little since we can't do missions until either a replacement is found or Sasuke is cleared to return to duty. Naruto frowned at that and thought the bastard should never be allowed to, but I can't say anything. I have to show Kakashi a little of my skill so that way when it gets closer to time for the Chunin exams I can push and things go wrong, I have a backup plan for later. As he began to walk away. Kakashi said hey Naruto, I was wondering, how come you so different from the academy records? Naruto said figure it out yourself. As he threw a smoke bomb on the ground and when it was cleared Naruto was gone. Kakashi frowned and left. On Team 10 training ground Rin was looking at the forms of the 3 downed genins and said was that too hard? I only had you fight a monkey. Ino said that's no monkey, that's a demon. Jack walked over and grabbed her breast, and Ino screamed pervert and started to attack Jack again, who was using his whip to keep her back. Bryn said, see boys, if Ino can still fight then you both should as well. As she watched as Jack kept from getting the shit beat out of him, and he kept getting Ino mad, and both Shikamaru and Choji groaned, and Choji asked, where did you get that monster? Bryn said actually, you would have to ask, never mind. Anyways you have fought him for 2 hours and still awake so you pass. Come on Jack, let's go. Jack turned toward her and squeaked at her, and Rin said do I need to get him? Jack flipped her off and Rin said that's it, I am getting Nia-chan. She can shoot you. Jack stopped and held 2 fingers and pointed toward the 3 genin, and Rin said okay boys and girl. Jack said the only way he will stop attacking you if you each give him 2 treasures each. Shikamaru asked what does he mean by treasure? Rin saw Jack motion, and she sweat dropped and said he wants your shirt and your shoes. Ino paled and said you can die monkey. Jack ran over and grabbed some blood off of Shikamaru and rubbed it across his arm, and his dagger popped out, and he ran up to Ino and jumped on her shoulder and held the dagger at her neck, and Ino was pale, and Rin sighed and said, you're worse than K's, Jack. Ino quickly shed her shirt, but her chest was wrapped, and she threw her shoes also onto the pile Shikamaru, and Choji had already gave Theras and Rin pulled out a scroll and set it on the ground unrolling it, and Jack grabbed fire cloths and shoes, and they disappeared in a puff of smoke and Jack walked over and waved before jumping on the scroll and going up in smoke as well. Ino sighed as she slumped to the ground holding her arms around her chest, and Rin said, you got off lucky. Hess robbed an Anbu before like that. Well, meet here tomorrow for team training. Dismissed. As she left in a swirl of leaves. Ino got up and began to walk home, and Shikamaru said that monkey is more troublesome than my mother. Choji began to cry and said he robbed me of all my snacks. As he sat down beside Shikamaru who had laid down on the grass. On teammate training ground Kurenai was looking at her team, and she asked what's wrong with you 3? That wasn't that hard. You should have seen what my original teacher did to me. As she saw them panting standing on top of water as arrows launched from all around the stream they were standing on making them dodge. Tiba said that's it, our sensei is crazy. Hinata and Shino could only nod, and a Kamamaru was tied to a rope trying to get to a stake on a plate 3 feet away, well each time he tried to get to it, the arrows would launch again. Kurenai thought just wait, Naruto-kun's training for me and Rin will make you guys strong enough for the war to come. She then saw Rin appear and said well guess what team, you pass. As she threw a kunai, that cut the rope holding Akamaru who quickly ran to grab the stake. She turned and said be here tomorrow at 8 AM to begin training. As both her and Rin left in a swirl of leaves. As they both appeared in the Hokage office the third said okay, whose teams passed and who failed. Takashi said mine already passed and it's going to be interesting. Kurenai said mine passed as well. Rin said yeah, they survived meeting Jack so they passed. Kurenai said wait, you mean you actually used Jack on them already? That's cruel. So what did it cost them? Rin said well, Choji lost all his snacks, his shirt and his shoes. Shikamaru lost his shirt, his shoes, and his ponytail and Ino lost her shirt, her shoes, and he groped her. The third blinked and asked who's Jack and why did you let him grope your student Rin and rope them? Rin said well, Jack's a little hard to explain. Kurenai said Hess the meanest sob you will ever meet and Hess been known to rape, pillage and plunder. Everyone blinked and the third said you actually put your team in danger from such a person. Rin sighed and said I guess I have no choice but to let you meet Jack. As she opened a scroll and channeled chakra into it and everyone sweat dropped as a monkey popped out. The third blinked and said I am not amused Rin. Rin looked around the room and said Jack, you see the guy with the pink book, that book is valuable. Jack turned his head to Kakashi who looked at Jack who jumped on the desk, grabbed a paperweight, and before anyone had a chance he hit Ebus, who was in the corner in the nose, ran over and got some blood and wiped it on his arm, and out popped his dagger, and he ran across the room and jumped on Kakashi's shoulder all in less than 5 seconds, and he held the kunai at Kakashi's neck and held out his hand and screeched. Everyone sweat dropped and Ebus said holy shit, Hess a thief. Rin and Kurenai both said pirate. At the same time and Kakashi said sorry pal, but nobody gets the book. The next resulting scene will not be for the faint of heart, just kidding. Jack ran down Kakashi's backside and screeched while holding the dagger in his hand and screeched, and he shoved the dagger in Kakashi's ass, and Kakashi replaced himself at the last second and revealed his Sharingan and said, nobody does that to me, time to die monkey. Just then 6 shots were heard, and everyone saw Jack's body being blown to pieces and they looked at the window and saw K's standing there, and he said damn it, who really is Jack? Rin said I sort of did K's. Kay sighed and Ebus screamed demon. As he pointed to Jack and everyone but K's, Rin and Kurenai backed up as Jack formed back together and K's grabbed Jack's tail and he said, what were you after you bastard? Dak pointed toward Kakashi's book and he dropped Jack and said sorry Kakashi, you're on your own. As he walked back to the window. The third asked what the hell is he? Hey said Hess and cursed immortal pirate monkey who's around I would say 4,000 years old at least, and no matter what you do to him, he will always pull back together. The third asked how do you know him Kaze? Hey said, the bastard attacked the ship I was on in my travels and I was either forced to join his crew or walk the plank. I fought him until I passed out using everything I know and he still kept getting back together even after I blew him up, burned him, stabbed him, cut him to pieces, shoved him in a cannon and shot him out to sea, threw him in the ocean, feed him to a shark and he always came back. I convinced him from raping, pillaging, and plundering in exchange, I would seal all his valuables in that scroll, and I have to free him every so often, or he is automatically released, and if the scroll is destroyed even with him in it, he will be freed along with his stuff. I figured having him work with me as something similar to a summon was better than having people fight and die by him all the time. Especially since he was getting ready to attack the Fire County, since he already ransacked most of the islands of valuables several times. By the way, if he has his sights on something of value you either give it to him, he takes it from you, or he tracks you down and takes everything from you. Kakashi said I will take my chances. Jack smirked and he charged at Kakashi who left in a swirl of leaves and Jack ran and jumped out the window. Pei sighed and said 48 hours. I give Kakashi at most 48 hours. The third asked so what are you doing here Kaze? Pei said you must think Naruto pretty stupid if you think he doesn't see through Kakashi. He researched everything about Kakashi and he actually only pulled his book out when he was evaluating Sakura. He had no reason to observe her, but you had him observe Naruto. I thought it was hilarious so I just came to tell you that. Saya. As he phased away. The third sighed and went back to the meeting. When Naruto arrived back at his house he saw Season playing with Konohamaru and he smiled, before walking to his room and stripping down to his boxers, before laying down on his bed. A few minutes later Maiko came in and closed the door and walked over to the bed before crawling on top of his butt and began to massage his back and asked what's wrong. Naruto sighed and said I feel like things are falling apart. I need to get things rolling, but I can't remember how things originally went right now, so I am doing what I think is best and drawing all kinds of attention to me. I fear if I can't set things up all our secrets will be out and my family will all be in danger. Maiko frowned and she began to rub his back and hit a certain spot and he passed out as she worked a few more minutes and thought you need to relax and let things go for now Naruto-kun. Things will work out or they won't, you're only one person. When Kakashi got back to an apartment he sat down when suddenly the window exploded and Jack came flying through still with his dagger, but this time it was in his teeth and he quickly pulled it out and held his hand in a give motion. Kakashi sweat dropped and pulled out a scroll and bit his thumb and quickly went through hand signs before placing the scroll on the ground. Jack started to march forward when dogs burst out of the floor in Kakashi's room and grabbed onto Jack and ripped him apart. Kakashi smirked and said good thing this is Guy apartment. As he left in a swirl of leaves and the dogs went up in a puff of smoke. Just then Guy came in from the bathroom and screamed what is this unyouthful mess. Jack pulled himself back together and looked at Guy and saw he was only in a towel and saw his green jumpsuit on the ground and ran over and grabbed the jumpsuit before he ran out of the window following Kakashi. I blinked and blinked again and said that is a very youthful monkey. As he turned and went back to the bathroom. Kakashi appeared in the Anbu headquarters in the room of Yamamoto who blinked and said Kakashi-senpai, what are you doing here? Kakashi said, what if I told you I am trying to hide from a cursed immortal pirate monkey? Yamamoto said then I would think you need to be mentally evaluated. Just then a cannonball shot through the wall of the room and both men blinked and Kakashi looked out the hole and said well, I never knew Guy jumpsuit was strong enough to launch cannonballs. Incoming. As he dodged to the side as Jack came flying through the hole in the wall and Yamamoto said holy shit, you were right senpai. As he quickly went through hand signs and branches formed out of the ground and captured Jack as Kakashi finished his own and set Jack and the branches on fire. Jack screamed and he stepped out of the burnt branches still on fire and Yamamoto quickly ran through hand signs and 6 pillars rose from the ground around Jack who was slowly marching toward Kakashi and Yamamoto said sir, my demon suppression abilities don't work on him sir. Kakashi said hold him off while you can. As he left in a swirl of leaves again. Jack turned glaring at Yamamoto and ran over and grabbed Yamamoto mask off the headboard of the bed and jumped over to the cannonball that when he stood on it went up in a puff of smoke into a seal on the bottom of his feet before he jumped out of the hole in the wall. Yamamoto said he stole my mask, but I think it would be safer to get my spare than to try and take it back. Kakashi appeared in an apartment across town and a kunai flew by his head and Kakashi said hello Anko, how's it going? Anko said Kakashi, finally come to take me up on my offer. Kakashi said nope, just brought you a new playmate. As a knock was heard at the front door. Anko went toward the door giving Kakashi a weird look as she looked out her peephole in the door and saw an Anbu face mask and she said you brought me Yamamoto, you shouldn't have. As she opened the door and blinked as she saw Jack holding the mask up with his tail as he stood on the door with his dagger stuck in the door and he leaped off the door pulling his dagger with him and grabbed Anko's breast feeling them and kissing her lips before he jumped off and ran toward Kakashi. And Anko screamed as she sent snakes out of her jacket sleeve at Jack and Kakashi shoo-shined away. As the snake surrounded Jack, Anko blinked hearing a familiar noise and she went wide eyes as she saw underneath her snakes and Jack was a barrel of gunpowder with a lighted fuse and though she didn't know what the barrel held she knew the sound of something getting ready to explode so she jumped out her door moments before her apartment exploded and she said damn it, there went my security deposit. Just then Jack came leaping out of the burning mess and landed on Anko's breast again and he made a waving motion as he bowed and left and Anko said, if I didn't know any better I would swear he just flirted with me, but now him and Kakashi must die. As she got up and began to chase Jack who was running along the power lines while holding a black square in his hand. Kakashi arrived at the memorial stone and a few moments later heard the sound of an explosion and he thought well, so much for that pest. As he pulled out his book and began to read as he sat in a tree above the stone. He let a little giggle and then stiffened as he felt a blade against his neck and he looked over and saw Jack on the tree limb holding a black compass which was pointing at his book and Jack snapped the compass closed as he held out his hand and Kakashi sighed and said never. As he replaced himself with a log as a giant snake jumped out of the ground and ate the log, the limb and Jack. Anko said well at least I got one of them. As she turned to look for Kakashi, when the snake suddenly began to bulge, and Anko hearing the snake hiss in pain looked over just as the snake exploded, and around 300 men appeared with Jack sitting on the shoulder of one, and the men said what are your orders captain? Anko said holy shit, I'm dreaming about pirates. Maybe I do need that vacation Ibiki was telling me to take. As she turned and slowly walked away mumbling. Kakashi who was in the tree he was in thought okay, let's see, he can't die, he has cannonballs, pirates, daggers, and who knows what else that he can summon. I think I might have to get serious. As he closed his book and put it in his weapons pouch and he uncovered his Sharingan and thought how can they not have chakra? Odd. As he began doing hand signs and launched fireballs at all the pirate and Jack screeched while pointing toward Kakashi and one of the pirates said, you heard the captain, get him. As they all began to pull out swords and charge Kakashi as some got hit by fireballs they rolled on the ground and got back up. Kakashi quickly began to run leading the pirates toward the hot springs. At the hot spring Kurenai looked at Rin and asked so, what do you think so far about your team? Rin said oh, they're exactly as Kazakin said they were, but I can whip them into shape. How about you? Kurenai opened her mouth to speak when Kakashi landed on the water and screamed Master Jiraiya, please save me. As he ran over toward the fence and kicked it, several boards flew sideways as Jiraiya who was kneeling on the other side fell forward while sibiling and had tissues up his nose. Rin and Kurenai both quickly covered themselves and suddenly the shouts of men entering the hot springs drew their attention and then a loud screech drew everyone's attention from Jack who was sitting on one of the men's shoulders. He looked over at Kurenai and Rin and frowned as he glanced at Jiraiya who was still scribbling and he jumped off the man's shoulder and wiped a little blood off of Jiraiya's nose as he rubbed it on his stomach and jumped into the water of the hot spring. Kurenai looked at Rin and asked what did Kay say we should do if Jack ever did that. Rin grabbed Kurenai's shoulder and both left in a swirl of leaves and appeared on top of the Hokage monument still in a towel and they could see the hot springs being covered in a huge puff of smoke and then as the smoke began to clear black sails could be seen blowing in the wind as the side of a huge-ass pirate ship appeared and Rin said get as far away as possible because he is summoning his ship. The Black Pearl. I think Naruto definition of protecting his family and our honor is a wee bit overprotective. Just then Gambunta appeared with Kakashi and Jiraiya on top of the Toad boss's head and cannon fire was heard as Gambunta jumped away getting shot in the ass by a cannonball and Kurenai said, can this get any stranger? A voice said yes. Making both turn and see Naruto, Season and Maiko standing there and Season asked what do you mean dad? Naruto scratched the back of his head and said I thought it didn't make sense for a pirate ship to be stuck once it was summoned during my travels, so I sort of experimented with seals and a few other things over the years and Maiko's eyes got wide and said what the hell, it's, Season said flying, you made the pirate ship fly. What are you, Tinkerbell or something from Peter Pan? Naruto said actually, that was where I got the idea from in the first place and I was bored and every one of them said enough said, we know, never let you get bored. And Naruto sweat dropped and asked am I really that bad? Every one of them said yes. And Naruto sighed and Season said perhaps you should just rewind time daddy. Naruto said yeah, but when to? I don't want to go and do Kakashi evaluation again and Rin using Jack as training is what got this whole thing started so. Kurenai said just rewind it back to 15 minutes ago, which is when Rin and I were getting ready to go to the hot springs. We will just come to our private one instead, so that way this whole summon battle won't take place. As they watched Gambunto shooting water balls at the ship that was flying circles around him shooting cannonballs. Naruto said alright. As he slowly rewound time. At the hot springs 15 minutes earlier Rin who was about to pay stopped and looked at Kurenai who both nod and left in a swirl of leaves. A few minutes later Kakashi jumped into the hot spring and said Master Jiraiya, save me. As he kicked the fence only Jiraiya wasn't there since there were no women in the hot spring and the pirates all sweat dropped and looked at Kakashi who was expecting Jiraiya to be there had landed in the hot springs and the pirates surrounded the water, each pulling out muskets pointing it at Kakashi, who thought those looked like the things K's used earlier. And he sighed as he reached into his weapons pouch and pulled out the book and threw it and said there, I hope you're happy now. Jack grabbed the book and opened it and began to read, and he screeched, and one of the pirates held a blade under Kakashi's neck and asked, where can we get more of these books? The captain said they are any man's treasure. Kakashi blinked and smirked behind his mask and said let me show you guys to the bookstore that sells the treasure that is Icha Icha Paradise. And the pirates all cheered and Jack rode on a shoulder reading for the next 2 hours when the time limit on the seal on the pirates ran out and they went up in smoke and Jack grabbed the scroll and ran off into the woods until he got to Naruto home and ran to the steps and stepped on the scroll. Being sealed back in the scroll still reading the book. The next morning Naruto woke up and thought as he opened the door and saw the scroll, so did you get the book or not Jack? Oh well, find out later. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If yes then make sure to drop 3 blue hearts to show your love. See you in the next part.